Gandhi Collected Works Volume 76 May 31, 1939, October 15, 1939, 1. Telegram to Appa Saheb Pant Raikot, May 31, 1939 Appa Saheb Pant, Ond. Can see for few minutes any day from to 6th. A.T. Bombay accepting. Monday. 2nd. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 2. Speech at Cathay Hour Political Conference, RAJKOT 1 May 31, 1939 It is growing upon me every day that we shall have to lower our key. Our demand for full responsible government will have to remain in abeyance for some time. Not that we are not entitled to it, but it is clear to me that we have not the will for it, we are not ready to pay the price. There is an awakening, but it is not the awakening of active non-violence of the brave. Not that I have suddenly realized this point. The realization was there, the will to face the conclusion was not there, and I am reaping the fruit of that weakness of the will. I have been weak-willed ever since Bardoli onwards, but my co-workers deluded themselves into the belief that we had attained the requisite non-violence, and I shared their delusion. I do not repent of this. It is likely that if we had acted otherwise there would not have been the awakening we see today. But that seems to lead one to a rather dreadful conclusion, viz., that compromise with non-violence was necessary for a widespread awakening. But that is not the conclusion. The conclusion is that God chooses as his instruments the humblest and weakest of his creatures to fulfill himself. Today, with this great realization, I would not lead another dandy march. The breach of the salt laws was a perfect proposition, but violence of the mind had crept in almost from the beginning. All that we had learned then was that it was expedient to refrain from the one. This is extracted from the decision and after a by Mahadev Desai. Gandhiji was speaking at the Executive Committee meeting. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 1. Use of physical violence. This was the non-violence of the calculating Baniya, not of the brave Kshatriya. This non-violence of the calculating Baniya has not, could not have, carried us far. It could not possibly avail to win and retain Swaraj, to win over our opponent who believed in the use of arms. Today I sense violence everywhere, smell it inside and outside Congress ranks. In 1921 even Gunda element outside the Congress was more or less under our control. Perfect non-violence is difficult. It admits no weakness. It made me take the false step of approaching the Viceroy in order to end my fast. It was unpardonable on the part of a general who claims to derive his whole strength from God. But God gave me that courage to retrieve the blunder, and we are all the stronger and purer for it. I am not tired of repeating again and again that we should be non-violent in thought and word and deed. We had been saying so, but there was no emphasis on the first of these. A dissolute character is more dissolute in thought than in deed. And the same is true of violence. Our violence in word and deed is but a feeble echo of the surging violence of thought in us. Are you prepared to go with me so far? Does all that I say carry conviction? If so, violence should be eschewed from the innermost of our thoughts. But if you cannot go with me, do go your own way. If you can reach your goal in any other way, do so by all means. You will deserve my congratulations. For I cannot in any case stand cowardice. Let no one say when I am gone that I taught the people to be cowards. If you think my ahimsa amounts to that, or leads you to that, you should reject it without hesitation. I would far rather that you died bravely dealing a blow and receiving a blow than died in abject terror. If the ahimsa of my dream is impossible, you can reject the creed rather than carry on the pretense of non-violence. Fleeing from battle is cowardice, and unworthy of a warrior. An armed fighter is known to have sought fresh arms as soon as he loses those in his possession or they lose their efficacy. He leaves the battle to get them. A non-violent warrior knows no leaving the battle. He rushes into the mouth of Himsa, never even once harboring an evil thought. If this ahimsa seems to you to be impossible, let us be honest with ourselves and say so, and give it up. For me there is no laying down arms. I cannot do so. I am trying to be the warrior of my description and, if God wills, I may be that during this life. Such a warrior can fight single-handed. 2. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Let me give a bit of my own experience in South Africa. When thousands joined the movements, I had not spoken to them, not even seen them. Papers they could not read. My heart was working in unison with them. Living faith is all that is necessary. It is evident that I have not the capacity today to inspire faith in the millions. This needs superior living faith in non-violence and in God. This faith is self-acting, and illumines man's life more and more every day. In the pursuit of my earnest research I may seem to act strangely. I should not grumble if everyone left me in the honesty of his conviction. Let no one stick to me in the blind faith that something will happen. Such faith will hinder rather than help the cause. Harijan, June 17, 1939 3. Talk with a Muslim Friend 1 May 31, 1939. 2. I have been talking of non-violence these 20 years, but I have made unlawful compromises with myself. My mind goes back to the days of Caliphate agitation. I had the friendship of thousands of Muslims then. When at a meeting of the Muslim League before 1920 I asked for the supreme sacrifice, 2 or 3 names were given by Khwaja Sahib Abdul Majid, but I believed that many would come forward at the right time. And they did. But looking back upon those times I see that I compromised non-violence. I was satisfied with mere abstention from physical violence. 3. The fact is I have never placed unadulterated ahimsa before the country. If I had done so, there would have been complete Hindu-Muslim unity. No doubt I kept on saying there would be no Swaraj without Hindu-Muslim unity, but I should have seen that there was no Hindu-Muslim unity because there was not that insistence on unadulterated ahimsa on the part of all, whether Hindu or Muslim. No wonder my new technique puzzles many. But I must go on. If I am right, the puzzles will be solved. Harijan, June 17, 1939 1. The talk is extracted from the decision and after E. Mahadev Desai explains that Gandhiji was speaking on another occasion, and includes this after his report of the speech at Executive Committee meeting of Kathiawar Political Conference. Vide the preceding item. 2. Ibid 3. Here Mahadev Desai has omitted instances given by Gandhiji. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 3. 4. Message to Nawanagar State Peoples. CONFERENCE 1. May 1939. If you cannot do anything else, at least wear pure khadi and identify yourselves with the poor. From Gujarati Savamurti, Shri Virchan Panakan Shah, pages 121. M.K. Gandhi. 5. Telegram to Valabram Vidya Raikot, June 1, 1939. Valabram Vidya Dhanwantari Bhavan Raipur, Ahmedabad. Please meet Kathiawar Mail 2 tonight. Ahmedabad Station Gandhi. From the original, CW. 2905. Courtesy, Valabram Vidya. 6. Letter to Razin Prasad K. Bhat on the train, June 1, 1939. Bhai Nainabai, I wanted to write to you as soon as I got your wire, but could not do so. Now I am writing this in the train. The path of those who worship ahimsa under all circumstances is straight. Such a person will not indulge in fighting even in self-defense. But he who does not have that strength has but to run away, that is, play the coward if he does not attack the attacker. Cowardice is worse than violence because cowards can never be non-violent. So such people should learn to one. According to the source, the third session of the conference was held sometime in May, 1939. 2. By which Gandhiji travelled to Bombay. 4. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Defend themselves. Under its constitution, members of the parishad one can be said to be wedded to non-violence. But here such ahimsa is of no use. A person who has full faith in non-violence should be 1,000 times more fearless than an armed man. Such fearlessness is not gained by joining some organization. Hence every member of the parishad should find an independent way for himself. It is the duty of every believer in ahimsa to see that cowardice is not propagated in the name of non-violence. So we must frankly tell the common people that we are unable to guide them. It is not proper that they should look to us. If they can independently think of non-violent ways, they will not ask us, and if they do ask us, we should give them only one guidance: that they should not be weak under any circumstances. They should learn to deal with the attacker. It is possible that if they observe restraint, and if a handful of us can manifest true ahimsa, the attacker too may turn to ahimsa. Please explain all this to all our workers there. The talk of secret settlement that is going on in Bhavnagar is harmful. Settlement can be with straightforward people. Here there is nothing of the sort. Blessings from BAPU from a copy of the Gujarati PRLO papers. Courtesy, PRLO 7. Discussion with Travancore State Congress DEPUTATION 10N The Train, June 1, 1993. To question, what about Swaraj that we have been fighting for? How does Gandhiji's faith in non-violence burning brighter than ever help those who want Swaraj here and now? Does not the emphasis on non-violence of his conception make of Swaraj a very remote vision hardly to be fulfilled? Gandhiji, for me, it is true, as I have often declared, ahimsa comes before Swaraj. I would not care to get power through anarchy and red ruin, among other things, because I want freedom and power even for the least among the people. This can only be when freedom is won. 1 Kathy Our political conference 2 The discussion is extracted from the decision and after 5. According to the Bombay Chronicle, February 6, 1939, the deputationists, Padamthanu Pillai, Verghese and Philippos, were travelling with Gandhiji from Raikot to Bombay. Vide also Statement on Travancore, April 6, 1939. 3 Ibid. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 5. Through non-violence. In the other case the weak must go to the wall, only the physically strong and fit will remain to seize and enjoy power. But you too cannot help putting ahimsa before everything else if you really mean business. Ahimsa must be placed before everything else while it is professed. Then alone it becomes irresistible. Otherwise it will only be an empty hulk, a thing without potency or power. A soldier fights with an irresistible strength when he has blown up his bridges, burned his boats. Even so it is with the soldier of ahimsa. Q. But how will this lowering of the pitch work out in action? How will it help us in attaining our goal of responsible government? G. Today when we talk of responsible government, it frightens the state's authorities. The paramount power too do not like it. They think it will result in red ruin and anarchy. The argument is unsound, but let us give them credit for honesty. If you follow my advice, therefore, you will say, we, for the time being, forget Swaraj. We shall fight to vindicate the elementary rights of the people, to remove corruption. In short, you will concentrate your attention on details of administration. The authorities won't be frightened, and it will give you the substance of responsible government. That has been the history of all my work in India. If I had only talked of Swaraj, I would have come a cropper. By attacking details we have advanced from strength to strength. What did I do at the time of the Dandi March? I reduced our demand for complete independence to my 11 points. Motilal was at first angry with me. What do you mean by lowering the flag like this? He said. But he soon saw that if those points were conceded, independence would stand knocking at our door. Let me explain to you the working of my mind. As I have already told you, I had thought that responsible government in the states was within easy reach. We have now found that we can't at once take the masses with us along non-violent lines. You say that violence is committed by a few hooligans only. But capacity to obtain non-violent Swaraj presupposes capacity on our part to control the hooligans too, as we temporarily did during the non-cooperation days. If you had complete control over the forces of violence and were ready to carry on the fight with your back to the wall in defiance of the paramount power, looking neither to me nor to the Congress outside, one vide clearing the issue, January 30, 1930. 6. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. For guidance or help, you would not need to lower the key temporarily even. In fact, you will not be here to seek my advice at all. But that is not your case, on your own admission. Nor, so far as I know, is it the case anywhere else in India. Otherwise people would not have suspended civil disobedience in many places even without my asking. Harijan, June 24, 1939. 8. Interview to Deputation of Vitualers. ASSOCIATION 1. Bombay, June 2, 1939. 2. Gandhiji congratulated them on the restrained language of their representation. They had every right to go to him, as he was specially attached to the parses. He said, "What I gather from your representation is that far from being opposed in principle to prohibition, you have pointed out the difficulties and hardships involved. But I am afraid you have come to the wrong man. I never interfere with the work of the ministries. But on prohibition I am keener even than the ministers. I confess I have not studied the economic aspect of the question. With me it is a creed, and I would, if I could, fulfill it at any cost. If I had the administration in my own hands, I should study all the figures you have given. I am sure the ministers have studied them, and you should approach them. They would gladly discuss the whole question with you and try to show the way out the difficulties you have pointed out." 1. This and the following item are extracted from the Anti-Prohibition Deputations by Mahadov Desai, who explains that the first deputation consisted of representatives of toddy, country liquor and foreign liquor dealers. Their representation addressed itself mainly to the hardships and sufferings that would be the result of several thousand Parsi families being thrown out of employment, their being reduced to poverty and even bankruptcy, illicit sales and clandestine breaches of the law, impossibility of disposing of 50 to 60 lakhs of rupees worth of material by August 1, the loss on having to dispose of costly furniture. The Bombay Chronicle, March 6, 1939, reports that the deputation, which met Gandhiji in the afternoon, was led by M.B. Beria. It included R.R. Patel, R.D. Shroff, Firoz Shah Shroff, J.D. Crawford and M.M. Serve. 2. From the Bombay Chronicle, March 6, 1939. Also Gandhi 950-948. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 7. They also raised the question of short notice. The Congress Election Manifesto, one they said, did not contain this program, and the decision to introduce it in August had come upon them as a bolt from the blue. In reply to this, Gandhiji said, "The Congress Election Manifesto is principally a political document and naturally does not contain the prohibition program. But prohibition has been in the forefront of the Congress program since 1920. With me it has been a passion ever since my close contact with the Indian immigrants in South Africa and also with the South Africans. I have seen with my own eyes the terrible scourge drink can be. It has ruined people morally, physically, economically, and it has destroyed the sanctity and happiness of the home. My heart bleeds as I think of the disaster that comes in its wake, and I have really pined for the immediate introduction of prohibition. When the Congress decided to accept offices, I thought it had a golden opportunity to introduce it at once, but it was the ministers who pleaded for fixing the time limit at 3 years. To my mind, therefore, there is no question of short notice. It is coming several years too late. Hundreds and thousands of women have in the past picketed liquor shops, suffered insults and assaults. In one case a woman volunteer was so hit on the forehead that the evil effect still persists. There was no compulsion. It was all peaceful persuasion, and it had succeeded so remarkably that in some provinces the excise revenue was almost reduced to zero. As for its effects here in India, I would like you to study the condition of workmen in factories, and I would like to tell you also the boon prohibition has been to them in Ahmedabad. One of the gentlemen in the deputation said that 12 to 15,000 tappers would be adversely affected and that fresh toddy had great medicinal value. It is near you are referring to. For I agree it is a refreshing drink, and we make gur out of it too. If the tappers took to tapping the juice for gur making, there was no question of their unemployment. In Bengal tons of gur was prepared from nira, and in South India arq was prepared from gur made out of fresh juice. But the gentleman maintained that it was impossible to draw fresh nira from a tree more than 10 times during a season, and that gur was not a feasible proposition. Gandhiji said that the evidence in his possession was to the contrary. He would, however, inquire. Harijan, October 6, 1939. 1 Vide Appendix extracts from the Congress Election Manifesto, August 22, 1936. 2 Then Gandhiji offered them a plate of palm juice and date palm juice. 8. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 9. Interview to Parsi Deputation 1 June 2, 1939. 2 The gravamen of their charge was that the prohibition policy was tantamount to coercion, as the community had for centuries indulged in drink without being any the worse for it. There was the argument of dislocation of trade and financial and economic structure of the province, of the hardships it would cause to traders and tappers, and the interference with the religious rights of the people. They said they also resented the distinction between Asiatics and non-Asiatics, and even suggested that not only the Parsis but Musalmans and Hindus were also opposed to the policy. Some of the gentlemen have been friends of Gandhiji for years, especially Sir Kouasji. And so he was the most vehement in his attack, but the utmost friendliness prevailed during the discussion. Kouasji, drunkenness is bad, not drink. And for the sake of a few who drink, why penalize the whole community? I take 2 or 3 glasses of sherry every day, and I know hundreds of others who talk of prohibition but who do drink and will do so in spite of prohibition. There was obvious defiance in his voice, but Gandhiji disarmed it by ultimately reminding Sir Kouasji how he had helped him Gandhiji in the past at various junctures, and how he expected him to stand by him at this. Sir Kouasji had a hearty laugh. Mr. Kerhat, the veteran temperance reformer who, said Gandhiji, reminded him of Dadabai by his silvery beard, entered a curious plea, I do not drink, nor am I dealer in drinks. But this policy will ruin thousands, and I want you to realize your error and do as you did in Raikot. I would then honor you with all my heart. According to our religion, it is the duty of the host to offer the guest good bread and good wine. Gandhiji, but it must be unfermented wine. Whatever it may be, one wonders how this can be a religious duty at all. What would a poor man do? Saklatwala, I do not drink, and thank God I have enough property to enable me to pay the property tax. But why should others regulate my life? I tell you, although I do not drink, if someone came and told me I might not drink, he would make my blood boil. Gandhiji smilingly, even so you do not steal, and yet there is the law against thieving. Would you therefore steal to defy the law? One Mahadov Desai explains, the deputation was headed by Sir Kouasji Jahangir, and its other members were Sir J. C. Kuaji, Sir H. P. Modi, Messrs. Kerhat, A. D. Shroff and Saklatwala. Vide also the preceding item. 2 From the Bombay Chronicle, March 6, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 9. H. P. Modi, we do not believe in prohibition. Why do you tempt us to break the law? We want to be exempted. Drink has become part of our social habit, our daily life, and we want to drink. Gandhiji, as I told the deputation that preceded you, you have come to the wrong man. There is a wide gulf between you and me. It was Dadabai Naroji who taught me prohibition and the distinction between prohibition and temperance. Individual liberty is allowed to man only to a certain extent. He cannot forget that he is a social being, and his individual liberty has to be curtailed at every step. I would appeal to you to consider one thing. What is your population? 1 lakh at the most in a population of 35 crores. You have become famous in the world not as residents of Persia but as Indians. I want you to consider not in terms of your 1 lakh but in terms of India, not the narrow interest of your whole community but of the large interests of the whole country. How can you interrupt and ruin a noble experiment? You say you cannot get rid of this, so very much you are wedded to it. You are not fair to yourselves there. You have given up so many things. You gave up your language and adopted Gujarati, you changed your dress, you changed many of your manners and customs. Why must you then stick to this one infirmity? You may plead your weakness, but for heaven's sake don't advance the plea of individual liberty. There you have given away the whole case. You have sacrificed much for India, sacrifice this bad habit too. I have seen men and women wallowing in gutters in South Africa and families ruined. H.P. Modi, where do you see the ruin in India? Gandhiji, I tell you I have seen it with my own eyes. There is the tragic case of my own son. 60,000 men in Ahmedabad are blessing the prohibitionist. I claim that the moral conscience of the public is with me. The issue between us is the narrowest possible. Do you want to press the question of a few individual consciences to the extent of ruining a whole country? But are there not other evils? There is gambling, for instance. None so disastrous as this, and this breeds the rest. But I am for the abolition of gambling too. This evil, however, ruins the victim body and soul. The same thing would happen if you were to overeat. You are talking of the 60,000 mill hands in Ahmedabad. Why not listen to the appeal of 50,000 Parsis of Bombay? Drunkenness is unknown amongst us. 1. Vide the preceding item. 10. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Let us assume that for a moment. It proves that you are temperate. Well, then why will you not carry temperateness a little further and cooperate in this the greatest of all moral reforms in India? And remember there is ample provision for those who need drink for their health or religious rites. I suggest your working along these lines but not seeking to ruin the reform. But why draw the line between Europeans and Indians? Call it my weakness, and agitate for including the Europeans too in the prohibition. They will, like us, profit by being included in the general law. Their health will not suffer for they will have all the drink they may need for their health. Harijan, October 6, 1939. 10. Telegram to Sir Reza Ali1. Sir Resli Cecil Simla M. Constant. Touch. Our countrymen. June 3, 1939, South Africa. Gandhi. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, National Archives of India. 11. Statement on Travancore to Bombay, June 4, 1939. I have had prolonged conversations 3 with Sri Padamthanu Pillai, Sri Verghese and Sri J. Philippos over the situation in Travancore. My rich experiences in Rajkot show me that civil disobedience in Travancore was suspended at the right time. The Rajkot recantation teaches me that it is not enough to have withdrawn the charges. 1. This was in response to a telegram from Sir Syed Raza Ali, received on June 3, 1939, which read, Indians meeting Johannesburg tomorrow to consider civil resistance. Am advising them against it as premature, India too weak to help them. Please cable your advice, Congress Kergabako, Johannesburg. 2 inches Harijan. This appeared under the title New Technique in Action. The statement was also published in the Hindu, April 6, 1939, and the Bombay Chronicle, May 6, 1939. 3. Vide discussion with Travancore State Congress Deputation, January 6, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 11. Against Sir C. P. Ramaswamy Iyer. But it is necessary to recognize that Travancoreans have not only to reckon with the Maharaja, but also with his doing. I also observe that several Travancorean critics have asserted that suspension has led to greater repression. These critics do not know that suspension was not advised in order to avoid repression, nor even in expectation of its being stopped. It was advised in order to avoid popular violence, no matter how caused or by whom instigated, if it was instigated. It was also advised in order to avoid brutalization of human nature. These two objects may be said to have been attained in a fair measure. It was also advised in order to pave the way for an honorable understanding with the authorities and to educate the people in the true way of ahimsa. These objects have still to be worked for. Here my new light, which I seem to see dimly, enables me to tender advice which, but for the light, I would perhaps not have been able to give with as much confidence as now. I am convinced that direct negotiation should be opened with the authorities. Hitherto the State Congress people have talked at the authorities and the latter at them. The result has been a widening of the gulf between the two. It would not do for a satyagrahi to argue that the approach must be mutual. That assumes the existence of the spirit of satyagraha in the authorities, whereas satyagraha is offered in respect of those who make no claim to be satyagrahis. Hence the first and the last work of a satyagrahi is ever to seek an opportunity for an honorable approach. Now this is impossible so long as the heart is steeled against a belief even in the possibility, let alone advisability, of such approach. And hitherto the impossibility has been unquestionably assumed. I have been a tacit party to it. I now know better. If the leaders have active ahimsa in them, they must cultivate a belief in the perfect possibility and necessity of such approach. And if they have that belief, the way will surely be open to them. In my own person, it is well known, I have always acted on that principle. In making such an approach it would be necessary to lower the key of our note. Our aim must remain what it is, but we must be prepared to negotiate for less than the whole so long as it is unmistakably of the same kind and has in it inherent possibility of expansion. I have found that nowhere, with the only exception of on one, are the princes ready to part with when the reformed on constitution became law on January 21st. It aimed at total transfer of power to the people. 12. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. All the power in favor of the people. Nor is the paramount power anxious for the people in the states to receive full responsible government. If I interpret its mind correctly, assuming that an institution can have a mind, it would be sorry if any state of importance copied the example of Gandhi. But, what is most important of all, the states people themselves, as a mass, are nowhere prepared to pay the price. There is no mistaking the awakening that has taken place in the states. But it is not enough for the great purpose to be attained. It will be well to recognize this fact. In aiming beyond our capacity we are likely to lose all. I would give much to have in all the states a reign of law instead of the reign of a person or persons, however well-meaning they may be. I can then see my way to build up responsible government on the solid foundation. But responsible government, which is only a gift without the will and the power of the people behind it, will be a mere paper responsibility, hardly worth the paper on which it may be printed. The second object of suspension is closely related to the foregoing. If it is a fact that the atmosphere for immediate responsible government among the states is not propitious and that the people are not ready to pay the price, it follows that they should have the proper training for it. I am not likely, lightly and in the near future, to advise mass satyagraha anywhere. There is neither adequate training nor discipline among the people. I have not the shadow of a doubt that the people at large should pass one or more positive tests. Mere abstention from physical violence will not answer our purpose. In the center of this program of positive tests I unhesitatingly put the spinning wheel and all it means. If there is quick response, this can be a short course. But it may well be a long course if the people do not make an enthusiastic response. I know no other program than the fourfold constructive program of 1920. If the people do not take it up wholeheartedly, It is proof enough for me that they have no ahimsa in them, or not the ahimsa of my conception, or, say, they have no confidence in the present leadership. For me there is no other test but what I have ever put before the nation since 1920. The new light tells me that I must not weaken as I have done before in exacting the discipline I have mentioned. I can quite clearly see my way to advise civil disobedience wherever the conditions mentioned are amply fulfilled. That civil disobedience will be individual but in terms of ahimsa far more effective than any mass civil disobedience of the past. I must own that the past movements have been more or less tainted. I have no. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 13. Regret for them. For I knew no better then. I had the sense and humility to retrace my steps whenever I discovered blunders. Hence the nation has gone forward from step to step. But the time has come for a radical change in the direction indicated. Thus my opinion on Travancore has resolved itself in the enunciation of my present mental condition and its reaction on the Travancore situation. To sum up, 1. Suspension of mass civil disobedience should be indefinite. 2. There should be the will among the State Congress people to open a way to honorable negotiation with the authorities. 3. There should be no anxiety about those satyagrahis who are in prison or new ones. If the spirit of satyagraha is rightly assimilated, these imprisonments and disabilities should harden the people. 4. The pitch of the immediate demands should be lowered if necessary, in order to quicken the progress towards the final goal. 5. The condition precedent to any civil disobedience is the fulfillment by the general mass of the constructive program as a test, if nothing more, of their coming under the discipline of the State Congress. It is hardly necessary for me to say that it is open to the workers to reject my advice. They should adopt it only if it appeals to their heads and their hearts and tallies with their own reading of the local situation, of which I own they must be better judges. 1 Bombay, June 4, 1939. Harijan, October 6, 1939. 12. Telegram to C. P. Ramaswamy Iyer. Sir C. P. Ramaswamy Trivandrum. Birla House, Bombay, June 5, 1939. Hope if State Congress adopt my advice to make generous response. You will. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 1 inch the decision, and after 5, Mahadov Desai explains that the Working Committee of the Travancore State Congress passed the following resolution: we accept Gandhiji's advice, and our acceptance fully warranted by the circumstances. But the responsibility for acceptance is entirely our own. 2. Vide the preceding item. 14. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 13. Telegram to Amrit Kaur. Bombay, June 5, 1939. Raikumari Amrit Kaur Simala. Not even able write 3 days. All well love. BAPU. From the original, CW 3916. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7225. 14. Telegram to Firazad Damri Birla House, Bombay, June 5, 1939. Firazad Damri Bhavnagar Read Daily Press and Harijan. Doing my best. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 15. Letter to Akbar Haidari Birla House, Bombay, June 5, 1939. DEAR Sir Akbar, many thanks for your letter of 30th ultimo and telegram. I am pleading with the arithmetists to give up civil disobedience and with you to grant their minimum request. It is unfortunate that the talks with Mr. Hollins broke down when I would still suggest your making a gesture. Of course, new construction should be subject to permission, which should be governed by fixed rules and times. You alone can end the agony. Why wait for the constitutional reform? Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. From a photostat, GN 6844. 1 Vide letter to the addressee, speech at Gandhi Seva Sanj meeting, Hudley, April 20, 1937. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 15. 16. Letter to Kunvar Sir Jagdish Prasad, June 5, 1939. DEAR Sir Jagdish, many thanks for your full letter of 31st ultimo on the SA Indian question. I share the hope with you that HM's government will make effective representations. The expression Commonwealth of Nations has no meaning for us if what is going on in SA, Kenya, etc., is its connotation. I had a full chat with Sir Gurjasankar 1.2 Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a copy, PRLO Papers. Courtesy, National Archives of India. 17. Letter to Midubin Petty. Bombay, June 5, 1939. Dear Sister, I have your letter. I wish your function success. You certainly have the blessings of us both. Blessings from Midubin Petty Kasturba Sivashram Maroli. BAPU. From a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/II. 18. Letter to Nirmala Gandhi and Sumitra Gandhi, Bombay, June 5, 1939. CHI. Nirmu, I received your letter. I am not sending over Kannam to you. You need not therefore wait for the day I leave. You should complete your studies there. The figure of expenditure you have put down for your books is correct. You may take charge of Kannam after you are free from there. Do not worry about him. You may send for Usha. 1 Sir Gurjasankar Bajpai to omission as in the source. 16. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. CHI. SUMI. I got your letter. Improve your handwriting, but however indifferent it may be, do keep writing to me. Blessings from Shri Nirmalban Gandhi. BAPU. Kanya Gurukula. Dehradun. UP. From the Gujarati original, Mrs. Sumitra Kulkarni Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 19. Letter to Balanath, Bombay, June 5, 1939. Bhai Balanath, I got your letter. The aims should not be changed now. Developments in Jaipur and other places may be awaited. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 1376. 20. Telegram to Amrit Kaur Kumari, Amrit Kaur Manorville, Simla W. Bombay, June 6, 1939. Frontier morning. Visit expect. Postponed. You there. Reaching Sagaon. 8th Bapu. From the original, CW. 3917. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7226. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 17. 21. Telegram to Mirabin. Mirabin Care Postmaster Mantra again held GP1. Till end month. Bombay, June 6, 1939. BAPU. From the original, CW. 6444. Courtesy, Mirabin. Also GN. 10039. 22. Interview to Kolhapur State Praja Parishad Deputation, Bombay, June 6, 1939. That he would not object to any state, which is really ready for it, resorting to the direct step of civil resistance towards achieving responsible government, and that he always recommended it to such states, but that he would not be willing to allow any state to launch satyagraha unless he was satisfied that the state was fully prepared for it, was the view expressed by Gandhiji. The deputation asked Gandhiji several questions to which he gave answers. The following are some of the questions and answers. Q. Even in spite of the fact that at present the Kolhapur state authorities are not in a mood to negotiate with the parishad workers, in view of your latest statement too on the Travancore state, should negotiations be started with the state authorities? A. My statement is meant only for the Travancore state. I know more than anyone that the state authorities in any state are never willing to have negotiations with their people. This I have realized from the talks I had with Mr. Virawala in Raikot. Negotiations should always be started in an honorable way, and for such negotiations there should be a suitable and proper atmosphere. If that is not possible in your state, it is far better for you not to start negotiations at an immature time. I found that opportunity and I have issued that statement concerning Travancore only. 1. The reference is to the postponement of visit to the frontier province. Vide the preceding item. 2. Vide statement on Travancore, April 6, 1939. 18. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Q. What should the workers do on whom notices have been served by the Durbar to be present before the court, failing which their properties will be confiscated? A. There is no objection in being present before a court. But it would be noble to lose the properties remaining outside the state and to work for ideals, like Garibaldi, Mazzini, etc. It is a sin even to hold properties in a state where no law prevails. Here you may think that the people will think in a different way about your staying outside the state and they will get demoralized. But if you really lose your property and if the people are convinced that you work sincerely for them, you need not fear demoralization of any kind in them. You should always be sure that self-sacrifice carries public support. The Hindu, October 6, 1939, 23. Notes: leaders must lead. A Kutch worker came in yesterday and said, "Some leaders in Kutch are telling the people there that but for your stopping civil disobedience they would today be enjoying responsible government or something near it." I must deny having stopped civil disobedience in Kutch or for the matter elsewhere. All I gave was my opinion. I had told Shri Mulrai, who had come to consult me, that the workers should weigh my opinion in the light of their own personal experience of things and adopt it only if it coincided with their own experience. I should be noted that my opinion was not given publicly. If it was not acceptable to the local leaders, it need never have been published. Even now in Kutch as elsewhere, responsible leaders are free to act according to their own judgment. We should never develop the requisite qualities of leadership, unless leaders shoulder responsibility and even dare to commit mistakes in acting contrary to the advice of persons like me. Here there would be no question of indiscipline, for I am not in active command anywhere. I give advice as an expert when reference is made to me. Those who seek my advice will wrong themselves and those whom they lead, if they will suppress their own judgment when it seems contrary to mine, especially when mine is not based on direct local knowledge. Jaipur again. Things are moving much too slow in Jaipur. The papers reported that a settlement between the Durbar and the people was imminent. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 19. And that Seth Jamnalalji and his co-workers would be free. The matters in dispute seemed to be incredibly simple. Civil disobedience was decided upon only to vindicate civil liberty. It was resorted to when even the right of the Praja Mandal to function for the purpose of educating the people in a constitutional manner to agitate for local responsible government in the state was questioned. Some time ago a communiqué was issued by the Durbar setting forth the conditions for the recognition of the Praja Mandal. Surely the Durbar could easily have adjusted the conditions to suit the civil disobedience leaders. Thus, for instance, the condition that no office holder of the local association shall be also an office holder of any political association outside the state seems to be vexatious. Why should Seth Jamnalalji be disqualified from being president of the Praja Mandal by reason of his being a member of the Working Committee of the National Congress? Or is the condition specially aimed at him? An explanation is necessary. There are other conditions which too require elucidation. The last two are, 1. That the association shall undertake to represent aspirations and grievances of the people of the Jaipur state through the proper channel as they develop from time to time under the constitution established by His Highness the Maharaja Sahib Bahadur, and 2. That membership shall be restricted to persons domiciled in Jaipur state. Both are vague. Why should the people not be free to advocate reforms in advance of what the state is prepared to grant? But the meaning of the penultimate condition seems to restrict this natural right. And the term domicile is a risky legal term of little political use. Why should not the homely word resident be used instead? Bombay, June 7, 1939. Origin, October 6, 1939. 24. Letter to Satyanand Sagaon, Warda, June 8, 1939. My dear Satyanand, 1, has preserved many letters for me to read when I can. I can just now find yours of 31st March in this bundle. I have devoured its contents with avidity simply because it is your letter. 1 S.E. Stokes, Christian missionary, social worker and close associate of C.F. Andrews. An American naturalized as a British subject, married an Indian Christian and lived in Khatgar near Simla. A Congress worker. Was arrested in 1921. 20. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. I never knew that you had gone to Vienna. What was the operation for? Was it not successful? I have never appreciated the homage paid to the Vienna surgeons. However, this is all by the way. I do hope your incapacity is not permanent. As to the great question raised by you, my reading of Gita and interpretation of Ahimsa is different from yours. I do not believe that killing in war can never be done without anger or zest. As I believe in unadulterated Ahimsa, I am groping as to India's duty. I am shirking the national solution. I discuss without coming to a decision. My own individual conduct is determined. But I quite agree with you that national can be exactly the opposite. My present mood is to ask the working committee to decide for itself. It was not without cause that God prompted me to cease even to remain a foreigner member of the Congress. Hence there is no moral obligation on me to give an opinion. At the same time, if I felt the call, I should not hesitate to announce my opinion. As it is, I am praying for light. How is Mrs. Stokes? What are the children doing? How long were you away? Mahadev was ailing, as you might have known. He is fully restored now. He is with me. PRL has stayed in Bombay for his teeth. We all go back to Bombay on 21st. Love. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL 25. Letter to Narahari D. Parakh Sagaon, June 8, 1939. CHI. Narahari, Mtelban seems to have engrossed herself there in working among the Muslim women. Guide her and give her whatever help you can. She has taken the money with her and will credit it there, but see that the work is not held up for want of funds. Either Sardar or I will remit the money. Rijlabin 1 is going to talk to Sardar about it. I have told Ramjabhai that if he does not trust you, he should not expect any guidance from me. His letter is enclosed. Blessings from BAPU 1 Rijla Sarabhai. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 21. P.S. We will be returning to Bombay on the 22nd. From a photostat of the Gujarati, SN. 91-16-26. Letter to Krishnakandra Sagaon, June 8, 1939. CHI. Krishnakandra, I could not write to you from Bombay. We reached Sagaon today. PRL has stayed back for nursing Manjula and attending to his own teeth. We are going again to Bombay on the 20th. Thence probably by the 1st of July to the frontier. What I wrote one to you was not in the spirit of fault-finding. It was to give expression to my own feelings. The desire to stay with me is not at all a wrong thing. It is only when such desire comes in the way of service that it should cause concern. There was no such problem in your case. You have to stay there with Balkrishna as long as it suits him. Balvansana says you can go to Panchgani whenever necessary. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 43-1827. Letter to SATIS Chandra Das Gupta Sagaon, Warda, June 9, 1939. DEARSATIS Babu, your letter and enclosures make sad reading. Distribution of a few thousand rupees among the people would be a false salve for conscience. The work you may provide would be a fraud, for they will eat only Rangoon rice. The case presented by Humprabha is one not for finding temporary work for a few, but it is for an agitation for banishing rice mills and Rangoon rice. To this end you should see Subhas Babu, Dr. Ray, and the Premier. You will not hesitate to see the other ministers if found necessary. You should put before them a faithful picture of the condition of the villagers and trace the cause of the misery. You will equally strongly present your remedy. You will invite letter to Chandan Parekh, May 24, 1939. 22. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Find perhaps that all the parties will take up the cause and you will have solved a ticklish problem without much difficulty. Should it prove otherwise, you will still have done the only possible thing. Your diagnosis must be faultless and your remedy perfect. Could you give the villagers any of the processes in matchmaking, road making, tank digging, or any other work of public utility? Who are the villagers? If they are Muslims, your work will be easier. If my idea does not commend itself to you and you need funds for starting relief, you should go to the Marwari Relief Society and Kancham Dasji. Tell Humprabha that I write up the papers she sent me regarding Anada. Anada has a reply for everything she has to say. Love. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL 28. Letter to Binod Kanungo 1 on or after June 9, 1939, to what can I do about the undoubtedly improper appointments? If a proper complaint is made before the working committee, something may be possible. Where public opinion is unsound and non-existent, the things you describe will happen. Yours. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL 29. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sagaon, June 10, 1939. My dear idiot, I have your letter. Absence of wire from you had prepared me for your no. Though we were all expecting you last evening for certain and I had made all sorts of preparations for you, your letter makes it clear that you did well in not coming, not because I had no work for you but because your work there, which is also mine, is more. One. The letter was in reply to a joint letter dated June 9 from Binod Kanungo and Gurkendra Das, who had protested against the appointment of Govinda Misra, Bansidhar Ratha and Godasi Mahapatra as inspectors of Orissa Pradesh Congress Committee. 2 Ibid. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 23. Important than what I had devised for you. It would be better for you to be with me in August, when I expect to return from the frontier. I am not going to Kashmir unless J.L. comes and takes me there. I wish you will cease to think that I misunderstand you. Whatever be the truth, you must be cheerful. Love. P.S. Sharda came in today from Surat. Tyrant. From the original, C.W. 3918. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also G.N. 7227. 30. Meaning of prohibition. His Grace the Archbishop of Bombay has been kind enough to send me letter 1 and a copy of his address to the Rotary Club against prohibition. I have read both with the respect and attention their author deserves. My study of His Grace's letter and address at once revealed a serious flaw for which I must be held primarily responsible. The word prohibition is a misnomer for what the Bombay government and the other provincial governments where the Congress controls the ministries are doing regarding the liquor trade. What the governments are in reality doing is not prohibiting drink, but they are closing liquor shops which are absolutely under government control. The shop owners have no statutory protection save what they get from year to year. Every owner of a liquor shop knows that his license may not be renewed next year. He may be even outbidden if he possesses a country liquor or toddy license, as these are auctioned every year. Therefore the licensees have no vested interest in their licenses beyond the year for which they are held, and then too subject to the observance of the stringent conditions laid down for them. Therefore I claim that the law for the abolition of liquor licenses is an ordinance of reason for the common good made and promulgated for the community by the competent authority. All that the state is doing is to remove from the drinker the temptation or the facility which the state considers as harmful to him except for medicinal purposes. The Archbishop says, to win the allegiance of body, of mind. One the letter dated June 1, from T.D. Roberts, the Archbishop, was published separately in the same issue of Harijan. 24. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. And of heart needed by any law. That law must be just, that is to say, the conscience of millions must say this is just. I have no difficulty in endorsing the proposition. Viewed in the manner indicated by me, the state does not need to carry with it the conscience of millions. But I hold that India is the one place in the world where the conscience of the millions would justify the law of abolition of the state trade in intoxicating liquors and drugs. There is no need to take any referendum. It consists in the overwhelming number of legislators approving of the law. Let me remind His Grace of the past history of this great reform movement. It began with the grand old man, Dadabhai Naoroji. In 1920 it became an integral part of the Congress constructive program. In the absence of political power, the Congress arranged an elaborate program of picketing liquor and opium shops. In this program thousands of men and women took part all over India. All communities including Parsis took part in the picketing program. Attempts were made even in the days of non-cooperation to induce the authorities to undertake the abolition legislation. Without exception they pleaded financial inability, never the impropriety of so-called interference with the right of the people to be supplied with liquor by the state. Indeed, one minister told me that if I would help him to raise the revenue needed to make up for the loss caused by the drop in the drink revenue, he would introduce prohibition at once. It is an open secret that the reform has been delayed simply for the sake of the revenue. In other words, the people have been tempted to drink for the sake of raising the revenue. The black history of the opium trade bears out the truth of this statement. Those who speak in the name of individual freedom do not know their India. There is as much right of a person to demand drinking facilities from the state as there is to demand facilities for the supply of public women for the satisfaction of his animal passion. I hope that those who pride themselves on their moderation in drinking will not feel hurt by the illustration I have taken. In this country we are not used to legislation for the regulation of vice. But in countries like Germany the houses of women who sell their virtue are licensed. I do not know what will be more resented in those countries, the stopping of the licenses for the houses of ill fame or the houses of drink. When woman realizes her dignity she will refuse to sell her virtue, and those members of the sex who are jealous of its honor will move heaven and earth to have legalized prostitution abolished. Will it be then contended that such abolition will go hard with the prostitutes? Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 25. And their dependents whose only means of livelihood depended upon this calling? I plead that social workers cannot work effectively so long as licensed liquor dens continue to lure the drinkers to enter them. It is curious that in all India any opposition to prohibition comes from the Parsis. They pride themselves on their temperance and resent what they call encroachment upon their personal liberty. They also make it a grievance that the Europeans have been given facilities, thus constituting a bar sinister against Asiatics. I have already pleaded one with the Parsis that they should rise superior to their habit and allow the great reform to proceed with their active cooperation. As to the alleged bar sinister, let me point out that a bar sinister is imposed from without. In the case in point we the Asiatics voluntarily recognize the limitations of the Europeans. But even they have to secure exemption and submit to regulations. The proper course for the Parsi friends would be to agitate, if they wish, for the removal of the discrimination, not use it for securing similar exemption for themselves. His Grace has further argued that if the price to be paid for removing the temptation of drink from the drunkard is out of all proportion to the good attempted, the reform is harmful. The proposition is well stated, but it is a matter of opinion whether the price to be paid is out of all proportion to the good attempted. I have endeavored to show that the whole of the excise policy has been not to supply any felt want but to increase the revenue. I would invite the Archbishop to study the history of the excise administration. He will find that all the advanced legislators have condemned the policy in unmeasured terms. The price that is being paid for the attempted reform is insignificant if the history is borne in mind. And even the insignificant price will not have to be paid, if the Archbishop and the influential Parsi friends will lead an agitation for the reduction in the wholly indefensible army expenditure and free the money thus saved for the purpose of bringing about all India abolition of the liquor traffic. It is an overdue reform. They should congratulate the Bombay ministers on their courage in levying a tax which was the easiest to be borne. But I have no doubt that the ministry will gladly remit the tax, if they are helped by the central government. Only they could not delay the reform whilst they were fighting the central government single-handed. Let all the parties recognize the necessity of the reform when vide interview to Parsi deputation, February 6, 1939. 26. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi, and demand justice from the central government, and the hardship referred to by the Archbishop will be reduced almost to a nullity. There is a curious question asked of Dr. Gilder 1. To do the Archbishop justice, I must copy the question in his own words. Does he admit that there are several kinds of intoxication which have nothing at all to do with drink? Drunkenness paralyzes the reason and wrecks homes. But the intoxication of false ideals is now wrecking whole nations and the world itself. Moreover, does Dr. Gilder admit that such intoxication is highly infectious? He will hardly deny it, knowing as he does the recent history of the nations. Then will he tell us, is India necessarily immune from the infection of false ideals which intoxicate? This suggests that the exercise by the state of the undoubted discretion to stop the issue of drink shop licenses is a false ideal which intoxicates and which has infected Dr. Gilder. Of course, everything is possible in this world. But I venture to suggest that this abolition, being a half-century-old national cry, is not likely to be a false, intoxicating and infectious ideal. An ideal that is false and intoxicating and highly infectious must in its nature be temporary. The last paragraph of the address is a question addressed to me. The half-dozen lines are packed with suggestions which hardly answer known facts. Thus His Grace suggests, among other things, prohibition tends to be regarded by its advocates not as one possible course but as the only possible religion. Nobody has called it a religion. After having stated the proposition, His Grace ends, the author of the Creed of Truth and Non-Violence will not resent this last question, is he still quite certain that all religions are true? In any other mouth I would consider the question to be unpardonable. But I do not expect a busy administrator like the Archbishop of Bombay to study all a man like me may say or to verify his quotations. His question, to tally with what I have said, should have been, is he still quite certain that all the known great religions of the earth are equally true? My answer to this revised question would be, emphatically yes. Only the revised question is obviously irrelevant to the Archbishop's thesis. His Grace has propounded a conundrum in his letter which now hardly needs a separate answer. So far as I know, the ministers have no qualms of conscience. They are robbing no one. All trade is pre. 1 Dr. D. Gilder, Health and Excise Minister of Bombay. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 27. Carious. Liquor trade is doubly so everywhere. The Bombay government are straining every nerve to see that poor traders do not suffer avoidable hardships. There is one sentence in the letter which makes me pause. The last few months have convinced me that the cause of charity in Bombay is threatened with a shattering blow. All the Archbishop's beliefs have been based, as I think I have shown, on unproved assumptions. I should want proof for this unqualified assertion. If the cause of charity is threatened as stated, I would request him to produce the proof before the ministers, and I doubt not that they will soon set the thing right. The Archbishop's last paragraph in his letter is worthy of his high office. Only his offer appears to be conditional. 1. Let him and his assistants and disciples unconditionally become total abstainers and help the noble cause of temperance. They will lighten the task of the lawgiver and help to make of the abolition of liquor traffic the success that it deserves to be in this land where the public conscience, that is, the conscience of the dumb millions, is undoubtedly in favor of the abolition. Sagaon, June 11, 1939. Harijan, June 17, 1939. 31. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sagaon, Warda, June 12, 1939. My dear Amrit, I have your letter. Of course everything is forgiven you. The fact is I have not felt offended against you. My love burns as bright as ever. It is little worth if it cannot stand the heart pourings of loved ones. I simply gave you my reactions to your letters. You are as much wanted here as ever. You will find me not in the least altered, or if altered, it will be for the better. I shall know how much more tender you are than I had believed you to be. One the Archbishop had said, I would gladly promise, as so many thousands of priests have done, ever to drink alcoholic liquor except at the times when we believe its use enjoined by God in His own temple. 2. Vide letter to Amrit Kaur, May 26, 1939, May 28, 1939, and October 6, 1939. 28. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Naveen is in Bombay tending his sister. His address is Care Dr. Shah, Polyclinic, Queens Road, Bombay. Love. BAPU from the original, CW. 3919. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 722832. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sagaon, Warda, June 13, 1939. My dear idiot, I have your 2 letters the same day. Not having been able to write to you for 3 days, I have sent you a wire in Hindi which I hope you had no difficulty in understanding. Of course I shall try to soothe 1. But she is a most difficult person to please. But my effort continues after my own style. I have written to Sir Kailash too. Copy of the letter Mahadev will send with this. I do hope you are more composed than before. Said Mahmud and his children were in Sagaon for 3 days. They went this evening. No more just now. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW. 3920. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 722933. Letter to Salam Sagaon, Warda, June 13, 1939. DEAR daughter, 3. I got your letter. I do not know how to keep you happy. I have told you that I accept financial responsibility to the tune of Rs 2000. I have also told you that you can say you recognize me alone, and number 1, the name is illegible in the source. To Kailash Narain Haxar, personal advisor to the Maharaja of Jammu and Kashmir. Gandhiji was to visit Kashmir as Haxar's guest. The visit was, however, cancelled. Vide statement to the press, July 22, 1939. 3. The superscription is in Urdu. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 29. One else as the source of the money. But I did not say, nor did I mean, that I would not take the money if Sardar gave it. How can I accept such restrictions? I am not different from Sardar. Why should it take so much of my time to explain such a simple thing? I have said you can spend moderate amounts on medicines. Have I not made everything clear now? Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. I am well. Blessings from P.S. BAPU. This will be posted on the 14th. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN. 421. 34. Interview to Mysore Congress REPRESENTATIVES 1 Sagaon, June 13, 1939. If the proposed reforms are unacceptable as you fear they are likely to be, you may take no part in working them. But regarding offering any opposition to them, you must be the best judges. What I have said in my statement to on Travancore does not apply wholly to any single state. You must study the general principles laid down in it and do what you think fit. Do not ask me to judge whether Mysore is well organized or ill organized. You are the best judges. Facts themselves are opinions. If you are ready, you are ready, irrespective of what I may say. 1. The interview is extracted from Mahadev Desai's The Decision and After 4 in Harijan. The Hindu reported, H.C. Desapa, President, Mysore Congress, acquainted Gandhiji with the present political situation, struggles undergone, agreements entered into at Sardar Patel's and Mr. Kripalani's intercession, government's recent denial of agreement itself and how the State Congress had to withdraw from Reforms Committee and constitutional bodies. He referred to uncontradicted forecasts of reforms recommended by Reforms Committee which contemplates introducing a very dilute hierarchical form of government and which is quite disappointing and unacceptable. Mr. Desapa said, considering all circumstances, it is impossible to achieve responsible government without struggle and the country state subjects was prepared for carrying the struggle on strictly peaceful lines. 2. Vide Statement of Travancore, April 6, 1939. 30. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. The readiness may be of two kinds. You may be able to embarrass government sufficiently by making a big enough demonstration which invites shooting or compels them to yield. But the demonstration may not be non-violent as I am defining it. Not that my definition has changed. There is only a difference of emphasis. I formerly compromised non-violence in the belief that thereby India would progress further on the path of non-violence, but that belief was not fulfilled. So the non-violence that you display may appear to be effective but it may not be unadulterated non-violence in thought, word and deed. If it is not, I should rule it out. What I would not rule out today I cannot say. I have come up to the point of saying, in the language of the Vedic seer, Neti, Neti not this, but I have not yet been able to say, it is this, it is this. That is because I have not seen the full light yet. 1. That school says, we believe both in violence and non-violence, for sometimes non-violence answers, and we resort to non-violence because it appears to be best under the circumstances. But for me means and ends are convertible terms, and non-violence and truth are therefore the end, so long as the end conceived has not been attained. But in Raikot I compromised the means. I was weighed in my own scales and found wanting. But no harm has been done because I retrieved my error immediately I saw it. My surrender was not due to weakness, it was a surrender out of the fullness of strength. It came out of non-violence which for me is the weapon of the bravest and not of the weak. I will not be guilty of encouraging cowards amongst us, or of allowing people to hide their weakness under cover of non-violence. You will say that you will not make a declaration about non-violence or satyagraha or civil disobedience. It need not on that account be the reverse of any of these. But you will say, after having read all that Gandhiji has written, or has been written about in Harijan, we have come to the conclusion that we must not bandy about these technical expressions. Whether you call it violent or non-violent, we offer what resistance we can and what we feel our people are ready to. 1. Referring to this middle course which is neither violence nor non-violence, Mahadev Desai explains, Mr. Case gave the appropriate word for it on violent coercion which he made the title of his book. In fact there is a school of thought in India which makes no secret of it, and says, Satyagraha of Gandhiji's definition is not for us, non-violent coercion is what we understand. Vol. 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 31. Offer. If you want further guidance, you should approach Vallabhbhai who has been handling this movement and Pandit Jawaharlal who is the chairman of the States Committee. I come in as author of Satyagraha, but for the moment I am bankrupt. My faith is brighter than ever but I have not seen the full light. I am advising Travancore, Raikot, and to a certain extent Alcher, as I have been constantly guiding them. But even with regard to them I have been tendering my advice which it is for them to accept or reject. But I would ask you to see the Sardar who has a marvelous capacity of separating wheat from chaff. He is no visionary like Jawaharlal and me. For bravery he is not to be surpassed. If he had any sentiment in him, he has suppressed it. Once he makes up his mind he steels it against all argument. He has all the making of a soldier. Even I do not argue with him, but of course he allows me to lay down the law. He will always be the people's man. He cannot hit it off with the people in power. See him. He has studied the situation, and he may be able to make concrete suggestions. Have the setting from Jawaharlal and the concrete suggestions from the Sardar. I love Mysore and Missourians. I like spending days together at Belur and Alabidu, but I cannot go there for sightseeing. I can go there only if duty calls one. Harijan, June 24, 1939. Also the Hindu, June 16, 1939-35. Letter to Prithvi Singh Sagaon, Warda, June 14, 1939. DEAR Prithvi Singh, your letter of 27th May is very good. It shows that you have no difficulty in understanding the working of Ahimsa. There are many who swear by Ahimsa but have not understood my step. I have not given up the attempt to secure possession of your book. Attempts continue to be made about the release of the political prisoners. There are difficulties in the way. But for those who only know the non-violent way, success is contained in the effort itself. And when this paragraph is reproduced from the Hindu, which added, it is understood that Gandhiji received an invitation also from Sir Mirza Ismail, Dewan of Mysore, to take a trip to Mysore for health, which also Gandhiji found impossible to accept. 32. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Prisoners who believe in non-violence regard prison life and the outside with indifference. They serve whether in prison or outside. I hope to go to the frontier province early July when both Mahadev and PRLO will be with me. One of them will surely see you. Love. BAPU from a photostat, GN. 5635. Also CW. 2946. Courtesy, Prithvi Singh 36. Letter to Chandan Parikh Sagaon, Warda, June 14, 1939. CHI. Chandan, I have your letter. Now that Amritlal Nanavati is with you, get well soon. There is no harm in your having written to your distant cousin about Harbhai. Send me more details about the home school when you get it. I shall certainly be surprised if you again start teaching the girls. Do go to Ahmedabad for treatment if you think it necessary to do so. Blessings from BAPU from Gujarati, CW. 952. Courtesy, Satish D. Kalkar 37. Statement to the PRESS1 Sagaon, June 14, 1939. It is a pity that Shri Sarat Chandra Bose and Lalit Chandra Das had to resign from the Prisoners' Release Advisory Committee too when they found that they could not make further headway and that their views differed from those of their colleagues and of the government. 1. This is extracted from Bengal Political Prisoners. According to the source, the statement was given in releasing the letter dated May 31, 1939, from Sarat Chandra Bose, leader of the opposition, Bengal Legislative Assembly. Vide Appendix Letter from Sarat Chandra Bose, May 31, 1939. 2. Appointed by the Bengal government. It started working from December 1938. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 33. They had no option. I had hoped, when the committee was formed, that they would evolve a joint scheme whereby the question of political prisoners would be solved on an all-India basis and on non-party lines. Provincial autonomy should have meant at least the release of all political prisoners throughout India, especially when they declare their faith in non-violence as the vast majority, if not all, have done. The releases already effected have shown that there is no danger of revival of terrorism such as the country has known. Therefore I would suggest that Shri Sarat Chandra Bose and Lalit Chandra Das be re-invited to serve on the committee and a formula be found so as to satisfy their viewpoint. It would be unfortunate if a hurricane agitation were to be restarted on an issue which does not warrant any such agitation and which is capable of being decided by mutual accommodation. I hope that my appeal won to the government of Bengal not to abandon the policy of conciliation they had adopted on this very important question of the release of political prisoners will not go in vain. It ought to be enough for them that the prisoners have declared their faith in non-violence. I hope that the prisoners will not be restless but will allow friendly effort to take its course without the interruption of a hunger strike or the like. I would ask them to continue the dignified restraint they have so wisely observed. Harijan, June 24, 1939. 38. Telegram to Miraban. Mirabai Care Birla House, New Delhi. Wardagan, June 15, 1939, 2. Come first. Sagaon. 18th or reach Bombay 20 Bapu. From the original, CW 6440. Courtesy, Miraban. Also GN. 10,035. One Vide Statement to the Press, April 13, 1938 and April 10, 1938. Also Statement on Bengal Government's Communique, November 21, 1937. 2. The postmark is illegible in the source. Vide, however, the following item. 34. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 39. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sagaon, Warda, June 15, 1939. My dear idiot, I wonder if I ever told you that you were to write to Sardar Datar Singh, your dairy friend, whether he is now prepared to receive Balwant Singh in his dairy near Lahore and give him the necessary training. You will remember that he said he would gladly take him as soon as he had put his branch dairy in Lahore in order. You will tell him all about Balwant Singh, that he has considerable practical experience of handling cattle but that he has no knowledge of English. He belongs to Kurja and hence his mother tongue is Hindi. He is now picking up Urdu. Lilavati 1 went today to Bombay for her matriculation. She was wavering but I told her it was the best thing to do. Sharda has come in. I've no doubt that she is bearing. She is likely to be in Sagaon for a few months. Shankaran is not over well. Mira seems to have become ill on the high altitude and is due in Birla House tomorrow. I am asking to her to see me in Bombay. I hope you are well and that you had a good time at the educational meeting. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW. 3921. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Aslo. GN. 7230. 1 Lilavati Asar 2 Vide the preceding item. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 35. 40. Letter to Kapil Rai Parekh. Sagaon, Warda, June 15, 1939. By Kapil Rai. I have your letter. Let us hope that there will be no partiality in bicker. But I cannot interfere. I think you should personally go and see Munshiji in Bombay. Blessings from Shri Kapil Rai Parekh. BAPU. Gorge's Bungalow Rakhad, Ahmedabad. From Gujarati, CW. 9828. Courtesy, Kapil Rai Parekh. 41. Letter to Mithuradas Trikunji Sagaon, Warda, June 15, 1939. CHI. Mithuradas, I am sending Captain Gokhale's lectures in a separate cover. You have to think about only one point in those lectures. You need not read them if you do not want to. He says that schools should be run only from 7:00 am to 11:30 am, so that the health of the pupils is not harmed by the sun. Is this possible in Bombay? If the health of the students demands it, it should be made possible. How many parses are likely to be affected by the new levy? How far is it a valid argument that it will adversely affect the charities? I feel that an estimate can be obtained only from your end. Have it prepared. This argument should be effectively answered. If there is no answer, the mistake should be corrected. 1 Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, PRLO papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladevi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar. 1 For Gandhiji's article on the resistance of the Parsi community to the liquor policy of the Congress. Ibid, pages 387-9. 36. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 42. Letter to Amtu Salam Sagaon, Warda, June 15, 1939 DEAR daughter, when I have your letter, everything will work out well. Be patient. Don't worry yourself over money. Keep in touch with the Muslim Leaguers. When you were invited by them to a dinner, you should have gone. You should not be angry with them even in your heart. Propagation of khadi is our mission. Do not forget the vow to wear khadi. One may spin thin yarn and weave fine and colored cloth. If we gave up the vow to wear khadi, we would be lost. Take care of your health. Ba and Kanam too may perhaps go there when I leave for the frontier. Give the enclosed to Lakshmidas Bhai 3. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 402-43. A letter June 16, 1939 For me if ahimsa is not applicable to all walks of life, it is no use. My experiments therefore must have that end in view. I may correct myself 1,000 times but I am not likely to give up an experiment in which visible results have been attained. This earthly life is a blend of the soul and the body, spirit and matter. We know the soul only through the body and so shall we know true ahimsa through its action in the daily life. From the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai. 1. The superscription is in Urdu to son of Ramdas Gandhi. Also called Kanna and Kano 3 Lakshmidas Asar. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 37. 44. Letter to Devdas Gandhi Sagaon, Wardha, June 16, 1939 CHI. Devdas, I had carefully preserved your letter of the 30th. I could reach it only today. I could never be unmindful of Jawaharlal's feelings. But when it becomes one's dharma to express a certain view, what else can one do? When saying something becomes absolutely necessary, it would be violation of truth to suppress it for anybody's sake. I restrained my pen to a great extent for the sake of Jawaharlal. I had long talks with him and even showed him your opinion. One may say that as a result we came to understand each other better. The differences, however, persist. We will bear with each other. You also should do the same. Time will do its work. I understand your views regarding the people around me. Let me deal with the problems in my own way. The program is as follows: from June 21 to July 1, Bombay, then most probably in the frontier province. Ba and Kanam will most probably go to the Harjan Ashram, Sabarmati. Today one Lilavati left for Bombay for her studies. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 2031-45. Letter to Krishnakandra Sagaon, Wardha, June 16, 1939 CHI. Krishnakandra, I have read all your letters. Whether the climate there suits Balkrishna's health can be judged only after an adjustment of diet. Y has less rains and you can perhaps get good milk there. If Y suits you better you can go there. It is said that Panchgani is good for TB patients despite the rains. We have to be guided by Balkrishna's reactions. If he does not feel better there, come over here. We are leaving for Bombay on the 20th. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 43-19-1 Vide. However, letter to Amrit Kaur, June 15, 1939. 38. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 46. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sagaon, Wardha, June 17, 1939 CHI. Amrit, yes, a tyrant I am, but non-violent. My tyranny too arises from love. Therefore it only does good to the victim, does it not? 1. I hope you had no difficulty in deciphering my wire. I purposely wrote the wire in Hindi to make it ununderstandable save by you. It was my first or second attempt to send my wire in Hindi. If it was tyranny, it was tyranny of love. The draft Muslim League Resolution 2 on basic education is revealing. If I succeed in going to the frontier, You will join me at some station during my return journey and have the luxury of traveling third class with me on your line. I understand. S3 message. I am writing to him. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW3922. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7231. 1. This paragraph is in Hindi. 2. The resolution which rejected the Warda scheme of basic education was passed by the Working Committee meeting of the League held in Bombay on July 2 and 3. 3. The name is illegible in the source. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 39. 47. Letter to Atulanand Chakrabarti Sagaon, Warda, June 17, 1939. DEAR Atulanand, I have your letter. I can make no suggestions. My mind somehow runs in a different direction. The disease has gone too deep for books to help. Some big action is necessary. What, I do not know as yet. I wish you could see this very obvious thing. One yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi Shri Atulanand Chakrabarti 166 Prairies JATINDAS Road P.O. Kalighat, Calcutta. From a photostat, CW 1481. Courtesy, A.K. Sen. 48. Letter to Vanamala Parakh Sagaon, Warda, June 17, 1939. CHI. Vanamala, your friend is sitting near me and I have heard from her plenty of stories about your sense of humor. I hope you are adding to it there. I have your letter. Guess who this friend of yours is? Perfect your Urdu. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 5787. Blessings from BAPU. 1. Reproducing a part of this letter in the Life of Mahatma Gandhi, pages 338, Louis Fisher explains, Atulanand continued to concentrate on the Hindu-Muslim tension and suggested a book about it. Vide also letter to Atulanand Chakrabarti, August 28, 1937. 40. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 49. Letter to Samangal Prakash Sagaon, Warda, June 17, 1939. CHI. Samangal, I have your letter. Do write what you feel you must. It is not as if you had to follow my advice. You must follow the dictates of your inner voice. T is good you decided to get married. I have no girl in view. Only your own endeavor can bear fruit. You must be patient. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of Hindi, Samangal Prakash Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Museum and Library 50. Letter to Nirmala Gandhi and Sumitra Gandhi Sagaon, Warda, June 17, 1939. CHI. Nimusumi, I got your letter. Kanam is here sitting with me. He keeps me talking to him. So how am I to complete this letter? For the present, you should continue with your studies there. Do not worry about Kanam. We will think about the matter after I return from the frontier province. One Ba will go to live in the Harijan ashram for the present. Kanam will study there. Blessings from BAPU. From the Gujarati original, Mrs. Sumitra Kulkarni Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorials Museum and Library. 1. Gandhiji returned from a tour of the frontier province on July 27, reaching Sagaon on the 28th. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 41. 51. A letter June 18, 1939. DEAR friend, I delayed writing to you in the hope of being able to send you a more helpful reply to your kind letter of the 15th ultimo. But I cannot go beyond saying that you should act in accordance with your lights. You should be the sole judge of the situation there, and seeing that our own non-violence has been found to be skin deep, I have not the courage to propose anything worthy of your consideration. This does not mean that my faith in non-violence has suffered any diminution. Yours sincerely, from the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai 52. Letter to S. Satyamurti Sagaon, Warda, June 18, 1939. My dear Satyamurti, I am quite at one with you about congressmen not being able to belong to any other political organization. But nobody will go so far. Your other suggestions are also worthy of consideration. My influence is limited as it should be. After all, I'm not in touch with the working of the organization. I suggest your pressing your points at the AICC meeting 1. But you must not come at the sacrifice of your health. I am keeping your letter with me. I shall let Rajan Babu and others see it. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi, from the original S. Satyamurthy Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Also CW 10199. Courtesy, Government of Tamil Nadu. 1. This was to be held in Bombay from June 24 to 27. 42. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 53. Letter to Kakalbhai Kothari 1. June 18, 1939. By Kakalbhai, I got your misty vaporings about Raikot. I glanced through the thing. I saw nothing in it but rhetoric. But isn't rhetoric your life? How then can you help yourself? If you have patience, one day you will realize the truth of these remarks of mine. Blessings from Gujarati. BAPU. From the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai. 54. Letter to Milrai. June 18, 1939. By Milrai. I have your English letter. I thought you could write in Gujarati. I am sure you will be able to read this. Otherwise ask someone to read it to you. I adhere to my view. Even in Travancore and Jaipur, where I have some control over the movement, I give advice only when asked. What else, then, can I do for Kutch? Please, therefore, understand that I accept no responsibility for stopping civil disobedience in Kutch too. The responsibility rests entirely on you workers. You may make public use of this letter. From Gujarati. M.K. Gandhi. From the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai. 55. How far? With reference to my advice 3 to the state's people to lower their demands if necessary, a correspondent asks, how far are the people to go and what reduction, if any, is suggested or contemplated, for instance, in the Jaipur demand, which has been practically. One Congress worker of Saurashtra and editor of Gujarati Daily, Prabhat, published from Ahmedabad to Vide, also notes, subtitle, Leaders Must Lead, July 6, 1939. 3 Vide Statement on Travancore, April 6, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 43. Framed by you? This question would never have arisen if my language had been properly attended to. In the first place, I have added the proviso if necessary. This must be clearly proved, and each committee should judge the necessity and the extent of the reduction. In the second, there can be no question of reduction where the people are ready for the sacrifice involved in the development and the consolidation of the strength to enforce the demand. Take the case of Raikot itself. Award or no award, if the people in general had the capacity for the required measure of sacrifice, and if they had been ready for Swaraj, nothing would have kept them from their prize. It would be wrong to say or believe that but for my mistake the people of Raikot would have got what they wanted. My mistake has been admitted. But it must not be held responsible for the failure of the famous notification. The talk of demoralization resulting from my bad handling of the situation is nonsensical. In Satyagraha there is no such thing as demoralization. Those who are truthful, non-violent and brave do not cease to be so because of the stupidity of their leader. Of course there would be demoralization, or rather exposure, if the 3 virtues were put on for the occasion and were to fail on the real test being applied. People who are strong by nature displace weak leaders and go about their business as if they never needed a leader. If they needed one, they would soon elect a better one. Workers in the states should try to understand the Raikot case, if they will profit by it. If it is too complicated for them, they should leave it alone and go forward as if it had not happened. Nothing will be more misleading than to think that before my so-called mishandling of the Reichardt case the princes were so trembling in their shoes that they were about to abdicate their powers in favor of their people. What they were doing before I even went to Reichardt was to confer among themselves as to the ways and means of meeting the menace, as they thought it to be, to their very existence. We know what Limdi did when the talk of combining with the Muslims, the Garages and even the depressed classes against the Congress workers was in the air. My action has resulted in the discovery of the unholy combination. A true diagnosis is 3/4 the remedy. The workers are today in a position to devise remedies to combat the combination. It simply resolves itself into the one vide lawless Limdi, February 20, 1939. 44. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Necessity of congressmen or satyagrahis gaining control over the forces arrayed against them. They are as much out to gain liberty for the Muslims, Garages, depressed classes and even the princes as for themselves. The satyagrahis have to show by cold reasoning and their conduct that the princes cannot remain autocrats for all times, and that it is to their interest to become trustees of their people instead of remaining their masters. In other words, what I have done by correcting myself in Reichardt is to show the true way to the satyagrahis. In following it, they may find it necessary to lower their immediate demands but only so as to really hasten their progress to their goal. Therefore there can be no lowering out of weakness. Every lowering must be out of due appreciation of the local situation and the capacity of the workers to cope with it. Here there is no room for demoralization and rout. In cases like Jaipur of course there can be no question of lowering. The demand itself is in the lowest pitch. There is no room in it for lowering anything. In essence it is one for civil liberty. Civil liberty consistent with the observance of non-violence is the first step towards Swaraj. It is the breath of political and social life. It is the foundation of freedom. There is no room there for dilution or compromise. It is the water of life. I have never heard of water being diluted. Another question has been raised by another correspondent. He says, "You expect us to work by negotiation. But if there is no wish on the other side and the only wish is to humiliate the party of freedom, what is to be done?" Of course nothing is to be done except waiting and preparing for suffering and promotion of constructive work. Absence of wish for negotiation by authority may mean despise or distrust of the party of freedom. In either case silent work is the remedy. Negotiation has been mentioned as a substitute for the ignoring of, that is the despise of, the constituted authority whether it is the Dewan or any other. And what I have pleaded for is desire and readiness for negotiation. It is not inconceivable that the stage of negotiation may never be reached. If it is not, it must not be for the fault of the satyagrahis. Sagaon, June 19, 1939. Harijan, June 24, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 45. 56. Will Khadi kill Khadi? When the increase in the spinners' wages was decided upon by the AISA, the Maharashtra branch was the foremost in giving enthusiastic support to the proposal. It has the direct guidance of Sri Vinoba. It has worked out the increase program with a precision not approached by the other provinces. The result is that the other provinces, not having increased the wages to the same extent as the Maharashtra branch, are able to undersell the latter's khadi and do not hesitate to send their stock to the areas covered by the Maharashtra branch. Unscrupulous merchants are not slow to take advantage of the situation. Thus uncertified stores have sprung up in Nagpur, Wardha and elsewhere. The unwary public, not knowing the new arrangements and eager to buy cheap khadi, prefer to patronize uncertified stores, thus doing great damage to the Maharashtra branch stores. The result is that the Maharashtra branch has either to reduce wages or to close down its business. This would amount to khadi killing khadi. Khadi lovers should know that the economics of khadi are different from and often contrary to the ordinary economics of the competitive system, which is not governed by the principle of the greatest good of all, i.e., of the least among the downtrodden. Thus I have endeavored to show in these columns that if khadi is to fulfill its mission, 1. There must be progressive increase in the rise of the wages of the spinners till the minimum of 1 anna per hour is reached. 2. The ideal is that each village should produce and use its own khadi. From this it is clear that the least that should be done at present is that each province should produce enough and no more for its own requirements, permission being given for the sale outside its limits of such khadi as can only be produced by that province. For instance, Andhra can export, say, 80 counts khadi outside its limits but not coarse khadi no matter how cheap it is. 3. No profits can be made for the sake of profits. The wage earners are the shareholders and the proprietors in this the greatest cooperative organization in the world. If, therefore, there happen to be profits made in any single year, the proper use to make of them is to devote them to increase the number of spinners so long as there are any to be provided for, otherwise to increase the wages of the existing spinners. 4. Any province that makes an attempt to increase the wages of spinners to the desired level should be encouraged by the other branches and khadi lovers. 46. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 5. The general public should restrict their use of khadi to the khadi produced in their own provinces, although it is dearer than in the other provinces. They must trust the AISA to do its best for every province. 6. The policy of the AISA no doubt should be to reach uniformity of wages and prices throughout India. But till that ideal condition is reached, the public should have humanitarianism enough to know that they have a duty by the wage earners of their own province. It is almost as bad to have inter-provincial competition as it is to have competition with the outside world. The immediate thing to be wished for is that all uncertified stores should be closed. Congressmen and others should warn the public against buying from such stores, and provincial branches should resolutely refuse to sell their stock outside except at the instance of the provincial agencies concerned of the AISA. Sigaon, June 19, 1939. Harijan, June 24, 1939. 57. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sigaon, Warda, June 19, 1939. My dear idiot, I have read the tidbits in your letter to Mahadov Desai. What is to be done with the princes? Gods confound those whom they want to destroy. It may be that their days are numbered. Only as believers in Ahimsa we have to so act that we do not become directly or indirectly instruments of their destruction. You have asked me to pray for you not in the letter before me but in the previous ones. I am doing it daily. I do not want to find fault with your logic or, which is the same thing, your reason. But we shall talk to our heart's content when we meet, not even fearing explosions and storms. They clear the air. You must therefore reserve all your tears. Do not spend up all behind closed doors. I smiled to myself to read your reference to Hansa. You successfully hid your grief even from her as from everybody else. Shall I bestow one more title one on you? Can you guess? Love. Tyrant from the original, CW 3657. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 6466. One Vide letter to Amrit Kaur, June 29, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 47. 58. Letter to Manalal and Sushila Gandhi Sigaon, Warda, June 19, 1939. CHI. Manalal and Sushila, now that I write to you quite regularly, you can't complain. What was all the fight there about? Who were the persons involved? I suppose you have written and given me this information. You would certainly get help from here if the Indian community there had strength of its own. My health is good. Boz indifferent. We are leaving for Bombay tomorrow. From there we shall perhaps go to the frontier province. Ba may go to Sabarmati and stay there during that period. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 489859. Its implications. I am sorry that my recent statements about states have perplexed even those who have hitherto had no difficulty in understanding my writings or my actions. But the Reichstadt statements, my actions in Reichstadt, and the statement on Travancore have made confusion worse confounded. PRL and latterly Mahadev have been manfully trying to interpret for the readers of Harijan, both my writings and doings. I know that they have somewhat helped to clear misunderstandings. But I observe that something is required from me directly. I must therefore try to give the implications as I understand them of my recent writings and actions. I had better first say what they do not imply. Thus my ideas on civil disobedience, individual, group or mass, have not changed, nor have my views about the relations between the Congress and the princes and the people changed. Nor has my view undergone any change that it is essential for the paramount power to do its duty towards the people of the states, duty which it has woefully neglected all these years. My recantation had reference only to my distrust in God, in whose name the fast was undertaken, and my seeking to supplement his work by viceregal intervention. For me to rely upon the Viceroy, instead of God or in addition to God, to act upon the Thakur Sahib, was an act of pure violence which the fast was never conceived to imply or use in the remotest degree. 48. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. The positive implication of the Reichstadt chapter in my life is the discovery that the non-violence claimed for the movement since 1920, marvelous though it was not unadulterated. The results, though brilliant, would have been far richer if our non-violence had been complete. A non-violent action accompanied by non-violence in thought and word should never produce enduring violent reaction upon the opponent. But I have observed that the movement in the states has produced violent reaction on the princes and their advisers. They are filled with distrust of the Congress. They do not want what they call interference from it. In some cases the very name Congress is anathema. This should not have been the case. The value of the discovery lies in its reaction upon me. I have definitely stiffened in my demands upon would-be satyagrahis. If my stiffness reduces the number to an insignificant figure, I should not mind. If satyagraha is a universal principle of universal application, I must find an effective method of action even through a handful. And when I say I see the new light only dimly, I mean that I have not yet found with certainty how a handful can act effectively. It may be, as has happened throughout my life, that I shall know the next step only after the first has been taken. I have faith that when the time for action has arrived, the plan will be found ready. But the impatient critic will say, the time has always been there for action. Only you have been found unready. I cannot plead guilty. I know to the contrary. I have been for some years saying that there is no warrant for resumption of satyagraha. The reasons are plain. The Congress has ceased to be an effective vehicle for launching nationwide satyagraha. It has become unwieldy, it has corruption in it, there is indiscipline among congressmen, and rival groups have come into being which would radically change the Congress program if they could secure a majority. That they have failed hitherto to secure it is no comfort to me. The majority has no living faith in its own program. In any case, satyagraha through a majority is not a feasible proposition. The whole weight of the Congress should be behind any nationwide satyagraha. Then there is the ever-growing communal tension. Final satyagraha is inconceivable without an honorable peace between the several communities composing the Indian nation. Lastly, there is the provincial autonomy. I adhere to my belief. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 49. That we have not done anything like justice to the task undertaken by the Congress in connection with it. It must be confessed that the governors have on the whole played the game. There has been very little interference on their part with the ministerial actions. But the interference, sometimes irritating, has come from congressmen and Congress organizations. Popular violence there should not have been whilst the congressmen were in office. Much of the ministerial energy has been devoted to dealing with the demands and opposition of congressmen. If the ministers are unpopular, they can and should be dismissed. Instead, they have been allowed to function without the active cooperation of many congressmen. It will be contrary to every canon of satyagraha to launch upon the extreme step till every other is exhausted. Such haste will itself constitute violence. It may be said in reply with some justification that if all the conditions I have mentioned are insisted upon, civil disobedience may be well nigh impossible. Is that a valid objection? Every measure carries with it conditions for its adoption. Satyagraha is no exception. But I feel within me that some active form of satyagraha, not necessarily civil disobedience, must be available in order to end an impossible situation. There must be either effective non-violent action or violence and anarchy within a measurable distance of time. I must examine this position on a future occasion once again. June 20, 1939 Harijan, June 24, 1939. 60. Letter to D.B. Kalkar Sagaon, Warda, June 20, 1939 CHI. Kaka, please find enclosed a letter from Amritlal. Return it to me today along with the prescription. The very next day after your visit I gave instructions to Javanji to print the autobiography in the Nagari script and sell it at 1 anna less. There is no reply from Sardar. I will insist on getting one. I will invite non-violence v. Violence, April 7, 1939. 50. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Be going to the Mahila Ashram at 4 and to Jamnalalji's bungalow at 4.30. Vinoba will be there. Have you agreed to keep Prabhudale? Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 10922-61. Letter to Sushila Nayar, June 20, 1939. CHI. Sushila, why did you not come to the station? Observe the rules about eating, sleeping and going for walks. I want your letters every day. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, PRLO papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. 62. Telegram to Amritlal T. Nanavati. Nanavati Care Parikh Brothers Bhavnagar. Bombay, June 21, 1939. Consulted Sushila Sagaon. She said Jivrai should not be worried in any case. If diagnosis corner RECT treatment not likely to be different from there. My emphatic opinion is Chandan should have Ayurvedic treatment. Therefore, she should proceed. Ahmedabad. Several Ayurvedic physicians there, well-equipped hospitals also there, weather this time favorable. Other respects also Bombay. Undesirable can give no personal attention Accommodation Birla House improper. Only proper place for allopathic treatment would be hospital. All things considered, my choice is Ahmedabad unless Chandan and her father have faith in Najarikar, in which case she should be sent PONA to take TREATMENTUNDERDINSHAMEHTAWHERE Kake Sahiband. Bal treated. BAPU. From a copy, CW 953. Courtesy, Satish D. Kalkar. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 51. 63. Letter to Amritlal Sheth. June 21, 1939. By Amritlal, I was pleased to see your letter. I did not even know for certain where you were living and what you were doing. I hope you keep good health. I cannot guide you in the Limdi affair. Perhaps the right course will be to obey the dictates of your heart. Blessings from Gujarati. BAPU. From the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai. 64. Letter to Nithalal. June 21, 1939. By Nathaniel. Your letter came into my hands only today. I cannot see the post every day as soon as it comes. Your unhappiness is completely imaginary. You should forget that woman. Let her stay at her father's, if she wishes. If it is necessary to give something for her maintenance, send her a fixed amount. Why should you be unhappy because of her shortcomings? We believe that a wife is our property, but in fact she is not. What difference does it make even if she is married to you? If you wish to divorce her, and if that is possible, you may do so. Do not be deterred through any false regard for society. Even the parents' authority will be of little use in this matter. You should, therefore, stop being unhappy. Cast off the load from your mind. Blessings from Gujarati. BAPU. From the manuscript of Mahadev Desai's diary. Courtesy, Narayan Desai. 65. Letter to Sushila Nayar, June 21, 1939 CHI. Sushila, you will have received the letter I sent you yesterday from the station. I shall expect your letter tomorrow. Come soon. Manju has 52. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Returned from the hospital. You will be well. Lilavati has not met me yet. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, PRLO papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar 66. Letter to Lord Linlithgow, Burla House, Malabar Hill, Bombay, June 22, 1939 DEAR Lord Linlithgow, I thank you for your letter of 16th instant. Though it is a pity that prisoner Prithvi Singh cannot be discharged, I have no difficulty in understanding your decision. I must await another opportunity. The case of Jaipur is hanging fire. I wonder if a solution may be expected. As far as I know, the Maharaja himself was quite willing to set free Sheth Jamnalalji and the other prisoners, to recognize the People's Association and to respect full civil liberty so long as it did not cross the bounds of non-violence. There is one other matter which I had better mention in this letter. I understand there are princes who are desirous of seeing me, but they have hesitation in doing so for fear of the disapproval of the political department. As I had said during our talks one in New Delhi, I am of opinion that they should be free to meet any person so long as they do so openly. It would be a good thing if a declaration of your policy on this subject were made either openly or privately as may be thought advisable. I feel that it would not be enough if the permission is given in individual cases like mine. Seeing that the people of the states have intimate connection political and social with congressmen and others all over India, is it not wise and proper to encourage the practice of princes establishing friendly relation with those who have influence over their people? To treat congressmen and others as outsiders seems to be so unnatural that the barrier cannot last long. It would be a pity if it is broken after a clash and creation of bad blood. 1 on April 4, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 53. I wonder if you have noticed that some states have invited or welcomed visits of anti-Congress personalities. I do not complain of this, but it is in striking contrast to the opposition fostered often by the political department to the visits of congressmen. One yours sincerely, H.E. the Viceroy SIMLA from a copy, CW 7827. Courtesy, G.D. Birla. 67. Letter to Uma Devi. Bombay, June 22, 1939. My dear UMA2. Why did you think I would not give my blessings? The friend said he was satisfied with the talk I gave. And in proof of what I say, here is the thing duly signed. I hope you are flourishing. My going to the frontier is uncertain. Love. Shri Uma Devi Ishar Hill, Srinagar, Kashmir. BAPU. From a photostat, GN 1201. Also CW 5096. Courtesy, Uma Devi. 68. Letter to Sushila Nayar, June 22, 1939. CHI. Sushila, you were not there and I woke up at 2 o'clock last night. Then I could not sleep, so I got up and started writing letters. Now what would you say? The rest from Pierre Lalor. Letter. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, PRLO papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. 1 for Lord Linlithgow's reply to this, vide appendix letter from Lord Linlithgow, January 7, 1939. 2 Wanda Danowska, a Polish lady. 54. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 69. Advice to Congress Working Committee, June 22, 1939. It is understood that Gandhiji suggested that any amendment to the Constitution which was being given effect to should find favor with the general body of congressmen in the country. His opinion seems to have been that such changes of far-reaching importance should not be decided by a mere majority vote. This suggestion of Gandhiji is regarded in responsible Congress circles as a hint particularly to drop the Clause 1 for the present. The Bombay Chronicle, June 23, 1939. 70. AICC Resolutions, June 23, 1939, 2-1. The All India Congress Committee views with grave concern the measures proposed by the Ceylon government with reference to their Indian employees and hopes that it may be possible to find a way to avoid the most undesirable and grave conflict that, as a result of these measures, is threatened between such near and ancient neighbors as India and Ceylon. 1. The references to the proposed amendment to Article 5C of the Congress Constitution. In his presidential address at the AICC meeting on June 24, Rajendra Prasad said, with the object of tightening up the Congress organization, attempts have been made to amend the Constitution. The Tripuri Congress gave special authority to the AICC for this purpose. Among the recommendations made by the Constitution Subcommittee was the addition of some words to Article 5C of the Constitution so that the rule applying to communal organization might also be applied to other anti-national organizations. The Working Committee agreed with this recommendation. It appeared to the Working Committee that there was a fear in the minds of some congressmen that the proposed change in Article 5C was intended to be used to penalize opinion or to suppress organizations. This fear was entirely unjustified. When, however, any organization is continually being attacked and run down by another organization, it is improper for the same person to be a member of the executives of both organizations. This produces not only conflict between the organizations but continuous internal conflict within them. It was with a view to avoid this and thus to have greater harmony even between the organizations that the amendment to Article 5C was suggested. But in view of the suspicions some members have, the Working Committee have decided not to press for the change. The Indian Annual Register, 1939, Vol. I, pages 355-6. 2. The resolutions were drafted by Gandhiji on this date. Vide the following item. These were passed by the AICC at its session held in Bombay from June 24 to 27. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 55. The committee cannot contemplate without much concern a quarrel between the two countries which are separated only by a strip of water but which have a common culture and which have been intimately connected from times immemorial. The committee desires to explore every means of avoiding conflict and, therefore, appoints Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru to go to Ceylon and confer with the authorities and representative associations and individuals on behalf of the Working Committee and do all that may be possible to effect a just and honorable settlement. 2. The AICC regrets the attitude of the Union government towards Indian settlers. It betrays utter disregard of the obligations undertaken by the predecessors of the present government. The policy one just initiated by them is in direct breach of the Smuts-Gandhi Agreement of 1914, 2. The Cape Town Agreement of 1927, 3. The Feetham Commission of 19,324 and the subsequent undertakings on behalf of the Union government. The AICC notes with pride and satisfaction the firm stand taken up by the Indians of South Africa. They will have the sympathy of the whole Indian nation behind them in their fight for self-respect and honorable existence. The AICC trusts that there will be no dissensions among them and that they will present a united front. The AICC appeals to the Union government to retrace their steps and carry out the promises of their predecessors to adopt a policy of progressive amelioration in the status of the Indian nationals in South Africa, 80% of whom are born and bred in that subcontinent and to whom South Africa is their only home. 3. This meeting of the AICC resolves that no congressman may offer or organize any form of satyagraha in the administrative. 1 vide second footnote of a letter, July 4, 1939. 2 vide appendix The Indians Relief Act, 1914. 3 vide Sir Habibullah Deputation, October 2, 1927 and Honorable Compromise, February 24, 1927. 4 also called the Transvaal Asiatic Land Tenure Act Commission under the chairmanship of Justice Feetham, appointed by the Union Government of South Africa, to inquire into the occupation by colored persons of proclaimed land in the Transvaal. As the Commission was unable to finish its work before April 30, 1935, as had been hoped, the Union Government of South Africa took steps early in the year to amend the Transvaal Asiatic Land Tenure Act of 1932, so as to extend the protection provided by it to April 30, 1937 India in 1931-32, pages 85 and India in 1934-35, pages 92-3. 56. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Provinces of India without the previous sanction of the Provincial Congress Committee concerned. 4. The Working Committee has repeatedly laid stress on the desirability of cooperation between the Congress Ministry, the Congress Party and the Provincial Congress Committee. Without such cooperation, misunderstandings are likely to arise with the result that the influence of the Congress will suffer. In administrative matters, the Provincial Congress Committee should not interfere with the discretion of the Congress Ministry, but it is always open to the executive of the Provincial Congress Committee to draw the attention of the government privately to any particular abuse or difficulty. In matters of policy, if there is a difference between the Ministry and the Provincial Congress Committee, reference should be made to the Parliamentary Subcommittee. Public discussion in such matters should be avoided. 5. This committee views with grave concern the prolonged strike at Digboy and expresses its sympathy with the strikers in their distress. 1. The committee regrets that the Assam Oil Company has not seen its way to accept the modest suggestion of referring the question of the method and time of re-employment of the strikers to a conciliation board to be appointed by the government of Assam. In the opinion of this committee, no corporation, however big and influential it may be, can be above public criticism or government supervision and legitimate control. Moreover, as was declared at the Karachi session, the Congress policy is that there should be state ownership or control of key industries. The oil industry is undoubtedly a vital key industry. This committee therefore hopes that better counsels will prevail with the company and that its directors will accept the modest suggestion made on behalf of the committee by the President of the Congress. If, however, the directors do not see their way to do so, the committee advises the Assam government forthwith to undertake legislation for making the acceptance of the decisions of conciliation boards obligatory and further give notice to the company that the committee may reluctantly be obliged to take such steps as may be necessary to stop renewal of the lease to the company on its termination. At the same time that this committee urges the company to fall in with the just suggestion made by the committee, it 1. The workers of Assam Oil Company, Digboy, had been on strike since April 3 on account of the discharge of some 63 workers from service. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 57. Hopes that the labor union will be ready to listen to the committee's advice, and if they were to retain Congress and public sympathy, they will be ready and willing to abide by the advice that may be tendered to them by the committee. 6. The All India Congress Committee is strongly of opinion that immediate steps should be taken for the formation of a separate Andhra province. Harijan, January 7, 1939 71. Letter to Amrit Kaur, Bombay, June 23, 1939. My dear idiot, it is just 6 a.m. Anjal Salam is as busy as ever doing nothing useful and wasting her time in preparing my breakfast. She is disconsolate because I can't give her hours. She defies analysis. She baffles me. There is something wrong in my handling her. Mira is here silently watching everything. She is without occupation as she has not to go to the frontier. I am now considering what use to make of her talents. Jawaharlal is quite convinced that I have put back the clock of progress by a century or thereabout by my Raikot misdeeds. I am equally sure that I have rendered great service by my good deeds in Raikot. We have not found an umpire. Therefore we are none the wiser for our assertions. He thinks I am impossible for an organization. He is right there. But I am helpless. Of course there is this thing possible. I can voluntarily retire from all activity. It may come but only by a call from God. I am praying. This news must not disturb you. I am as cheerful as ever. The differences do not worry me. I am drafting resolutions one for the committee and Jawaharlal is drafting a statement. There is no coolness between us. Perhaps we have come nearer for the discovery of the wide divergence of views. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW 3658. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 6467 1 vide the preceding item. 58. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 72. Letter to Sushila Nayar, June 23, 1939 CHI. Sushila, I have received your letter. I slept a lot last night. Yes, Ba is unhappy. She has a cough. For her sake your absence irks me. Be here by Sunday if you can do so. Have I told you that we are coexisting with snakes and scorpions? God protects us. Have you got the antidote for snackbite? Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, PRLO papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar 73. Letter to Padam Thanupalai Birla House, Mount Pleasant Road, Bombay, June 24, 1939 DEAR Thanupalai, you have all the copies of the wires exchanged between the Dewan and me. My suggestion is, you or he who is considered the most suitable amongst you should write to Sir C.P. referring to the wires and seeking an appointment as a preliminary to establish direct contact to enable you to answer and clear out the charges made against the Congress and Sir C.P. S. wires. This you will do, if you have assimilated the new technique. The new technique is not a mere idle expression. It has great potency. You will closely follow decans of Harijan. If you have understood it, there must be new access of faith, courage and hope. BAPU from a photostat, Padam Thanupalai papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 59. 74. Letter to Chimanlalan Shah, Bombay, June 24, 1939 CHI. Chimanlal, today I must write to you. Sharda is all right. When she goes to Surat, Shakaribin may go and stay with her, or she may come away after watching for some time how Sharda feels at Surat. I see no cause at all for worrying. I had expected some information about Balwant Sinha today. Permission for him to go to Lahore has been received. I got Manal's letter. Let the book remain there for the present. Ba is still weak, though she is a little better today. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 10597-75. Letter to Dada Kanji, June 24, 1939 Dada Kanji, this morning I saw the monthly that you left yesterday. I read Baba's article. I just glanced through the other articles also. As I understand it, Baba's wish seems to be that if I approve of what he says in his article I should myself translate it. But there are many Gujarati translators more proficient than I am. I cannot say I approve of it nor would I say I do not, for either way it would be presumption. So, in other words, I am just wondering what all this is. Send me the other issues also. I admit that my curiosity for understanding Baba and his works has increased. If Baba agrees, I wish to send one of my co-workers to Meherabad. Thus, after getting to know him in my own way, if his articles appeal to me, I shall certainly translate them. I will be guided by God in this. Let me know through a postcard after meeting Baba or even otherwise whether I should send one of my co-workers to Meherabad. Vande Mataram from Dada Kanji Sarabharucha House, Vincent Road, Dadar, Bombay, from a copy of the Gujarati PRL papers. Courtesy, PRL. 60. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 76. Letter to Krishnachandra. Birla House, Mount Pleasant Road, Bombay, June 24, 1939. CHI. Krishnachandra. I have your letter. I have wired that Balvansinha be sent to Panchgani and he may have reached there by now. 1. If he has not arrived and you intend to stay there till I return to Sagaon, I have no objection. You may do what you consider proper. I received no letter from you today. Sushila may reach here tomorrow. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN 4321. Blessings from BAPU. 77. Letter to Prabhavati Birla House, Mount Pleasant Road, Bombay, June 25, 1939. CHI. Prabha, I got your letter. There is no need to consult a lady doctor. You may engage a tutor. I will pay up to Rs 25 for him. But then please see that you plunge yourself wholeheartedly in your studies. After engaging a tutor, you will not be free to move from place to place. If your household chores also take up too much of your time, engaging a tutor will serve no purpose. When the tutor devotes 1 hour, you must devote 4 hours for studying by yourself. Only then will you benefit by it. Let me know what you finally decide. But take care of your health whatever you do. My tour of the frontier province is still not certain. I am here up to July 1st at any rate. Sushila will return from Sagaon tomorrow. She is better now. Ba is ill, though. She has a cough. I'm all right. The diet remains the same, 1.5 pounds. 1. Balvansinha did not go to Panchgani as the wire was not dispatched. Vide letter to Balvansinha, June 26, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 61. Of milk. Anshul Salam is with me. Lilavati has joined a high school for study. Would you like to do the same? Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 347678. Letter to Manalil Gandhi Birla House, Mount Pleasant Road, Bombay, June 25, 1939. CHI. Manalil, you must have read the resolution 1. It is not proper that I have not received any information about the fight there. There is no news about the struggle either. Everyone believes that I am being kept informed. But there has been no information from that side. Who is Dadu to? There was a cable from him. After that there has been nothing. I am preparing the ground for whatever help can be given. But if I get no regular news from there at all, nothing can be done. Ba is with me. She keeps in different health. Ramdas and Devdas also are here. Lakshmi is here on her way to Madras. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 489979. Letter to Khaganlal Gandhi Birla House, Mount Pleasant Road, Bombay, June 25, 1939. CHI. Khaganlal, only today Kanu told me about Krishnadasa's health and I was shocked to hear the news. He says he is staying with Radha and has got very much emaciated, and that tuberculosis is suspected. How did this happen to him? If you wish you may take him to Rajkot. Dr. Varyava there is a very kind and efficient doctor. If you get all the one of AICC on the attitude of the Union government towards Indian settlers. Vide AICC Resolutions, June 23, 1939. 2. He was leader of the Passive Resistance Committee in South Africa. Vide also letter to the addressee, letter to Manilal and Sushila Gandhi, June 19, 1939. 62. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Requisite facilities there, let him stay on. There is no harm in proceeding on the assumption that he is suffering from tuberculosis. Let him drink plenty of milk and eat as much butter as he can digest. Also green vegetables and fruits. Garlic is considered very good for tuberculosis. He had better go to Ahmedabad and get himself x-rayed. Give me all the details. I am here till July 1st. It should be kept in mind that rest is the main thing. Talking and movement also should be reduced to a minimum. Minona must be all right. You and Kashi should not get alarmed. Ba is with me. She gets slight fever daily. Blessings from BAPU from Gujarati, CW 10090. Courtesy, Kaganal Gandhi. 80. Notes India's Ambassador of Peace to Ceylon. The AICC has done well in choosing its best man one to proceed to Ceylon as the nation's Ambassador of Peace. It is, at least it should be, impossible for India and Ceylon to quarrel. We are the nearest neighbors. We are inheritors of a common culture. There is daily contact between the two countries. From Rameshwar one almost steps on to Ceylon and finds that one is on no foreign land. But even as blood brothers sometimes differ, so do next-door neighbors. And like brothers, they usually adjust their differences and are often more closely knit together after the clearance. So may it be between Ceylon and India through the efforts of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. No better man could have been chosen for the task. The Indian side is clear. Several thousand men who have been in government service for years, whether as day workers or other it does not matter, are being dismissed for no fault save that they are Indians. Private firms have been, it is said, told to copy the government. Now this procedure seems to be extraordinary, arbitrary and unjust. But we do not clearly know the other side. It will be for the pundit to study the Ceylon government case and make due allowance for everything that might be justly pleaded on their behalf. Let us hope that both the Ceylon government and the Indians in Ceylon will make the way smooth for an honorable settlement. 1. Jawaharlal Nehru. Vide AICC Resolutions, June 23, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 63. I must confess that these acute differences come upon me as a revelation. I have a vivid recollection of my visit one to Ceylon. There seemed to be most cordial relations between the Indians and the Ceylonese. The monks and the laymen of Ceylon vied with the Indians in lavishing their affection on me. I do not remember anybody having complained to me about acute differences between the two. Why has the partial responsible government that Ceylon enjoys made all the difference that we witness today? It will be for the pundit to unravel the mystery. Rajkot, is it a betrayal? I have always felt that whatever Gandhiji done at any time from his spiritual standpoint, has been proved to be correct from the practical point. He's not great for his enunciation of spiritual theories which are to be found in the scriptures of all countries. His contribution to the world is his showing the way to put into practice, in the ordinary day-to-day life, those great spiritual theories. For me, if any of Gandhiji's actions done from a spiritual point of view fail to prove that it was the correct thing to be done from a practical standpoint, then he would be considered to have failed to that extent. Let me apply that test to what he did in Rajkot. When he discovered that his fast became vitiated by his having requested He the Viceroy to intervene, he renounced the Gwyer Award. The practical effect was to free him from Rajkot. But did his renunciation free the Viceroy from the obligation of seeing that the Reichardt notification was acted upon according to the Chief Justice's interpretation? In my opinion, Gandhiji's renunciation casts a double duty on the Viceroy. And if the Viceroy does not perform his duty, the people of Reichardt are free to act as they choose, and the Congress will have a powerful case against the Viceroy if the notification proved abortive. This is an abridgment of an article sent by a noted congressman for publication in Harijan. He has built up an elaborate case in defense of my action regarding Reichardt, in reply to the criticism that I had betrayed the cause of the Reichardt people. The heading of this note is the correspondence. I need not weary the reader with the whole of his argument. After all, time alone is the true test. It will finally show whether my action was right or wrong. But the abridgment is given for the novelty of the thought about the Viceroy's duty. I had no thought of the consequence of the renunciation. As soon as I 1 November 1927. 64. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Saw that my fasts had become tainted for my seeking viceregal intervention, I renounced the award. But now that my correspondent mentions it, I must admit the force of his reasoning. My renunciation should act as a double spur to the viceregal duty of seeing that the Reichardt notification number 50 is carried out according to the interpretation put upon it by the Chief Justice. So far as I am concerned, my renunciation debars me, in this instance, from invoking viceregal intervention. I also endorse the correspondent's statement that if any action of mine claimed to be spiritual is proved to be unpractical, it must be pronounced to be a failure. I do believe the most spiritual act is the most practical in the true sense of the term. Bombay, June 26, 1939. Harijan, January 7, 1939. 81. South Africa Resolution. It is a matter of congratulation that the South Africa Resolution 1 of the AICC escaped complete disfigurement which the learned Dr. Lahia's amendment would have caused. I tender him my thanks for having listened to Pundit Jawaharlal's advice to respect the opinion of an expert like me who had passed the best part of his life in South Africa and who had not lost touch with that great country after retiring from it. This incident is an illustration showing that mere learning, mere humanitarianism divorced from actual experience may spell disaster to the cause sought to be espoused. Dr. Lahia's amendment had as much place in the resolution as mine would have in a resolution framed by him as an authority on socialism to meet a socialist difficulty. If I made any such attempt, he would very properly say, "Don't pass the resolution if you don't like it, but don't disfigure it." It would defeat the purpose for which it is framed. What I have said about the South Africa resolution applies more or less to the Working Committee's resolutions. That committee is the expert body on matters relating to the Congress. It is dangerous to tamper with its resolutions unless reason convinces the Cabinet of the soundness of alterations suggested by members of the AICC. Acceptance of this practical advice, which I tendered more than once when I was a member of the Working Committee, would facilitate the dispatch of national business. 1 Vide AICC Resolutions, January 7, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 65. Having said this, let me say for the information of Dr. Lahia and his fellow humanitarians that I yield to no one in my regard for the Zulus, the Bantus and the other races of South Africa. I used to enjoy intimate relations with many of them. I had the privilege of often advising them. It used to be my constant advice to our countrymen in South Africa, never to exploit or deceive these simple folk. But it was not possible to amalgamate the two causes. The rights and privileges, if any could be so called, of the indigenous inhabitants are different from those of the Indians. So are their disabilities and their causes. But if I discovered that our rights conflicted with their vital interests, I would advise the foregoing of those rights. They are the inhabitants of South Africa as we are of India. The Europeans are undoubtedly usurpers, exploiters or conquerors, or all these rolled into one. And so the Africans have a whole code of laws specially governing them. The Indian segregation policy of the Union government has nothing in common with the policy governing the African races. It is unnecessary for me to go into details. Suffice it to say that ours is a tiny problem compared to the vast problem that faces the African races and that affects their progress. Hence it is not possible to speak of the two in the same breath. The AICC resolution concerns itself with the civil resistance struggle of our countrymen on the specific issue applicable solely to them. It is now easy to see that Dr. Lahia's amendment, if it had remained, would have been fatal to the resolution, which would have become perfectly meaningless. The appeal to the Union government would have lost all its point. But good often comes out of evil. The amendment, wisely withdrawn, shows to the Africans and to the world in general that India has great regard and sympathy for all the exploited races of the earth, and that she would not have a single benefit at the expense of the vital interest of any of them. Indeed, the war against imperialism cannot wholly succeed unless all exploitation ceases. The only way it can cease is for every exploited race or nation to secure freedom without injuring any other. My examination of the South Africa resolution would be incomplete if I did not warn the Indians in South Africa against building much on the resolution itself. It is a potent resolution only if the Indians take the contemplated action. The motherland will not be able to protect their self-respect if they are not prepared to protect it themselves. They must therefore be ready to suffer for it. The struggle may be prolonged, suffering great, but they will have the moral backing of 66. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. The whole nation. In this Hindus, Muslims, and all political parties including Europeans are united. The government of India may feel powerless. I fancy they are not so powerless as they imagine. I am reminded of the thought for the day in the Times of India of the 24th instant. It begins, "We have more power than will." I know their sympathy is with the Indians. If they have the strength of will, they have the power. Our countrymen in South Africa know the conditions of Satyagraha. The foremost condition is unity among themselves. To the Union government I would say, you have never proved your case. Your best men have admitted that there is no difficulty in your absorbing the 200,000 Indians in your continent. They are but a drop in the ocean. Remember that 80% of them are born in South Africa. They have adopted your manners, customs and costume. They are intelligent. They have the same feelings and emotions that you have. They deserve better treatment than to be regarded untouchables fit only to be relegated to ghettos. This is not playing the game. And you should not wonder if, at last, Indians say, "We shall rather die in your jails than live in your segregation camps." I am sure you do not want to go to all that length. Let it not be said of you that you had no respect for your promises. Bombay, June 26, 1939. Harijan, January 7, 1939. 82. Letter to Pramabin Kantik, Bombay, June 26, 1939. Chi. Prema, I got your letter just now. To me also you are just a girl of 10. May you always remain the same. I am submerged in work here. I shall be here up to the 1st. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 10400. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 67. 83. Letter to Balvansinha Birla House, Bombay, June 26, 1939. Chi. Balvansinha, I got your letter. Consent for the dairy was received 4 days ago. I had drafted a telegram about Panchgani and given it to PRL, but I learned today that it was not dispatched. What shall I do? After all, our family is what it is. Every moment I realize that I am personally responsible for this confusion. But I cannot overcome this shortcoming at this stage. I shall not send you to Panchgani now. Get ready for Lahore. Sardar Sir Datar Singh has agreed to make all arrangements. When will you leave? If you let me know, I shall send him word. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 1921-84. The national flag. The question of the use of the national flag still continues to agitate the public mind. It was designed when non-cooperation was at its height, when it was accepted without reserve, without opposition, by all communities. The Muslims and others vied with the Hindus in hoisting, carrying and honoring it. I recall having listened to the Ali brothers enthusing over its praises from many a platform. It was conceived as a symbol of the peaceful revolt against imperialistic exploitation of a nation pledged to non-violence through a mighty, constructive and united effort through the spinning wheel, and Khadi signifying out and out Swadeshi and identity with the poorest in the land. It also symbolized unbreakable communal unity, the colors being specially and deliberately designed and chosen. That flag can admit of no competition as national flag. At national gatherings it should command unquestioned and universal respect. But it has to be admitted that it does not command that respect today. Instead of being a symbol of simplicity, purity, unity, and through these a determined revolt against exploitation, moral, material and political, it nowadays often becomes a signal for communal quarrels. Even among congressmen attempt is sometimes made to prefer the red flag when vied the national flag. April 13, 1921. Also my notes, January 13, 1929. 68. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. To the tricolor. Some congressmen do not even hesitate to run it down. In these circumstances I personally would like to remove it from public gatherings and not unfurl it till the public feel the want and impatiently demand to see it restored to its original and unique place. But the vast majority of congressmen who have suffered under this well-tried banner and drawn inspiration and strength from it will not go the length I would like them to. I therefore suggest that where there is any opposition in a mixed gathering, the flag should not be hoisted. This can happen in schools, colleges, local boards, municipal councils and the like. The flag should not be insisted on when there is opposition even from one member. Let it not be called the tyranny of one person. When one person among many offers opposition, and if he is allowed to have his way, it is proof of magnanimity or far-sightedness on the part of the overwhelming majority. I have no doubt that this is the most effective non-violent way of dealing with the question. My advice applies even to those places where the flag is already flying. It was triumphantly flown in many places when the nation was offering non-cooperation on the scale perhaps hitherto unknown in history. Times are changed. Opposition wherever it is offered is fomenting communal dissensions. Surely it is wisdom on the part of those who treasure the flag and unity to submit to the opposition of a minority, be it ever so small. What I have said about the flag applies mutatis mutandis to the singing of the Vande Mataram 1. No matter what its source was and how and when it was composed, it had become a most powerful battle cry among Hindus and Musalmans of Bengal during the partition days. It was an anti-imperialist cry. As a lad, when I knew nothing of Anandmath or even Bankim, its immortal author, Vande Mataram had gripped me, and when I first heard it sung, it had enthralled me. I associated the purest national spirit with it. It never occurred to me that it was a Hindu song or meant only for Hindus. Unfortunately now we have fallen on evil days. All that was pure gold before has become base metal today. In such times it is wisdom not to market pure gold when the song occurs in Anandmath by Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. In 1937, the Congress Working Committee meeting in Calcutta passed a resolution that, whenever and wherever Vande Mataram is sung, only the first two stanzas should be sung, with perfect freedom to the organizers to sing any other song of unobjectionable character in addition to, or in the place of, Vande Mataram song. VOL. 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 69. And let it be sold as base metal. I would not risk a single quarrel over singing Vande Mataram at a mixed gathering. It will never suffer from disuse. It is enthroned in the hearts of millions. It stirs to its depth the patriotism of millions in and outside Bengal. Its chosen stanzas are Bengal's gift among many others to the whole nation. The flag and the song will live as long as the nation lives. Bombay, June 27, 1939. Harijan, January 7, 1939. 85. Letter to Krishnachandra, June 27, 1939. CHI. Krishnachandra, Sushalabhan is here now. She will write everything in detail. Balvansin's letter is enclosed. I shall not send him there now. You may stay there for the present. If you need anyone's help, you may take it. We shall see what can be done after I return to Sigaon. As long as you stay there, you must be at ease. I have forgotten to write about the book. Ask for it. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 43 2086. Letter to Puritan J. Butch, Bombay, June 28, 1939. CHI. Puritan, M. Taliban has been working among the Muslim women. Both of you should help her as much as you can without allowing your Harijan work to suffer. I did not like it at all that Anandi 1 did not come along beyond the Sabarmati station. I very much wanted to enjoy a few minutes fun with her and was disappointed. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, G. N 9173. 1 Addressee's wife. 70. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 87. Letter to Radhakrishna Bajivish from Vadaka, JUHU, June 28, 1939. CHI. Radhakrishna, I had received your earlier letter. Now I have the second one. As long as there is the least hope from the Viceroy, we should neither think nor write about the breakdown of negotiations. A copy of my letter 1 to the Viceroy must have been sent to you the same day. But perhaps I could not instruct anyone. If it has not been received, you will get a copy now with this. The reference to waiting on the Premier should be overlooked. Keep me informed about the Satyagraha by Muslims. Jamnal's causes anxiety. The main thing is rest. Does he take enough fruits? It is also necessary to take green leafy vegetables. Oil should be eschewed. What about the Vaid who used to treat him? Is the hospital all right? Send the leg X-ray for Sushila's examination. I may leave for the frontier province on the 2nd. Mahadev has been sent to Raikot. The work which was progressing there is, I am afraid, likely to suffer a setback. Ba is slightly unwell. She will be all right. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 9125. 88. Telegram to Sir J. G. Lathwaite, June 29, 1939. Have been just supplied with Talcher's revised declaration. Having studied it carefully, must say it does not meet situation, gives no hope. Refugees. I concluded that declaration is the best His Excellency can secure from ruler. If so, I must advise refugees, however reluctantly, to continue suffer till desired relief is forthcoming. But before making public declaration, I would like to know if I may whether his one dated June 22nd. Vide letter to Lord Linlithgow, June 22, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 71. Excellency contained officers 1. Can do anything further redeem hope. In documents. Signed. B.Y. Political. From a microfilm, Lord Linlithgow Papers. Courtesy, National Archives of India. 89. Letter to Amrit Kaur. Vish from Vadaka, Juhu, P.O. Santa Cruz, Bombay, June 29, 1939. My dear Deceiver 2, your ban about your letters renders it impossible for me to answer all questions. They are either passed on to Mahadev or destroyed as soon as I have read them. I have advised you about Jawaharlal Nehru's invitation. In my opinion, the whole of his planning 3 is a waste of effort. But he can't be satisfied with anything that is not big. Here there is interruption, and if I am to catch the post I must stop. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW 3659. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 6468. 1. The addressee's telegraphic reply dated July 2 read, your telegram of 29th June, and my interim reply of 30th Talcher refugees. According to His Excellency's information, Raj's latest declaration supplementing his previous announcement fulfills substantially all expectations held out to refugees. Position has been fully explained to a responsible minister of Orissa government who has undertaken to do his best to get refugees to return on these terms. It seems to His Excellency that genuine well-wishers of refugees should unite in offering this advice so that they may return to their homes before weather conditions increase their difficulties. Any other course means sacrificing their interest for a purpose which it appears clearly impossible to justify. 2. New title given to Amrit Kaur. Vide letter to Amrit Kaur, June 19, 1939. 3. Jawaharlal Nehru was chairman of the National Planning Committee appointed by the Indian National Congress in 1938. 72. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 90. Letter to F. Mary Bar 1 June 30, 1939. Just a line to say you will not grieve over your mother's death. Living faith in God is tested on these occasions. Love. BAPU from a photostat. GN 6076. Also CW 3406. Courtesy, F. Mary Bar 91. Letter to Syed Sghar Hazen July 1, 1939. DEAR friend, I thank you for your letter of 19 ultimo. As I get the time, I try to read the literature you have sent me. It is a difficult job for me. I have so many things on hand that I cannot do justice to the study required. Meanwhile, it grieves me that the matter too cannot be adjusted by the united effort of the 2 sections. Adjustment seems to me, an outsider, to be simple. From your letter I gather that nothing emerged from your visit to the Maulana Sahib. Janab Syed Sghar Hazen Sahib, retired Sessions Judge, Tanzimal MV, Victoria Street, Lucknow, UP. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL 92. Indians in Belgian Congo. The case of our countrymen in Belgian Congo does not admit of easy treatment. It consists in the prosecution, alleged to be political, though technically under the gold law of Belgian Congo, of certain Indian settlers for being in possession of illicit gold. In the case as stated in the circulated pamphlet, it is suggested that the accused were arrested without just cause. Witnesses for the Crown are said to have been perjured. Every obstacle is being placed in the way of the accused being properly defended. The expectation of our country. 1. This was written by Gandhiji on Mirabin's letter dated June 30, 1939, to the addressee. Vide also letter to F. Mary Bar, April 7, 1939. 2. This was in connection with the Shia-Sunni differences. Vide also a letter, May 23, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 73. Men in Congo is that we should send eminent counsel from here to defend them. Representations have been made to the Government of India on their behalf. This is essentially a case, however hard in itself, in which effective public action is hardly possible. But it is undoubtedly a case in which the Government of India can do much. It can through the Foreign Office in England ascertain the exact position. The British consul can be instructed to watch the case and see that the accused get a fair trial. Indeed, British consuls have been known to have been instructed to engage counsel to watch cases on behalf of their protégés. I hope that the Government of India are giving attention to this hard case of the Indians of Belgian Congo. Bombay, July 3, 1939. Harijan, August 7, 1939. 93. Letter to Vihlal Fadki, Bombay, July 3, 1939. CHI. Mama, we shall start one on Wednesday the 5th. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 3841. Blessings from BAPU. 94. Letter to Mangaldas Pakwaza Bombay, July 3, 1939. BHAI Mangaldas. As I made some important changes, I got the draft retyped. The original draft also is enclosed. I am here till the 5th at any rate. If you think it is necessary to see me, do come. I have not checked the revisions in the copy retyped. Blessings from BAPU from a copy of the Gujarati, CW 4683. Courtesy, Mangaldas Pakwaza. 1 for the Frontier Province. 74. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 95. Letter to Manal G. Shah. Bombay, July 3, 1939. CHI. Manal, I have both your letters. The last one was excellent. Learning to remain untouched by either respect or disrespect is the first lesson to learn. Without laws the sun and the other heavenly bodies would not move, and even the trains would not run, and hundreds of thousands of people would die. Nothing in this world can function without laws. Hence wherever you go, you will have to abide by certain rules. And when we consider ourselves smaller than even a particle of dust, by whom would we feel insulted or pained? Having said this, I should add that I believe your good lies in staying where you have peace of mind. If you do not get peace in Sagaon, then you may assume that my company is not satsang one for you. You are bound to derive peace from satsang. That is why I suggested too that if you got no peace in Sagaon, you should go to Aurobindo Ashram or Raman Ashramam. I see that many people who have not found peace with me have found it with them. Just now your duty lies in Sagaon only. Blessings from P.S. BAPU. Sharda went yesterday to live with her husband. She is still in Bombay. They will leave for Surat this evening. Tell Shakaribin that Sharda benefited a lot by staying here. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 8573. Also CW 7029. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah. 96. Parsis and liquor traffic. How I wish Parsis will shed their anger and look at the liquor policy of the Congress square in the face. If they have made it a principle to resist by all means at their disposal the government's undoubted right to refuse to auction or sell liquor licenses, there is no argument left to be advanced. It is the assertion of a principle against principle. But I hope they have taken up no such uncompromising. One Company of Good Men 2 Vide Letter to Manal G. Shah, April 27, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 75. Attitude. The deputation of licensees and tappers took up no such attitude. But apart from the question of principle, there are objections raised against the working out of the policy. They are chiefly about a. The right to use wines for religious purposes. b. The right to have liquor on medical, i.e., health grounds. c. Racial discrimination. d. Compensation to those who will be thrown out of employment, i.e., tappers, contractors and liquor dealers, etc. e. The effect of the property tax on charities. All these are pertinent questions demanding clear answers. Ministers are bound to remove every valid objection that can be advanced against the working out of the policy. The right to use wines on religious or health grounds has always been recognized by Dr. Gilder. I understand that in law there will be no racial discrimination. It may appear to be in the administration of the law. No one will be entitled to have the permit for the asking, not even the Europeans, if only so that the law might not be evaded. Every case will be examined on merits. Even Europeans will be expected to respect the liquor policy of the country and, wherever they can, to refrain from asking for permits. The Archbishop of Bombay, in spite of his unconvincing opposition to the closing of liquor shops, has gracefully announced that he and many under him are not going to ask for permits for their personal use. Many Protestant divines, I understand, have already announced similar self-denial. I should not be surprised if many European laymen copy the estimable example of the European divines. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that in the administration of the law there will be more indulgence to Europeans than to those like Parsis for whom India has been their home for centuries. But I have not the shadow of a doubt that every genuine case will be considered with sympathy. May not the Parsis be expected to fall in with the general sentiment, especially when it conduces to the conservation of the social and economic welfare of the laboring classes? Enlightened Parsis must surely recognize the necessity of checking the drink evil while there is still time. One Vide meaning of prohibition, November 6, 1939. 76. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. The points D and E cannot be dealt with at all satisfactorily without the hearty cooperation of the parties concerned. Thus, so far as the charities are concerned, it is surely up to the trustees of these charities to support their case with facts and figures. Some hardship no doubt there will be. Every tax is a hardship. But I should be surprised if any single charity is seriously affected. After all, the tax calculated to bring in from the city of Bombay about Rs. 1 crore is so widely distributed that no individual or corporation will be hit beyond endurance. But it is for those who contend otherwise to prove their case. Liquor dealers have to present their case with full detail so as to enable the government to deal with it. I understand that most owners of stocks of wine have not even furnished the information asked for by the government. How is the government to deal with them, if they will sullenly refuse to help the government to help them? I know that the government are taxing themselves to meet every case of proved and avoidable hardship. I use the word avoidable purposely. The Taj will certainly be affected, but that is as much as saying that the liquor shopkeepers will be affected. The Taj is a mighty liquor dealer. The House of Tata is resourceful enough to devise other and better ways of supporting the many charities for which it is so justly famed. I dare say that the charities themselves will bear richer fruit for their being purged of the questionable income from the drink traffic. Let it not be said of the Parsis, known the world over as the greatest philanthropists as a class, that they lagged behind, nay actually obstructed a reform which was urgently needed for the sake of saving the helpless laboring population from social and economic ruin. Bombay, July 4, 1939. Harijan, August 7, 1939. 97. Non Violence v. Violence. I must resume the argument about the implications of the Rykot step, where I left it the week before. 1-inch theory. If there is sufficient non-violence developed in any single person, he should be able to discover the means of combating violence, no matter how widespread or severe, within his jurisdiction. I have repeatedly admitted my imperfections. I am no example of per one vide its implications. June 20, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 77. Fact Ahimsa. I am evolving. Such ahimsa as has been developed in me has been found enough to cope with situations that have hitherto arisen. But today I feel helpless in the face of the surrounding violence. There was a penetrating article in the Statesman on my Rykot statement. The editor had therein contended that the English had never taken our movement to be true satyagraha, but being practical people they had allowed the myth to continue though they had known it to be a violent revolt. It was none the less so because the rebels had no arms. I have quoted the substance from memory. When I read the article, I felt the force of the argument. Though I had intended the movement to be pure non-violent resistance, as I look back upon the happenings of those days, there was undoubtedly violence among the resistors. I must own that had I been perfectly tuned to the music of Ahimsa, I would have sensed the slightest departure from it and my sensitiveness would have rebelled against any discord in it. It seems to me that the united action of the Hindus and the Muslims blinded me to the violence that was lurking in the breasts of many. The English who are trained diplomats and administrators are accustomed to the line of least resistance, and when they found that it was more profitable to conciliate a big organization than to crush it by extensive frightfulness, they yielded to the extent that they thought was necessary. It is, however, my conviction that our resistance was predominantly non-violent in action and will be accepted as such by the future historian. As a seeker of truth and non-violence, however, I must not be satisfied with mere action if it is not from the heart. I must declare from the housetops that the non-violence of those days fell far short of the non-violence as I have so often defined. Non-violent action without the cooperation of the heart and the head cannot produce the intended result. The failure of our imperfect ahimsa is visible to the naked eye. Look at the feud that is going on between Hindus and Muslims. Each is arming for the fight with the other. The violence that we had harbored in our breasts during the non-cooperation days is now recoiling upon ourselves. The violent energy that was generated among the masses, but was kept under check in the pursuit of a common objective, has now been let loose and is being used among and against ourselves. The same phenomenon is discernible, though in a less crude manner, in the dissension among congressmen themselves and the use of forcible methods that the Congress ministers are obliged to adopt. 78. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. In running the administrations under their charge. This narrative clearly shows that the atmosphere is surcharged with violence. I hope it also shows that non-violent mass movement is an impossibility unless the atmosphere is radically changed. To blind one's eyes to the events happening around us is to court disaster. It has been suggested to me that I should declare mass civil disobedience and all internal strife will cease, Hindus and Muslims will compose their differences, congressmen will forget mutual jealousies and fights for power. My reading of the situation is wholly different. If any mass movement is undertaken at the present moment in the name of non-violence, it will resolve itself into violence largely unorganized and organized in some cases. It will bring discredit on the Congress, spell disaster for the Congress struggle for independence and bring ruin to many a home. This may be a wholly untrue picture born of my weakness. If so, unless I shed that weakness, I cannot lead a movement which requires great strength and resolution. But if I cannot find an effective, purely non-violent method, outbreak of violence seems to be a certainty. The people demand self-expression. They are not satisfied with the constructive program prescribed by me and accepted almost unanimously by the Congress. As I have said before, the imperfect response to the constructive program is itself proof positive of the skin-deep nature of the non-violence of congressmen. But if there is an outbreak of violence, it would not be without cause. We are yet far from the independence of our dream. The irresponsibility of the center, which eats up 80% of the revenue, grinds down the people and thwarts their aspirations, is daily proving more and more intolerable. There is a growing consciousness of the terrible autocracy of the majority of the states. I admit my responsibility for the suspension of civil resistance in several states. This has resulted in demoralization both among the people and the princes. The people have lost nerve and feel that all is lost. The demoralization among the princes consists in their thinking that now they have nothing to fear from their people, nothing substantial to grant. Both are wrong. The result does not dismay me. In fact, I had foretold the possibility of these results when I was discussing with the Jaipur workers the advisability of suspending the movement, even though it was well circumscribed with rules and restrictions. The demoralization among the people shows that there was not non-violence in thought and word, and therefore when the Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 79. Intoxication and excitement of jail-going and the accompanying demonstrations ceased. They thought that the struggle was over. The princes came to the hasty conclusion that they could safely consolidate their autocracy by adopting summary measures against the resistors and placating the docile element by granting awash reforms. Both the people and the princes might have reacted in the right manner, he people by recognizing the correctness of my advice and calmly generating strength and energy by quiet and determined constructive effort, and the princes by seizing the opportunity afforded by suspension, of doing justice for the sake of justice and granting reforms that would satisfy the reasonable but advanced section among their people. This could only happen if they recognized the time spirit. It is neither too late for the people nor the princes. In this connection I may not omit the paramount power. There are signs of the paramount power repenting of the recent declarations about the freedom to the princes to grant such reforms to their people as they chose. There are audible whispers that the princes may not take those declarations literally. It is an open secret that the princes dare not do anything that they guess is likely to displease the paramount power. They may not even meet persons whom the paramount power may not like them to meet. When there is this tremendous influence exercised over the princes, it is but natural to hold the paramount power responsible for the unadulterated autocracy that reigns supreme in many states. So if violence breaks out in this unfortunate land, the responsibility will have to be shared by the paramount power, the princes, and above all by congressmen. The first two have never claimed to be non-violent. Their power is frankly derived from and based on the use of violence. But the Congress has since 1920 adopted non-violence as its settled policy and has undoubtedly striven to act up to it. But as congressmen never had non-violence in their hearts, they must reap the fruit of the defect, however unintentional it was. At the crucial moment the defect has come to the surface and the defective method does not seem to meet the situation. Non-violence is never a method of coercion, it is one of conversion. We have failed to convert the princes, we have failed to convert the English administrators. It is no use saying that it is impossible to persuade persons willingly to part with their power. I have claimed that Satyagraha is a new experiment. It will be time to pronounce it a failure when congressmen have given it a genuine trial. Even a policy, if it is honestly pursued, has to be 80. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Pursued with all one's heart. We have not done so. Hence congressmen have to convert themselves before the paramount power and the princes can be expected to act justly. But if the congressmen can or will go no further than they have done in the direction of non-violence, and if the paramount power and the princes do not voluntarily and selfishly do the right thing, the country must be prepared for violence, unless the new technique yields a new mode of non-violent action which will become an effective substitute for violence as a way of securing redress of wrongs. The fact that violence must fail will not prevent its outbreak. Mere constitutional agitation will not do. Bombay, July 4, 1939. Harijan, August 7, 1939. 98. Letter to F. Mary Bar, Bombay, July 4, 1939. Chi. Mary, I wrote a few words one on Mira's letter to you. I have a few minutes to write more fully. If you feel the call to go and serve your father, you will answer it without hesitation. You will do what is possible for the continuity of work begun in central provinces. I know you will give a good account of yourself wherever you are. It will be risky to bring out father to India. He won't stand the climate of this country. Your letter to Narandas is interesting. If you are not to go, you will be safe in taking up the Rural Reconstruction Committee. I hope to leave for the frontier province tomorrow. Ba is likely to go with me. She is quite well. Love. BAPU from a photostat, GN 6077. Also CW 3407. Courtesy, F. Mary Bar. Also Bapu Conversations and Correspondence, pages 178. One Vide letter to the addressee, June 30, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 81. 99. Letter to Narandas Gandhi Birla House, Mount Pleasant Road, Bombay, July 4, 1939. Chi. Narandas, I got your letter. I am writing to Mary Bar. The note you gave me about Kadi is still lying with me. I shall dispose of it at leisure. Is anything special going on there? A letter from Manju is enclosed. Blessings from BAPUPS. We are leaving for the frontier province tomorrow. Ba will probably accompany me. From a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/II. Also CW 8557. Courtesy, Narandas Gandhi. 100. Entry in Visitors Book 1. I was delighted to visit the Indian Enterprise. The Bombay Chronicle, May 7, 1939. July 4, 1939. 101. Forward to the latest fad. I have gone through these pages from beginning to end. The booklet will supply a felt want. It is an attempt to answer the many doubts that have assailed inquiry about what has been called my latest fad, and that too in the domain of education. Acharya Kripalani, who has spent many years as an educationist, has tried to show that this fad has a sound bottom to it. On the Train, July 6, 1939. M.K. Gandhi. The latest fad. 1. The source reported that Gandhiji, accompanied by Vallabhbhai Patel, Devdas Gandhi and Dr. Sushila Nayar, paid a visit to the Chemical and Industrial and Pharmaceutical Laboratories CIPLA Limited, Bombay, in the afternoon. 82. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 102. Letter to Amrit Kaur. On the Train, July 6, 1939. My dear deceiver, I have simply not been able to write to you as regularly as I had liked. Even the library claimed other work. You tell me you asked me a question about non-violence. I have forgotten all about it. Please repeat. I have assumed that Mahadev deals with the questions he can, for your letters are given to him as soon as I have done with them. If you permit me to retain them with the note at the top not to be read, and trust that then they will not be, I would be better able to cope with your questions. I hope all the patients are better if not well, and that your flu was a passing affair. I am writing to Datar Singh. I should have written earlier. But as you were protecting me, I did not hurry. You should have sent me copy of your letter to Jawaharlal when I do not like your repeating you are dead. You are not dead. You have to give me much work. Any time I might have to send you to Travancore or some such place. As it is, you are doing Kadi and Harjan work there. Your contribution to the Education Board is quite effective. And if you have better perception of things and do not feel any conscious injustice on my part, surely there is no occasion for this deadness. We are only for travelling ahead of Bablo too. Kanu and IPRL had a little throat operation which will detain him for 3 or 4 days. Ba won't come without Sushila, and the latter could not come leaving PRL to his fate. They 3 will follow later if I find that my stay in Frontier Province will be prolonged. Nothing is certain about my movement. Ordinarily I should return to Sagaon when you will join me. Nothing is certain about Taltra 3. The latest from the Viceroy 4 means cutting off all contact with me. Mahadev should send you a copy of his letter and of my reply 5, if I draft it today. 1 Vide also letter to Amrit Kaur, June 29, 1939. 2 Narayan Desai, son of Mahadev Desai. 3 Vide the tragedy of Talcher, April 18, 1939, and Talcher, May 16, 1939. 4 Vide appendix letter from Lord Linlithgow, January 7, 1939. 5 Gandhiji sent a brief reply on July 12, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 83. The question of my retirement has been exploded for the time being at any rate. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW 3923. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7232-103. Letter to S.K. Bole on the Train, July 6, 1939. DEARRAO Bahadur, I have read your letter to the Prime Minister with great care. 1 I think that if you will help the Ministry you will find that no tapper need give up his tapping and there need be no unemployment. The whole of the Nira can be turned into gur. Those who are used to alcoholics won't be satisfied with non-alcoholic Nira. I am sorry for the threat issued in your last paragraph. Request for help and threat go ill together. To yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. From a photostat, CW 4879-104. Letter to Kankan M. Shah on the train, July 6, 1939 CHI. Kankan, though I do not write to you, I do think of you. I hope you remember what I told you. I hope you are calm. Study well. Take full advantage of the quiet you have got just now and improve your knowledge. Who conducts the prayers at present? What prayers are sung in the morning and in the evening? Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 8292. Also CW 7051. Courtesy, Manal G. Shah 1A group of 40 Pandaras, led by the addressee, met Gandhiji on July 5 at Bombay Central and gave him a copy of their petition addressed to the Premier of Bombay. Vide also Pandaras and Prohibition, July 7, 1939. To the addressee subsequently sent an explanation. Vide an explanation, July 8, 1939. 84. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 105. Letter to Mridula Sarabhai on the train, July 6, 1939 CHI. Mridula, I have spoken to Salam. For the present, I shall let Lakshmidas have Rs 2000 for Khadi work. That work should be carried on under the name of the Jyoti Sanch or under any other name, but under the supervision of Lakshmidas. I would advise you only to collect the yarn till you are able to train a woman worker. The yarn should be tested by Lakshmidas. This he will have to do. Sardar will speak to you about the work of training. Right now I have advised him to give you Rs 1000. This he will probably do. I have not had time to speak to him at length. Write to me whatever you want. Come and stay with me when you can. Do not do anything in haste. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, CW 11208. Courtesy, Sarabhai Foundation 106. Letter to PRL on the train, July 6, 1939 CHI. PRL, I shall wait till your next letter. Get the thing corrected by Dr. If you quit writing for Harjan, Mahadov and I will be crushed under the burden. And of course you are going to shoulder the burden of the correspondence. Otherwise, Mahadov or, maybe, both of us, will have a breakdown. Leave the dream state. Whatever he wills will be. Why grieve over anything? Things will happen at the appointed hour as he desires. Why should we devise schemes, nurse dreams or worry? Sushila should give the accompanying letter to Lilavati and also comfort her. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, PRL papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladevi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 85. 107. Letter to Lilavati Asar on the train, July 6, 1939 CHI. Leela, what weakness you are displaying. It is now that you are being tested in your life. Matriculation is only an excuse God has provided. You have been sent to Vanita Vishram on that pretext. If you fail there, your ashram life will have gone in vain and my hopes will have been destroyed. Why should you be defeated by minor inconveniences? Even if you help the lady who is looking after things there, you will be doing admirable work and satisfying your needs also in the right way. But you must have that much love within you. You must have patience and courage. Bear it in mind that your matriculation 1 is in Vanita Vishram, not in New Era 2. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, PRL papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladevi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar 108. Letter to Salam on the train, July 6, 1939 DEAR daughter, 3 You have only to place the spinning work at Ahmedabad on the sound footing. Do whatever Lakshmidas Bhai suggests in this connection. Do not spend more than Rs 2000 this time. Help Mridulabin in every possible way. Do not bribe anyone into doing work. You have to do the work while preserving your health. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 422. 1. The source is damaged here. 2. New Era High School, Bombay, which the addressee had joined for studies. 3. The superscription is in Urdu. 86. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 109. Letter to Sushila Nayar before July 7, 1939. 1. Stupid daughter, stupid is an apt adjective for you. And how stupid? It was nothing yesterday. Do you think there was any malice in what Devdas said? If there was any, it was directed towards me. And whatever he says is for the good of all of us. Where was then any place in it for anger? How you cried ND for no reason. You must shed the habit. Why so much touchiness? Send me a telegram that you have calmed down. Abandon this stupidity. Ask Devdas's forgiveness. This does not mean that you should do everything that Devdas says. Do only what you think proper. Persuade him patiently. I want a letter from you every day. I shall send you a telegram from Abbottabad to say what you should do. Keep writing to Vijaya and others. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, PRLO papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar 110. Pandarus and prohibition. As the train taking me to the frontier province was steaming out of the station, Rao Bahadur Bole handed me a copy of the petition of the Pandarus of Bombay addressed to the Prime Minister. He pressed me to read it and sent him my reply. I read the petition after resting my tired limbs and sent him my reply too. The petition is an interesting document and deserves public notice. According to it, the Pandarus got the concession to tap trees as early as 1672 as a mark of favor for military services rendered to the then British power. Then they lost the concession. But they were able to continue their occupation, and to the present that is the occupation of about 8,000 people. The petitioners say they are not against prohibition, but they plead for gradualness extending to a few years. 1. The date has been inferred from the sentence. I shall send you a telegram from Abbottabad. Gandhiji was in Abbottabad from July 7 to 26, 1939. 2. Vide letter to S.K. Bole, June 7, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 87. Then comes the sting at the very tail end. It runs, if the government fail to pay heed to all these entreaties and leave the Pandarus to their fate as it falls upon them, we do not know what course these poorly educated and uneducated people may follow in their sheer disappointment. We are afraid they may even go to the length of adopting not only Congress methods of seeking relief but adopting more drastic measures in their frenzy. The threat, in my opinion, vitiates a good case and raises grave doubts about the bona fides of the signatories. Are the governments to yield to cold reason or to the cold steel? If the Pandarus have a good case, why do they not rely upon its commanding public sympathy? Let me inform the public that the ministers are trying their best, in spite of threats, to remove every kind of injustice. In these days of the growing violence of the mind, threats must be regarded as the ordinary lot of ministers elected under the extensive democratic franchise. They may not be deterred even at the cost of their offices or lives from doing what they hold to be their duty, nor can they afford to be angry and refuse to do justice because, as in the case under consideration, the petition for justice ends by issuing an ugly threat. I have, therefore, pleasure in informing the public that the ministers are applying themselves to the task of keeping every tapper employed at the very work to which he has been used. Only the tappers have got to help the ministers to apply the remedy. It consists in the tappers tapping Nira during the Nira season and turning it into gur. This requires honest care and attention. The pots have to be treated as has been pointed out in these columns. The Nira need not be drunk. Pure Nira cannot take the place of toddy, which contains a certain percentage of alcohol and which therefore changes in quality. Pure Nira is food even as sugar is. Toddy, even sweet, is not in the same sense and to the same extent as Nira. hence Nira will be turned into gur which can compete with the ordinary gur, which is often dirty, adulterated, full of grit. Palm gur is any day more tasty than sugarcane gur. It can be eaten raw, whereas sugarcane gur, being much sweeter, does not admit of being eaten raw. And palm gur, when it is manufactured under state supervision, will always carry with it the guarantee of being pure. Many sweets can be manufactured out of palm gur. But in order to accomplish this great task, wholehearted cooperation of the planterers is necessary. If they are in earnest, they will help the government and help themselves. What to do during the 88. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Off-season will be a question. I have not been able to study the condition under which toddy is drawn. But this is a matter of detail and adjustment. On the way to Peshawar, July 7, 1939. Origin, July 15, 1939. 111. Cable to General JCSMUTS-1. Abbottabad, on or after July 7, 1939, 2. Why is agreement of as witness? Is there TO pass-through fire? 3. 1914 NO. Being help. Violated with you for Indians except. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 112. War spurs invention of new machine. The invention of a revolutionary type of spinning machine that will raise the daily output of the individual Chinese spinner from its present standard of 1 pound of yarn a day to an average of between 20 and 30 pounds, by Mr. Ken Yun, of the Ministry of Economic Affairs and a graduate of Cornell University and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, was announced in Chongqing on May 26. The invention, stimulated and hastened by the demands of China's wartime economy, represents the fruit of 6 years of research and experimentation, during the last 22 months of which the inventor was constantly moving about the country as he followed the national government in its transfer to the interior of the province. Mr. Niu's new frames are based somewhat remotely on the old native spinning methods of China. He studied and analyzed according to modern principles all the motions that go into the process of spinning until he had reduced each one to its essential scientific function. Hence he constructed a machine which utilized and intensified all the useful motions in the old process of spinning, and which discarded the useless motions which serve. 1 Jan Christian Smuts 1870–1950. South African soldier and statesman. Prime Minister, 1919–24 and 1939–48. 2 Gandhiji reached Abbottabad on July 7, 1939. 3 Vide also a letter, July 4, 1939, message to Indians in South Africa, May 23, 1939 and AICC resolutions, June 23, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939–15 October, 1939. 89. Only to waste the individual's energy and time. The machines that Mr. Niu has built according to these principles of scientific analysis are strong, sturdy machines that are at the same time extremely cheap. They are built basically of wood, with copper used as the chief metal. Iron and steel are used only at a few key parts, while the cogs are made of hardwood. The new machine is so made that it works almost automatically with a minimum of exertion on the part of the operator. The energy to operate the machine is supplied by a foot treadle which the operator keeps in motion. The actual introduction of the new machine to the people will fall to the lot of the Chinese industrial cooperatives and several private concerns. The Chinese industrial cooperatives plan to establish in the coming year over 10,000 cooperatives, of which at least 30% will be textile cooperatives. It is the belief of the cooperatives that of the normal consuming capacity of Free China of 10 million bolts of cloth a year, at least 3 million will be produced by its cooperatives within the next 12 months. In the production of these textiles, the new spinning frames will play an important part. It is planned to introduce the new machine to its users at the rate of 2 machines per family. Cotton yarn, now selling in the interior at $2.30 per pound, will be reduced to a fraction of its former cost. The foregoing one was received by Sri Ariana Yakum II from a friend in China. I wish I could give more details about this invention. For me, its merit lies in China finding it necessary to introduce village, in the place of town, production. Origin, August 7, 1939. 113. Jaipur. Those who are interested in Jaipur affairs have been living in suspense, for they had learned that some talks were taking place between the Prime Minister III of the state and Sheikh Jamnalalji. I regret to have to inform them that nothing worth has come out of the talks. Therefore the struggle continues. Even civil disobedience continues in a way, though it is suspended in regard to further formation of jathas for courting arrest. Those who courted arrests remain in the state prisons. They have not sought release. They will come out in due one. Only extracts are reproduced here. To E.W. Ariana Yaklam, Secretary, Hindustani Talimi Sangh 3 Sir Beauchamp Street, John 4 Batches. 90. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Course on the termination of their sentences. Shethji's detention 1 is indefinite, and he will not come out by undertaking to leave the state on release, and the authorities will not permit him to remain in Jaipur as a free man in spite of the fact that further courting of arrests has stopped. Thus they will not allow Shethji even to do constructive work among the people. They know that they have no fear of any secret propaganda or his part on his saying one thing and doing the contrary. His reputation for the strictest honesty is too well established to admit of any doubt. Some complication has arisen because Shethji is suffering from pains in the knees. The state medical officer advises Shethji to go to Europe or at least to the seaside for treatment. He is himself doing all he can, but he is of opinion that change of place is indicated. Shethji, whilst he is under detention, would not go out of Jaipur even for the sake of getting well. He thinks that self-respect requires unconditional release. He will not think of a change so long as he is under a ban for which he feels there is no justification. Since civil disobedience is suspended, there is no warrant whatsoever for detaining Jamnalalji in custody. Why won't the authorities release him and arrest him when he commits an offense against the laws of the state? To say the least, there is something uncanny about the treatment of Sheikh Jamnalalji. It is the duty of the Jaipur authorities either to justify the indefinite detention or to release him unconditionally. The Jaipurians have been asking me how long the embargo on their civil resistance will last. I can only answer, as long as the atmosphere demands suspension. Meanwhile, let them carry out the constructive program. I retain the opinion that no one is fit for offering civil disobedience who has not satisfied the conditions I have laid down. And there is always a saving clause about all my advice. No one need follow it unless it appeals to his head and heart. No one who has honestly the inner call need be deterred from obeying it because of my advice. In other words, it applies only to those who are not conscious of any inner call and who have faith in my riper experience and soundness of my judgment. Though the talks have broken down, the authorities are not absolved from the duty of finding a solution for the impasse. Absence of civil disobedience does not mean cessation of agitation in some. 1 Inch Jaipur Jail. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 91. Form or other for securing the rudiments of freedom for which the fight was undertaken. Public opinion will give the authorities no rest. Let the Jaipurians, therefore, know that so long as they have the will they have the power. And it increases with every effort to keep it under check. Every power is not meant to be immediately used. Garnering it often makes it far more effective than if it is used the moment it is generated. Abbottabad, July 8, 1939. Origin, July 15, 1939 114. To the princes, several persons interested in the states have asked me what in my opinion is the minimum that all states should guarantee in order to come in line with the enlightened opinion in what is called British India. I cannot vouch for what the Congress would say if it had to give any such opinion. Perhaps it would be wrong for the Congress to have or to give such opinion. A democratic body can only pronounce opinion on events as they happen. Be that as it may, the opinion I am about to give is only my own and binds no one but me. The minimum then that all states great and small can give is 1. Full civil liberty, so long as it is not used to promote violence directly or indirectly. This includes freedom of the press and freedom to receive newspapers which do not promote violence. 2. Freedom to the people of the states to form associations and educate public opinion in favor of establishing responsible government in their own states. 3. Freedom for Indians outside particular states to enter them without let or hindrance so long as their activities are not directed towards the destruction of the states in question. 4. The privy purse should be limited so as not to exceed a tenth of the income where it ranges between Rs 10 to 15 lakhs per year, and in no case should the purse exceed Rs 3 lakhs per year, and should include all the private expenses of the ruler e.g., palace expenses, cars, stables, the ruler's guests except those which have reference to performance of public duty which should be clearly defined. 92. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 5. Judiciary to be independent and permanent and free of all interference. In order to ensure uniformity of practice and strict impartiality, there should be an appeal to the High Court of the province within which the state in question is situated. This may not be possible without a change in the law governing the high courts. It can, I imagine, be easily altered if the states agree. I have purposely avoided reference to constitutional reform. This will depend upon the situation as it exists in every state. I should assume that where local public opinion demands it, the ruler is bound to respond. The most contentious part of my minimum is perhaps the right of appeal to the high courts. And yet unless some such arrangement is made, pure justice cannot be guaranteed in the states whatever may be said to the contrary. This is one institution which the British have built up with patient care. No doubt the high court procedure is expensive and far from expeditious. The poor of the land cannot reach it. The processes are cumbersome. Often the unscrupulous win. With all their faults, however, and except where high politics have come in, the decisions of high courts have been just and fearless. I can think of no easy and ready-made check save that of the high courts on the vagaries, and sometimes subservience to the executive, of the judiciary in the states. But I'm not wedded to my solution. If something else equally effective can be devised, I should have no objection. One thing seems to me to be clear. If the transfer of power from the princes to the people is to take place without violence, and if the princes are to live as such, they will have to adapt themselves to the changed circumstances. Very few people have faith in my plan, viz., the plan of princes voluntarily parting with power and becoming real trustees. The critics say it is utopian and against human nature. I must advocate it so long as I believe in its practical possibility. The world is inevitably moving to self-destruction or to a non-violent solution of all its ailments, moral, social, economic and political. The threatened world war will bring us nearer the desirable solution if a respectable part of it survives the impending catastrophe. Whoever recognizes that the only escape from the impending fate is a non-violent solution will, therefore, apply it to his own problems, whether they are domestic, communal or any other. Non-violence is a universal law acting under Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 93. All circumstances. Disregard of it is the surest way to destruction. It is only a question of time. The princes would not solve the riddle by the proposed combination with Gurjars, Muslims, scheduled classes, and their own subjects who are too cowed down to resist. It is a combination that is bound to break under its own weight. It is itself an inflammable mixture. And a combination against whom? The Congress which seeks to represent all these, not excluding the princes themselves. The Congress will die a natural death when it ceases to be national in every sense of the term. It has that unbroken tradition for the past 50 years. Whatever transformation it undergoes, it is the only institution one that will succeed British imperialism, whose days as imperialism are numbered. British politicians realize this. They would not resist, do not want to resist, its transformation or destruction. The imperialism is increasingly becoming a dead weight if only because it is based on highly organized violence. The princes may ignore the Congress for a time, but they cannot for all time. Some are reported to have said that after all it was composed of Banias who would show the white feather on a few knockout blows on the head by the strong combination pictured above. I would like respectfully to point out that the Congress is not composed of Banias who can be counted on one's fingertips. The millions who took part in the civil disobedience fights were not Banias. I do not thereby mean to imply that they were desirous of giving blow for a blow. Many could. But they had forsworn violence. Many Congress heads were broken by something severer than knockout blows. All I wish to imply is that the Congress is not composed of mere cowards. Non-violence and cowardice go ill together. I can imagine a fully armed man to be at heart a coward. Possession of arms implies an element of fear, if not cowardice. But true non-violence is an impossibility without the possession of unadulterated fearlessness. I beseech the princes not to underrate the Congress as a force in the country. Its policy still remains non-violent. I admit it is fast tending towards violence. I and a few of my companions are putting forth every effort in favor of non-violence. I ask the princes, for their own sakes and for the sake of the country that has given them birth, to throw in their weight in favor of non-violence. It seems to be touch and go with the Congress. It will either become growingly non-violent or will presently become a violent organization, not necessarily doing one. The source, however, has Constitution. 94. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Immediate deeds of violence but preparing itself for ultimate violence. It would not harbor cowards. If it does, it will cease to be the power it has become. Every Indian, high or low, there is no high and no low, for the Congress has to make his choice. Abbottabad, July 8, 1939. Harijan, July 15, 1939. 115. Telegram to Amrit Kaur. Raikumari Amrit Kaur Manorville, Simla West. Abbottabad, July 8, 1939. Arrived last evening. All good condition, weather moderate, love Bapu. From the original, CW 3924. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7233. 116. Letter to Amrit Kaur Abbottabad, July 8, 1939. My dear deceiver, I sent you a wire today as letter would have taken long. I hope you had my letter 1 written on the way. I met Balvanson in Delhi. He will follow the instructions. Let us hope the experiment too will be a success. Lilavati's 3 may not be. She is not happy in the place where she is boarding. She is not able to put up with any inconvenience. However, I have spoken to her and implored her not to give in without an effort. The weather here is ideal for us all. During the day a punkah becomes necessary. I sit bare-bodied, nothing but a thin woolen blanket was needed during the night. 1 Vide letter to Amrit Kaur, June 7, 1939. 2 Balvanson was to join Datar Singh's dairy near Lahore. Vide letter to the addressee, letter to Amrit Kaur, June 15, 1939. 3 She went to Bombay for her matriculation. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 95. I had a long letter from Haxor 1 pressing me to go to Kashmir while he is there. I have not yet acknowledged it. I hope to, tomorrow. I shall send it to you when I have done with it. I hope you have got rid of your flu and that the other patients are also doing well. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW 3925. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7234 117. Letter to Prabhavati Abbottabad, July 8, 1939 CHI. Prabha, I have your letter. We arrived here yesterday. Mahadov, Bablo and Kanu are with me. PRL has had to have an incision made under his tongue and has had to stay on in Bombay. and Soba and Sushila also have stayed back. All the three of them will come over here when PRLL is discharged. Mirabin must have reached Patna. She will work there for the present. You will of course see her. She is likely to attend the Congress meeting. We shall probably be here for a month. Sushila is all right now. Anshul Salam will do Qadi work in Ahmedabad. Jayaprakash had met me. He will probably come to see me here also. We had talked about you. He says you are to be the leader of women volunteers. But in that case your study will suffer. But that will not matter. Do the duty that comes to you and out. The other things discussed were about our reunion. But he will not accept Qadi. And I am not likely to give it up. That makes our working together difficult. Ba is keeping well. I am of course all right. There is no change in the diet. I keep fairly good strength. The weather here is not so cold. It is not too hot either. Give the enclosure to Mirabin. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 3533. 1 Vide second footnote of letter to Amrit Kaur, June 13, 1939. 2 Vide letter to Amrit Kaur, September 7, 1939. 96. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 118. Letter to Amtu Salam, July 8, 1939. CHI. Anshul Salam, I have only a few minutes today. You must have received the letter 1 which I wrote on the way. We are all well. There is no cold here. It is quite warm. But no hot breeze. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 423-119. Statement to the PRESS2 Abbottabad, July 8, 1939. I observe that political prisoners of Bengal in Dum and Alipur jails are determined upon hunger strike for their unconditional release. I would urge them strongly not to take to hunger strike. I am sure Surat Babu, who is handling the case, thinks likewise. I would ask the prisoners to be guided by Surat Babu 3 Harjan, July 15, 1939. Also the Hindu, September 7, 1939. 120. Statement to the press for Abbottabad, July 8, 1939. I have carefully read Sir Reza Ali's condemnation of my advice 5 to Indians in South Africa not to embark upon a non-European front. My advice may be bad on merits but does not become bad because I have been absent from South Africa for a quarter of a 1 Vide letter to Amtu Salam, June 7, 1939. 2 inches Harjan, this appeared under the title Bengal Political Prisoners. 3 Vide also statement to the press, June 14, 1939, and telegram to Secretary, Political Prisoners Release Subcommittee, on or before September 7, 1939. For this is extracted from notes in Harijan. According to the Hindu, Gandhiji made the statement on being shown Sir Reza Ali's statement on AICC resolution regarding South Africa. Vide AICC resolutions, June 23, 1939. 5 Vide South Africa resolution, June 26, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 97. Century. I have no doubt about the soundness of my advice. However much one may sympathize with the Bantus, Indians cannot make common cause with them. I doubt if the Bantus themselves will as a class countenance any such move. They can only damage and complicate their cause by mixing it up with the Indian, as Indians would damage theirs by such mixture. But neither the AICC resolution nor my advice need deter the Indians from forming a non-European front if they are sure thereby of winning their freedom. Indeed, had they thought it beneficial or possible, they would have formed it long ago. Harijan, July 15, 1939. Also the Hindu, September 7, 1939. 121. Message to Rameshwari Nehru. On or after July 8, 1939, 1. Congratulations on the opening of the Meenakshi Temple for Harjans too. Hope you are well. Love. The Hindu, November 7, 1939. BAPU. 122. Telegram to Secretary, Political Prisoners Release Subcommittee 3. Abbottabad, on or before July 9, 1939. 4. Be guided by Surat Babu. Hunger strike, I consider, is bad and inadvisable in any case. 5. The Hindu, September 7, 1939. 1. From the reference to Meenakshi Temple, which was thrown open to Harijans on July 8. 2. Vide also Meenakshi Temple open, December 7, 1939. 3. Of the Bengal Provincial Congress Committee for the Telegram was reported under the date line Calcutta, July 9. 5. Vide also Statement to the Press, August 7, 1939. 98. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 123. Letter to Sikandar Hayat Khan. Abbottabad, July 9, 1939. DEAR Sir Sikandar 1. Parsi friends told me with glee that you had described the prohibition program of the Bombay Ministry as a madcap scheme. Can this be true? If so, why do you consider it to be such? I have been receiving letters telling me that you contemplate introducing separate electorates for Harijans at municipal elections. I wonder if there is truth in this information. I observe that your scheme too is already before the public. I have not had a moment to give to its study. I hope early next week to take it up and the papers you were good enough to leave with me. I hope your backache has subsided. I would strongly recommend nature cure as a permanent remedy. It consists in straight diet, vapor baths and cold hip baths. Abdominal mud bandages help considerably. Raikumari Amritkaur has some experience of this treatment. She has tried it herself off and on. She is your neighbor. Do discuss it with her. Yours sincerely, from a copy, PRLO Papers. Courtesy, PRLO 124. Letter to Amritkaur. Abbottabad, July 9, 1939. My dear deceiver, I wrote yesterday, but the post has not gone yet. So this will be in the packet. J.L. S. letter is good. I hope you will give him your opinion of Hind Swaraj. The deadness must go. Eczema, laryngitis are your two enemies. You must drive them out. You have to be in Sagaon, the one premier of the Punjab 2 alternative scheme for federation, which was finally published on July 30. Vide, letter to Sikandar Hayat Khan, July 17, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 99. Moment I reach there. Both the maladies can be brought under control in Sagaon. Nothing is certain about Talcher. I am hoping that I won't have to go there. J.L. S. letter herewith. Haxers also. I am telling him I would try to go to Kashmir. His letter is good though difficult to understand. Nothing can be done by you about the viceregal letter. Things should be allowed to take their own course. I do not yet know when Ba will come. There is no reply to my wire. Mira has gone to Patna on Rajan Babu's wire. She will be happy there. She has made several friends among Englishmen and Indians. It is a pity she could not hit it off with Khan Sahib and could not stand any altitude. However, she might come back in October. I leave these parts by 5th August. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW 3926. Courtesy, Amritkaur. Also GN 7235 125. Letter to Shardabanji Shakawala. Abbottabad, July 9, 1939. CHI. Babuni, I am glad that you are keeping good health. We are likely to spend at the most 1 month in this district. As a small incision was made under PRL's tongue, he had to stay behind. Hence Ba and Sushila also stayed on. They are likely to return in about 3 days. Ba is not going to Sabarmati. I am in excellent health. Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, CW 10013. Courtesy, Shardabanji Shakawala. 1. Vide also letter to Amritkaur, August 7, 1939. 100. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 126. Letter to Chimanlalan Shah Abbottabad, July 9, 1939 CHI. Chimanlal, I read here today your letter of the 4th. Your complaint is justified. It is strange that there is no letter from Sushila. Shakarabin is bound to feel hurt. If I were in your place I also would feel hurt. A calamity like this is an example of my mismanagement. I hold myself responsible for the mismanagement among those around me. Shankaran had a narrow escape. He is better. He will perhaps take a month to get well. If Sushila did not write about the old man's dressing, it was a serious lapse on her part. I think she would not commit a mistake like that. I hope you will continue to hear from her. Lilavati's address is New Era High School, Bombay. She is staying in Vanita Vishram but she is not happy there. Let us see what happens. Anshul Salam is at Sabarmati Harijan Ashram. She seems likely to prove a good worker. As an incision has been made under PRLL's tongue, PRLL and Sushila are expected to come after about 4 or 5 days. The weather here is better than at Sagaon. It is neither too cold nor too hot. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 8353. Also CW 7052. Courtesy, Chimanlalan Shah 127. Letter to Balvansinha Abbottabad, July 9, 1939 CHI. Balvansinha, I hope you reach the dairy farm today on time. About your expenses there, I have written to Sardar Sahib that I shall be responsible for whatever expenses are incurred. It is hot here too. But no hot breeze. I sit bare-bodied. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 1922. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 101. 128. Interview to LWJARDINE1 Abbottabad, July 9, 1939, to Gandhiji, that is the only correct position, and no other is possible. If you have followed my writings, you know that I have declared that no one is competent to offer satyagraha unless he has a living faith in God. I had formerly not the courage to say so bluntly to my co-workers. I knew it was difficult to get a heart response to this thing. For there are many who say they have living faith and yet are not God-fearing, and others who scoff at the idea of believing in God and yet are at heart God-fearing. But I said it did not matter how difficult it was, I must put it forward as I know it. Jardine, you came only recently to the conclusion that you must insist on the condition? G. Yes. I felt I must make it an indispensable condition. I knew it, I practiced it, but had not declared it for acceptance by all. I knew some resented this and even imputed to me motives of excluding them from the chosen circle. But I said I must take even the risk of being misunderstood, but must declare the truth at all cost. How to reduce the whole thing to practice I do not know. J. That is simply terrific. To hear you say that it is difficult is tremendous, for it is an encouragement to me. There is a kind of hero worship that attributes to you superhuman powers. It is something to hear that you have difficulties and are human, and thus to feel kinship with you. Then there is another thing that has come home to me. You must not think of taking but always of giving something. G. That is right in a sense, but you can't give without taking, and to go on saying that you will always give would be humbug. 1 Revenue Commissioner, Frontier Province. President, Oxford Movement. The interview is extracted from the Oxford Group and Moral Rearmament by Mahadev Desai, who explains, we have found them refreshingly frank. On some of the basic principles we found ourselves in complete agreement. The friend who met Gandhiji described the object of the movement as the eradication of fear by bringing people under the guidance of God. To vide the following item. 102. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Honesty, purity, unselfishness and love are their fourfold principles, and the friend said that whilst the first two would come under the heading truth, the other two would come under the heading non-violence or bravery. Gandhiji asked, how is a civilian who is trained not to establish any human contact with a rule to fare under this rule? Perhaps you will not admit that they are so trained? J. No G. Well, you will by and by. I do not make a charge of it. It was worldly wisdom that dictated the course to those who organized the service. How could they allow them to live on terms of familiarity with those over whom they had to rule, especially when the rulers were only a handful? And yet if you accept the creed of the Oxford group, you have to establish human contact with me. And if you do it with me, you must do it with others. You will have to contact the whole of India through me, and I with all Englishmen through you. That at any rate is what the Oxford group must stand for, otherwise it would be like many other similar movements. J. You are right, and that is why I kept out of Freemasonry. We have to meet under God, and we shall not make demands from another which are inconsistent with the guidance of God. G. Anyway, I have expressed my difficulty. J. A program of moral rearmament for the world cannot fail to lessen the dangers of armed conflict. Such moral rearmament must receive support on a worldwide basis. Gandhiji was invited to put his signature to a response to President Roosevelt's message 1. Mahadev Desai explains. President Roosevelt advocated, before 4,000 persons assembled in Constitution Hall in America, moral rearmament as a means of maintaining world peace. Two of the paragraphs in it read thus: MRA means first of all a change of heart. It means admission of our responsibility for the past, a frank acceptance by nations as by individuals of the standards of honesty, purity, unselfishness and love, daily listening and daily obedience to God's direction. At this fateful hour we pledge ourselves to give the last full measure of our devotion, service of heart, mind, will, the moral and spiritual rearmament of our nation, building the world of tomorrow, the world of new men, new nations, where every resource of human genius is liberated under God's leadership to enrich the heritage of all mankind. VOL. 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 103. With all deference to those in India who had signed this response, Gandhiji said he could not in all conscience sign this. He could not endorse a falsehood. How can India accept responsibility for the past? All this has no application to me. The whole paragraph applies to exploiting nations, whereas India is an exploited nation. The second paragraph too applies to nations of the West and not to us. The whole appeal is so unreal. I can think of moral rearmament, but that would be in a different setting. I can think of communal unity through moral rearmament. As a member of an exploited nation, I can have a different moral rearmament program, and I may invite China to it, but how can I invite the West or Japan? And just as it would be unreal for me to invite the West, it would to that extent be unreal for the West to invite India. Let them shed their exploitation policy and their immoral gains first. To Harijan, December 8, 1939. 129. Telegram to PRL. PRL Birla House, Mount Pleasant Road, Bombay. Abbottabad, July 10, 1939. If you are well, start instantly. One wire. BAPU from a photostat, PRL Papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladevi Nayar and Drive Adashila Nayar. 1. The Bombay Chronicle, July 13, 1939, reported, Jardine had a further interview with Gandhiji on July 12. 2. The addressee, who had had a small incision made under his tongue, could not accompany Gandhiji when he left Bombay on July 5 for the frontier province. 104. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 130. Letter to Maurice Frudman. My dear Frudman. Abbottabad, July 10, 1939. I am only today able to deal with your letter of 18th May. You say there should be no self-torture, self-compulsion, self-violence in the practice of non-violence. This is a profound error. There is no salvation without the cross. Self-torture is only so called. The right word is self-purification. The flesh must be subdued. The flesh has gained such mastery over us that it has to be dislodged. We are born slaves of the flesh. Freedom from that bondage is mastery over the flesh, the self. All tapasya is self-torture. All restraint is self-torture. It is a surgical operation which has got to be performed. The fleshly mantle divides you from me. I must destroy it if I love you, if I want to be one with you. Its destruction in this life means its complete subjection. Is this not quite clear? Love to you and Apu. BAPU. From a copy, CW 11330. 131. Letter to Mira bin Abu Tabid, July 10, 1939 CHI. Mira, I have your second letter. I gave Jardine yesterday 1 hour. He was quite satisfied. He said he would come again if he felt the call. He spoke very nicely of you. Your host here whom Mahadev has met adores you. Qazi Sahib wanted to know why you had left and why you had not returned. I told him about the climate and the altitude when I told him too that if you were needed you would return in October. Badshah Khan was present during the conversation. So far as I can fathom him, he does not want to lose you. Kasenchan Basha came in today Monday. The talks begin tomorrow. Badshah Khan is away keeping an appointment. He remains as lovable as before to me. But that is nothing. What you feel is the only right thing for you. 1 Vide also letter to Amrit Kaur June 15, 1939 and September 7, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 105. Mahadev Desai has gone to inspect Nathia Gali. The hostess one here is anxious for me to go there. I am not anxious to change. This place is good enough and cool enough for me. There is no news from PRL as to when they are coming. I am still keeping well. You can easily imagine from my having to use the left hand how much writing the right must have done. Jaya Prakash came in today. Love. BAPU from the original, CW 6445. Courtesy, Mirabin. Also GN 10040. 132. Letter to Valabram Vidya. Abu Tabid, July 10, 1939. By Valabram, I got your letter when I was very busy. I could not, therefore, call for Ambashankar Vidya. I do not know if he had come of his own accord. Ba was to have gone to Sabarmati, but the plan was changed at the last minute. She is not with me, either, but she will soon join me. I will not trouble you at present on her account. I am very happy that Chandanban is improving, because it was I who had insisted on putting her under your treatment. You may now keep her as long as necessary and send her back after she is completely cured. Vijaya doesn't seem to have completely recovered. That responsibility, therefore, still remains with you. Blessings from Gujarati, CW 2906. Courtesy, Valabram Vidya. BAPU 1 Mrs. Parman and 106. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 133. Letter to Amritlal T. Nanavati Abu Tabid, July 10, 1939 CHI. Amritlal, I hope Chandan is improving. I have had a letter from her. Shankar was improving rapidly. Aren't they both, Shankar and Chandan, fortunate? Shankar should be arriving there soon now. You had asked for Kaka's opinion, but he has left the decision to me. If Chandan does not require your presence now and you also feel the same, please return to Wardha. Ba has fully recovered. But, as a small incision was made under PRL's tongue, Sushila and Ba had to stay back. They will be leaving in a day or two. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 10789-134. Letter to Krishnachandra Abbottabad, July 10, 1939 CHI. Krishnachandra, I am worried for there has been no news from you since Wednesday. If you have not written anything by the time you get this letter, send a telegram. I hope Balkrishna is well, and your worry has ended. At the moment your duty is to stay put. We shall see what can be done when I come down. Sushila, PRL, Ba are still in Bombay. I hope you have found a good help. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 4322. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 107. 135. Letter to Salam. Abbottabad, July 10, 193-9, 1. CHI. Salam, I have been writing regularly. How about you? I hope your health is all right. We are all well. Ba and others have not arrived yet. A telegram intimating their departure is expected today or tomorrow. Blessings from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 237. BAPU. 136. Letter to Mirabehn to Mirabin Co Kadi Pandar Madhubani. You can remain if health continues. Abbottabad, July 11, 1939. Good. BAPU. From the original, CW 6446. Courtesy, Mirabin. Also GN 10041. 1. The original, in Gandhiji's hand reads 1930. But Gandhiji was not at Abbottabad in that year. 2 inches Bapu's letters to Mirabin explains, the long delay in Bapu's coming to the frontier had told severely on my health, and at last I returned to Sevagram. Knowing that Bapu wanted me to work independently, I mustered up courage and went on to Bihar. In the meantime, Bapu's long postponed visit to the frontier materialized, and the sorrow in my heart became further accentuated. 108. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 137. Letter to Shamlal. Abbottabad, July 11, 1939. Dear Lala Shamlal, I kept your letter of 6th April till today. I was glad you were able to make up your mind. I hope the vow is being kept and that keeping of it is doing you good. 1. Yours. Lala Shamlal, MLA. Central. BAPU. From a photostat, GN 1288. 138. Letter to Vidyavati Abbottabad, July 11, 1939 CHI. Vidya, I had your letter of June 13. I could not reply earlier. My health is now all right. Do come over when I reach Sigaon. Tell me all about the conditions there. If you write to Rajendra Babu and others, they will all listen to you. Where is Lakshmi these days? What does she do? Have you fully recovered? I shall be here till the end of this month, if not longer. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, Rani Vidyavati file. Courtesy, Gandhi National Museum and Library. 1. Acknowledging the addressee's reply dated July 13, PRL wrote GN 1289, Bapu was very glad that you had taken to spinning regularly and were feeling attached to it. He would like you to learn spinning on the Takli. VOL. 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 109. 139. Notes or repudiation. Janab Yusuf Meherali, President, Kutch Prajakya Parishad, writes, in a recent issue of the Harijan, under the caption Leaders Must Lead. 1, you have made reference to Kutch, which raises 1 or 2 points that need to be cleared up. The note has it that a Kutch worker informed you that some leaders in Kutch are telling the people there that but for your stopping civil disobedience they would today be enjoying responsible government or something near it. We were not a little surprised to read this, for to the best of my knowledge none of our responsible workers in Kutch has said this. Since the suspension of the Satyagraha by us under your advice on April 1, I alone must have addressed over 200 meetings all over Kutch. My other colleagues in Kutch have similarly done a great deal of touring. but nowhere have our leading workers given expression to such sentiments. In fact, at a public meeting in the capital town of Ba, which is our headquarters, I asked the large gathering present if any among them had heard these or similar words. The unanimous reply was in the negative. I asked again if there were any person in the audience who had recollection of hearing anything that even resembled this. Not one such person was there. I do not wish to labor the point any further, but we could not help feeling hurt that you should have lent the weight of your name to a statement which on further enquiry you would have found to be incorrect. I gladly published this repudiation, but I must say that there was no occasion for the President to feel hurt. Had I mentioned names, I would certainly have referred to him before writing the note. But when a responsible worker asked me if I had stopped civil disobedience in Kutch and wanted a public declaration from me, I could not wait for confirmation before giving my answer. Nor does the present repudiation take the matter any further than where it was left by my note, except that Janab Meherli and those whom he asked did not make the statement alluded to. The proper procedure is to challenge my informant to produce the names of those whom he knew had made the statement imputed to them, or unreservedly to withdraw his one-vide notes. July 6, 1939. 110. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Allegation. I may inform the reader that I have adopted the procedure myself and asked my informant to produce the names or to withdraw his allegation. Meanwhile, my note has served a very useful purpose in the other states, if not in Kutch. The leaders have a greater sense of responsibility and realize that my opinion should have no weight with them except to the extent that it appeals to their heads and hearts. They are solely responsible for any action they take. And naturally, they alone know the situation at first hand within their own spheres of action. The way to do it Narandas Gandhi is Khadi mad. He is a good teacher after my style and an able accountant, but has been for years a staunch believer in the gospel of Khadi. He devotes about 4 hours daily to spinning. His output gives him Khadi enough for his household. 5 years ago he conceived the idea of popularizing Khadi and raising funds for public services by dedicating as many days as my years at the time of my birthday. He began with my 66th year. I attach the greatest importance to my service of the poor through Khadi. I do not regard it as a madman's mad idea. It cannot be so mad when it is remembered that it has put into the pockets of Hindu and Muslim spinners and weavers nearly 5 crores of rupees. Though, therefore, Narandas Gandhi's enterprise is connected with my name, I do not hesitate to advertise it year after year. His ambition rises as years roll by, and it has been always hitherto more than fulfilled. He began by asking co-workers to contribute in all 66,000 yards of yarn and collecting 66 coins from those who would care to give them. Collection of yarn was made from all over India. Collection of coin was naturally confined to Raikot, for it was matter of door-to-door begging. This time Narandas Gandhi hopes to receive, instead of 70,000, 70 lakhs of yards of yarn. Is there anything which the determination of the good cannot achieve? 1. It should not be difficult of fulfillment if 1,002 volunteers spin 1,000 yards of yarn daily from 2nd August for 70 days. The program commences on 2nd August and finishes on 10th October. A fast spinner would do 1,000 yards in 3 hours. But an average spinner would easily do it in 4 hours. If Narandas secures the co-1, this sentence is from the Gujarati leaflet, Note on Rencha Baras, written by Narandas Gandhi CW 8566. 2. The source has 707,000 a misprint. Vide also notes, June 8, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 111. Operation of 1,001 volunteers, the output need not be more than 100 yards per day. That means giving less than 30 minutes daily. And of course merit lies in an increasing number of volunteers responding every year. The virtue of Khadi lies in bringing the distribution of the work of spinning as near the individual use of Khadi as possible. The spinning provides the best and the easiest method of voluntary and useful cooperation. India has manpower in crores, and that is why it does not require giant soulless machines to given the cooperation of crores of people. It would be child's play for them to produce cloth for their own use. That would save the drain of crores of rupees to foreign countries, and the wealth would automatically be distributed among crores of people. Let me hope Narendra Gandhi will secure the association of many volunteers in his enterprise. They should send their names and addresses to him as early as possible. The money contributions and the proceeds from the sale of yarn or khadi, as the case may be, though they will be nominally presented to me, will be returned by me to be equally divided in 3 parts for Harjan and khadi work in Kathiawar and the Raikot Rashtriya Shala. Abbottabad, July 12, 1939. Harijan, July 22, 1939. 140. Meenakshi Temple open. I have before me Rameshwari Devi's address to the Tamil Nadu Provincial Harijan Temple Entry Conference held at Madura on 13 June last. I had a letter from her describing how successful her tour seemed to have been from the numbers who attended her meetings and the enthusiasm they showed. She had also expressed the hope that the famous Meenakshi Temple was likely soon to be opened to Harijans. Little did I then know that the temple was to be opened so soon. But the wonderful event happened on the 8th instant. It is a great event in the campaign against untouchability and the movement for the opening of temples to Harijan. The proclamation opening the state temples of Travancore was no doubt a very big step. But it was the prerogative of the Maharaja. He had in his Dewan a wise advisor. The Maharaja, the Maharani and the Dewan brought about one. The source has 707,000 a misprint. Vide also notes, June 8, 1939. To this and the following 2 sentences are from the Gujarati. 112. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. The transformation. But the opening of the celebrated temple of Madura is a greater event in that it is the popular will that has brought about the happy consummation. It reflects a decided conversion of the temple-goers of the Meenakshi temple. Shri Vaidyanatha Iyer and his co-workers deserve all the praise for the ceaseless effort that they have put forth in educating public opinion. Let us hope that this opening will be followed up by the opening of the other great temples of the south. There should be no hurry, no hustling of the public. The opinion of the temple-goers is of the greatest value. Theirs should be the deciding voice. The workers will consolidate every gain so as to prevent any setback. Every opening of a temple to Harijan should mark greater purification inside and outside the temple opened. The sanctity of such temples should on no account be marred. No political capital should be made out of what is, and is intended to be, a purely religious act. Harijans too should be taught to understand the religious significance of the opening of temples for them. There were 15 useful resolutions taken at the conference. Of these the following 3 attract special attention. 1. This conference notes with deep regret the recent action of the Mysore government in having withdrawn their order permitting Harijans into the Sravana Belagola temple even up to the limits where non-Hindus are allowed. 2. This conference resolves that the provincial boards of the Harijan Sevak Sanj should take up the organization of a provincial Sevak service with the following objects. A. There should be a whole-time worker in charge of every institution run by the Harijan Sevak Sanj, as schools, hostels, etc. B. The Sevaks should undertake to serve for at least 5 years. C. They should be paid an allowance ranging from Rs 15 to Rs 30 according to the needs of the individual and the circumstances of the locality. D. The Sevak shall be attached to any one of the centers allotted to him by the provincial board. E. The qualifications of the Sevak and the pledge to be given by him shall be the same as that of the central boards of Vaks, with this additional qualification that he should have passed at least the 3rd form and must have been for at least 3 years in Harijan work, and should possess full faith and confidence in th ideals set forth by Mahatmaji and the Harijan Sevak Sanj. F. The provincial board, though solely responsible for the salary of the Sevaks, the institution to which he is attached will also undertake to pay at least half his allowance. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 113. G. The The provincial board in consultation with the district or local committees shall select the SAVACs under the scheme who will abide by the conditions laid down by the provincial board from time to time. H. The SAVACs attached to each provincial board shall meet at least once a year. 3. Resolved that a short workers' training camp extending about a month be organized by the respective provincial boards in any of the following centers, viz., the Ramakrishna Vidyalaya of Coimbatore, the Vanashram in Guntur and the Kangari Gurukul in Mysore. Sri Avanasalingam, Ramachandran, Bapnidu and Gopalazwa may be requested to draft a scheme for their training and circulate the same to all the provincial boards. The first is surprising and demands an answer from the Mysore authorities. I hope that there is some misunderstanding somewhere. A concession once given is not withdrawn lightly. The second resolution is very important. The conference has thereby taken a big step. The third is also a substantial resolution. Let us hope that whatever has been undertaken by the conference will be duly carried out. Our resolutions often begin and end with being printed and advertised in the press. They have value only if they are reduced to practice. Abbottabad, July 12, 1939. Harijan, July 22, 1939. 141. Telegram to PRLL. PRLL Birla House, Bombay. Abbottabad, July 12, 1939. May leave KANAM 1. BAPU from a photostat, PRLL Papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladevi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar. 1 Kano, son of Nirmala and Ramdas Gandhi. 114. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 142. Letter to Lord Linlithgow, Abbottabad, July 12, 1939. DEAR Lord Linlithgow, I am much obliged to you for your letter 1 of 1st instant and the wires about Talcher. I thank you, too, for your inquiry about my health. It continues to be good. I am, yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a microfilm, Lord Linlithgow Papers. Courtesy, National Archives of India. 143. Letter to Balvansinha, Abbottabad, July 12, 1939. CHI. Balvansinha, your letter is very good. Everything is plain. This is what a letter ought to be. You will learn something but teach much more. In a few days, your way will become clear. Only today I have a letter from Sardar Sahib too. He wishes to send you to his bigger farm also. Keep cow's milk separate for removing butter. Conversion into curds hastens the process. With patience, everything will be all right. I shall send your letter to Raikumari, who will send it to Ashram, whence it will reach Shurendra. I am not writing anything to Sardar Sahib. PRLL and Sushila will entrain from there on Friday. This letter will reach you after that. Blessings from BAPU. 1 Vide Appendix Letter from Lord Linlithgow, January 7, 1939. 2 Datar Singh. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 115. P.S. According to Sardar Sahib's estimate, you will need 21 months to there. Let us wait and see. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN 1923 144. Letter to Amrit Kaur, Abbottabad, July 12, 1939. My dear idiot, strange to have no letter from you for 3 days on end. I hope you are keeping well. Here is a letter from Balvansinha. Read it at leisure. It shows that all is not gold that glitters. But of course he might have to revise his first impressions. It cannot be quite as bad as he paints it. Of course I don't want you to say anything to Sardar Sahib. He has sent a sweet letter. I have written in reply. After all, they did not meet at the station. Balvansinha did not go by the frontier mail as it had no third class. Meera has already reached Patna. She contemplates staying till the Congress is over. Ba and company are expected to reach here on Friday. Everything is in order here. Mahadev has found an able dentist here, probably better than the expert in Bombay. Love. Tyrant P.S. Please forward Balvinson his letter after use to Sagaon. From the original, CW 3927. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7236 145. Letter to Chimanla and Shah Abbottabad, July 12, 1939 CHI. Chimanla, see that the place where we take our meals is paved. Shankoran is improving. There has been no news at all of Balkrishna. Ba, PRL. 116. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi and Sushila will reach here the day after tomorrow. They will start today. I got Manal's letter. I am not worrying. Tell Bin Salabhai not to eat more than 1 tola of garlic. The dose is only 1 ounce. Blessings from BAPU Shri Chimanlal Pai Sagaon Ashram Sagaon, Warda from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 10599 146. Letter to Lilavati Asthar Abbottabad, July 12, 1939 CHI. Leela, I have your letter. By and by everything will be alright. Win over the girls through love. Persuade them gently not to be boisterous. They will certainly listen to you. Show this to them. Do not be impatient in your study. Take interest in it. The knowledge you gain will not go in vain. Passing the examination is only an excuse. The main aim is that you should acquire knowledge, though examinations also are necessary for progress. Keep calm and go on studying. Never mind whether or not you pass. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 9591. Also CW 6563. Courtesy, Lilavati Asar. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 117. 147. Letter to Amtu Salam Abbottabad, July 12, 1939. Daughter Amtul Salam, I got your letter. You never take care of your health. This is no good. If you wish to be treated by Vijayas Vaid 1, do so. You have to get well for the sake of your work. Ba and others will arrive day after tomorrow. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 424 148. Letter to Radhakrishna Vijay Abbottabad, July 12, 1939 CHI. Radhakrishna, I have your letter. Prison does not seem to agree with Jamnalal. But let things take their own course. He has to recover there and nowhere else. It would be alright if they release him on their own. You will see my article too. I have nothing much to say about diet. He should take as much milk and fruits as he can easily digest and very little starch. He may add soda to as many things as he can. He can take as much as 60 grams. I have understood what you say about the Muslims. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 9126. 1 Valabram Vidya 2 Vijaypur, August 7, 1939. 118. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 149. Letter to Shamlal Abbottabad, July 12, 1939. Bhai Shamlal, I have started action in respect of Lala Mohanlal's letter. If such a bill is introduced, we will be forced to oppose it. BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, G. N 1180-150. A Good Samaritan as will appear from the following letter received by me from Sri A.S. Waidya of Pune. He has been truly a good Samaritan to the poor people who eke out a bare living by heaving up to the Mahabaleshwar hill loads of wood from the plains below for the use of the summer visitors. Here is the extract from Sri Waidya's letter. When I went to Mahabaleshwar to get that isolation and quiet, I wanted to write my new book on southern Rhodesia. But while there my mind and energies were unexpectedly diverted to looking into a grievance of the village people who came up to Mahabaleshwar from the valleys below with heavy loads of hay and firewood and sold them for a mere pittance in our bazaar. Whenever I happened to talk to them, they invariably complained of the awful condition of the tracks by which they came up, as the pointed stones cut their toes and blistered their feet. On inquiry I found that the tracks came to be made by constant use and were never touched by the hand of man ever since Mahabaleshwar was discovered by General Lodnik 100 years ago. Realizing that the grievance of the village people was just and needed immediate attention, I put away the writing of my Rhodesia and engaged a gang of coolies and systematically took to the smoothing and broadening of the tracks, breaking up obstructive stones and lopping off branches which came in the way of their long loads of firewood. Off and on the work was continued for 8 weeks, during the course of which I must have employed altogether about 1,000 coolies. Counting small and big, a dozen tracks must have been made, remade and in some cases realigned. One only excerpts are reproduced here. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 119. Now I come to the main purpose of my writing you these notes. It is to ask you if government is not bound to keep in good condition these tracks that I have made for the use of the villagers just as much as they are bound to maintain in good condition the roads for vehicular traffic. While conversing with the villagers I gathered a few more facts which might interest you. 1. They all complained that the soil of their cultivated fields was deteriorating year after year so that their crops came to about half of what they used to have 10 years ago. 2. The Congress government, they said, had again imposed on them a tax of 4 annas on each head of cattle after exempting them from the tax for the last 2 years. 3. The wastelands round the villages should be given them for cultivation and small areas of forest reserves should be opened for grazing their cattle. I wish you, Mahatmaji, would do something to help the Adijans, as I call these poor villagers of the valleys round Mahabaleshwar, in whose welfare and well-being I am personally interested. I forwarded the letter to the Bombay ministers, and I am happy to be able to inform the reader that the matter has been taken up by them. The Bombay government will keep in good repair the footpaths so considerately smoothed down and made safer than they were before by Sri Waidya. They will also attend to the other matters referred to by my correspondent. I wrote to him asking for further particulars of his enterprise. It appears that he labored with the laborers himself and constituted himself their road engineer. He paid from his own pocket over Rs 200 which were supplemented by 2 friends to the extent of Rs 125. I am quite sure that Sri Waidya has lost nothing by suspending the writing of his book which it is highly probable will now bear the impress of his very practical philanthropy. It is fashionable to give something to charities out of one's superfluous cash. But not many give their labor as well as money. Those who do, ensure the best use possible of their donations. It is to be hoped that the other hillgoers will copy Sri Waidya's good example by studying and ameliorating the condition of the poor who uncomplainingly labor for them often on starvation wages. Abbottabad, July 13, 1939. Harijan, July 22, 1939. 120. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 151. Statement to the Press1 Abbottabad, July 13, 1939. I have read Subhas Babu's statement too on the Bombay prohibition with pain and sorrow. He had discussed the question with me when I was in Bombay. I had told him to confer with the Bombay ministers. I do not know whether he did so. But I was unprepared for his public statement. He has used the arguments of the opponents of prohibition. He was president of the Congress last year, and having been duly elected for the 2nd year he chose to resign 3 owing to differences with his colleagues. He is still head of the Bengal Congress Executive. He is identified with the prohibition policy of the Congress. His responsibility has not ceased because he is no longer in the working committee. Had he been a member, he could not have spoken as he has done. His statement because of his position is calculated to discredit the Bombay ministry in a manner the avowed opponents of prohibition could never hope to do. I can only hope that in this matter Subhas Babu does not reflect the opinion of any other responsible congressman, and that the general public will continue to support the Bombay ministerial policy with as much enthusiasm as hitherto. The minister's duty is plain. They have to pursue their program undeterred by any opposition, if they have faith in it. Prohibition is the greatest moral reform in the Congress program. Previous governments too had given their lip assent to it, but having been irresponsible they had neither the courage nor the will to carry it out. They were not willing to forego revenue which they could get without effort. They did not stay to examine its tainted source. The Congress governments have the backing of public opinion. The Working Committee after very careful deliberation issued its mandate on prohibition. The ministers have all overtaken it up to the best of their ability. The manner of execution was naturally left to the respective when this appeared under the title A Dangerous Game. The statement was also published in the Hindu, July 13, 1939, and the Hindustan Times, July 14, 1939. 2 of July 10. For extracts, vide Appendix Statement by Subhas Chandra Bose, November 7, 1939. 3 on April 30, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 121. Ministries. The Bombay ministers have been courageously pursuing their program with every prospect of success. Theirs is a difficult position. They were bound to tackle Bombay some day or other. They would be faced with the same opposition as today from the interests directly affected by the prohibition policy. It is not open to any congressman to embarrass the ministers as Subhas Babu has done. The communal question does not arise at all. Subhas Babu has rendered a great disservice to the Congress by raising the communal cry and the cry of minorities. Independence of India is impossible if causes great or small are to be discredited and ruined on the altar of the minority cry. Subhas Babu has played a most dangerous game by mixing up the communal question with such a purely moral reform as prohibition. It is as much the concern of a Muslim or a Parsi or a Christian as of a Hindu to look after his less fortunate countryman who happens to be a laborer and falls a victim to drink. The Bombay property owners will pay 1 crore rupees as additional tax not because they are Parsis or Muslims but because they are property owners. It is altogether misleading to suggest that the taxpayer, himself a non-drinker, will pay the tax for saving the drunkard. He will pay the tax for the education of his children whereas hitherto the drinker has been made by him to pay for that education. The additional tax will be a tardy but very small reparation for the wrong done by moneyed men to the poor. And the poor have no class. They, irrespective of their caste and creed, make by themselves a downtrodden class. Their enforced creed is wretched poverty. Parsis are philanthropists of the world. Why should they be behindhand in this the greatest philanthropy? And if theirs is the greatest contribution, it is but in accordance with their best tradition. And they will be thrice blessed. Many of them will be weaned from a trade which corrupts the morals of their countrymen less fortunately placed than they. They will themselves be weaned from the drink habit. However mild it may be for them, I know, from having lived in intimate contact with them, that the drink does leave an indelible mark on them. Thirdly, moneyed men amongst them will have paid for the long-delayed reform. The cry of minorities is a calumny. It is a Parsi minister to whose lot has fallen the privilege of introducing prohibition. Dr. Gilder's is a job which brings him no money and it brings him drudgery and loss of a princely medical practice. Another. 122. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Equally disinterested physician one is the Sheriff of Bombay. A third learned Parsi is Vice-Chancellor 2 of the University, and a fourth businessman is the Mayor 3 of Bombay. I do not know that there has been such a happy conjunction before in the history of Bombay. If the Congressmen and the Congress Ministry of Bombay were communally minded and were indifferent to the minorities, this unique event would not have taken place. And I suggest that without the willing cooperation of the Muslim population of Bombay the movement in Bombay could not have been introduced. I am quite sure that the best Muslim mind in all India is with the Congress in this Bombay project. The piecemeal solution flung by Subhas Babu would not work. For one thing, it would lack the psychological background. I therefore invite Subhas Babu to retrace his steps and join me in making an appeal to the great Parsi community and those others who may oppose the reform to help it to become the success which it deserves to be. It is his duty as Rajan Babu's immediate predecessor to help the Bombay Ministry, which is bravely pursuing the policy laid down for it by the Congress. Harijan, July 22, 1939. 152. Letter to C.A. Tilful. Abbottabad, July 13, 1939. Dear Tilful, you have raised a very important question. My mind whirls when I try to find a solution. But it will come in its own time. Meanwhile, let us hold ourselves in patience. Yours sincerely, Shri C.A. Tilful Tilak Road, Pona. M.K. Gandhi. From a photostat, CW 2900. Courtesy, C.A. Tilful. 1 Dr. Feroz C. Bharucha. 2 R.P. Masani. 3 Baram Narasji Karangia. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 123. 153. Letter to Amrit Kaur Abbottabad, July 13, 1939. My dear idiot, if your letter had not been received today, I would have wired. I was impatient to know the cause of the long silent song for you. I am glad Dalip is on the mend. You will have to come to Sagaon to get strong. I hope from here my way will be to Sagaon without a break. I do wish you will firmly cancel Sangli 1 no matter how insistent I is. You must tell her you are under treatment which must not be interrupted. You must give the doctor a chance. Yes, you may go to Jaipur on your way to Sagaon. That may be considered when my movement is fixed. Except Altra, there is nothing on the horizon to keep me from Sagaon. We wish systems to die, not their authors or victims. We must hope whilst there is life. If I suddenly lost my head, you won't wish for me to die, but you will pray that I may regain my sanity and live. Does this answer your question? Recall what I said about Dyer. The information you give me about the States and Travancore is interesting and instructive. I sent you yesterday Balvansinha's letter too. I have heard again from the Sardar Bahadur in reply to my own letter. He says the very fact of my sending Balvansinha would be sufficient charge for his board and lodging. Is this Punjabi courtesy or Sikh courtesy or personal to him? This was in reply to my offer of payment. Ba and company are due tomorrow. Ba was impatient to come. She was detained only because I would not bring out Sushila, leaving PRL alone. And Ba could not be brought along without Sushila. I could not attend to her personally, and she does need medical adjustment every now and then, and she has taken to Sushila. Ba is not bringing Kanam this time. He will be left with his maternal uncle. Nirmala is likely to go to Warda soon. In that case, of course, Kanam will join here. Now comes an interruption. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW 3928. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7237-1, where the All India Women's Conference was to be held on July 29. 2 Vide letter to Balvansinha, December 7, 1939. 124. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 154. Letter to C.F. Andrews Abbottabad, July 13, 1939. My dear Charlie, I must write for the sake of writing to you. Sometimes I must give myself this relaxation. For Ceylon I instinctively thought of sending a congressman, and my mind at once rested on Jawaharlal Nehru. But South Africa is not Ceylon. Sarojini can't do the thing. You are perhaps the only person to do the thing if you can draw Mott and others. It is the Boer mind that has to be touched. You can be spared just now. Perhaps the voyage will do you good. And you might be able to bring the warring one Indians together. But you must not go, if you do not feel the inner call, or if your health won't stand the strain. To all this has come when I took up the pen. It was to be only a love letter. Mahadev is with me. PRL and Sushila and Ba come tomorrow. From a photostat, GN 1298. Yours, Mohan. 155. Letter to P.G. Matthew Abbottabad, July 13, 1939. My dear Matthew, I am sorry your recovery is not so rapid as you had expected. Let this sickness teach you patience. I am here till the end of the month at least. Love. Yours BAPU. One Vide message to Indians in South Africa, May 23, 1939. To a handwritten note by the addressee at the bottom of the letter reads, "This clearly means I must go as soon as the monsoon is over. VOL. 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 125. P.S. PRL, Ba and Sushila join me here tomorrow. Shri P. Gram Matthew Gram UDYOG Lodge Nath Mahal, Nagpur from a photostat, GN 1541 156. Notes Vande Mataram. Some students in Hyderabad complain that my Note 1 on Vande Mataram has created confusion in their minds. They read an extract from it in some local papers from which the words "at a mixed gathering" were omitted so as to leave the impression that it was not to be sung even in gatherings of their own, though such an interpretation was absurd. I was being quoted in support of the contention that the students should not be allowed to sing Vande Mataram in their own rooms or the prayer hall set apart for their section, who had not only no objection but who regarded it as part of their prayer to sing it. My note is quite plain. If at any mixed gathering any person objected to the singing of Vande Mataram even with the Congress expurgations, the singing should be dropped. But it was never intended to apply to gatherings in which there was no objection raised. Such an objection would amount to interference, unlawful and intolerant. If objections could be carried to such lengths, even the performance of religious worship would become impossible. And I know that for many patriots the singing of Vande Mataram amounts to a religious duty. That obstinate disease. Thus writes Sri Tatashar, who is an ardent lover of Harijans. Some time ago there was a riot at Nalathursheri. Caste men attacked the Adi Dravida Bhajanai and inflicted injuries on several members of the party. In this riot caste men received a few injuries. Adi Dravidas complained of the riot to the police. The police took no notice of their complaint. Caste men filed private complaints in court against 5 Adi Dravidas. These 5 Adi Dravidas waved the national flag, June 27, 1939. 126. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi were convicted and fined Rs 25 each and 1 month's rigorous imprisonment in default. Appeals were filed and heard on May 26, 1939. Judgment was reserved and was pronounced today in favor of the appellant accused. In accordance with the directions of the appellate court, the appellants asked the trying court on May 27, 1939, to postpone the recovery of the fines until judgments were pronounced in the appeals. The lower court refused to grant them time and sent them to jail. This grave act of injustice must satisfy you that the problem of the removal of untouchability is not going to solve itself. He has sent me also copious notes which I have read with painful interest. The letter from which I have quoted bare facts is filled with biting strictures of the police and the first court, which is reported to have refused to stay execution although appeal was admitted, and the appellate court is said to have recommended stay of execution. I have asked Sri Tatashar for further particulars. Allegations that the police refused to register the complaints of the Harijans while private complaints against them were readily entertained and that the trying magistrate refused to suspend execution of sentences are serious enough to warrant a departmental inquiry. There is no doubt that if the virus of untouchability is to be eradicated, ceaseless vigilance by the central authority is necessary. Abbottabad, July 14, 1939. Harijan, July 22, 1939 157. Provincial autonomy or provincial jealousy. Sri Jamshedji Mehta writes, after the introduction of provincial autonomy one is pained to observe the growth of provincial exclusiveness and jealousies in matters big or trivial. I often wonder if provincial autonomy has not come upon us as a curse rather than a blessing. Instead of the nationalistic spirit having increased, provincial exclusiveness seems to have flourished. Before autonomy my country used to mean India. Now it means my province. Will you not warn the country against the danger before it becomes too deep-rooted to be dealt with? The letter is naturally in Gujarati. I have given a very free rendering of the thought and the grief running through the original. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 127. Sri Jamshedji's complaint has justification for it. Provincialism of a healthy type there is, and always will be. There is no meaning in having separate provinces, if there were no differences, though healthy, between them. But our provincialism must never be narrow or exclusive. It should be conducive to the interest of the whole country, of which the provinces are but parts. They may be likened to tributaries of a mighty river. The tributaries promote its mightiness. Their strength and purity will be reflected in the majestic stream. It must be thus with the provinces. Everything that the provinces do must be for the glory of the whole. If the great contribution of Rabindranath glorifies Bengal, it glorifies also India. Does not his influence pervade the whole of India? Dadabhai lived not merely for the Parsis, not merely for Bombay, but for the whole of India. There is no room for exclusiveness or jealousy between province and province, unless India is to be dismembered into warring countries, each living for itself and if possible at the expense of the rest. The Congress will have lived in vain if such a calamity descends upon the country. Every attempt at dividing India into watertight compartments must be resisted. India's destiny is to become a strong, independent nation, making her unique contribution to the world's progress. Our patriotism is at no stage exclusive. We do not desire prosperity at the expense of the other nations of the earth. A time must come when we will be able to say, we are no less citizens of the world than we are citizens of India. But the time will never come unless we know the art of being citizens of an independent India. We cannot learn the art if we develop poisonous provincialisms. The right national life has to begin with the individual. I wish to be strong and free so that not only I but my neighbor also may benefit by my strength and freedom. We as individuals or provinces must bring our best fruit to the altar of motherland. Abbottabad, July 14, 1939. Harijan, July 22, 1939. 128. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 158. Telegram to A. Vidhanatha Iyer. Abbottabad, July 14, 1939. Vidhanatha Iyer Harijan Sevik Sanj Madura. Received harrowing wire from Natizir of Shrama Sanj. Wire how matters stand 1. Varna. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 159. Telegram to Natesa Iyer. Abbottabad, July 14, 1939. President, Varna Shrama Sanj Madura. Your wire. Unbelievable have. Unhappy. Experiences. Of Varna Shrama Sanj's previous exaggerated and Able charges Hindu public opinion seems wholly. Favor. Temple entry. BY. Harjans 2. Ask. U. Not. Impede. Long overdue reform. 3. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 1. Vide also the following item. 2. The references to the Meenakshi Temple in Madurai. Vide Meenakshi Temple open, December 7, 1939. 3 inches his telegraphic reply dated July 15. The addressee asserted that every word of his wire was true and that Gandhiji could make enquiries from Minister Ramanathan and others. Vide telegram to Ramanathan, July 15, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 129. 160. Letter to Amrit Kaur Abbottabad, July 14, 1939. My dear idiot, I forgot to answer one question yesterday. 1. Yes, your Hindi is very good. The letters are perfectly formed. Why don't you continue? If you don't care to write wholly in Hindi, do it half and half. The reply from Sir Mirza is an utter disappointment. However, we must continue to appeal to the best in him. There is no doubt that the State Congress people have not behaved well with the Dewan. The other letter is characteristic. I have not yet studied Sir Sikandar Hayat Khan's scheme to no time left after dealing with the day's work. I shall have to make time. Rest from Mahadev. Love. Tyrant P.S. Sir Gokul Chand just waiting to come in. I go to the library and then see him. Herewith Sardar Datar Singh's letter for you to read and keep for me. From the original, CW 3929. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7238 161. Letter to Yuma Devi Abbottabad, July 14, 1939. My dear Yuma, you can come here whenever you like. You won't be a burden on anybody. But it is fairly hot here. And my stay is uncertain. I am likely to come to Kashmir after 23rd if not earlier. 3. Now do as you like. 1. Vide letter to Amrit Kaur, July 13, 1939. 2. Vide letter to Sikandar Hayat Khan, July 17, 1939. 3. The visit was, however, cancelled. Vide statement to the press, July 22, 1939. 130. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. You need not go to Poland. Security can be given regarding your mother by transferring your cash to me. Other ways also may be devised. These will be thought out when we meet. Love. BAPU from a photostat, GN 1202 and 8056. Also CW 5097 courtesy, Yuma Devi. 162. Letter to Gladys Owen. Abbottabad, July 14, 1939. My dear Gladys, you have taken long to get rid of your disease. Of course you are welcome to Sagaon whenever you wish to come. I'm not sure, however, whether the life there will satisfy your ambition. But you have a vast field. You will stay where you find greatest self-expression. You will send your letter to Wardha. I hope to leave this part of India in the beginning of August. Love to you and all the others. P.S. Mahadev is with me quite restored. BAPU. From a photostat, GN 6195. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 131. 163. Letter to G.V. Gurjail. Abbottabad, July 14, 1939. Dear Gurjail, I was glad to hear from you. You must not give in. If the medical work progresses, well and good. Otherwise you must live on what the goodness of neighbors brings you. Have no hedge and no gardening. Let the people know that you do not resent their depredations. Swami Nirmalananda Bhikshu Gandhika Pamtir Venalar P.O., India. Yours, BAPU. From a photostat, GN 1387. 164. Letter to Drive Gopikand Bhargava. DEAR Dr. Gopikand. Abbottabad, July 14, 1939. I have your letter. I should say let well alone. Do the best you can. Yours. Dr. Gopikand, MLA. BAPU. Punjab. Lahore. From the original, Dr. Gopikand Bhargava Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 165. Notes on NIRA Shri I.S. Amin, Chief Chemist and Technical Superintendent of the Alembic Chemical Works of Baroda, has made important observations during the past 2 years and arrived at certain conclusions in the experiments on the collection and preservation of Nira. He has 132. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Now furnished me with the results which are too technical for the reader. He has appended useful notes to the results which are given below on origin, July 15, 1939. 166. Statement to the press to Abbottabad, July 15, 1939. Some women are inundating me with wires and letters about the hunger-striking prisoners in Bengal. One telegram peremptorily asks me to discharge my responsibility by myself joining the hunger strike. Another lays the whole burden on my shoulders of leading the agitation on the ground that the prisoners had suspended their hunger strike on my assurance. I have returned suitable replies where necessary, but the matter is too important to be disposed of by personal replies. I fear my fair correspondents are damaging the cause they represent by expecting me to do what I cannot do. They are damaging it also by encouraging hunger strikers. I have no doubt that the hunger strike is wrong. No person should free himself from prison by refusing to take food. The women who are corresponding with me, and others who are agitating for their release, should persuade the hunger strikers to give up their fast. The exercise of pressure of public opinion is a legitimate method, and if it is wisely applied, it will become quite effective. No government nowadays can afford to be indifferent to popular opinion. Therefore, I implore those who are organizing public opinion to persuade the hunger strikers to give up the hunger strike, and not to mislead the public by expecting me to do the impossible. At the same time, I would urge the Bengal government to put an end to this particular agitation by releasing the prisoners, although, as I have admitted, the prisoners have put themselves in wrong by resorting to hunger strike. The release is long overdue. Rightly or wrongly, and I think rightly, the public had expected their release on the transfer of power to a responsible legislature. That expectation should have been fulfilled long ago. The government will lose. 1. The notes are not reproduced here. 2. This is extracted from notes. The statement also appeared in the Hindu, July 16, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 133. Nothing, and will certainly gain much by yielding to popular pressure in this matter of release of political prisoners. 1. Origin, July 22, 1939. 167. Telegram to Raymond Nathan. Abbottabad, July 15, 1939. Ramanathan, Minister. Secretariat. Madras. Natizir. Mathura. SAYS 2. U. Will. Confirm. HIS. Charge. Meenakshi. Temple entered. Stealthily. And. Says opening was in defiance public opinion wire correct position 3. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 168. Letter to Lavadi Asthar Abbottabad, July 15, 1939 CHI. Leela, I got all the news about you. Without getting nervous, try and overcome your difficulties. You should study only as much as you can digest. You should take proper rest. Take part in the girls' games. See that you don't get brain fag. It is good that you go to school walking. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 9592. Also CW 6564. Courtesy, Lilavati Asar. 1 Vide also telegram to Secretary, Political Prisoners Release Subcommittee, on or before September 7, 1939. 2 Vide second footnote of telegram to Natessa Iyer, July 14, 1939. 3 inches his reply, the minister denied the charge. Vide telegram to Natessa Iyer, July 17, 1939. 134. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 169. Telegram to Rajendra Prasad 1 Abbottabad, July 16, 1939 Rashtrapati Rajendra Prasad Ranki Statement 2. We must say unequivocally fasting for freedom from imprisonment indefensible matter requires serious consideration. If my opinion acceptable guide correspondent accordingly 3 BAPU from the original, Rajendra Prasad Papers. Courtesy, National Archives of India. 170. Cable to General JCSNUTS for Abbottabad, July 16, 1939 implore you prevent Indian tragedy by refraining from needless wounding of their self-respect. It takes very little to placate them. You have great power, must you use it against a handful who have done union an injury. Gandhi, South Africa's freedom struggle, pages 299. 1. This was in reply to the addressee's telegram which read, 90 hunger striking political prisoners Bengal appeal to me as president for help. Much feeling their favor. Unable find any effective steps. Shall appreciate advice. 2 of July 15th. Vide statement to the press, 15-7-1939 Vide also statement to the press, July 19, 1939. 3. The prisoners agreed on August 3 to suspend their fast for 2 months in response to Subhas Chandra Bose's appeal. Vide statement to the press, June 8, 1939. 4. General Smuch cable in reply dated July 19, 1939, read. Government has whole question under careful consideration and will communicate in due course with Indian government. I hope our proposal will remove causes of existing friction. BOL. 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 135. 171. Letter to Chimal and Shaw. Abbottabad, July 16, 1939. CHI. Chimal, I got your letter and the estimates of expenditure given by Baisakbai 1. I see no profit at present from the investment of Rs 1645. The estimate does not mention either how much khadi is likely to be produced. Nevertheless, we will let him try for this 1 year. The expenditure may be treated as part of the ashram expenses. Get a hunt from Mahadov. I hope the man who had lost his leg is alright now. Why does partner Car 3 fall ill so often? He has not learned the art of preserving his health. How much rain have you had there? What is the condition of the road? Is the temporary bridge ready? It is a matter for serious concern that the water of the well has not yet become pure. You must be hearing from Sharda 4. Does Lilavati 5 write to you? Doesn't Bansali 6 show any effect, good or bad, of the garlic? From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 10600. Blessings from BAPU. 172. Telegram to Rajaram Raja SAHEB 7 Tanjore congratulations on Big Temple being Harjans. 8 from a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. Abbottabad, July 17, 1939 Open to 1 Sakabo Chaudhary of the Charpa Sanj 2 Bill of Exchange 3 Yeshwant Mahadov Partner Car 4 Addressee's daughter, Sharda Banji Shakawala 5 Lilavati Asar 6 J Krishna P Bansali 7 A Senior Prince and Hereditary Trustee of the Tanjore Palace Dasthanams. Vide also notes, sub-idle, more temples thrown open, July 29, 1939. 8. The Brihadiswara temple in Tanjore was thrown open to Harijans on July 16, 1939. 136. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 173. Telegram to Natesa Iyer. Abbottabad. July 17, 1939. Natizir. Varnish from Sanj. Madura. Minister Ramanathan categorically denies or CHARGS 1. Saying. All classes including Harijans visit temple. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 174. Telegram to President, Karachi District Congress Committee. President Congress Committee Karachi. Wish. Success Prohibition. Purely educative peaceful. Program 2. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. Abbottabad, July 17, 1939. Hope picketing. 175. Telegram to Padin Thanupillai. Thanupillai State Congress Trivandrum. Your. Reply. Perfect 3. Abbottabad, July 17, 1939. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 1-5 Telegram to Ramanathan, July 15, 1939. 2. The Karachi District Congress Committee had begun its prohibition campaign by holding meetings to urge the Sindh government to introduce prohibition. 3. The addressee, President, Travancore State Congress, had a discussion with Gandhiji on Travancore Satyagraha. Vide discussion with Travancore State Congress Deputation, January 6, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 137. 176. Cable to General JCSNUTS 1. Abbottabad. July 17, 1939. General Smuts, Cape Town, South Africa. Wise witness. Through Agreement of 1914 being violated with is there no help for Indians except fire? USTO Pass. Gandhi. From a photostat, CW 11354. Courtesy, EST Ready. Also South Africa's Freedom Struggle, pages 299. 177. Letter to Sikandar Hayat Khan Abbottabad, July 17, 1939. DEAR Sir Sikandar, many thanks for your letter of 12th instant. You have forgotten to answer my question about separate electorates 2 for Harijans. I have now carefully gone through your scheme and your remarks upon my draft 3 about Hindu-Muslim unity. The scheme is too complicated for me to form an opinion. I must own to you that I never studied the Government of India Act in the manner required for a proper evaluation of your scheme, which I see is designed, so far as the federal structure is concerned, to replace the Act. I see that you contemplate zonal legislatures in between the provincial ones and the federal legislature. The Government of India scheme itself is much too expensive and complicated for me. Yours seems to add to the expense and the complication. Then you suggest that the composition of the army should not be disturbed except under the contingency mentioned therein. For An. One who cabled his reply on July 19 thus, situation is being carefully examined and there is no intention to violate 1914 agreement. 2. This and other points raised by Gandhiji were met by the addressee in his letter dated July 20. Vide appendix letter from Sikandar Hayat Khan, July 20, 1939. 3. The Congress Working Committee, which met at Bardoli on January 11, 1939, had discussed Gandhiji's new draft on the minorities question. 138. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Out and out believer in non-violence like me, I would disband the army altogether. An army and non-violence go together. But I am painfully conscious that in this extreme view of non-violence I have no partner. How far those who believe in the necessity of the country having an army even after it has come to its own will accept your proposition is more than I can say. Then you have enunciated Dominion status as an accepted fact. It is a bitter pill for congressmen to swallow. But I see that your solution of the communal tangle is your scheme including the proposal about the army. Yours is the only proposal of a constructive charter on behalf of the League. I congratulate you on the great pains you have bestowed upon it. I am glad that you have decided to publish it in full when I must thank you for having taken me into your confidence and asked me to give you my opinion upon it. As to my draft solution, as I have already told you, it is in no sense adopted by the Working Committee. But it does still represent my views. I prize your criticism upon it. And if it ever formed a basis for the solution of our difficulties, I should adopt many of your suggestions. Your solution for representation of minorities on services causes difficulty. What are the minorities? Is there a final list? I am therefore very uneasy about communal representation in the services. If we make much of the minorities question in the services, we shall not only endanger efficiency but we shall endanger purity and impartiality in the administration of affairs of the country. But I heartily endorse your suggestion that all the backward members of a nation should be leveled up to the forward ones. I do not want to burden this letter with the other points arising out of your criticism. They are easy of adjustment, if we all make up our minds to meet with a determination not to part without reaching a settlement. Yours sincerely, Sir Sikandar Hayat Khan, Prime Minister, Lahore. Gandhi Nehru Papers, 1939. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library 1. It was published on July 30, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 139. 178. Letter to Amrit Kaur. Abbottabad, July 17, 1939. My dear idiot, of course you can come to Kashmir as Sir Kailash's one guest, as I should also be his guest. Therefore you will naturally stay with me. The incongruity will be in my carting you from place to place. From your remembering the word I see that you do not see eye to eye with me in this matter. I have heard today from Sir Kailash. I enclose his letter herewith. You will see he mentions your name. We leave here on 25th for Kashmir for a week's stay at the outside too. You will pick us up somewhere on the route, I suppose, unless you go there in advance and receive the party. I am wiring to Sir Kailash just now. I do hope you will cancel Singly 3. Yes, we are Mrs. Parmanand's guests or fellow inmates. I do not want you to mention Dalvin Singh's experiences to Datar Singh because it would be wrong to do so. I am sure things have righted themselves by now. It would be ungrateful to mention such things. I would not even have thought of the thing. Probably he has not even seen the house in which he was put. Love. Enclosure 1. Tyrant. From the original, CW 3930. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7239. 179. Letter to Mira, July 17, 1939 CHI. Mira, I have your booklet full of news. Of course the Biharis are lovable. I would not remove you from them if you will keep your health. 1. Kailash Narain Haxar, personal advisor to the Maharaja of Jammu and Kashmir. 2. The visit was, however, cancelled. Vide letter to Amrit Kaur, July 21, 1939. 3. Where the All India Women's Conference was to be held on July 29. 4 inches Bapu's letters to Mira. The addressee explains this as long letter. 140. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Don't deceive yourself that you are well when you are not. Watch yourself and do whatever comes your way. Don't be hasty in your judgments. You jump to conclusions without enough data. We leave for Kashmir on 25th and stay there 7 days at the outside. Love. BAPU from the original, CW 6447. Courtesy, Mirabin. Also GN 10042. 180. Letter to Shamlal. Dear Shamlalji. Abbottabad, July 17, 1939. Bapu has asked me to convey to you his remarks, on your letter of 13th inst. He was very glad that you had taken to spinning regularly and were feeling attached to it. He would like you to learn spinning on the takli. Once you become an expert, takli spinning affords you pleasure which even the spinning wheel cannot equal. Moreover, you won't need to interrupt your spinning when you have mastered your takli, and it is no exaggeration to say that takli is your best friend and helper when you are faced with the prospect of a long and tiresome argument. I wonder whether you know that at Nalwadi under Vinoba's supervision no youngster, after a month's training only, spins less than 100 rounds in half an hour on the takli. The maximum speed is over 350 rounds in half an hour and the average does not fall below 160 rounds. Bapu's health is fair in spite of all the handicaps. We are here at least till the 25th instant, when we may go to Kashmir. But this is not for publication. Yours sincerely, PRL. From a photostat, GN 1289. 181. Letter to Shardinji Shakawala Abbottabad, July 17, 1939 CHI. Babuni, what shall I write to you? Are you not going to take care of your health so long as you're away from me? Does it mean I should? Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 141. Keep both of you with me or that you should take a divorce? It will not do for you to fall ill so often. Has there been any change in your diet? Blessings from BAPU from the Gujarati original, C. W 10014. Courtesy, Shardabaji Shakawala 182. Telegram to Rajendra Prasad Abbottabad, July 18, 1939. Rashtrapati Rajendra Prasad Ranki of MEETING 1 NOT in Warda maybe Patna or Allahabad, whatever suits better. Am going Kashmir 25th. After weeks stay return where required the APU from the original Rajendra Press papers. Courtesy, National Archives of India. 183. Letter to Aritmal T. Nanavati Abbottabad, July 18, 1939 CHI. Aritmal, your years are flying like the wind. I cannot imagine that you have now entered the 34th year. You look the same that you did when I saw you first. That also is good. May you keep young and go on doing service. It does not matter if Chandon's to improvement is slow. It is enough if ultimately she is completely cured. Vijaya 3 must write to me in detail. Did she come away because she fell ill or for some other reason? I do not understand the cause of Kakasa's despondency. Blessings from VAP1. The Congress Working Committee met at Warda from August 9 to 12. 2 Wife of Satishi Kalkar 3 Vijayavanam Pankoli. 142. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. P.S. We are going to Kashmir on the 25th. We shall stay there for 7 days at the most and then return. Where we shall go thereafter is not yet decided. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, DN 10790. 184. Letter to Nirmala Gandhi. CHI. NIMU. Abbottabad, July 18, 1939. I have your letter written in Urdu. You should improve your handwriting further. Write to Salam in Urdu. Her Urdu characters are excellent. Reading good handwriting helps one to improve one's own handwriting. Point 1. Kanam's letter is enclosed. He's not likely just now to come away from here. Point 2. He is dancing about. You may take charge of him when you come. It will certainly cost you more by way of fare to come to Warda via Bombay. But that expense may be justifiable in your case. When will you be free from there? Blessings from BAPU. From the Gujarati original, Mrs. Sumitra Kulkarni papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 185. Letter to Salam, July 18, 1939 CHI. Amdul Salam, I have read your entire letter. What can I do if you do not get your post? I am writing regularly these days. It is difficult to find room in Harijan Ashram for those who come forward to work. Why insist on the Lal Bungalow 3? There are other buildings too. 1. A few words at the two places are legible in source. 2. Ibid 3 of Drive Pranji Vandas Mehta, near the Harijan Ashram, Sabarmati. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 143. Nearby. If the work grows, we can build houses. But what could we do if you keep falling ill? You are the cause of your illness. Ba is alright. Blessings from Shriam Chal Salambeh and 1 Harjan Ashran 2 Saba or Mati 3. BAPU. From a photostat of the Hindi, GN 425. 186. Not guilty. Drive Lahia has sent me a long, well-reasoned letter on the current controversy on the Congress Resolution 4 on Satyagraha. There is a portion in it which demands public discussion. Here it is. You will not permit the slightest separation of the principle of Satyagraha from your own specific program. Is it not possible to universalize the principles of Satyagraha, to make it the bedrock of programs other than your own? Perhaps, it is not. But I have this argument against you that you have not permitted and encouraged any such experiment. The people today do not regard your own program of ministerial action and constructive activities as wholly adequate. They are experimenting with such programs as those of peasant action. These newer programs entail an amount of local and isolated action even during such times when there is no general Satyagraha. Will you stop these little Satyagrahas till you have found the formula for a general Satyagraha? In such a course of action there is the danger of anarchy that arises out of suppression. Non-violent collective action is among the rarest and most precious gifts received by mankind in all history. We may not, however, know how to treasure it and continue it. Not only have I not prohibited separation of the principle of Satyagraha from my own specific program, I have often invited new programs. But hitherto I have not known a single case of any new program. I have never suggested that there can never be any departure from or addition to my program. What, however, I have. 1. The source has these in Gujarati. 2. Ibid 3 The source has this in English for 5 AICC resolutions, June 23, 1939. 144. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Said and would like to repeat here is that I cannot bless or encourage a new program that makes no appeal to me. My program, I claim, is a deduction from the Satyagraha of my conception. It is, therefore, likely that if there was any such vital activity favoring the growth of Satyagraha, it would not escape me. I am painfully conscious of the fact that my program has not made a general appeal to the Congress intelligentsia. I have already pointed out that the reason for the apathy of congressmen is not to be sought in any inherent defect in the program, but that it is due to the want of a living faith in ahimsa. What can be more patent than that we should have complete communal harmony, eradication of untouchability, sacrifice of the drink revenue by the closing of liquor shops and the replacement of milk cloth by coffee? I suggest that non-violent Swaraj is impossible if Hindus, Muslims and others do not shed their mutual distrust and do not live as blood brothers, if Hindus do not purify themselves by removing the curse of untouchability and thus establish intimate contact with those whom they have for ages put beyond the pale of society, if the wealthy men and women of India will not tax themselves so that the poor who are helpless victims of the drink and drug habit may have the temptation removed from them by the closing of drink and drug shops, and, lastly, if we all will not identify ourselves with the semi-starved millions by giving up the taste for milk cloth and revert to coffee produced by the many million hands in the cottages of India. In all that has been written against the constructive program, I have not come across a single convincing argument against either its intrinsic merit or its merit in terms of non-violent Swaraj. I may bold to say that if all congressmen concentrate themselves on this constructive program, we shall soon have the requisite non-violent atmosphere throughout the length and breadth of the 1% Satyagraha. Take the present action suggested by Dr. Lahia as a possible new program. I regret to have to say that in most cases the peasants are not being educated for non-violent action. They are being kept in a state of perpetual excitement and made to entertain hopes which can never be fulfilled without a violent conflict. The same may safely be said about labor. My own experience tells me that both the peasantry and labor can be organized for effective non-violent action, if congressmen honestly work for it. But they cannot, if they have no faith in the ultimate success of non-violent action. All that is required is the proper education of the peasantry and labor. They. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 145. Need to be informed that if they are properly organized they have more wealth and resources through their labor than the capitalists through their money. Only capitalists have control over the money market, labor has not over its labor market, although if labor had been well served by its chosen leaders it would have become conscious of the irresistible power that comes from proper instruction in non-violence. Instead, labor in many cases is being taught to rely on coercive methods to compel compliance with its demands. The kind of training that labor generally receives today leaves it in ignorance, and relies upon violence as the ultimate sanction. Thus it is not possible for me to regard the present peasant or labor activity as a new program for the preparation of Satyagraha. Indeed what I see around me is not preparation for a non-violent campaign but for an outbreak of violence, however unconscious or unintended it may be. If I was invited to hold myself responsible for this ending to the past 20 years' effort, I should have no hesitation in pleading guilty. Have I not said as much already in these columns? But my admission will not take us anywhere, unless it results in the retracing of our steps, the undoing of the wrong already done. This means having a reasoned faith in the non-violent method as the only means of gaining complete independence. When we have that faith, all bickerings within the Congress will cease, there will be no longer an ungainly scramble for power, and there will be mutual help instead of mutual mud-fleeing. But it may be that congressmen have come to believe that non-violence of my definition is played out or is not possible of attainment. In that case there should be a conference, formal or informal, between all Congress groups or a special meeting of the AICC to consider the question whether time has not come to revise the policy of non-violence and the consequent constructive program, and to find out and frame a program in consonance with it answering the present temper of congressmen. It is up to every congressman to carry on a fierce search inward and deal with this central problem. It is not safe or dignified for the Congress to follow the policy of drift. I would like such a meeting to forget that the members belong to different groups and remember that they are first and last servants of the nation pledged to fight the nation's battle of freedom with one mind. The Congress today is a house divided against itself. It must not be. Abbottabad, July 19, 1939. Harijan, July 29, 1939. 146. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 187. Statement to the Press 1 Abbottabad, July 19, 1939. I observe from the press that the hunger-striking prisoners too have sent me a letter and also made a public appeal. There is no doubt that they have public opinion solidly behind them. I would beseech them to be satisfied with this backing and to give up the hunger strike. They are brave. I suggest to them that their hunger strike is misplaced and is no part of their bravery. Let them bravely suffer till public opinion makes the government release them. They may rely upon my doing all I can to secure their release in an honorable manner. Harijan, July 22, 1939. 188. Cable to Wimdu. July 19, 1939. Dr. Dadoo. Postpone passive resistance till further instructions. 3. Gandhi. From the original, CW 11355. Courtesy, ES ready. Also South Africa's freedom struggle, pages 300. 189. Cable to Manila Gandhi. Manila Gandhi, Indian Opinion, Phoenix, Natal, South Africa. July 19, 1939. Postpone passive resistance till further instructions. Cable Dadoo BAPU from the original, CW 11356. Courtesy, ES ready. Also South Africa's freedom struggle, page 300. 1. The statement appeared under notes, subtitle, Give Up Hunger Strike. It was also published in the Hindu, July 20, 1939. 2-inch Bengal. Via telegram to Rajendra Prasad, July 16, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 147. 190. Letter to Amrit Kaur Abbottabad, July 20, 1939. My dear idiot, your hint continues to be good. I await your further letter about Dami 1. How I wish you could find out the truth about this affair. It is bad in every way. I am sorry to have to tell you that I had to withdraw acceptance of state hospitality in Kashmir. The people won't tolerate any such thing. This is unfortunate. But I did not want to create bitterness. I therefore yielded. So I shall be the people's guest, whatever that may mean. Your program need not suffer any alteration. You will be Haxor's guest, though you will stay with me. Only I would like you to precede me if only by a day. All this, of course, if Dami can spare you. That affair must occupy the first place with you. Nirmala to Kanam's mother, comes here today to fetch Kanam. Here is another letter from Balban Sinha. So you will see he is getting on. I am glad Sardar Sahib has taken everything in good part. You will send the letter as before to Sagaon with instructions to pass on to Kishorelal and Shurendra. The weather continues to be hot, although we had a good shower. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW 3931. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7240. 3 Vine Statement to the Press, July 29, 1939. 1A Hill State, 22 kilometers from Simla, where, on July 17, police had opened fire on a crowd that attempted to march into the palace of Rana Sahib to present a petition seeking redress of their grievances. Vide also Minority Administration, July 22, 1939, and Lesson of Dami, July 30, 1939. To Ramdas Gandhi's wife. Also called Nimu. 148. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 191. Letter to Junakan Abbottabad, July 20, 1939. DEAR Lala DUNICHAND 1. It is no want of time that prevents me from going to the Punjab. But I feel utterly powerless to do any good. In other words, it is lack of confidence that keeps me. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a photostat, GN 5585 192. Letter to Amrit Kaur Abbottabad, July 21, 1939. My dear idiot, I don't like this persistent sadness about you. It is so inconsistent with faith in God, faith in human nature, faith in unbreakable friendship. However, enough of argument. The sadness will go in time. The visit to Kashmir stands cancelled. I'm not sorry. I hope to leave here on 26 for Warda. The working committee will meet there. Hence I am likely to be a fixture in Sagaon for some time at least, I hope till the Congress time. Will you join the party or join me in August early? Dami is a bad thing. I hope you will reach the truth. Why not see the Rana yourself? Study and pursue this case to the end. I am writing on it. You will have a typed copy. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW 3932. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7241. 1 member, Punjab Legislative Assembly. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 149. 193. Minority Administration. The Chief of Chamba is a minor. The state is therefore under direct British administration. And the administrator acts virtually as the chief and exercises all his powers. A correspondent from Chamba writes, ours is a minority-administered state being directly under the control of the paramount power. We have been pressing for the repeal of the liberty-penalizing laws which have been enforced during the minority administration, and we do wish that popular element be introduced in the temporary administrative council at least during the minority of the Raja. 1. In a case like ours the paramount power cannot say that it can't intervene. If it has to safeguard the rights of the ruler, has it not any liability towards the people? 2. Will you throw some light on the question? The question is pertinent. There is no reason whatsoever why the people of administered states should not enjoy all the liberty that those in British India enjoy. Indeed, a wise and liberal-minded administrator of a state has within his jurisdiction greater opportunity for doing good than one in British India proper. A state administrator has much greater latitude than an official working under the routine of a province. The latter is subject to a series of superiors and has only limited powers. An administrator of a state is much more than a governor in his own little state. He is subject only to general supervision of the resident of the agency to which his state belongs. Therefore there is no excuse whatsoever for any misrule or failure of justice in administered states, if the paramount power's policy is declared in unambiguous terms and followed in its entirety. But if the administration is not all it should be, it shows that there is no well-defined policy of the paramount power so far as the people of the states are concerned. There is no insistence on the right being done by the states towards their people. There should be no such thing as policy of non-interference by the paramount power insofar as the elementary rights of the people are concerned. The policy of non-interference can remain unchallenged only so long as the state's people are ignorant of their strength. But there's nowadays too much consciousness among the people of the states to permit of the policy one omissions as in the source 2 AD. 150. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Of non-interference be successful any longer. Denial of justice in administered states should be unthinkable. Let the people of Chambok publish unvarnished facts about the state of things there. I have little doubt that if there is any injustice done there, force of public opinion will secure the needed redress. Absence of declared policy by the paramount power about the rights of the people of the states is perhaps glaringly demonstrated by the happenings in the little hill state of Dami. The shooting that took place there would have been impossible if the policy of the paramount power was known. The communique issued by the political agent should not be the last word on the tragedy. He had no material before him to enable him to form a correct judgment. Every such firing should be followed up by an open, quick, judicial inquiry. The chiefs who get easily frightened and resort to firing ought not to possess the power they have today over the lives of their subjects. But the public who have to form an opinion do not have a fair chance of doing so. They cannot set up an authoritative inquiry. And a political agent's communique is no true guide. Take the Dami communique. I need not challenge the statements made in it. For aught I know every word in it may be true. But it cannot command implicit confidence. In its very nature, it is a one-sided document. The political agent can produce no legal proof in support of his statements. He does not give the sources of his information. To inspire confidence there should be a judicial inquiry carrying necessary consequences for the wrongdoer or doers whether the wrong done is on the part of the state or the people. Thus, if the people sought to overwhelm the Rana, it was undoubtedly wrong as it was if there was defiance of the order against tribunal. It was wrong if outsiders joined the alleged demonstration. The lightning ultimatum, if it was that, was a preposterous thing deserving severe condemnation. Responsible government is made of sterner stuff. If the principality consists of only 5,000 persons and the revenue is Rs 30,000, responsible government is a meaningless term. If people in every principality will take the law into their own hands, they will do irreparable damage to the cause. The All India States Conference is there to guide them. Every Prajamandal should put itself under its guidance in order to enable it to frame its case for freedom. There seems to be little doubt that there has been undue haste on the people's side. But what about the Rana? Has he been dealing justly by his people? Was he really in danger of his life to warn firing himself? Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 151. Defense. Every crowd is not necessarily a hostile crowd. Firing ought not to be treated lightly. Human life should have the same value in a state as in British India. Every firing should be followed by the closest scrutiny and by a suitable action both of a punitive and of a preventive character. It is the duty of the paramount power to deprive chiefs of powers of which they do not know judicious use. The whole question regarding the place of the states in Greater India requires overhauling. A new epoch has come replacing the old. With the change of the times there must be a change in the manners of all parties he paramount power, the princes, their people, and last but not least the Congress if it survives the internal crisis that has overtaken it. It will be a mistake for the paramount power or the princes to ignore the Congress, a body under whose shadow the people of the states from the commencement have been accustomed to grow and flourish. The Congress must guide them. Any resenting by the princes or the paramount power of guidance of the people by the Congress must result in an inevitable but wholly unnecessary clash. How can people who are one in blood and bound together by the closest social and economic ties be artificially kept apart for any length of time? Instead of suspecting or fearing the Congress, surely the proper thing for all concerned is to welcome the Congress aid whenever it is available for the common good of both the princes and the people. No doubt the Congress will have to recognize its own limitations. It can hope to work with effect only if its work is of a friendly and peaceful nature. It has to hold the scales evenly between parties. It must avoid all show of force or coercion. Thus the reported participation by non-Damiites in the demonstration should have been impossible under the Congress aegis. The Congress influence can be effectively exercised only if it retains its non-violence. Its only capital is its moral authority. Any other position must lead to internecine feud and bloodshed. Dami has a lesson which congressmen have to take to heart. This I say quite apart from the admitted fact that we do not yet know exactly what happened and where the blame actually lay. In the absence of a proper judicial inquiry, right action becomes impossible. Abbottabad, July 20, 1939. Harijan, July 29, 1939. 152. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 194. Statement to the press. Abbottabad, July 22, 1939. I regret to say that for unavoidable reasons I have been obliged to cancel my Kashmir visit. I must apologize to those who were led to expect my visit to India's fairyland. 1 The Hindu, July 22, 1939. 195. Letter to Prabhavati Abbottabad, July 22, 1939. Chi. Prabha, your letter arrived here yesterday via Peshawar. It is all right that you wrote to Rajan Babu, but you must improve your health. Otherwise you will not be of any use at all. Why do you keep worrying? We are leaving this place on the 26th and shall reach Sigaon on the 28th. Could you not come to Sigaon by that time? Raikumari is in Simla. Her address is Manorville, Simla. She will perhaps come to Sigaon when I go there. Anshul Salam is at Sabarmati. Lilavati has joined New Era School, Bombay. Belkobatu is in Badalil Sarapai Sanatorium, Panchgani, and Krishnakandra is there with him. Sushila will stay on in Delhi and gain more experience in her old hospital for a month. After that she will go to Sigaon. Nimi came here 2 days ago. She will return to Dehradun tomorrow with Kanan. After that she too will go over to Sigaon. Balban Sinha is getting experience in a dairy near Lahore. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 3534. One Vide also letter to Jawaharlal Nehru, July 29, 1939. To Balkrishna Pave. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 153. 196. My notes how to attain truth Labbi Bando, Chashma Bando, Gosh Bangar Nabini Sirhak, Barma Bikhan keep your lips, eyes and ears closed and laugh at me then if you do not reach the heart of truth. This is a couplet by Maulana Rumi. Often Don Shaman Kavi of Kutch sends me such valuable verses. When I was at Raikot, he sent me the above verse along with its meaning. I liked it so much that I wanted to place it before the readers of Harjan Bantu. At times when we talk nonsense, listen to falsehood or filth and look at objectionable things, this couplet ought to pierce our heart like a pointed arrow. The quest for truth demands a heavy price. We may not actually close our lips, ears and eyes although we would lose nothing by closing them. We can, however, certainly do this much. Instead of uttering false or bitter words or hearing defamatory or useless things or watching lustful scenes, we may speak the truth at all costs, chant the name of God, hear his songs, observe the magic of his creation, have darshan of the saints and hear only such things as will help our progress. It is only he who does this that will attain the truth. He alone can be a true satyagrahi and through his tapaskarya we can get a glimpse of peaceful Swaraj. The rest is all in vain. From Gujarati Harjan Bantu, July 23, 1939. 197. Message to Bombay Government Prohibition BOARD 1 Abbottabad, July 23, 1939. I hope that good sense for which Bombay is famous will ultimately prevail and all will combine to make the brave reform under. 1. This is extracted from notes in Harijan, which reported that the message was in connection with the introduction of prohibition in Bombay on August 1. 154. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Taken by the Bombay Ministry the success it deserves to be. I'm quite sure that the removal of the curse of intoxicating drinks and drugs will confer lasting benefit on the country. M.K. Gandhi Harijan, May 8, 1939. Also the Bombay Chronicle, July 31, 1939. 198. Letter to S.K. Abbottabad, July 23, 1939. Dearrao Bahadur, I thank you for your letter of 20th instant. I understand your explanation. I had to deal with the moral one as it was drawn up. The last paragraph was incapable of any other meaning. In the circumstances I imagine it is unnecessary to say anything further on my article. But if you think otherwise, I shall insert any explanation to you may think fit to send. It should be brief and to the point. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a photostat, CW 4880. 1. The references to the Pandurish petition to the Bombay Premier. Vide Pandurus and Prohibition, July 7, 1939. 2. Vide an explanation, July 8, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 155. 199. Letter to Drive B.S. Munch. Abbottabad. July 23, 1939. DEAR Dr. MOONJE1. I like your frank letter too but I cannot make the response you desire, for our ways are so hopelessly different. Yours sincerely. Dr. B.S. Munch 19 Orthodox Quarter Card Road, South IMLA. M.K. Gandhi. B.S. Munch Papers. File number 24/1939. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 200. Letter to Adolf Hitler 3AS Aborda, CP, India, July 23, 1939. DEAR friend, friends have been urging me to write to you for the sake of humanity. But I have resisted their request, because of the feeling that any letter from me would be an impertinence. Something tells me that I must not calculate and that I must make my appeal for whatever it may be worth. It is quite clear that you are today the one person in the world who can prevent a war which may reduce humanity to the savage state. One of the Hindu Mahasabha dated July 20th, which read, owing to corruption and rise of violence in Congress and the country generally and particularly owing to non-achievement of Hindu-Muslim unity, you do not feel justified in advising the Congress to start massive disobedience for exercising pressure on the government to modify the present federation according to your wishes and yet the Congress is not prepared to accept this federation. The government, on the other hand, not being pressed or coerced to modify the federation according to your wishes, will remain indifferent in the matter, though it may be tempted to modify it to suit the conveniences of the Muslim League. The result will be that the Muslim communalism will be still further strengthened and the hope for Hindu-Muslim unity will disappear forever. Will it not be wise to accept the present federation in spite of all its defects and use it as a jumping ground for further quarrels and games? 3. The government did not permit this letter to go. 156. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Must you pay the price for an object however worthy it may appear to you to be? Will you listen to the appeal of one who has deliberately shunned the method of war not without considerable success? Anyway, I anticipate your forgiveness. If I have erred in writing to you, I remain your sincere friend, Herr Hitler, Berlin, Germany, from a photostat, GN 1510-201. Letter to Agatha Harrison, Abbottabad, July 23, 1939. My dear Agatha, further contacts with Lord Linlithgow will come in their own time. I must hold myself in readiness but must not force the pace. There is nothing wrong with or in his letter. Only he thinks he has gone as far as he could in the matters in which I am interested. I must not therefore tax him any longer on those matters. I am now trying to educate public opinion and showing all the parties how the new technique can work. About federation, the position is absolutely clear so far as I am concerned. It is perfectly true that if my conditions were fulfilled, I would accept federation and so would the Congress, I feel sure. But there is no atmosphere for the fulfillment of those conditions. There is no strength behind my demands. And the British government cannot give what cannot be taken and held by the grantee. I want you to believe that everything will come right in its own time. Herewith copy of my letter to Hitler just going. Love. BAPU from a photostat, GN 1509. 1. Vide also statement to the press, May 9, 1939. 2. Vide the preceding item. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 157. 202. Letter to Nirmala Gandhi. CHI. NIMU. Abbottabad, July 23, 1939. You left and I got this wire in today's mail. So there is no cause to worry about Ramdas anymore. I was not happy that you felt vexed here. But such things will happen. You should put up with them and not feel hurt. You should not in the least take them to heart. Kanu must be doing well. I had a comrade in him. I take it that you will meet me in Delhi. Blessings from BAPU. From the Gujarati original, Mrs. Sumitra Kulkarni Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 203. Speech at Abbottabad, July 23, 1939. 1. I hardly thought, when I came here, that you would present me with an address even this time too, on my third to visit your province. I had thought I had sufficiently identified myself with your province to be entitled to be regarded as one of you and therefore above the need of such formalities as the presentation of an address. Should I suppose that I have still to win my spurs? Last time you gave me an address and a purse. But this time you have given me only an address and no purse. May I inquire how I have merited this fall from grace? I have more than once heard the complaint that the establishment of Hindu-Muslim unity is being delayed owing to lack of sufficient effort in its behalf on my part, that if only I would concentrate myself on it exclusively it could be realized today. May I assure you that if I do not seem to be doing that today, it is not because my passion for Hindu-Muslim unity has grown less. But I have realized, as I had never done before, my own imperfection as an instrument for this high mission and the inadequacy of mere external means for the attainment of big objects. I have learned more and more to resign myself utterly to His grace. 1. From the Hindustan Times. Origin, however, has July 24. 2. The two earlier visits were in May and October, November, 1938. 158. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. If you could dissect my heart, you find that the prayer and spiritual striving for the attainment of Hindu-Muslim unity goes on there unceasingly all the 24 hours without even a moment's interruption, whether I am awake or asleep. I want Hindu-Muslim unity if only because I know that without it there can be no Swaraj. Let no one imagine that because the Hindus constitute the majority community they can win Swaraj for India or even for themselves by organizing civil disobedience without the backing or support of the other communities. Civil disobedience of the purest type, as I have often repeated, can be effective even if it is confined to a few. But then these few must represent in their persons the united will and strength of the whole nation. Is it not the same in armed warfare? The fighting forces need the backing and cooperation of the entire civil population. Without it they would be crippled. I must be impatient for Hindu-Muslim unity because I am impatient for Swaraj. And I have full faith that true and lasting heart unity between the Hindus and Mussalmans, not a merely patched-up political compromise, will come sooner or later, sooner perhaps than later. That dream has filled my being since my earliest childhood. I have the vividest recollection of my father's days, how the Hindus and Mussalmans of Raikot used to mix together and participate in one another's domestic functions and ceremonies like blood brothers. I believe that those days will dawn once again over this country. The present bickerings and petty recriminations between the communities are an unnatural aberration. They cannot last forever. The greatest of things in this world are accomplished not through unaided human effort. They come in their own good time. God has his own way of choosing his instruments. Who knows, in spite of my incessant heart prayer I may not be found worthy for this great work. We must all keep our loins girt and our lamps well trimmed. We do not know when or on whom his choice may fall. You may not shirk your responsibility by shoving it all on me. Pray for me that my dream may be fulfilled in my lifetime. We must never give way to despair or pessimism. God's ways are more than man's arithmetic. It has grieved me to find that internal squabbles have begun to fill the Congress ranks in this province too. Yesterday I was closeted for over an hour with the members of your Provincial Congress Committee. They asked me to show them a way out. I suggest to you that the solution lies in your own hands. You have adopted Khan Sahib Abdul Ghaffar Khan as your uncrowned chieftain. You have. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 159. Given him the proud titles of Badshah Khan and Fakhr Afghan. Let his word be law to you as it was before. He does not believe in argument. He speaks from his heart. You must learn to sink your individual differences and work together like a team under him if the titles that you have bestowed upon him are to be vindicated, and not remain as merely compliments. Then there is the question of poverty among the frontier masses. I am told that many of them hardly get enough to eat. It is a humiliating reflection that a sturdy race like the Pathans should be in that plight. But here again the remedy lies largely with you. You must teach the people to work with their hands and realize the dignity of labor. The ministry can and will, of course, provide facilities. But the spade work will have to be done by volunteers. May God show you the right way. I know that even when we quarrel amongst ourselves it is only to hasten the advent of independence in the fond hope that independence will prove a solvent of all our ills. May our passion for independence prove a uniting bond stronger than all the differences that divide us. Harijan, May 8, 1939. Also the Hindustan Times, July 24, 1939. 204. Telegram to Amrit Kaur. Ragumari Amrit Kaur Sinhala West. Abbottabad, July 24, 1939. Can you join Tel Himalayan? Me Delhi 27th Way Warda. Praja. Mandal 1I. Can see them Delhi. 27th Love. BAPU. From the original, CW 3933. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7242. 1 of Dami. Vide also letter to the addressee, letter to Amrit Kaur, July 20, 1939 and July 21, 1939. 160. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 205. Telegram to Drive D.D. Gilder. Dr. Gilder Excise Minister Bombay. Matter Jewish Right. Regarding Sabbath. WAS. Tribune Today regarding Abbottabad, July 24, 1939 Forgotten WIRING 1 Doles UR. From a copy, PRLL Papers. Courtesy, PRLL. 206. Letter to N.S. Hardikar Abbottabad, July 24, 1939 DEAR Dr. Hardikar 2 I am quite clear in my mind that we need a strong volunteer organization. But I know that I cannot tackle the problem. You should consult Jawaharlal. He is the man to guide. I retain the opinion that before we can have a central body, we should have provincial bodies. We can't create a center out of nothing. The tragedy is that we have not in any single province an organization that can be a pattern for the rest. You must become well. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from the original, N.S. Hardikar Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Also PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 1. The telegram sent by Mahadav Desai read. Kindly supply Dr. Gilder, Excise Minister, religious directions about Sabbath use of wine by Jews with authorities. Vide also notes, October 9, 1939, subtitle, Intoxicating Wines and Judaism. 2. Organizing Secretary, Hindustani Seva Dal. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 161. 207. Letter to Hannah Laser Azad Warda, July 24, 1939 My dear Hannah, I was delighted to have your letter after so many months. I have gone through your old letter of which you have sent me a copy. Just at present you need no guidance. Your story is incomplete. But you will soon complete it. Whatever may be the story, the remedy is the same. As in the body so in the spirit though the diseases are various the cause is one and so is the remedy one, so in the spirit world, the cause of distemper is one and therefore the remedy also is one. Every spiritual distemper is a fleeing away from God. The surest remedy therefore is to seek the presence of God so much so that we see Him face to face. In the presence of God, there can be no sin, no sorrow, no anger, no malice, no falsehood. In His presence there is no fear, no external affliction can put us out. If this lesson of lessons is learned there is no question, no doubt left. Love. BAPU from the original, Gandhi Calendar Correspondence. Courtesy, National Archives of India. 208. Telegram to Amrit Kaur. Raikumari Amrit Kaur Manorville Simla West. Abbottabad, July 25, 1939. Stang Mandal. With Zora Ansari near May meet 2. Love. Harijan. Colony. Prajabapu. From the original, CW 3934. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN. 7243. 162. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 209. Telegram to Drive Gopichand Bhargava. Dr. Gopichand Bhargava Lahore. Abbottabad, July 25, 1939. Leaving 26th Frontier. Mail. Join us Jalam. Gandhi. From the original, Dr. Gopichand Bhargava Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 210. Cable to YMDA D001. DA 47 N Street, Johannesburg, S. Africa. July 25, 1939. Postponement. Advised. Because. Delicate. Negotiations. Proceeding results expected soon. Announce postponement. Do my advice to people in earnest, nothing lost by short. Postponement. Treat this confidential. BAPU. From a photostat, CW 11357. Courtesy, E.S. Ray. Also South Africa's Freedom Struggle, pages 301. 211. Letter to Sikandar Hayat Khan Abbottabad, July 25, 1939. DEAR Sir Sikandar, pray accept my thanks for your very clear letter 2 of 20th instant. I accept your suggestion that I may consult the working committee and give you its opinion. The committee is likely to meet on the 9th. 1. This was in reply to a cable from YMDA and Manila Gandhi, dated July 22, 1939, saying that unless there were sound reasons for postponement, our position with people would be precarious. They had further requested Gandhiji to give them full details of his reasons for postponement of the passive resistance campaign 2 via appendix letter from Sikandar Hayat Khan, July 20, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 163. Proximo. As to the Harijan electorates, I do hope that separate electorates will not be countenanced. It is one thing to have separate electorates for Muslims, but wholly different to have such divisions among the same community. Yours sincerely, S.I.R. Sikandar Hayat Khan. Gandhi Nehru Papers, 1939. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 212. Letter to Leela Bhadiyasar. C.H.I. Leela. Abbottabad, July 25, 1939. I have your letter. You are unnecessarily making yourself miserable. Mend the situation in which you are placed. You may as well spend your time in improving the living conditions of girls. I have told you that under the pretext of matriculation God is shaping you. Vyas 1 has been praising you no end. While you are there, do the work which the matron is not doing or is unable to do. Whenever you find the atmosphere dirty, try to change it. Clean up the filth with your own hands. Others will automatically follow you. Think that you are yourself a matron. Think that I have sent you there for reforming Vanita Vishram, and it is for that you are going to get your certificate. In the same process, you will also pass your examination. Do not worry. Study only as much as you can. Everything will come out right. Let this conviction lighten your burden. Balwinton has passed through a similar condition. Now he is happy. He was put in charge of a place where even an animal would not have stayed. But having learned to bear hardships, he has improved. Blessings from BAPU. From the Gujarati original, PRL Papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Bella Devi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar. 1 MT Vyas, Acharya of New Era High School. 164. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 213. Discussion with Charles Fabry 1 Abbottabad, on or before July 26, 1939, to Gandhiji. It is a difficult thing to explain fully what I do when I pray. But I must try to answer your question. The divine mind is unchangeable, but that divinity is in everyone and everything animate and inanimate. The meaning of prayer is that I want to evoke that divinity within me. Now I may have that intellectual conviction, but not a living touch. And so when I pray for Swaraj or independence for India, I pray or wish for adequate power to gain that Swaraj or to make the largest contribution I can towards winning it, and I maintain that I can get that power in answer to prayer. Fabry, then you are not justified in calling it prayer. To pray means to beg or demand. Yes, indeed. You may say I beg it of myself, of my higher self, the real self with which I have not yet achieved complete identification. You may therefore describe it as a continual longing to lose oneself in the divinity which comprises all. And you use an old form to evoke this? I do. The habit of a lifetime persists, and I would allow it to be said that I pray to an outside power. I am part of that infinite, and yet such an infinitesimal part that I feel outside it. Though I give you the intellectual explanation, I feel, without identification with the divinity, so small that I'm nothing. Immediately I begin to say I do this thing and that thing, I begin to feel my unworthiness and nothingness, and feel that someone else, some higher power, has to help me. Tolstoy says the same thing. Prayer really is complete meditation and melting into the higher self, though one occasionally does lapse in imploration like that of a child to his father. One this appeared under the title A Dialogue with a Buddhist by Mahadev Desai, who explains. An archaeologist. Dr. Fabry has been in India for many years. He was a pupil of Professor Sylvain Levi and came out as assistant to the famous archaeologist, Cyril Stein. He is a Hungarian and had in the past corresponded with Gandhiji and even sympathetically fasted with him. He had come to Abbottabad specially to see Gandhiji. He was particularly exercised about the form and content of prayer and would very much like to know what kind of prayer Gandhiji said. Could the divine mind be changed by prayer? Could one find it out by prayer? 2 Gandhiji left Abbottabad on July 26, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 165. Pardon me, I would not call it a lapse. It is more in the fitness of things to say that I pray to God who exists somewhere up in the clouds, and the more distant he is, the greater is my longing for him and I find myself in his presence in thought. And thought, as you know, has a greater velocity than light. Therefore the distance between me and him, though so incalculably great, is obliterated. He is so far and yet so near. It becomes a matter of belief, but some people like me are cursed with an acute critical faculty. For me there is nothing higher than what Buddha taught, and no great master. For Buddha alone among the teachers of the world said, don't believe implicitly what I say. Don't accept any dogma or any book as infallible. There is for me no infallible book in the world, inasmuch as all were made by men, however inspired they may have been. I cannot hence believe in a personal idea of God, a Maharaja sitting on the great white throne listening to our prayers. I am glad that your prayer is on different level. Let me remind you that you are again only partially true when you say my prayer is on a different level. I told you that the intellectual conviction that I gave you is not eternally present with me. What is present is the intensity of faith whereby I lose myself in an invisible power. And so it is far truer to say that God has done a thing for me than that I did it. So many things have happened in my life for which I had intense longing, but which I could never have achieved myself. And I have always said to my co-workers it was in answer to my prayer. I did not say to them it was in answer to my intellectual effort to lose myself in the divinity in me. The easiest and the correct thing for me was to say, God has seen me through my difficulty. But that you deserved by your karma. God is justice and not mercy. You are a good man and good things happen to you. No fear. I'm not good enough for things to happen like that. If I went about with that philosophical conception of karma, I should often come a cropper. My karma would not come to my help. Although I believe in the inexorable law of karma, I am striving to do so many things. Every moment of my life is a strenuous endeavor which is an attempt to build up more karma, to undo the past and add to the present. It is therefore wrong to say that because my past is good, good is happening at present. The past would be soon exhausted, and I have to build up the future with prayer. I tell you karma alone is powerless. Ignite this match, I say to myself, and yet I cannot if there is no cooperation from without. Before I strike the 166. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Match, my hand is paralyzed or I have only one match and the wind blows it off. Is it an accident or God or higher power? Well, I prefer to use the language of my ancestors or of children. I am no better than a child. We may try to talk learnedly and the books, but when it comes to brass tacks and we are face to face with a calamity, we behave like children and begin to cry and pray, and our intellectual belief gives no satisfaction. I know very highly developed men to whom belief in God gives incredible comfort and help in the building of character. But there are some great spirits that can do without it. That is what Buddhism has taught me. But Buddhism is one long prayer. Buddha asked everyone to find salvation from himself. He never prayed, he meditated. Call it by whatever name you like, it is the same thing. Look at his statues. But they are not true to life. They are 400 years later than his death. Well, give me your own history of Buddha as you may have discovered it. I will prove that he was a praying Buddha. The intellectual conception does not satisfy me. I have not given you a perfect and full definition as you cannot describe your own thought. The very effort to describe is a limitation. It defies analysis and you have nothing but skepticism as the residue. What about the people who cannot pray? Be humble, I would say to them, and do not limit even the real Buddha by your own conception of Buddha. He could not have ruled the lives of millions of men that he did and does today if he was not humble enough to pray. There is something infinitely higher than intellect that rules us and even the skeptics. Their skepticism and philosophy does not help them in critical periods of their lives. They need something better, something outside that can sustain them. And so if someone puts a conundrum before me, I say to him, you are not going to know the meaning of God or prayer unless you reduce yourself to a cipher. You must be humble enough to see that in spite of your greatness and gigantic intellect you are but a speck in the universe. A merely intellectual conception of the things of life is not enough. It is the spiritual's conception which eludes the intellect, and which alone can give one satisfaction. Even moneyed men have critical periods in their lives. Though they are surrounded by everything that money can buy, affection can give, they find it certain. Volume 76, 31 May, 1930-15 October, 1939. 167. Moments in their lives utterly distracted. It is in these moments that we have a glimpse of God, a vision of Him who is guiding every one of our steps in life. It is prayer. You mean what might call a true religious experience which is stronger than intellectual conception. Twice in life I had that experience, but I have since lost it. But I now find great comfort in one or two sayings of Buddha. Selfishness is the cause of sorrow. Remember, monks, everything is fleeting. To think of these takes most the place of belief. That is prayer. What would you say to the right of man to dispose of his life? Life as life I hold of very little importance. I think that man has a perfect right to dispose of his life under certain circumstances. A co-worker one, suffering from leprosy, knowing that his life was as much an agony for those who had to serve him as it was for him, recently decided to end his life abstaining from food and water. I blessed the idea. I said to him, if you really think you can stand the trial you may do so. I said this to him for I knew how different it is to die by inches from, say, suddenly killing oneself by drowning or poisoning. And my warning was fully justified, for someone tempted him with the hope that there was one who could cure leprosy, and I now hear that he has resumed eating and put himself under his treatment. The criticism seems to me to be that if one's mind is completely obscured by pain, the best thing for him would be to seek nirvana. A man may not be ill but he may be tired of the struggle. No, no. My mind rejects this suicide. The criterion is not that one is tired of life, but that one feels that one has become a burden on others and therefore wants to leave the world. One does not want to fly from pain but from having to become an utter burden on others. Otherwise one suffers greater pain in a violent effort to end one's agony. But supposing I have a cancer and it is only a question of time for me to pass away, I would even ask my doctor to give me a sleeping draught and thereby have the sleep that knows no waking. 2. Now according to you I should have no business to stay if I feel I have finished my task. And I do think I have finished fine. 1 Paracher Shastri 2 here, Maheda Desai explains, Dr. Fabry got up to go with the parting wish that there may be many more years of health activity left for Gandhiji. 168. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. No. I am convinced that you can serve humanity for many years. Millions are praying for your life. And though I can neither pray nor desire anything, yes, the English language is so elastic that you can find another word to say the same thing. Yes, I can unselfishly opine that you have many years before you. Well, that's it. You have found the word. Here too let me tell you there is the purely intellectual conception of a man being unable to live. If he has not the desire to live, the body will perish for the mere absence of the desire to live. Harijan, August 19, 1939. 214. Letter to Sempernand on the train, July 26, 1939 BHAISAMPURNANANDJI1 I got your wire last night. The decision to open 2,000 schools for basic education is indeed glorious. I feel that your effort will be crowned with success. I congratulate you on this enterprise. Yours, M.K. Gandhi from Hindi, CW 10259. Courtesy, Kashi Vidyapith. 215. Telegram to Jawaharlal Nehru. Delhi, July 27, 1939. Jawaharlal Nehru Care Congress Giram, Biamba Y. You have done bravely and spiritedly too. BAPU. Gandhi Nehru Papers, 1939. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 1 Education Minister, United Provinces. 2 The addressee had just returned from his Ceylon tour. Vide also letter to Jawaharlal Nehru, July 29, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 169. 216. Letter to Sushila Nayar. CHI. Sushila, stupid girl. On the train, July 27, 1939. I shall be counting days. You will devote yourself to the work there with a steady mind. Devdas was asking me if you would talk to him. I said you certainly would. Now it would be nice if you took the initiative yourself. Listen calmly to all that he says and satisfy him. There must be no anger shown. Do not worry about PRL. One shall see about him. You must stay there cheerfully. You will not quarrel with mother. You will write regularly to Vijaya, Prabha, Lilavati, A.S., etc. Blessings from BAPU. From the Hindi original, PRL Papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. 217. Speech at Harjan Industrial School, DELHI 1 July 27, 1939. I congratulate myself that I am here to give away the certificates to the first batch of students leaving the school, which was established in 1936. But the fact that they have won the certificates throws a good deal of responsibility on their as well as my shoulders, because my blessings, which are being given from the depth of my heart, must bear fruit. That only time can show. Shri Vyogi Hari will have to maintain contact with the boys who are going out today. It will have to be a contact as close as that between parents and children. The parents' interest in the children is all the more when the children go away from them for work in distant places. He will keep me informed of your progress. When this appeared under the title Among Harjan Boys by Mahadev Desai, who explains that Gandhiji presided over the first convocation of the school, which imparted a system of education cum manual training comprising carpentry, tailoring, leatherwork and paper making. The Hindustan Times, July 28, 1939, reported that Vyogi Hari, superintendent of the school, read out the report, and that Gandhiji, before his speech, gave away certificates to all the 21 students and then presented some spinning wheels made by the institution to those who had distinguished themselves in spinning. 170. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. The responsibility will be no less yours to be worthy of the training you have received, of the clean life you have lived, and of the uplifting contacts you have formed here. My blessings will be no use if you will not fulfill your trust. Your responsibility is enhanced by the fact that you will go out as representatives of Harjans, and you will have to reflect in your life there the life you have lived here. Your contribution to the destruction of untouchability will be in proportion to the cleanness and purity of the life you live and the service you will render to your community. Hinduism, you will remember, cannot live if untouchability remains, and you will have to make yourselves volunteer workers in the sacred cause. Shri Vyogi Hari said that it was difficult to make the tailoring department self-supporting. There must then be something wrong with the training given. Every craft is being taught, or ought to be taught, on a self-supporting basis. You students ought to ascertain from time to time from VGG whether the work you turn out is paying enough, and if not, wherein lies the defect. Only then will you be able to make your school an ideal industrial school. If you pay for your training through your work, you will never have difficulty in afterlife in earning your bread. Those who leave the institution ought to get work wherever they go. And if those who are fully qualified fail to get work, it is the duty of the industrial school to find work for them. Let no one think that they get here an inferior kind of training fit only for the poorest people. The training they receive is, in my opinion, superior to what the most well-to-do boys receive elsewhere. It will depend on you to show by the work you do that it is in no way inferior to similar training imparted by any other institution. It is my firm opinion that, useful as the other activities of the Harjan Sevak Sanjar, its educational activity in a home like this is the most useful. For if this institution throws up even a few boys of sterling worth who would give themselves to the service of the Harjans, they will solve the problem of untouchability in a most substantial manner. May you live straight and clean lives, and thus be the representatives not only of the Harjan but of the millions of non-Harjans who want to serve the Harjans. Harjan, May 8, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 171. 218. Letter to Radhakrishna Bajai. On the train, July 27, 1939 CHI. RADHAKISAN 1. I shall reach Warda tomorrow. Write all details to that address. Is it necessary to send Mahadev for a meeting with Jamnalal? Shankarlal too has sent a telegram. Mahadev has been sent to Calcutta in connection with the prisoners 3 on his return. I can send him if necessary. How's Jamnalal's health now? Blessings from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 9127. BAPU. 219. Letter to Sushila Nayar on the train, after Itarsi, July 28, 1939 CHI. Sushila, at Mathura yesterday I posted you a letter. You will have received it. I asked you to meet Devdas. You should not worry about anything. Keep writing to me. There have been many visitors every night. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, PRL papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. One son of Jamnalal Bajai's brother to Shankarlal Banker 3 Vide also statement to the press, July 19, 1939. 172. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 220. Summary of Industrial Survey Committee REPORT 1. An Industrial Survey Committee was appointed by the Central Province's government on 15 December last on the following terms. 1. To review the work done in the province by the Department of Industries since its establishment. 2. To supervise the collection of data relating to large, small and especially cottage industries from previous publications and reports by an officer appointed for the purpose. 3. To advise the officer in charge as regards the lines on which the industrial survey of the province should be undertaken and to review its progress from time to time. 4. to visit typical villages, study their economic condition and examine the possibility of reviving cottage industries, and in doing so to take the advice and guidance of the All India Spinners Association and the All India Village Industries Association. 5. To report on the industrial possibilities of the raw materials available in the province, with special reference to the forest and mineral resources. 6. To report on the measures which government can undertake to promote industrial development within the province, especially of cottage industries in the villages, and to suggest methods for financing the same or otherwise promoting them. The committee consists of the following 10 members. Chairman, Shri J.C. Kumarappa, Warda. Members, Shri Shatarghuttai Jasani, MLA, Gandhi. Shri 5V Subheater, MLA, Sagar. Shri K.P. Gera, General Manager, Central Provinces Syndicate, Limited, Nagpur. Shri Ranjha, Secretary, Bear Chamber of Commerce, Akola. Shri K.P. Sagraya, IFS, Silviculturist, Central Provinces and Bear. Dr. A.N. Kapana, Demonstrator of Chemistry, College of Science, Nagpur. Shri Walter Dutt, Bardlaw, Nagpur. The Director of Industries, Central Provinces and Bear. Dr. R.S. Thakur, Officer on Special Duty in connection with Laxminaran Institute of Technology, Nagpur University, Nagpur. He will also act as Secretary to the committee. The committee is empowered to appoint subcommittees and to co-opt one. This appeared under the title An Original Report in 6 instances. The item is placed here under the date of publication of the last installment in the series. Only relevant portions from the extract summarizing the report are reproduced here. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 173. Members for specific purposes. To this number the following 2 more were added under the Gazette notification of Resolution number 175-89 of I, dated the 12th January, 1939, Shrimati Sarahama Chera, M.A. Warda, late Professor of Economics, Lahore. Shri R. Mahajani, Managing Director, Shri Laxmi Oil Mills Company, Limited, Akola. The proceedings of the committee were inaugurated on 15th January last. The survey began on 21st January and was finished on 6th February. 207 students including 8 women volunteered their services. 14 persons were co-opted to lead the survey party. The party was divided into groups of 10 students each. It surveyed 606 villages covering a population of 15 lakhs paying an annual revenue of over 11 lakhs. The survey cost was Rs 3,000 inches round numbers, that is, Rs 5 per village. The whole expense amounted to 1/10 of the estimates. The report covers 46 pages of handmade paper, foolscap size. The party traveled third class, but when some members saw during their survey that old women were picking grass seeds for food, they declined to draw even the third class fare. The party satisfied itself with such lodgings and food as the villagers had. Nothing was specially prepared for them. Professor Kumarappa says to me in a covering note, 1. Ours is not an academic survey where mathematical accuracy is the one goal. 2. Neither is it a propagandic survey to gather evidence to prove preconceived theories. 3. Nor is it a clinical survey to further the knowledge of the science of economics. 4. It is a diagnostic survey done in a short time with the set purpose of saving the patient's life by a suitable prescription, and this is national planning, not planning for a whole country as such, but planning the economic activity of each individual in relation to the raw material available within the field of our operations. One member of the staff, an M.A. in economics, argued that without detailed statistics it would be impossible to prove whether the villagers are poor and are getting poorer. I took him with me into the villages, showed him the houses in disrepair and one 3-storied house, half fallen down, and the goldsmith sitting idle. 174. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. This is no doubt a rough and ready argument. But if most of our villages contain ruins of well-built houses and artisans without occupation, surely the evidence of poverty is more complete and convincing than cold statistics which may prove everything or nothing. The report, which is part I of Volume 1 Vol 2 and Part 2 are to follow, contains 6 chapters and 3 short dissenting notes by Drs. Thakur and Kapana and Sri Sagraya. The dissenters chiefly emphasize the necessity of industrialization, though they acknowledge that village industries need the help recommended by the main report. Chapter 2, dealing with general's considerations, stamps the report as an original document and shows that it is not to be pigeonholed as most such reports are, but should be given effect to without delay. The only way to do so is, as pointed out in the report, to invite the AISA and the AIVIA to help the government to carry out the recommendations. I give below a full summary 1 of the chapter on general's considerations. The reader might have thought that my examination of the Kumarappa Committee's report on the industrial survey of the central provinces was concluded. The fact is that constant traveling and preoccupations disabled me from pursuing the examination with the regularity I had intended. The long journey to the frontier province has provided the opportunity to continue and finish the examination. The last installment brought up the examination to the chapter 2. The third is no less important. The survey of 606 villages revealed to the committee the painful fact that the average income of the villager per head was no more than Rs 12. This need not startle the armchair scientist who relies for his figures on books, and who has been taught to believe that it is anything between Rs 60 to Rs 80. Both are right from their own standpoints and data. The figure of 65 to 80 is an all-India average which includes the income of millionaires, middlemen and zamindars. The figure has a purpose of its own. But for the Kumarappa committee the figure 65 would be wholly one. This appeared under 8 subheadings: functions of the state, taxes and expenditure, capital and labor wealth, mercy and barter economics, barter and government funds, raw materials, production and profit, administrative work rate efficiency and impediment to production. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 175. False. The figure 12 is accurate and truly scientific. That committee was concerned with the average income of the villagers only. The committee says, our survey show that most of the industries are tottering. There are hardly any which can be said to be even in a normal state. The taxable capacity of the people is rapidly going down, and if the matter is not taken in hand immediately, the time is fast approaching when the government will get nothing from the people. The meagerness of the income shows itself in the diet of the people. Thus the report says. Their food is largely rice or some other grain, sometimes taken as gruel to fill themselves up with water, but the tragedy of the situation is that even this little amount of rice that is available to them is polished rice, making their diet even worse. They hardly get the chaff. This makes it incumbent on the government to see that at least the rice is given to the poor people has all its nutritive elements left in it. There are other valuable hints on the subject of diet for which I must refer the reader to the original. There is a brief reference to agriculture. Here is an excerpt from it. We have, in a way, already touched upon the question of payment of revenues. In addition to this, the land tenure appears to us to require careful examination. A great deal of harm has been done and is being done because of the unscientific dues taken without careful planning. During our survey we found that very little attention is being paid to renew the fertility of the soil. It is time that the agricultural department took this function of refertilizing the soil on its own shoulders and supplied to the farmers manure from various depots in the villages at the proper season, getting back their return at the time of their harvest. Manufacture of artificial fertilizers should form a key industry. Seeds also may be given out. On the methods of production the committee says, large-scale organized industries are rendered various services and are granted concessions by the government which enable them to produce cheaply, while village and cottage units hardly get even the recognition of their existence, not to mention services and concessions. Cottage and village industries, as long as their natural tendency is to distribute wealth, have a definite unchallengeable place in the economy of a nation and more especially in that of our country. A careful examination will reveal that any cheapness in production in large-scale industries or any economies that may be affected are not necessarily inherent in the method of production. It is. 176. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Largely due to expenditure which should be divided to this method of production being spread over the whole country. Chapter 4 deals with the Department of Industries. The report has some trenchant remarks on it. Here is a summary. As it is organized today, the department is not equipped to direct industries, it is nothing but a glorified inspectorate. The organization of a department of this kind should be such that every villager will turn to it naturally for help and advice. This department should be the pivot round which the production of the masses should revolve. It should provide direct help in every way, scientific, financial and technical. The suggestion that has been made here is on the lines on which the All India Village Industries Association and the All India Spinners Association are already working successfully. At the headquarters of the All India Village Industries Association at Maganwadi, Wardha, various types of village industries are being carried on. Students are trained in the industries and for village work. A certain amount of scientific research is made. The goods produced are marketed in a shop organized by the association. There is attached to it the Magan Sangrahalaya, which is a museum of the type that is described hereinafter. The Spinners Association has emphasized all these points and, in addition, has organized the village producers and built up a network of shops all over the country to find outlets for the products of the organization in the villages. It is worthy of note that the Director of Industries, who is a member of the committee, has endorsed these remarks about his department. He deserves congratulation for his detached and impartial outlook. The following instructive analysis of the distribution of expenditure deserves more than a passing attention. Education. 0-3-512. General Administration. 0-3-0. Collection of revenues, police and jails, justice, medical and public health, agriculture, veterinary, civil works, cooperative credit industries. 0-3-0 0 0-3 0 0 -1 -3 0 -1 -0 0 -1 -1 0 -10 -0 -0 -112. Re. 1 -0 -0. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 177. Where industries, i.e., village economy takes only 11 pies, there is too surely something rotten in the state of Denmark. and, as the committee has truly observed, this money is spent largely on mere administrative work. If this department was run as it should be, the villages will be prosperous, and to that extent they would add to the prosperity of the state. It is wrong for the state to absorb 3 annas out of 16 for general administration and police and jails respectively. The 5th chapter, which deals with the survey, is really introductory to the 6th and last, which describes the village industries in detail. The condition of the villages is thus described. The primary needs of the people suggest that sanitary surroundings and fresh and wholesome water supply must form the first charge on the revenues of the villages, as it affects the health of the people. Unfortunately, water supply has been neglected, especially the supply of water to the Harijan families. Whatever may be said against social customs, we cannot wait until these have been reformed to enable these downtrodden communities to get water. The report has the following remarks on the condition of the industries in the villages. In our survey we noticed everywhere all manner of industries interposed without any policy or plan. The result of it all is that today we find the villages disintegrating. This shows that the villages have been criminally neglected in the past. If the Congress governments will carry out the professed intention of the Congress, they will reconstruct the lives of the villagers and make them utilize their time so as to supply most of their own wants. As the report points out, the governments have to do 2 things. 1. To prevent interference with the village economy by preventing foreign goods from entering the villages, and by preventing our own merchants from introducing milled flour, rice, oil, etc. These impose idleness on the villagers, and the polished, devialized food products undermine their health. Secondly, and side by side with these preventive measures must go improvement in the methods of conducting the existing industries so as to make them more paying, and introduction of new industries in accordance with the condition of particular villages in regard to raw material. And if the venture is to succeed, the planning will have to include the taking up by the state of the goods produced by the villagers not for self-consumption but for sale outside the villages of production. 178. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Among the village industries noted by the committee are paddy husking, flour grinding, oil pressing, fur making, sugar manufacture, beekeeping, pottery, glass work, soap making, cotton processes, that is, picking, ginning, carding, sitting, weaving, washing, dyeing, wool spinning, weaving, sheep breeding, carpentry, smithy, sericulture, mat weaving, rope making, tanning, disposal of carcasses, pisciculture, poultry breeding, dairy farming, shoemaking, brass and metal wares, toy making, goldsmithy, paper making, transport, leather industry, bamboo, match manufacture, etc. Among the industries is bead making. This is what the committee has to say on this industry. Bead manufacture is a very lucrative but a harmful industry in this province. Naturally, as other industries are not available to those who are willing to work, this industry attracts labor at very low rates considering the subsistence level of wages. At all events, they are able to make 2.5 annas to 3 annas a day, which, as wages go in the villages today, is high. The committee has made practical suggestions on all the industries. No summary can do justice to the hints given under each heading. The curious must procure the report and study it. The government should issue a cheap and handy edition, and have a translation in Hindustani at least. The report is useful for other provinces also. The government in the other provinces should therefore procure copies and instruct their directors to study and act in the spirit of the report. I hope that the Central Province's government will carry out in full the recommendations made by the committee. Harijan, May 20, 1939, March 6, 1939, July 15, 1939, July 22, 1939 and July 29, 1939 221. Notes: more temples thrown open. Raja Shri Raja Raja Sahib is the senior prince and hereditary trustee of Tanjore Palace Devasthanams. He has 90 temples under his charge, including the famous temple called Sri Brihadishwara. He has thrown open all these temples to Harijans as a purely voluntary act of reparation to Harijans and thus hasten the process of purification that Hinduism is going through. It is a great and good thing that the Raja Sahib has done. He deserves the congratulations of all those who believe that untouchability is a blot on Hinduism. The accounts I have received from Srimati Rameshwari Nair of the enthusiasm she has. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 179. Witnessed in the South in favor of opening temples to Harijans, show that their form is genuine and is going to be lasting. She is a very careful observer. She says her meetings are attended by thousands of persons who follow every word of what she has to say. This is done through able interpretation. And she says that her listeners gladly endorse her sentiments. All this is a distinct improvement upon the past. Thus, though much has been done, much more remains to be done before Hindu reformers can rest on their oars. Temple reform has to go side by side with temple entry. If the reform is not superficial but is an index of the desire for purification of Hinduism and Hindus, it must be accompanied by purification of the temples in every respect. Their sanctity and popularity should increase. The admission of Harijans to the temples should mean an automatic uplift in their lives. These things will not happen unless Harijan Sevaks increase their vigilance, redouble their zeal and feel themselves uplifted by the reform they have helped to bring about. Reforms like the throwing open of temples to harden should bring with them a general leveling up in the lives of those who are engaged in and affected by them. Once again, July 29, 1939. Origin, May 8, 1939. 222. Telegram to Sikandar Hayat Khan. Sir Sikandar Hayat Khan Simula. Thanks. Wire 2. No. Need. Apology. Common lot of public. Men. From a copy, PRL papers. Courtesy, PRL. Sagaon, July 29, 1939. Such. Things. 1 5 Also Meenakshi Temple open, December 7, 1939. 2 inches This, dated July 27. The addressee expressed apology for the unseemly demonstration by the Shias at Lahore railway station on July 26. 180. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 223. Letter to Jawaharlal Nehru Sagaon, Warda, July 29, 1939. My dear Jawaharlal, instead of guiding the dammy people, I have passed them on to you when I feel that you should discharge this burden without any interference from me. The idea in the states seems to be to isolate and ignore the Congress and hence the states conference. I have already suggested 2 inches Harjan that no state association or mandal should act on its own without reference to your committee. 3. I should act, if at all, through you. That is, when you refer to me, I should give my opinion as I do in respect of the working committee. I told the Gwalior people also likewise yesterday. You will have to reorganize your committee a bit, if it is to function properly. After all, I could not go to Kashmir. Sheikh Abdullah and his friends won't tolerate the idea of my being state guest. Banking on my past experience, I had accepted state offer in anticipation of Sheikh Abdullah's approval. But I saw that I was mistaken. I therefore cancelled the acceptance of the state hospitality and accepted the Sheikh's. This embarrassed the state. So I cancelled the visit altogether. I was guilty of double stupidity and daring to think of going there without you and in not getting Sheikh's permission before accepting the state offer. I had thought that I would serve the people by accepting the state offer. I must confess that I was not pleased with my contact with the Sheikh and his friends. They seemed to all of us to be most unreasonable. I had reasoned with them. But it was to no purpose. Your visit to Ceylon was glorious. I don't mind what the immediate outcome is. Salih Taibji asks me to send you to Burma and Andrews thinks of you in connection with South Africa. For Ceylon, the idea of a Congress deputation came to me spontaneously. Not so. 1A deputation on behalf of the Himalayan States People's Conference met Gandhiji at Delhi on July 27 and apprised him of the firing in Delhi. 2 Vide Minority Administration, July 22, 1939. 3 Standing Committee of All India States People's Conference, of which Jawaharlal Nehru was president. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 181. These 2 even after the promptings. But of these when we meet. I hope you are fresh and that Krishnavan is enjoying herself. Love. B.A.P. Gandhi Nehru Papers, 1939. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Also a bunch of old letters, pages 377-8. 224. Letter to Sushila Nayar. Stupid girl. Sagaon, July 29, 1939. I wrote to you twice during the train journey. Shankorn is well. He is not allowed to go up and down. He eats well. Matthew 2 is at Krishna's 3 place. He appears well. He came walking all the way here. You will have met Devdas. I am getting on well. Kanu gave me massage and I dozed off. It is difficult to stop Ba from working. You were able to stop her. Ba also was free from care, now she has to tend me. Let us see what happens. There is no rain here. People are distressed. Blessings from BAPU. From the Hindi original, PRL papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. 225. Letter to Salam Sagaon, July 29, 1939 CHI. Amshal Salam, you hurt me and I hurt you. This is a good bargain, isn't it? A letter was dispatched to you every day. Yes, I used to show your letters to Sushila. It was my mistake. Please forgive me. Henceforth I shall destroy them as soon as I get them. But then how would I be able to reply? 1 Krishna Hathizing, addressee Sister 2 PG Matthew 3 Bal Krishna Bhave. 182. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Yes, it will indeed be good if you visit Ramana Maharshi. When you are free in August, will you go to Patiala or to Bombay? I would probably stay here throughout August. But then God alone knows. Sushila has stayed back in Delhi and will remain there for a month. Blessings from BAPU from the photostat of the Hindi, GN. 426-226. Statement to the PRESS1 Sagaon, July 29, 1939. I have been in telegraphic correspondence with Dr. Dadu, leader of the Passive Resistance Committee in South Africa. I have no hesitation in asking the Passive Resistance Committee to postpone, for a time, the proposed launching of Struggle 2 on 1st August. I do so because I have some hope of an honorable settlement. I know that the government of India as well as the British government are trying to obtain relief. I have put myself in touch with the ministers. In the circumstances, I think a brief postponement of the struggle to be necessary. I am fully aware of the enthusiasm of the resistors. They have proved mettle before, and they will do so again if it becomes necessary. But it is a code with passive resistors to seize every opportunity of avoiding resistance, if it can be done honorably. Every cessation in search of peace adds strength to real fighters. Let them remember that the Cape Town settlement of 1914 was the outcome of a cessation of struggle for the sake of peace. I hope that the proposed cessation will lead to a similar result. Should it unfortunately prove otherwise and should the struggle begin, let Dr. Dadu and his fellow resistors know that the whole of India will be at their back. Origin, May 8, 1939. 1. This appeared under notes, subtitle, Postpone the Struggle. The statement was also published in the Hindustan Times, July 30, 1939. 2. The movement was proposed as a protest against the Asiatic Transvaal Land and Treaty Act, 1939, which aimed at virtual economic extinction of the Indian community in the Transvaal. Vide also Vol. A letter, July 4, 1939. According to the Bombay Chronicle, July 31, 1939, Dadu had issued a statement acceding to Gandhiji's appeal to postpone the passive resistance movement, pending further advice from him. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 183. 227. Lesson of Dham. I have not heard the last of Demi. The truth is not yet out. The necessarily one-sided version of the political agent has been challenged by the Himalayan states Praja Mandal. Their statement shows how absolutely necessary it is to have an open judicial inquiry into the events that led to firing by the Rana of Dami. Some members of the Himalayan Mandal came to see me during my brief stay in Delhi. Dami had made me think furiously. Was nothing possible to prevent such tragedy? I had much to say about it to the deputation, but I felt it would be wrong on my part to shoulder the burden of guiding the Himalayan states Praja Mandal. The responsibility was great. The issues at stake were equally great. I therefore felt that the matter should be handled not by me but by the Standing Committee of the All India States People's Conference. The question of the states is daily assuming bigger and bigger proportions. The ruling chiefs are becoming free with their rifles. They feel that they are safe so far as the paramount power is concerned. The Congress has not much prestige with them. Many of them are now evolving measures to crush the growing spirit of their people and make it impossible, if they can, for the Congress to give effective guidance to them, let alone to interfere. Nevertheless, the Congress has a duty to perform. I do not exactly know the constitution of the conference, but I presume that in some shape or other it is connected with the Congress. Anyway, it is the only body which is specially designed for guiding the state's people. It would be wrong for the states to resent such guidance. They should also realize that any resentment would be futile. The Congress cannot give up its duty of guiding the state's people in the hour of their need. Time was when the Congress was guiding and protecting the rights of the states as against the paramount power. If the Congress friendship was desired and welcomed by the states in need, it hardly becomes them to demur at their people seeking Congress advice, guidance and protection. That the Congress may not always be able to give the people effective assistance is unfortunately too true. The Congress has to forge the necessary sanction by putting the organization on a firmer footing and by wise restraint to acquire credit for impartiality and strictest justice. If the Congress is to discharge its function in a becoming manner, it will. 184. The collected words of Mahatma Gandhi have to insist upon the workers learning to be more accurate than they have been hitherto in preparing their cases. In order to ensure accuracy, the Standing Committee will have to subject to strict scrutiny everything coming to it. If unchallengeable accounts of the doings in the states where even simple justice is denied are published, they will afford a foundation for action. I have merely indicated a line of approach. The Standing Committee will no doubt lay down its own policy and method of dealing with problems as they arise from time to time. My object in writing these lines is to warn workers in the states against coming to me and expecting me to advise them. They should approach the Standing Committee. Even as I do not guide congressmen on general matters falling within the function of the Working Committee but hold myself at the disposal of that body, so shall I henceforth act in respect of new state problems. I may not give up guiding those with whom I am already directly concerned. I need hardly add that I shall continue to do what my special aptitude in matters affecting states may enable me to do without being involved in the general direction of popular movements in them. I would ask workers in the states not to take up any forward movement without previous reference to any sanction of the Standing Committee. It must be the duty of the Congress acting through the States People's Conference to avoid, if at all possible, a quarrel with the states. Sagaon, July 30, 1939. Origin, May 8, 1939. 228. Note: 1 script for daughters of Sanskrit. The question of having one script for the Indian languages which are daughters of Sanskrit by birth or adoption has been before the public for a number of years. Yet in these days of aggressive provincialism, perhaps, any plea for one script will be regarded as an impertinence. But the literacy campaigns raging all over the country should compel a hearing for the advocates of one script. I have been one such for years. I remember having even adopted in South Africa Devanagari script for my Indian correspondence with Gujarats in select cases. Interprovincial intercourse will be much facilitated by such adoption, and the learning of the various provincial languages. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 185. Will be made infinitely easier than it is today. If the educated people of land were to put their heads together and decide upon one script, its universal adoption should be an easy thing. To the millions who are literate, it is a matter of indifference what script is prescribed to them. If the happy consummation comes to pass, there will be only two scripts in India, Devanagari and Urdu, and every nationalist will deem it his duty to master the two scripts. I am a lover of all Indian languages. I have tried to learn as many scripts as possible. And if only I had the time, even at the age of 70 I have energy enough to learn more Indian languages. That would be a recreation for me. But in spite of all my love for the languages, I must confess that I have not learned all the scripts. But if the sister languages were written in one script, I should pick up a workable knowledge of the principal languages of the provinces in very little time. And Devanagari has nothing to be ashamed of in point of symmetry or beauty. I hope that those who are engaged in the literacy campaigns will give a passing thought to my suggestion. If they will adopt Devanagari script, they will save for the future generations tons of labor and time and earn their blessings. Sagaon, July 30, 1939. Harijan, May 8, 1939. 229. A Harijan Savax's conference there was held on 4th to 7th June last at Pune, a conference of Western and Central India Harijan Savax. Srimati Rameshwari Nehru, the Vice President of the All India Sanj, presided at the conference. I am sorry that it was not possible to notice before now some of the important resolutions of the conference. But they bear publication even though they were passed nearly 2 months ago. Here are the most important of them. 1. It is to be hoped that the resolutions addressed to the Indore and Gwalior states will bear fruit. I have omitted similar ones about Davis and Kathiawar states in order to avoid repetition. Indeed, if the princes will do their duty by the despised portion of India's humanity, they should not need any reminder from the Sanj. They do not, like the Sanatanists, defend untouchability. With 1. Find Appendix Harijan Savax's Conference Resolutions, 4/7-6-1939. 186. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Then the neglect to make provision for Harijans can only be ascribed to indifference. Let us hope that the appeal made by the conference will not fall on deaf ears. Sagaon, July 30, 1939. Harijan, May 8, 1939. 230. Letter to D.B. Kalkar. Sagaon, July 30, 1939. CHI. Kaka, a letter for Magan Pi 1 is enclosed. If you like it, send it on along with your comments. I send here with an article 2 about a single script. If you wish to suggest any changes in it, send your suggestions as soon as possible. If you do not like the article, I am ready to cancel it. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 10923 231. Letter to Amtu Salam, July 30, 1939. CHI. Amtul Salam, I have your letter. What should I say? If you can break your vow, then do what you like. I shall not give the money to anyone else. I cannot keep back for 3 years without you, and how will you come here without breaking the vow? Meet and talk to Shankar Lal Pai and do what seems proper. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 427. 1 Magan Pai Prabhudas Desai 2 Vide Notes, July 30, 1939. 3 Akbar Pai Chowda. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 187. 232. Letter to Amrit Kaur Sagaon, Warda, July 31, 1939. My dear idiot, I had no time to write earlier. I was immersed in Harijan work. The heap of correspondence still lies before me. We had ended exacting journey routes unusual everywhere. There was no rest till reaching Gwalior, that is, 2 a.m. I have not got at the bottom of this sudden manifestation. Mahadev is still in Calcutta. Mira came in yesterday without notice. I knew that she was to return but did not know when. The place is filling up. Aristologists occupy much of my attention. 1 We are all keeping well. Mira has a bad cough and constipation. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW 3935. Courtesy, Amrit Kaur. Also GN 7244 233. Letter to Ja Istuklal Gandhi Sagaon, Warda, July 31, 1939. CHI Ja Istuklal, I have your letter, and also Snaptas too. I am not writing separately to her. By God's grace Kasumba 3 is improving. I cannot think of anything for you. You may write to Jamiliji if you wish. Cases like yours deserve to be carefully considered. I do know what are one the references to the Arya Satyagraha against the anti-Hindu policy of the Nizam government, which ultimately announced a scheme of reforms that conceded in substance their religious demands. The Hindustan Times, July 28, 1939, reported, on July 27, a deputation consisting of Mr. Ghanshyam Singh Gupta, Speaker of Central Provinces Assembly, Mr. Vinayak Rao and Mr. Deshabandhu Gupta met Gandhiji and placed before him the correspondence which passed between Mr. Ghanshyam Singh Gupta and Sir Akbar Hayari, Prime Minister of Hyderabad State, regarding the doubts expressed by the Aristologists on Hyderabad reforms. Vide also notes. Subtitle, The Aryasami, August 14, 1939. 2 addressees $3 addressees wife. 188. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Dharma is and it will always seem difficult to practice. So you may try all means of earning whatever you can bear. Contact Vipaldas. Don't insist on a particular sum as salary. Think further about the matter after Kasumba has recovered. Blessings from Shri Jawaharlal Gandhi Sir Harkisondas Hospital, New Charni Road, Bombay. BAPU. Form a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/II. 234. Letter to Narandas Gandhi Sagaon, Warda, July 31, 1939 CHI. Narandas, I got both your letters. You will see in Harjananthu that I have acted upon your suggestion when I have also made the correction too suggested by you. I am apt to commit such arithmetical errors. It could have been avoided if I had made the calculation on a sheet of paper. Mahadev had checked the figures, but he too failed to detect the error. He of course had some suspicion which was later on removed. That statement 3 about the resolve of a good man is correct. Your own resolve wouldn't work. My blessings in this regard are out of place. The resolution about 70 lakh yards of yarn is yours, and there is strength of character in that resolution itself. I do hope to supply you 700 yards at least. Ba also will give the same quantity. Blessings from BAPU. 1 Vide Thread of Famine, February 8, 1939. 2 Vide Notes, June 8, 1939. 3 Vide Meenakshi Temple Open, December 7, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 189. P.S. Bhagwanji's case is rather delicate. I think we shall have to pay him more. I will explain further if I get time. For the present make a payment. BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/II. Also CW. 8558. Courtesy, Narandas Gandhi. 235. Letter to Devadas Gandhi Sagaon, Warda, July 31, 1939 CHI. Devdas, I have your letter. It did not upset me. The fact that a difference of opinion has arisen between us does pain me, but I hope that it will disappear in the course of time. You may take as much of my time as you wish. I meant well in asking you to get the opinion of Sardar and of others. Their opinions may perhaps have some effect on me. Do not forget one thing. You and I don't see eye to eye. You believe that my treatment kills the patient. I believe it keeps him alive. Now what shall we do about this difference of opinion? It is because of this that I'm waiting patiently. One day one of us will be able to see who was in the wrong. Meet Sushila and talk with her lovingly. I have of course told her the same thing. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 2049. 236. Letter to Javanji D. Desai. Sagaon, Warda, July 31, 1939. CHI. Javanji. When is the Devanagari edition of the autobiography likely to be published? Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 9944. Also CW 6919. Courtesy, Javanji D. Desai. 190. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 237. Letter to PRL. CHI. PRL. July 31, 1939. You have not done the correct thing if you have not eaten today. What adjective should be used for you for your not replying to Ba at all? It would be good if you ate even now. Blessings from BAPU. From the Gujarati original, PRL papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Bella Devi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar. 238. Letter to Sushila Nayar. CHI. Sushila. Sagaon, July 31, 1939. I have written you 3 letters. I could not write yesterday. I have received your letter. It does not acknowledge receipt of my letters. I wrote from Mithura, Beetle and Sagaon. You must stay there and give your whole heart to work. It is good that you are finding some novelty in the atmosphere there. Kanu gives me massage every day. I also bathe regularly. The blood pressure is not checked every day. Today Mahadaya checked it. The reading was 155/90. Blessings from BAPU. From the Hindi original, PRL papers, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. 239. Letter to Krishnakandra Sagaon, July 31, 1939 CHI. Krishnakandra, I have received your letters. It is time for the post. I shall not write much today. I am thinking about you. There have been no rains here. People are anxious. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 4323. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 191. 240. Telegram to Lord Linfoh 1. His Excellency Viceroy's Camp. Warda, August 1, 1939. Exceedingly sorry cannot reach Delhi 5th instant. Especially as there is no particular purpose for meeting. Urgent. Work. Demands. Exhausting. Journey. From. Frontier Province. Any day after 28th will suit too. Instant. From a copy, CW. 7830A. Courtesy, GD Birla. 241. Telegram to Narandas Gandhi Warda, August 1, 1939. Narandas Gandhi Rashtriya Shala Raikot Hope Inauguration Renchio YGNA 3 successful. If drought continues, 70p our center should be devoted famine relief. Therefore there should be specially extensive response in money and yarn APU from a microfilm, MMU/II. Also CW 8559. Courtesy, Narandas Gandhi. 1. This was in reply to the addressee's letter dated July 28, which, inter alia, read, I write to say that it would give me very great pleasure to see you again if it was by any chance convenient for you to be in Delhi on Saturday, the 5th August. There is no special subject which I want to raise with you, but it is now some months since we have met and I would welcome an opportunity of seeing you again. 2. For the addressee's reply, vide appendix letter from Lord Linlithgow, February 8, 1939. 3. Initiated by the addressee in honor of Gandhiji's birthday, also known as Renchabaras, observed with non-stop sacrificial spinning from Pradaravad 12 Gandhiji's date of birth according to Vikram calendar, usually falling in the second half of September to October 2nd. Vide also notes, October 9, 1939, subtitle, Surplus Khadi. And Meenakshi Temple open, December 7, 1939. 192. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 242. Letter to Krishnachandra Sagaon, August 1, 1939. CHI. Krishnachandra, I am trying to send Shakarabin or Kanklinban. Balkrishna should never be left alone. Today also I have no time for more. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 4324. 243. Letter to Amtu Salam Sagaon, Warda, August 1, 1939. CHI. Amshul Salam, there was no letter from you yesterday. Your present address is not known, hence I am sending this letter with Lakshmidas Paiwan. I did not expect such behavior from you. It only shows that no responsibility can be entrusted to you. Well, His will be done. This will teach a new lesson. I hope you will stay there till Mrijala Bintu returns. All are well here. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 428-244. Threat of famine. There have been no rains yet at many places in Kathiawar. Shri Khaganal Joshi writes 3. This news is alarming. We do hope that Kathiawar will escape this calamity. But if it does not, my second hope is that those who have food grains and fodder, or can manage them, will not take advantage of the situation and make profit, and will sell them at cost. 1 Lakshmidas Azar to Mrijala Sarabhai 3. The letter is not translated here. It described how people and cattle were starving. Khaganal Joshi along with Narandas Gandhi thought that 70% of the amount collected during Gandhi Jayanti week should be spent on relief work. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 193. Price. My third hope is that the rulers will fulfill their duty by rendering the people as much help as possible, and the fourth hope is that the volunteers will rush out to offer help at various places. The spinning yena will be observed for 70 days with effect from 2nd August, under the auspices of the Raikot Rashtriya Shala. It has been suggested that during the yena workers should increase their speed of spinning and from the produce 70% should be used for helping the famine-stricken people. In the meanwhile, if it rains and Kathiawar escapes the danger, the yarn may be utilized for its original objective. 1. The main idea at this moment is to raise production. It can be raised by collecting funds and spinning more cotton. It is expected that those who did not normally participate in the spinning yena would do so this time. If the atmosphere for spinning is created, it will be easier to give the work to the famine-stricken. Thereby proper help will be given to them and their self-respect will also be preserved. In order to procure adequate help, the spinning work will have to be taken up on a large scale, and for that the formation of a committee of right persons is essential. My fifth and the last desire is that the khadi produced through the spinning yena performed by the famine-stricken people will be disposed of easily. If the khadi is not sold immediately, the calamity cannot be met and overcome by spinning wheel. Sagaon, August 2, 1939 from Gujarati Harjan Banthu, June 8, 1939. 1. That is, to use it equally for Kathiawar Harjan work, khadi work and Raikot Rashtriya Shala. Vide Meenakshi Temple open, December 7, 1939. 194. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 245. Letter to Sushila Nayar. CHI. Sushila. Sagaon, Warda, August 2, 1939. I received your 2 letters together. At least you received all my letters. I am keeping well. I have good sleep. I go to bed at 9:30 p.m. You must put on still more weight. I am thinking about your hospital. Blessings from BAPU. From the Hindi original, PRL Papers. Nair Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. 246. Statement to the press. 1. The hunger-striking prisoners of Dum Dum Jail have sent me some questions through Shri Mahadev Desai. It will serve the cause better if I give a public answer. I am sorry that I can fix no day for their release nor give any other undertaking. I would if I had the power. The only power I have is to plead their cause with all the force at my command. But they give me no chance whatever by continuing their hunger strike. Insofar as it was intended to rouse public attention, it has served its purpose. Any prolongation of the fast will now defeat that purpose. There are many who would work actively for their release if the strike is given up. I do feel very strongly that this fast is not justified. The strikers are giving a bad lead to those who are similarly situated. Such hunger strikers, if they are largely copied, will break all discipline to pieces and make orderly government impossible. The prisoners' cause is essentially just, but they are weakening it by their persistence. I would ask them to live and listen to the advice of one who claims to be an expert in fasting and who claims also to know the science of political prisonership. Let them not hamper one whom they consider to be their best advocate. I make bold to say that had the fates not been against them and me, they would certainly have been discharged before 30 April last. But I do not propose to go into the past. Suffice it to add that their refusal to give up the strike when this appeared under the title to Bengal prisoners. A statement was also published in the Hindu, February 8, 1939, and the Hindustan Times, March 8, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 195. Will embarrass the working committee in whatever effort it might wish to make to secure their release. Sagaon, August 2, 1939. Harijan, May 8, 1939. 247. Letter to Amritsar Sagaon, Warda, August 3, 1939. My dear idiot, I have not had a moment for writing to you. I gave you a wire one about Dami. Jawaharlal is already on the war path. Of course, you will bring the cooker and everything else you may need. But why cooker? You are going to take your meals with me as before. The delay is unfortunate. It is not only the work for which you are coming. However, don't delay any longer. Love. Tyrant from the original, CW 3936. Courtesy, Amritsar. Also GS 7245. 248. Letter to Pati Sri Ramulu Shetty. My dear SHRIRAMULU2. Sagaon, Warda, August 3, 1939. I have your letter. I must not write to Rajaji. You should go to the Kadambakam Ashram 3 and offer your services as a volunteer. They will accept you, if you are a steady worker. Yours sincerely. BAPU. From a photostat, GN 112. 1-5 telegram to Amritsar, July 24, 1939. To a congressman of Nellore who fasted to death in 1953 for the formation of a separate Andhra state 3 Harijan ashram. 196. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 249. Letter to D.B. Kalkar, August 3, 1939. CHI. Kaka. The letter from Maganpai was posted promptly. Come over at 3 o'clock today for giving me your report about Nehru Ashram. A bill for a fairly large sum has been sent by Wanless Sanatorium regarding that gentleman. Ask for it from me. I have written one to Javanji inquiring about the autobiography. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 7971 250. Letter to Prabhavati Sagaon, Warda, August 3, 1939. CHI. Prabha, I have your letter. Since Rajendra Babu is so keen, take up the responsibility and do whatever you can. God will give you the needed strength. Sushila's address is Dr. Sushila Nayar, Lady Hardinge Hospital, New Delhi. You can write to Uncle Sheth Jamalji Bajai, State Prisoner, Jaipur. There is no cause for worry about Vidivati if there is no bleeding. The remedies for are mud packs, hip bath, bland and spiced food without oil, and plenty of greens like bhaji, cucumber, tria, etc. Also oranges, mosambi, pomegranates, grapes, etc. Fried things should be avoided. Very little rice. She may eat kakara but no food at night. She should drink plenty of water. I am here for the present. Blessings from BAPU. 1-5 letter to Javanji D. Desai, July 31, 1939. To addressee sister, the eldest daughter-in-law of Rajendra Prasad. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 197. P.S. Give this letter to Samangal one after reading it. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 3535. 251. Letter to Anasuyaban Saradpai. CHI. Anasuyaban. Sagaon, Warda, August 3, 1939. Shankarl tells me that you are not keeping well. You are suffering from indigestion and blood impurity. These can certainly be cured by a bath, mud treatment and change in the diet. If this regimen is not possible there, then stay in Warda. I would like to keep you in Sagaon, but here I shouldn't be able to provide the amenities you would want. Everything will be done for you in Warda and at the same time you will be under my care. You cannot but get well. Pass on the enclosed letter to Gulzarlal. I hope Abby is alright and is not fretting about the tumor. Blessings from BAPU. From the Gujarati original, SN. 32,819. 252. Letter to Samangal Prakash. CHI. Samangal. Sigaon, Warda, August 3, 1939. Would you like to marry Maitri, the daughter of Jalbhadra? She is a good girl. Prabha knows her. You have also seen her. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Hindi, Samangal Prakash papers. Courtesy, near Memorial Museum and Library. 1 Samangal Prakash. 198. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 253. Letter to President, Tanzim ul Mu'minin 1 before August 4, 1939, to DEAR friend, I have sufficient papers in front of me to enable me to formulate a tentative opinion upon the Shia and Sunni controversy. I have a long letter from Panchi 3 and printed papers giving me what purports to be an unbiased version. This much seems to stand out clearly. Whereas the Madhi Sahiba is to praise the elected caliphs, the Tabara is a curse pronounced upon the first 3 caliphs. Whilst one can understand the right of publicly praising people, is there such a thing as right of pronouncing a curse on dead men? The right of Tabar cannot be derived from the Holy Quran for the simple reason that the caliphate came into being only after the death of the Holy Prophet. I would like you, therefore, to enlighten me on the religious duty of saying the Tabara. I would also really grant that there can be no religious duty in praising the caliphs, especially in public places and in the presence of those whom the recital is known to offend. Therefore, subject to what you might say to the contrary, I would advise you, for the sake of peace, to withdraw the civil resistance for and stop the public recital of Tabara unconditionally, leaving it to the good sense of the Sunnis so to act as not to wound the susceptibilities of their Shia brethren. I have not written this letter for publication. You have been good enough to ask me to give my candid opinion and I have given it tentatively. If it helps you in announcing your decision in accordance with my advice, you are at liberty to publish this letter. I am not sending a copy of this opinion to anyone. It is simply meant for you and friends who accompanied you and on whose behalf you had come. The Hindu, May 8, 1939. When the source reported that a deputation of Tanzim ul Mu'minin recently waited on Gandhiji to seek his advice regarding the Shia-Sunni dispute on the right to recite, in public, Madhi Sahiba by Sunnis and Tabara by Shias. The agitation had started as early as March. Vide telegram to Tanzim ul Mu'minin, on or after May 19, 1939 and letter, May 23, 1939. 2. The letter was reported under the date line Lucknow, August 4. 3. Govind Balapant, Premier and Minister of Home Affairs and Finance of the United Provinces started by the Shias in early June. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 199. 254. Interview to Govardhan Shukla on or before August 4, 1939, when Gandhiji told Mr. Shukla too that he was not treating the question of the release of political prisoners, both of the Punjab and Bengal, lightly. He pointed out that the hunger strike by the political prisoners in Bengal jails had been causing difficulties in finding a solution. Gandhiji declared that the problem of the political prisoners was coming up before the Congress Working Committee. Gandhiji pointed out that, with a solution found for the problem of political prisoners in Bengal, the question relating to the Punjab prisoners would be solved immediately and automatically. Gandhiji, it is stated, then asked Mr. Shukla to furnish him with particulars about the prisoners belonging to the Punjab and the attempt made for their release, on receipt of which he would do what lay in his power. The Hindu, May 8, 1939 255. Well done Bombay. From all the accounts I have received it seems that Bombay surpassed itself on the 1st of August, the day of the inauguration of Prohibition. An eyewitness of the demonstration tells me that the procession that took the mortal remains of the immortal Lokmanya to the Chowpatty sands, huge as it was far outdone by the crowds that gathered together on the Azad Maidan. He tells me that all Bombay was present there. The laborers, who were the chief persons to benefit by the measure and who were at the same time the most affected by prohibition, attended in their thousands with their wives. They rejoiced in the deliverance from the devil from whose grip they could not disengage themselves without external assistance. Had they gone to express their gratefulness to the ministers for their courage in persisting in their benevolent measure in the teeth of the opposition of vested interests? It was not a mere labor demonstration. All classes took part in it. At the huge meeting there was not a jarring note. Men and women had turned up in their thousands to take part in thanksgiving to God for the successful inauguration of Prohibition. The great Parsi community deserves congratulations for the one. The interview was reported under the date line Warda, August 4. 2 of Camper. 200. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Restraint it observed in spite of its bitter opposition to the measure. Evidently wiser counsel prevailed and no hostile demonstration appears to have been staged by them. My hope that Parsi philanthropy will get the better of the opposition appears to have been justified. Is it too much to expect wholehearted support from the Parsis in making the measure a complete success? Let them remember, the glory of the effort in Bombay will be reflected not only throughout the province but it will be reflected all over India. I make bold to say that although they feel that they have been unjustly dealt with, the future generation of Parsis will bless Dr. Gilder as their true representative and benefactor. Surely Parsis should be proud, as India is proud, that they have produced in Dr. Gilder a man who has stood firm as a rock in the midst of fiercest opposition, including threats of boycott and worse. Indeed, the whole of the ministry deserves hearty congratulations on the steadfastness with which they have pursued this great moral reform. The demonstration of 1st August shows that they had and have practically the whole of Bombay behind them. No constructive measure promoted by the Congress has had such enthusiastic support as this great moral reform. It is a matter of regret that Muslim procession of protest, not against the measure but against the property tax, was organized the same day and resulted in a clash with the police. But it only enhanced the value of the public meeting, for the procession had no effect whatsoever on the great and irresistible demonstration. Bombay had one mind at the Azad Maidan. Let us hope the brilliant beginning has momentum enough in it to lead to a brilliant end. Much constructive effort will be required in order to consolidate the advantage gained by the closing of liquor shops. It removes the temptation from the drinker but not the craving for drink. His mind has to be directed into the right channel. He must have healthy refreshment at a place where he can rest his tired mind and limbs. Workers among the laborers should deem it their duty to study their lives and help them to conquer the craving for drink. The government alone won't be able to cope with this consolidation work. They could close the liquor shops with a measure of popular goodwill, but they will need the active cooperation of a band of volunteer workers to supplement the official effort to help the drinker to lose his craving for drink. Sagaon, August 4, 1939. Origin, December 8, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 201. 256. Letter to Salam Sagaon, Warda, August 4, 1939. Chi. Anshul Salam, I am not sending you a telegram. What could I say? If you are determined to come, you will come. How could you do a job which you are unable to do? You had vowed that you would return when Rajalai Lakshmidas Pai let you go. Now Shankar Bai is there. Meet him and do what appears proper. I have, of course, written to Lakshmidas Pai about Akbar. I don't have the courage to keep him here. A Muslim lady doctor arrived here yesterday. She belongs to Central Provinces. Her father is also a doctor. She will stay for a month. She seems to be a good person. She is doing Sushila's work. Nimu is of course here. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 429. 257. Letter to Sushila Nayar. Foolish girl. Sagaon, Warda, August 4, 1939. Your two letters have arrived together. I do write to you every alternate day. Shirin arrived here yesterday. She seems to be a good girl. It was she who checked my blood pressure today. It was 135-88. PRL's reading was the same. Then there is now a prisoner from Bengal. Neem is there of course. I go to bed after 9:00 p.m. Right now it is 3:00 p.m. I'm eating with a mud pack on my stomach. I have been taking dates for the past 3 days. They are very nice. I remember you. People here are anxious because it has not rained. Do not worry about me. Blessings from BAPU. From the Hindi original, PRL papers. Nair Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. 202. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 258. Discussion with VVSATHE once again, August 5, 1939. Gandhiji, if you are Satyagrahi, I too am Satyagrahi, and as I have been told by many friends that you are a reasonable man and a man of restraint, I shall show you that you are wrong. Well then, you ought to have exhausted all the constitutional means. You must remember that the Bombay Congress Ministry is under 4 Congress committees: Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka and Bombay. You should have lodged your complaint before them. Failing satisfaction, you should have gone to the Working Committee, failing there to the AICC, and then to the open session of the Congress. And if you accept my authority as an expert in Satyagraha, then you should have come to me, but not with a decision to fast. Save, I do not accept you as the final authority, but I would certainly take your advice. But let me ask you one question. Whether all these Congress committees give an opinion in my favor or not, what if the ministers say they have violated the Congress principles? Do they say so? Yes. But they will not resign, they say, unless they are asked to resign. But they have broken the promise given in election manifestos. There is no rigidity about the manifestos. You may say many things, but you may not be able to carry them all out. My own Sadashipeth, which is one of the constituencies, did resolve that the ministry had not fulfilled the promises. Well then, let that committee approach the AICC. But why this fast? You must exhaust all the natural steps. The natural steps take years. It is a cumbersome machinery. Not years, but it may take a year. That should not matter. One discussion appeared under the title of Satyagrahi V. The Satyagrahi by Mahadev Desai, who explains, Shri 5E Save as a seasoned faster and a congressman, He fasted in jail for the right of cooking his own food, remained without clothes because he would not be allowed to wear khaki. He is a downright honest man, but often it would seem his logic gets the better of his common sense. He came to Sagaon on the morning of the 5th, determined to go on a 14-day fast. He feels that the Bombay ministry grievously erred in certain things, for example, orders about processions, security demanded from presses, and firing. He had come determined to fast in Gandhiji's presence because he said Gandhiji was the god of the Congress and the resignations of the Congress ministries in his pocket. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 203. I do propose to go to the Open Congress, for the Congress is an authority above you. I am no authority. I have a certain amount of moral influence. But you do not exercise it. How do you know? You must place all the facts before me and convince me that I have not done all in my power. But you do not expect me to express my judgment on these matters? I do. How can I? Your reading out the texts of orders to me and placing all the facts in your possession before me does not take me further. I must hear the ministers also. But that you can easily do. You're the High Command. How am I the High Command? You have said that the ministers' resignations are in your pocket. When did I say so? Produce my statements to know. Seriously, if I made any such preposterous statement, it would be bravado. You do not find my name mentioned anywhere in the Constitution. I can exercise my moral authority certainly, but that only when I see that there is something which ought to be done morally by the working committee or the ministry. Then you will study the case while I go on with my fast. How can you, when you have yet to convince me of the justifiability of your fast? I am fasting only to arrest your attention. You will if you do not fast. The moment you begin your fast you distract my attention, you paralyze my capacity for unbiased judgment. I could not enjoy my meals if I knew that someone was fasting without cause. And then you must know that this is a colony of fasters. There's Bansali, the greatest faster I have known. Vinoba had fasted, and so has Kake Sahib. You had better see them, talk to them, and see if they approve of your going on fast. 3-1 Mahadev Desai says, Shri Sahib now proceeded to give the details of his grievances on the 3 scores. The details of the orders about the processions and how people dodged them, and so on. 2 Sahib laughed in reply. 3 Mahadev Desai explains, Shri Sahib now turned to the second of his counts. He demanded security from the papers. The British government may have done it, but for the Congress government to do so was the height of injustice. Why? 204. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. I do not take your view. If we have a national government, and we have papers that simply thrive on prosecutions, what are we to do? But that only means that there are fundamental differences between us. We have got to examine everything. If you want me to use my moral authority, I must have certain conviction that the ministers have gravely erred in all the 3 matters you have mentioned. And if the conviction goes home, I would certainly like to speak to the ministers and the working committee. But to do all this I must examine your allegation at leisure. And you may be sure that though I have very little time I would study the papers you send me, just for your sake. But in the meanwhile I may fast. No. You can place the whole case before the working committee if you like. What right have I? Everyone has a right. The working committee is there to listen to every congressman and non-congressman with a grievance. But now that you ask me to study the case, perhaps you may not want to put it before the working committee. After I have given my decision, you may reason with me, plead with me, and then if you find me obstinate, you can fast against me. You are a student of the Gita? I am. Well then, I tell you your fast would be the 3rd kind of tapas described in the 17th chapter 1 Amasa tapas, born of ignorance and perverseness. So I may fast a month hence, if I am not satisfied? Yes, but if I want more time, you will give me. Certainly. To Harijan, December 8, 1939. Should the editors not be prosecuted? No security should be demanded without prosecution. 1 verse 19 to Mahadev Desai adds, Shri Sahib is a man of simplest habits and very few wants. He was a headmaster of the national school for some time, and Gandhiji tried to persuade him to stay on here, study the various activities and give his time to whatever activity appealed to him. His few wants could be easily met here. But he was not to be so easily fished. He preferred to go back to Pune. Vol. 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 205. 259. Letter to Rakal Sagaon, Warda, August 5, 1939. Bhai Rakal, I was happy that you came to Sagaon and stayed here for some days. I wish that the faith in truth and ahimsa, which has grown in you, may also grow in the hearts of all revolutionary brothers and sisters. Those whom I met gave me this assurance. I know that we will never be able to achieve independence without truth, ahimsa and so on. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 4667 260. Am I all-powerful? 2 congressmen came to me during the week. One of them said, "We in these central provinces think that you can do everything you want. You can remove the ministry at will and you can make them do what you like." The other said, "You are the working committee. Every congressman therefore blames you for the present corruption. You showed us that moral authority was the supreme authority. You taught us to think that the existing system was satanic. You taught us that when the Congress reigned there would be no devilry, there would be purity in every walk of life. But we find today quite the reverse. The Congress reigns in many provinces and yet corruption is rampant. Congressmen quarrel among themselves. There is marked deterioration. Devilry is not gone. You do not rely upon numbers. You have often said that even a few true and good congressmen can, by their moral worth, represent the whole nation and real democracy can be evolved. But instead of quality, the cry everywhere is for quantity. The amendments recently made are of no use. They won't remove the growing corruption nor reduce the unmanageable size of the Congress. If you say that you cannot have your way with the working committee, let us know it. As it is, we believe you to be all-powerful and are therefore filled with wonder that you allow things to go from bad to worse. Look at your Gandhi clause. It is responsible for extensive hypocrisy in the Congress. Very few believe in Gandhi and therefore use it only for show. Gandhi therefore stands for falsehood and worse. You who brought the 206. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi, country to a moral height, are now bringing it down. Presently the Congress will become the laughingstock of the country, if things go as they are doing. If you cannot mend the Congress, why don't you leave it alone? This second critic is a well-known congressman and organizer. He spoke feelingly. I promise to reproduce in these columns the substance of the answer I gave him. I am not all-powerful whether with the central province's ministers or with the working committee. I know very little of the doings of the ministers. I never interfere with their work. I have never regarded that as my function. Occasionally I have to correspond with them on matters such as the village industries, basic education or the like, precisely as any citizen would do. I have invariably refused to interfere with their work. I would not have the time for it even if I had the wish. It would mean usurpation of the function of the parliamentary subcommittee of the working committee. So far as the working committee is concerned, I do attend its meetings whenever I am required to do so. I do influence its decisions in the matters that may be referred to me and never in any others. Many sittings of the committee I do not attend at all. Of many of its resolutions I have no knowledge except after they are passed and after the press. This was the arrangement when I first severed my legal connection with Congress. What hold I have on the committee is purely moral. My opinion prevails only to the extent that I carry conviction. Let me give out the secret that often my advice makes no appeal to the members. For instance, if I had my way, the Congress would be reduced to the smallest compass possible. It would consist of a few chosen servants removable at the will of the nation but getting the willing cooperation of the millions in the program they may put before the nation. But this is too drastic and too undemocratic for congressmen. I admit that the Gandhi clause has led to much falsehood and hypocrisy. If I had my way, it would have gone long ago. I sought to have the clause removed too even when I seceded from the Congress. I have repeated the attempt more than once but with no success. The argument has been that the congressmen in general will not listen to the removal of the clause. 1 in 1934. Vide statement to the press, October 30, 1934. 2 Vide statement to the press, September 17, 1934. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 207. Similarly, I have endeavored to have the words peaceful and legitimate removed from the Constitution, but again without success. I can multiply instances in which I have failed to carry the working committee with me. I do not mention these failures by way of complaint against the working committee. The members had weighty reasons for not listening to me. I've not felt called upon to sever the moral tie with the old colleagues. I do not arrogate to myself any superiority over them. It has been a privilege to work with them. They are as good and faithful servants of the nation as I claim to be myself. I cling to them because I have the hope that one day they will be converted to my point of view or that I shall be converted to theirs. Nor do I subscribe to the charge that the old regime was purer than the present. Whilst I admit that much corruption has crept into the Congress organization, that there are many self-seekers in it, it is my conviction that the Congress administration is comparatively purer than the old one. It is also my conviction that the Congress administration is responsible for several measures for the amelioration of the condition of the masses. I regard prohibition as the greatest of them all. But there is no doubt that a vast deal still remains to be done. I hug the hope that someday the Augean stables of the Congress will be swept clean and that the fears of the second critic of the Congress will be dispelled. It is not to be denied that he has grounds for his fears. Being an irrepressible optimist, things do not dismay me to the extent that they dismay him. They are serious enough to rouse every congressman to a sense of his duty. The Congress will surely be undone if it does not stand exclusively on solid rock of its moral worth. Sagaon, August 6, 1939. Harun, December 8, 1939. 261. Notes Chef Gemnology is an extraordinary prisoner. He believes that as a prisoner he has not to care about his body beyond what the doctors provided for him do. And so I have only now come to know the true state of his health. Sri Shankar Lilbankar, who happened to go to Jaipur to see Gemnology, got concerned about his health and told me how bad it was. One Vide statement to the press, September 17, 1934. 208. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. For the moment I refrain from publishing the correspondence which has come into my hands. According to the Jaipur civil surgeon, his is a case for special treatment. If it is, the onus is on the state to release him unconditionally, leaving it to Gemnology whether he will take special treatment within the state or without. It is futile to suggest to Gemnology that he should undertake to leave Jaipur if he is discharged. He will rather die in prison than be free under the very condition for the breach of which he has courted imprisonment. As I have already pointed out, there is no fear of Gemnology promoting civil disobedience in the state, for it stands indefinitely suspended. The authorities know that Gemnology is essentially a non-violent man. They also know him to be a man of his word. To me his detention is a mystery and, in the present state of his health, a crime. The public generally do not know that though the place where he is detained is good and accessible, it is a haunt of ferocious animals. Under what appear to me to be barbarous Shikar laws of Jaipur state, these animals are protected under pain of heavy fines being inflicted on the persons killing them. Tigers and their brood, it is said, eat men and animals with impunity. My purpose here, however, is not to deal with these Shikar laws, inhuman as they appear to me to be. My purpose is to protest against Gemnology being kept in a tiger-infested place. I understand that even his keepers are not very happy over their job. There is no fear of Gemnology running away. If he must be kept in prison, why should he not be kept in an unobjectionable place where medical and other assistance is easily available? There's also another point which calls for notice. Though repeated requests have been made, he has not yet been permitted to keep a companion. He has been given no nurse. Instances are on record when he is badly in need of night attendance. That he himself has made no complaint is no reason for the authorities' negligence in not providing necessary attendance. Their attention has been drawn to the matter more than once by Shethji's secretary 2 inches imitation of Kathy Hour Sri Siram Sastri, having read about the spinning program 3 of 70 days set up by Sri Narandas Gandhi of Raikot Rashtriya Shala, has decided to imitate him and he has begun his pro on Vide Jaipur, August 7, 1939. 2 Gemnology was released on August 9. 3 Vide Meenakshi Temple open, December 7, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 209. Gram of having from co-workers 25 lakhs yards of yarn by the 2nd of October next. I wish him every success. Its secret lies in having previously the names of spinners and the quantity they would spin and having weekly reports of the work done. Naturally the spinners, being volunteers, will be expected to spin as strong, even and fine a yarn as they can with minimum waste. The idea behind all such efforts should be that they will prove experts in their own localities and be an example to their neighbors. A correction. Sri Siram Sastri points out an error that crept into my note 1 on the Kathy Hour spinning program. In it I mentioned that 700 spinners spinning 1,000 yards per day would be required to spin 70 lakhs of yards in 70 days, and 7,000 spinners if they spun 100 yards per day. 700 should read 100, and 7,000 should read 1,000. Whilst I gladly correct the error, I may say that no harm will be done if 700 or 7,000 spinners take part in the sacrificial spinning. The more the better. Sagaon, August 6, 1939 Harijan, December 8, 1939 262. Letter to Valji G. Desai, August 6, 1939 CHI. Valji, I got your letter yesterday. But I did not have time to reply immediately. I am of course writing to Chutter, but will he do your work? I am writing to Ramachandran too at the same address. You will get this letter before Chutter leaves. If, therefore, you approve of what I write, send a wire to Chutter to stay on. This is only a suggestion. You know Chutter much better. As he is greatly devoted to you, he may prove useful. How did your health break down? Have you been careless about your diet? I hope you will return after getting completely cured. Blessings from BAPU Professor V. Desai, Sanatorium Piovana Vilas Mohalla, Mysore from a photostat of the Gujarati, CW 7485. Courtesy, Valji G. Desai 1 5 Meenakshi Temple open, December 7, 1939 2 G. Ramachandran. 210. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 263. Letter to Manalal and Sushila Gandhi Sion, Warda, August 6, 1939 CHI. Manalal and Sushila, I have your long letter full of news. It will be of help to me. Here the work is going on at full speed. There has been some delay as your Prime Minister is away. I will keep you informed if there are any special developments. But what counts and will count is your strength. I had a cable from Nana saying that I did a good thing in advising postponement. I have not replied to the cable. Can the differences there be patched up? Who are the persons behind the threat of murder? How did the matter reach that stage? 1. What makes you think it would be to your advantage if there was no agent general at all? It would be easy to withdraw him. However, as it will not be possible to post one again, we should decide after careful thinking. I must be kept informed about developments there. A letter from Ba is enclosed. Blessings from BAPU from the photostat of the Gujarati, GN 4900. 264. Letter to Amritlal Nanavati. August 6, 1939. CHI. Amritlal, you will be pleased to read the accompanying two. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 10791. One find also letter to Manila Gandhi, June 25, 1939. 2. A letter from Chandan Bin Park to Gandhiji thanking him for sending a kind and patient man like the addressee to take care of her. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 211. 265. Letter to Mtu Salam Sagaon, August 6, 1939 CHI. Anshul Salam 1, I got your two letters together. I have already written to you to do what you please. If you wish to come over here, do so. Discuss the matter with Shankar Lal Pai. Blessings from BAPU from photostat of the Hindi, GN 430-266. Letter to Krishnakandra Sagaon, Warda, August 6, 1939 CHI. Krishnakandra, I got your letter. Shakara Bintu had agreed but still she is a bit hesitant. I have therefore postponed sending her. I am on the lookout for some other person. I am making as much haste as possible. Why has the mattress been placed in that manner? The cot does not belong to the sanatorium. Give the enclosed letter to Bhagaraj Hai 3. I hope Balkrishna's ear is properly cleaned. Give all details to Sushalabin. Her address is Lady Hardinge College Hospital, New Delhi. Balkrishna must get completely cured there. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 4325. 1. The superscription is in Gujarati. 2. Wife of Chimanlan Shah 3. Bakharao Seth, who had adopted Jamnal Bajai. 212. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 267. Letter to Sushila Nayar. CHI. Sushila. Sagaon, Warda, August 6, 1939. I have your letter. I have given to buy your letter to her. Sharon checks my blood pressure quite frequently. It is going a little high. It was 160/99 this afternoon. She herself must be writing. My weight is 103 lb. It seems to have gone down a bit. I feel full of energy. I get good sleep. Shankaran has been taken ill. He has fever. It was 102 yesterday. Sharon is looking after him. She is doing all the work with keen interest. She is even learning to spin. I hope you are being careful about your food. Do you have to work at night? Blessings from BAPU. From the Hindi original, PRL papers. Near Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. 268. Letter to Sushila Nayar. CHI. Sushila. Sagaon, Warda, August 7, 1939. No doubt I want to build you a hospital. But it will be for the patients. I cannot have a hospital functioning without you. By your being here it may be possible to help the people in the neighborhood and we may acquire some knowledge whereby we can provide cheap medicines to the villagers. It is with this idea in mind that I am thinking of building a hospital. I am sending by book post Shankaran's letter for you to read. He has no fever today. He was not given anything to eat. He was given only orange juice. Sharon of course gave him quinine. There is a letter of Valjeepai. I am enclosing it. You can write to him direct. What has happened? You must also write to the doctor of the sanatorium 1. The TB sanatorium at Mysore where Valjiji Desai was being treated. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 213. You are all well educated. Then do you think Shakuntala will remain uneducated? Who values Hindi? I am having sufficient sleep. There is only a difference of half an hour. Blessings from APU from the Hindi original, PRL papers. Near Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar 269. Statement to the PRESS once again, August 6, 1939. I congratulate Shri Subhas Babu on having succeeded in persuading the hunger strikers to suspend their fast even for 2 months and on having undertaken to move the BPCC to take the necessary action for the release of the prisoners. I have also a wire from the prisoners in Alipur jail informing me of the suspension and asking me to resume my effort. I need hardly assure them that what little I can do will be done to secure their release. I can say that the suspension gives me some hope that my effort will produce some effect. I hope too that the Bengal government will use the occasion for a generous gesture and end the agony. Harijan, December 8, 1939 270. Message on inauguration of basic education 2 on or before August 7, 1939. 3. The decision to open 1,700 schools for the new system of education is a great undertaking. I hope this will be successful in every respect. My congratulations on this bold step. The Hindu, July 8, 1939. When this appeared under the title Bengal Prisoners. The statement was also published in the Hindustan Times and the Hindu on August 7. 2. The message was reported under the dateline Allahabad, August 7 with the following note. A big educational experiment will begin in the United Provinces tomorrow with the inauguration of the basic scheme of education by the Premier, Pandit G. B. Pant. 3. Ibid. 214. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 271. An explanation. I gladly publish the foregoing letter 1 and accept the explanation. Without it the concluding paragraph of the petition could only be interpreted as a threat. Better than the explanation, however, will be the help the pandarus could render in the prosecution of the prohibition program. Let them be true soldiers of the Congress government and the nation as they were of the East India Company, who were foreigners come to exploit the country. If they will heartily assist the government in their arduous task, they will find that they will also assist themselves in a manner they never otherwise could have done. Sagaon, August 7, 1939. Harijan, December 8, 1939 272. Mills v. Charka. The AIVIA has been issuing for some time a monthly bulletin called Gramodyog Patrika at Maganwadi, Warda, for the annual subscription of 12 annas. The July number contains an interesting article on national planning. I must refer the curious to the Patrika. I wish here only to draw attention to the following two striking figures. We would need Rs 300 crores of capital employing 33 lakhs of people if we supplied all our requirements by mill production, while we would require about Rs 72 crores of investment employing 800 lakhs of people if our supply were to come from cottage units. The two methods have their undoubted advantages. We are poor but we have an ocean of labor wealth. Therefore an intelligent plan will find the cottage method fit into the scheme for our country. Any planning in our country that ignores the absorption of labor wealth will be misplaced. Our analysis has shown that centralized method of production, whatever may be its capacity to produce, is incapable of 1. This was dated Bombay, July 31, 1939 from S.K. Bull, who inter alia, said, the signatories to that memorial act bona fide and they never intended to offer any threat to the Bombay ministry. The last paragraph of the said memorial was a frank expression of the Bhandari Committee of its apprehensions about the probabilities that might ensue from the enforcement of the prohibition policy under the circumstances then prevailing. Vide message to Bombay Government Prohibition Board, July 23, 1939. Two only excerpts are reproduced here. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 215. Finding employment for as large a number of persons as we have to provide for. Therefore it stands condemned in this country. The figures need no comment. If they cannot be challenged, they make an overwhelming case for the charkha and, by parity of reasoning, perhaps, for village production as against factory production. But I invite experts to examine the figures and challenge them if they can seriously do so. Sagaon, August 7, 1939. Harijan, December 8, 1939. 273. Another temple open to Harijans. The secretary, Harijans of Exange, Ilanji, informs me that the Kortalam temple was thrown open to Harijans by the manager of 26 Ultimo. He is to be congratulated on his having done his duty. The president of the local Sanj was responsible for inducing the manager to open the temple. I hope that the worshippers at the mandir had no objection to the opening. Sagaon, August 7, 1939. Harijan, December 8, 1939. 274. Letter to Totaram Hingarani. Sagaon, Warda, August 7, 1939. My dear Hingarani, it gives me great joy to find that you are reconciled to Anand 1 and Vidya 2 and that they are near you to render you such filial service as you may need. Yours sincerely, Shri Totaram Hingarani, Karachi. M.K. Gandhi. From a microfilm. Courtesy, National Archives of India, and Anand Hingarani. 1. Addressees son and daughter-in-law to Abid. 216. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 275. Letter to Anand Hingarani. Sagaon, Warda, August 7, 1939. Chi. Anand, I like your decision. It is not at all bad to do business to earn one's living. It is the duty of a son to fulfill the desire of his father unless it is impure. Father's desire that you do some business and stand on your own feet is proper. I believe that a person who earns his living and supports his family by honest means also renders service to the nation. Therefore I want you to do your business with interest. Make father happy and while doing your business render service to Harijans as far as possible. Whatever money you send me I will digest. But if you are unable to send it, I shall not starve. Do as it suits you. Give the enclosed one to father. Blessings from BAPU from a microfilm of the Hindi. Courtesy, National Archives of India, and Anand T. Hingarani 276. Letter to Prabha Sigaon, Warda, August 7, 1939 CHI. Prabha, if you can relieve your tutor, you had better do so. If not, then complete 1 month and start working after that. Do only as much work as you can. Get yourself released from the work, if Rajendra Babu agrees, and continue your study. Who is the tutor, what does he teach and for how long? Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 3527. 1 via the preceding item. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 217. 277. Letter to Salam Sigaon, Warda, August 7, 1939 CHI. Amshal Salam, I got your complaint. I have been writing regularly. You should complain to the postmaster. I have already written to you saying that you can do as you wish. Consult Shankar Lal Pai. That is why I'm not sending a telegram. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 431. 278. Letter to Vasumati Pandit Sigaon, August 7, 1939 CHI. Vasumati, I have your letter. Tell Banu 1 what a timid girl she is. Doesn't Amshal Salam stay with you? Tuba is alright though she is weak. There has been no rain here. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 431 279. Statement to the PRESS3 Sigaon, Warda, August 7, 1939. My attention has been drawn to the API message purporting to report the conversations between Dr. Khan Sahib 4 and Qazi Atullah. 1 Vanamala and Parak 2 Gandhiji had written this letter after writing to Salam. Vide the preceding item. 3. This appeared under the title A Denial. The statement was also published in the Hindu, August 8, 1939. 4. The Premier and the Minister of Education in the Northwest Frontier Province. 218. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Sahib 1 whilst I was in Abbottabad. The conversations were confidential. I have no recollection whatsoever of Dr. Khan Sahib having complained of any conspiracy of Hindu members or of my having agreed about their expulsion. The thing is on the face of it impossible, for I could not endorse such a proposition without first seeing those against whom such serious complaints are made. Nor would Dr. Khan Sahib expect me to do such a dishonorable thing, nor have I any recollection of the Qazi Sahib having any discussion with me on the question of services. How I wish the newspaper reporters would have weighty matters confirmed by the parties concerned before giving them for publication. I understand that the Hindus of the Frontier Province are much perturbed over this report. Harijan, August 19, 1939 280. Letter to Shardavanji Shakawala Sigaon, Warda, August 8, 1939 CHI. Booty, I have your letter. It is good news that you are restored. Is any mark left behind? Here all the rooms are getting full. Durgan 2 arrived today. D. Barpai 3 has come. Nanavati also is here today. 2 more have come from Sotra. They want to stay for some time. Bin Salabhai is at present busy teaching. Mathuji lives in Bulkova's hut. In place of Sushila, another lady doctor of the same college has come. She is a very good person. Nimu and others are of course here. Haven't I filled the letter with enough news now? I am quite well. Ba is alright. Blessings to you both from BAPU from the Gujarati original, CW 10015. Courtesy, Shardavanji Shakawala. 1. The Premier and the Minister of Education in the Northwest Frontier Province. 2. Wife of Mahadev Desai. 3. UN Deborah. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 219. 281. Letter to Manal Gandhi. Sigaon, Warda, August 8, 1939. CHI. Manal, I have your letter. Now you will hear from me regularly. It would only be a needless waste of time to file a suit against the Congress workers, and it would also create bitterness. If, instead, all of you go on doing your work, your strength will increase and the Congress also will help you indirectly. Even if it does not help, it will not matter. You may not remember, but Christopher probably will, that I had deliberately kept the Congress and the British Indian Association separate. I established the Passy Resistance Association and got the help of the Congress and the other bodies from time to time. The workers did not court imprisonment, they did not sacrifice their incomes, and at the same time helped me with funds. The agent will recognize your association and respect it. I may perhaps write 1-inch Harijan about this. The enclosed will be useful to you. Blessings from P.S. There are 2 letters too on the reverse. BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 4901. 282. Letter to Sita Gandhi Sigaon, August 8, 1939 CHI. Sita, I got your note. If you two go to jail, who will run the Indian opinion? Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 4901. 1 Vide Notes, subtitle, Indian Struggle in South Africa, August 14, 1939. To buy the two following items. 220. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 283. Letter to Sushila Gandhi. Sagaon, August 8, 1939. CHI. Sushila. Med 1 writes and informs me that you also have decided to go to jail. But what if there's a settlement? Will you see that you keep fit enough to go to jail? Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 4901. 284. Letter to Dilkush Biduwanji. Sagaon, Warda, August 8, 1939. By Dilkush. I have your letter. If you wish to borrow, when will you return the amount? What is the minimum you require? What will you do with the khadi produced? Is there enough demand? It would be fine if none of the women spinners were turned back. They must observe our rules. All the yarn you get spun there must also be woven there. Blessings form. P.S. If the weavers are too few, we can train some more. BAPU. Dilkush Diwanji Gandhi Kutir Karate, via Jalalpur. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 2642. 1 Sharendra Med. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 221. 285. Letter to Radhakrishna Bajai Sagaon, Warda, August 8, 1939 CHI. Radhakrishnan, I have your letter. Please read my article 1. Kamalman has given me some papers. They contain a fragment of a description of ferocious animals too. The other part is missing. I want the whole story. How is Jamnal's health now? Kamal Naim 3 has gone to Calcutta as Savitri's for confinement is expected soon. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 9128 286. Letter to Gopal Bandhu Chaudhary Sagaon, Warda, August 8, 1939 Beach AIGOPABABU 5, read the enclosed letter 6. Can something be done about it? Were you indisposed? Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 2793. 1 Vide Jaipur, August 7, 1939. 2 Vide Notes, June 8, 1939. 3 Son and daughter-in-law of Jamnal Bhai 4 Ibid 5 President, Utkal Provincial Congress Committee 6 dated August 4, 1939, from Mukunda Prasadas, Speaker, Orissa Legislative Assembly. It read, the quarrels amongst congressmen of Orissa should be made up. Can you write to Shri Gopal Bandhu Chaudhary to intervene? He has the confidence of all groups. 222. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 287. Letter to Yodrive Jivrai and Mehta Sagaon, Warda, August 9, 1939 Bhai Jivrai. I wanted to write to you just at the time when you had a talk with Sushila one at Bardoli, but it could not materialize because of the continuous rush of work, and then I allowed the matter to drop. I am prompted to write this because of the criticism from you in Lilavati's presence. Your criticism has pained her. She ought to have promptly expressed her feelings and asked for clarification too. What is the use of fretting and fuming? I do believe that you are the guardian of my right conduct as well as my bodily health. You would be pained if I were to commit something I ought not to. Also, it is your duty to bring it to my notice. Hence, if you have found anything in my conduct which deserves criticism or censure, please let me know, without hesitation. I will look upon it as true friendship. I know, these days the newspapers carry a lot of abusive references to me. I don't read them. I come to hear about them. All this abuse is not going to affect me in any way, although I should really want to know if anything weighs on the minds of friends like you. My life is an open book. I have never had any secrets, so you can ask me about anything you wish to. I hope to take a lot of work from friends like you which I might not be able to do if my life were veiled in secrecy. Vande Mataram from Mohandas from the Gujarati original, Jivrai Mehta papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. 1 Dr. Sushila Nayar 2 Vide also the following item, and letter to the addressee, letter to Dr. Jivrai N. Mehta, August 15, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 223. 288. Letter to Leela Vyasar Sagaon, Warda, August 9, 1939 CHI. Leela, I have your letter. I see no need for girls to go begging on the Balev one day or on any other occasion. Their services should not be used in this manner. Collecting money is the work of the management. Keep yourself fully absorbed in your study. Do not be restless. Do your best and be content with the outcome. Why did you take lightly what Dr. Mehta told you? Suppose he had been only joking? If there was any sting in it, you could have removed it too. You could have asked whether a daughter sleeping by the side of her father and a girl in an institution lying on top of another were the same thing. I think your keeping quiet itself implies your admission of some guilt. Your previous letter, however, suggests some feeling of shame about what is happening. In that case you would of course not be able to say anything. How can you, then, blame Dr. Jivrai? Even if somebody makes an offensive remark about me, it produces no effect on me whatever. But if I ever do something blameworthy, I would shrink into myself with shame even if nobody criticized me. Blessings from a copy of the Gujarati, CW. 10,091. Courtesy, Lila Badiasar. 289. Letter to Tarajasani Maganwadi, Warda, August 9, 1939 CHI. Tara, I don't feel like going for walks without all my walking sticks. Kanuri, Babalo 4 are busy, and so they do not come out with me. One also known as Rakshabandhan celebrated on the full moon day of Shravana, when a girl ties a string called Rakhi, Rakati, or Raksha around the wrist of her brother and receives from him some gift as a token of his promise to protect her to vide also the preceding item. 3 Son of Narandas Gandhi. 224. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Instead of my giving you a description of the mountains, you may see them with your own eyes someday. What work will you do if there is a drought? How much will you contribute to Sinayana? It is good that you attend Kanji Muni's one discourses. Your revered parents always used to listen to him with rapt attention. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, CW. 9834, courtesy, Tara bin Pratap 290. Letter to R.L. Handasagaon, August 10, 1939 DEAR friend, I have seen your letter 2 and the accompanying articles 3 on Kathy Hour states. Both are welcome. While your letter to me is appearing in the next issue of the Harijan, the articles will be published at a later date as soon as space is available. Your approach to the problem of states I consider, on the whole, as rational and workable for yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi leaves from a diary, pages 77-291. Letter to Surendra V. Mashruwala Sagaon, Warda, August 10, 1939 CHI. Surendra, isn't my writing to Manu the same as writing to you? I assume that you two are as warm and moved to each other that there is no need for me to write anything to cheer you both. Hence though you are. For Narayan Desai, son of Mahadev Desai 1A Shidambar Jaimuni 2 Vide Confederation of Small States, August 14, 1939. 3 for extracts, Vide Appendix Kathy Hour States, September 30, 1939. 4 Vide also Kathy Hour States, November 9, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 225. Constantly in my thoughts, I save my time by not writing to you. As Manuti has stayed with me for a long time, she naturally expects letters from me and I, therefore, write to her and assume that it is as good as writing to you. Manu told me that your work was progressing well. I hope you are keeping good health. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, CW. 5049. Courtesy, Manovan S. Mashruwala 292. Congress Working Committee Resolution 1 August 11, 1939. 2. The Working Committee has given the most anxious consideration to the action of Sri Subhas Chandra Bose III, the erstwhile President of the National Congress, in connection with 2 resolutions 4 of the last meeting of the AICC known as Satyagraha in provinces and Congress ministries and the PCCS. The Working Committee has also considered the long letter 5 of Sri Subhas Babu, appended here too. The Working Committee with great sorrow and reluctance has come to the conclusion that Subhas Babu has totally missed the main point raised by the President of the even though he differed from the ruling of the President. It was open to him, if he felt aggrieved by the ruling, to appeal to the Working Committee or the AICC. But he was bound, so long as the precedent instructions stood, to carry them out faithfully. This is the first condition of the proper functioning of any organization, much more so of a vast organization like the National Congress which is engaged in a life and death struggle with the world. If, what seems to be Subhas Babu's contention in his letter, that every member is free to interpret the Congress Constitution as he likes, prevails, there will be perfect anarchy in the Congress and it must break to pieces in no time. 1 drafted by Gandhiji. Vide Statement to the Press, August 23, 1939. 2 from Gandhi 915-1948, a detailed chronology. 3 he had asked the people to observe July 9, 1939, as protest day. 4 Vide AICC resolutions, June 23, 1939. 5 Address to the Congress President. Vide Appendix Letter from Subhas Chandra Bose to Congress President, July 8, 1939. 226. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. The Working Committee has come to the painful conclusion that it will fail in its duty if it condones the deliberate and flagrant breach of discipline by Subhas Babu. The Working Committee therefore resolves that for his grave act of indiscipline Sri Subhas Babu is declared disqualified as President of the Bengal Provincial Congress Committee for 3 years as from August 1939. The Working Committee trusts that Sri Subhas Babu will see the error of his ways and loyally submit to this disciplinary action. The Working Committee has taken note of the indiscipline of many other congressmen including responsible officials. But it has refrained from taking any action as the members acted under the inspiration of Sri Subhas Babu. The Working Committee, however, leaves it open to provincial organizations to take action if they think it necessary for the proper observance of discipline and especially if the offending members do not express regret for their indiscipline. A committee further empowers the President to take disciplinary action against such members who, instead of expressing regret by their speech or conduct for the indiscipline, persist in it. The Indian Annual Register, 1939, Vol. II, pages 212-3. 293. Telegram TO Drive DADO01. August 11, 1939. Pending final direction, rather delicate negotiation still going. Plea for patience. We must lose no chance settlement. Will not waste time. Gandhi. South Africa's freedom struggle, pages 303-4. 1. This was in reply to a cable dated August 9, 1939 from the addressee, which inter alia read: Handful Indian anti-passive resistors misconstruing object postponement struggle. Desirable pray cable in detail, precise nature and basis negotiations and fixed time limit for postponement. We are not informed what negotiations transpiring. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 227. 294. Letter to Jawaharlal Nehru Sagaon, Warda, August 11, 1939. My dear Jawaharlal, I was half inclined to talk to you in presence of the working committee for want of other time about the planning committee. One Shankar came this morning after his chat with you, bringing with him copy of a letter written by him to Kripalani too in the matter. I sympathized with him in his objection. I have never been able to understand or appreciate the labors of the committee. I do not know that it is working within the four corners of the resolution creating the committee. I do not know that the working committee is being kept informed of its doings. I have not understood the purpose of the numerous subcommittees. It has appeared to me that much money and labor are being wasted on an effort which will bring forth little or no fruit. These are my doubts. I seek light. I know your mind is in China. 3. If you think Shah 4 can express your mind, I shall try to learn from him. Or I shall wait till you return from your great mission. May God protect you and bring you safe to the motherland. Love. BAPU Gandhi Nehru Papers, 1939. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Also a bunch of old letters, pages 378-9 295. Letter to Ghulam Rasul Qureshi Sagaon, August 11, 1939. CHI. QURESHI1. I have your letter. I take it that the installment of RS-100 has started. I am glad you got out of Gandhi. Blessings from BAPU-1. Find also letter to Amrit Kaur, June 19, 1939. To J.B. Kripalani, General Secretary, AICC. 3. Jawaharlal Nehru was to go to China. He actually left on August 20th. 4. KT Shah 1 also spelt Qureshi. 228. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. P.S. If Amtul Salam is still there, tell her that I have not written to her thinking she must have left. From a photostat of the Gujarati, C.W. 10,773. Courtesy, Ghulam Rasul Qureshi. 296. Letter to Sushila Nayar. CHI. Sushila. Warda, August 11, 1939. I could not write to you for 2 days. She may be going. She is to reach there on the 16th. She may come back if she gets a job here. I am doing well. Blessings from Dr. Sushila Nayar, Lady Hardinge College Hospital, New Delhi. BAPU. From the Hindi original, PRLO Papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. 297. Hunger strike has positively become a plague. On the slightest pretext some people want to resort to hunger strikes. It is well, therefore, that the Working Committee 1 has condemned the practice in unequivocal terms, so far at least as hunger strike for discharge from imprisonment is concerned. The committee should have gone further and condemned also the practice of forcible feeding. I regard forcible feeding as an undue liberty with the human body which is too sacred to be trifled with, even though it belongs to a prisoner. No doubt the state has control over the bodies of its prisoners, but never to the extent of killing their soul. That control has well-defined limits. If a prisoner decides to starve himself to death, he should, in my opinion, be allowed to do so. A hunger strike loses its force and dignity, when it has any, if the striker is forcibly fed. It becomes a mockery if 1. At its meeting held from August 9 to 12. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 229. Somehow or other sufficient nourishment is poured down the throat, whether through the mouth or the nose. Of course, the mind instinctively revolts against feeding through the nose. But I understand that after a few days' practice the process ceases to offend the subject himself. Where a prisoner offers violent resistance, the matter becomes difficult. But cases of such resistance are rare. It is not possible to keep up effective resistance for any length of time. A determined resistor will of course die at the very first attempt and thus frustrate it. But such resistance requires great daring and reckless defiance of death. In any case, it is my firm conviction that the method of forcible feeding should be abandoned as a relic of barbarism. I know that some prisoners welcome forcible feeding for the empty glory of being regarded as hunger strikers. Jailers have often told me that such prisoners would deplore stoppage of forcible feeding. I am told that under the existing law, jail authorities are bound to resort to forcible feeding if reasoning fails. I would recommend amendment of such legislation if any. It is also worthy of consideration whether a rule should not be passed by the working committee making a public and political hunger strike without permission a breach of discipline. I do not like restraint on the liberty of the individual except for his own good and that of the society of which he is a member. Hunger strike has, however, become such a nuisance that it will be as well for the working committee to adopt measures to check it before it assumes dangerous proportions. A working committee resolution in such matters means expression of considered public opinion and is likely to prove a deterrent against an abuse of the practice. It may never need to be enforced. Sagaon, August 14, 1939. Origin, August 19, 1939. 298. Confederation of Small States. May I take the liberty of writing to you with a view to draw your attention to the problem of Kathy Hour states? A close study of the states comprising the Western India Agency will convince anyone that the real problem of Kathy Hour is not that of responsible government in individual states. That, in fact, is a demand very much beyond the ken of economic possibility. None of these states, with the exception of 5 or 6, can afford to be genuine, separate, self-government units. Economic considerations apart, their geographical contiguity, and cultural and linguistic unity positively point towards the desirability of grouping them all administratively. A. 230. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Confederation of these states alone can bring their people on a par with the people of Bombay province or, for that matter, any other province in British India. As to the fear that the princes might strongly dislike such a move, it might be said that one cannot hope to go through any scheme of reform embodying real transference of power to the people without being confronted by the most dogged opposition from those quarters. And when at all events a fight, of course a non-violent one, has got to be waged against that opposition, it is only prudent and politic on our part to fight on an issue which should be our main and ultimate demand. Whatever our immediate and minimum demands, the final objective must not be lost sight of. And may I suggest in the case of Kathy Hour, as also some 3/4 of the states in India, the final goal of all political reformers must be a confederation on the lines roughly foreshadowed in the appended printed articles? I hope you will see that this idea, though by no means new or original, deserves to be popularized. 4. Collective agitation by a group or cluster of states in favor of confederation has certain obvious advantages which agitation for reform in a single state cannot have. How much I wish you had worked for the propagation of this idea while you were actively engaged in the Rajkot struggle. Even now, one word of support from you, of course, only if you generally agree with this, you will place this idea on the sound footing. This important letter 1 was received by me in Abbottabad. The articles 2 appended are cuttings from the Tribune of Lahore specially dealing with the problem. The articles contain an interesting analysis of the Kathy Hour states and corroborative quotations from the Butler Committee's Report 3 and a recent pronouncement formed by the Viceroy. For the moment I must content myself with heartily supporting the proposal. I do not share the fear of my correspondent about much opposition from the smaller states if they are sympathetically approached. They will soon realize that their safety lies in some kind of confederation and sharing of power with the people. The chief thing is a dispassionate representation of the problem and creation of public opinion that cannot be answered or opposed. Sagaon, Warda, August 14, 1939. Origin, August 19, 1939. 1 for Arlhanda, Vide letter from Arlhanda, October 8, 1939. 2 for extracts. Vide Appendix Kathy Hour States, September 30, 1939. 3 According to India's Struggle for Freedom, Vol. I, pages 459. The committee, under the chairmanship of Harcourt Butler, recommended the setting up of special tribunals for adjusting a number of important matters which affect the Indian states and British India alike. For the reference, presumably, is to the Viceroy's address at the annual session of Chamber of Princes in New Delhi on March 13, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 231. 299. Notes the Arya Samaj. It was a happy ending one to the Arya Satyagraha. I have hitherto not written a word about this struggle. The matter seems too delicate for public treatment by me. The country knows that I have a special way of dealing with things public or private. Some even call it quixotic. Thus my public silence over the Arya Satyagraha did not mean that I was not deeply interested in the struggle. I was keeping myself in touch too with both the Arya Samaj leaders and the Muslim friends who could have anything to do with Hyderabad affairs. Of course I was acting in concert with Maulana Abul Kalam Azad. My sympathies were with the Aryas so far as their demands were concerned. They seemed to me to be so simple and so elementary. But I was averse to their satyagraha from my own standpoint, which I had explained to them. I was, however, nonplussed when they suggested that it was no worse if it was no better than the satyagraha I had led. They must not be expected, they added, to appreciate and follow my new method or requirements. I saw that I had no right to put any pressure upon them beyond that of reason. Then I was anxious not to embarrass the Nizam's government as long as I could help it. It is, therefore, A matter of great joy to me personally that the Arya struggle has ended in a friendly manner. Both the Nizam government and the Arya Samajri deserve congratulations. Let me hope that the dignified statement issued by Sri Kancham Singh Gupta will receive from the Aryas the response it deserves. There is no doubt that much bitterness has been engendered during the struggle. If the Aryas act in the spirit of Sri Gupta's appeal and the Nizam's government in the spirit of their own communique for, the bitterness will die out and there never will be any occasion for resumption of the struggle so far as simple religious and cultural freedom is concerned. 1. On August 8, 2 Vide letter to Amrit Kaur, July 31, 1939. 3. Sabhan the source for according to the Indian Annual Register, 1939, Vol. II. Pages 14. The communique contained clarification of certain points in the official communique of July 17, 1939, in which the government's attitude regarding the religious liberties in the state was set out as well as of the points raised by the Government Gazette Extraordinary on July 19, 1939, announcing the reforms. 232. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. The Punjab Congress drives Sadiapal one has needlessly quoted me in order to go out of public life. If it is an inner urge, the decision is sound. If it is due to my innocent postcard to Talala Dunakand, the doctor is hopelessly wrong. In the first place, the postcard has to do with the whole Congress atmosphere in the Punjab, which has resulted in a distrust not of this or that individual but of myself. A critic may call it cowardice if he likes. But whether it is cowardice or want of self-confidence, I am useless as a mediator so long as my malady persists. So, when Sardar Mangal Singh and other friends from Ludhiana came to Wardown with authority from Dr. Sadiapal, I told them that I was useless, but that Rajendra Babu as the head of the Congress organization was the proper person to go to Punjab. He has consented to go as soon as his health and other engagements permit. But I have suggested to these friends that there is no help equal to self-help. They must, by their own exertion, put their house in order. If Dr. Sadiapal has not gone out in obedience to the inner urge, he will not be able to keep himself out for any length of time. His nature will revolt against the artificial self-suppression. I therefore suggest a better course. Let him cease to be a party man. Let him forget old quarrels and let him be intent on producing real solidarity in the Punjab. I cannot say how this can be done. I have not even the data for laying down a plan of action. He must devise it himself. All I can say is that if he really wills it, he can do the thing. Everybody knows that he has a following in the Punjab, that he is an indefatigable worker and has sacrificed to his credit. If, therefore, anybody can bring about peace among congressmen in Punjab, it is certainly Dr. Sadiapal. But whether it is he or anybody else, that one will have to face himself and put the people's cause, which is the Congress cause, before his own or his party's. Behind my diffidence must be right and intense wish that the congressmen in the Punjab should unite without mental reservations and act as one man. Indian struggle in South Africa. Whether our countrymen in South Africa have to take up passive resistance or not, there is no doubt that they will not be able to vindicate their position if they cannot close their ranks and act as one man and act unselfishly. Their corporate existence cannot be main. One member of the Punjab Legislative Assembly to Vide letter to Dunakand, July 20, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 233. Detained with honor, if individuals in order to serve their selfish ends compromise the community's interest and honor. There is, at the time of writing these lines, a cleavage between the local Congress and the passive resistors. The resistors seem to have the bulk of the Indian population with them. But the name and prestige of the South African Congress is with the non-resistors. Now there is a prospect of a lawsuit over the possession of the Congress books, funds and offices. I would warn the resistors against falling into the legal trap. Let them follow my example. The equivalent to the Congress in my days was the British Indian Association. From the very commencement of passive resistance, I recognized that all Indians would not and could not join the struggle, although all might be, as they actually were, in sympathy with it. Although it was open to me, being secretary, to utilize the name and prestige of the association, I founded a separate organization, one leaving the British Indian Association free to act as it might within constitutional limits. It was possible by this arrangement to protect the non-resistors from harm, retain their sympathy and save the resistors from the embarrassment that would undoubtedly be caused by non-resistors if they were members of the same body. Let the present passive resistors work along their own lines and rely upon getting more than prestige by their strength, sacrifice and capacity for suffering. A passive resistor should have a generous heart and represent not only his own companions but even his opponents. Whatever rights he secures, he will secure for all. He is a friend of all and enemy of none. That is the first condition of successful passive or civil resistance. Khadi as famine insurance and medium of instruction. There has been a full discussion among the Khadi workers at the meeting of the AISA held at Warda on the 12th instant and thereafter. It has been claimed for Khadi that it has at least 3 definite functions. It provides a supplementary occupation to the semi-starved and semi-employed millions of India on a scale unequaled by any other occupation. It provides, with the least possible loss, work in famine areas. And it is the best medium of instruction for the boys and girls of India in the primary stage. But there is one definite condition for the success of Khadi as famine insurance or medium of instruction in the primary stage. 1. The Native Indian Congress. Vidal. I. 234. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. What is to be done with the khadi produced in famine areas and in schools? If khadi cannot be sold, it is as useless as the stones broken in many parts of India during famine time. I have suggested often enough in these columns that all the khadi produced under the last two heads must be taken up by the state. This can be most easily done through the AISA, if the state guarantees the losses as it guarantees today railway dividends and many other things. Considering price, khadi is undoubtedly dearer than milk cloth. Therefore it commands a market only among patriots and philanthropists. But those who have no spare cash will not be easily actuated by philanthropy or patriotism. They will go to the cheapest market. It is therefore the business of the state to shut out or tax heavily enough such goods as compete with those which, for the general good, should command the market. I think it can be taken as proved that khadi comes under such goods. The administration of 8 provinces is virtually in Congress' hands to an extent enough to protect khadi and the like. There is no reason why the other provinces should not follow the Congress provinces in matters like protection of khadi, on which there is no difference of opinion. Hindu-Muslim unity may not come as early as many of us wish. But even as we breathe common air and drink the common water supplied by the rivers, wells or waterworks, surely we might agree on the common policy regarding other necessaries of life, without in any way interfering with our differences, if we must unfortunately hug these and use them for warring against one another. But whether the other provinces fall in line or not, it is necessary for the Congress provinces to confer with the AISA and the AIVIA and evolve a line of action whereby the difficulty I have pointed out can be solved without delay. Sagaon, Warda, August 14, 1939. Harijan, August 19, 1939. 300. Letter to Jivanji D. Desai. Sagaon, Warda, August 14, 1939. Bhai Jivanji, what sort of an article do you expect from me? Hadn't you better leave me out? You should give me a reward even if I am able to. Volume 76, 31A, 1939-15 October, 1939. 235. Do all the other work you have given. I understand about the autobiography 1. Blessings from. By Jivanji, P.O. Box 105, Ahmedabad. VAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, DN 9947. Also CW 6921. Courtesy, Jivanji D. Desai. 301. Letter to Ravi Shankar Shukla 2 August 14, 1939. Bhai Shuklanji. To this I have replied thus. 3. I have your ultimatum. Please know that your proper course is to ask the Prime Minister or the Parliamentary Board. Do you have anything to say? From a copy of the Hindi, PRL papers. Courtesy, PRL. 302. Letter to Shanayar. Stupid girl. Sagaon, Warda, August 14, 1939. You are really stupid. You sit there and are afraid. You even forget that time is doing its work. And why should you be scared when someone attributes to you a failing you do not have? Why do you not learn this much from me, that we should not allow ourselves to be affected however much we may be criticized or condemned? Maybe when you come here, you will face neither criticism nor condemnation. The reply to Dr. Young is enclosed. He used to accompany me to the working committee meetings. Once PRL and Sharon came along. One vide letter to Jivanji D. Desai, July 31, 1939. 2. This was in reply to a letter from the addressee, Premier, Central Provinces, who had forwarded to Gandhiji a telegram from H.J. Kandikar, MLA Secretary, Depressed Classes Satyagraha Committee, Nagpur. Kandikar had threatened to resume Sagaon Satyagraha unless demand for a Harijan minister in Central Provinces Ministry was conceded within a fortnight. Vide also letter to H.J. Kandikar, July 8, 1938, and discussion with Harijan Satyagrahas, August 27, 1939. 3. In the source the following 2 sentences are in English. 236. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. It will not do to be careless about food and sleep. It would be good if you did not spoil your eyes by falling into the lure of films. But if the craving is too strong, go and see them. Nemu left for Bombay yesterday. Krishnachandra will be coming in a day or 2. Kandar 1 has gone to Ba. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, PRL papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. 303. Letter to Lakshmi Sinha. My dear LAKSHMISWAR2. Sagaon, Warda, August 15, 1939. I hope you will not take the final step without consultation with Arianayak 3. I would like to see you with him, if that is at all possible. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. From the original, CW 1473. Courtesy, A.K. Sen. 304. Letter to Yodrive Jaibai and Metasagaon, Warda, August 15, 1939. Bhai Jaibai, I got your frank letter only today. I am immensely pleased. I had not expected anything different. I understand what you say. Maybe I might not fully implement your advice. Would you object even if I had a massage in the nude at the hands of a man? Do you believe that it is injurious to health if people slept side by side even in the open air? Please examine this question independently of the Gandhi author of Teacher's Handbook Basic Education through Cardboard Modeling. Sinha was working at the Basic Teachers Training Center, Warda, and had requested Gandhiji to allow him to quit the center. 3 E.W. Arianayakam, Secretary, Hindustani Talimi Sanj. At Gandhiji's instance, he had invited the addressee to draft a syllabus in respect of basic crafts to be included in the Zakir Hussain Committee's report. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-50 October, 1939. 237. Suppose I'm propriety of a woman sleeping by the side of a man when I have developed the habit of reading, etc., in the latrine since many years ago. You can look upon it as a kind of addiction. It is a pitiable condition that my bowels move freely only if I have some worthwhile reading material with me and that in its absence I am constipated. But I am only taking advantage of the fact that I have to rush along. It would be just as well if you could frighten me out of this bad habit. Vande Mataram from M.K. Gandhi from the Gujarati original, Jivaramita Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library 305. Letter to Aurora Singh, August 16, 1939. I have come to know that what you fear about Humble M1 Noor is groundless too from a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL 306. Letter to Leela Bhatia Asar, August 16, 1939. CHI. Leela, you will see that the doctor's letter is very clear. He is not blaming me in any way. You had, therefore, no cause to be unhappy. Isn't his report of his conversation with you correct? How I shall tackle the problem 3 is a different question. You need not worry about that. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 9593. Also CW 6565. Courtesy, Leela Bhatia Asar. 1 Vide also letter to the addressee, letter to Dr. Jiva N. Mehta, September 8, 1939. 2 The addressee had complained that Noori, a Congress minister, had amassed too much wealth. 3 Vide letter to Leela Bhatia Asar, September 8, 1939. 238. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 307. Letter to Krishnachandra, August 16, 1939. CHI. Krishnachandra, sit down for an hour and spin. Join me on the walks. Then do whatever job falls to your lot. Anyone, including Tarabin, may learn Hindi from you to their heart's content. BAPU from a photostat of the Hindi, GN 4326. 308. Telegram to Jawaharlal Nehru. Jawaharlal Nehru and Babin Allahabad. Warda GANJ, August 18, 1939. MAYYOURCHINESEMISSIONBECRWNEDWITH success. May God be with you and bring you safe home. Regrets, Sri Prakasa. He should suspend action till after your return when propose issuing a STATMENT20 crisis and war resolution unless you wish otherwise. Send your Chinese address. Love, Batu. From the original, Gandhi Nehru Papers, 1939. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Transfer Imperial. 309. Draft telegram to MULKRAJ3. August 18, 1939. Fund Bank. Bank of Warda. Nagpur. Warda. Through. From the original, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 1 Sri Prakasa wanted to resign from the Congress. Vide also telegram to Sri Prakasa, August 26, 1939. 2 Vide a statement, September 20, 1939. 3 Secretary, Jallianwala Bagh Memorial Fund Committee. Vide letter to Mulkrai, May 4, 1939. Telegram to Mulkrai, April 18, 1939 and April 22, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 239. 310. Letter to C. Rajagopalachari Sigaon, Warda, August 18, 1939. My dear C.R. Was sad letter to Mahadeva Desai. What does it matter, what Srinivasa Iyengar says, when you have a clear conscience? It is one and the same thing whether you are in or out. You have to labor in either case. I hope Lakshmi too and the children are doing well. Mahadev is in Simla for the Punjab prisoners. Love. BAPU from a photostat, GN 2075 311. Letter to Narandas Gandhi Sigaon, Warda, August 18, 1939. CHI. Narandas, I have your letter. I will write more if I get time. Tell Taganal 3 that I have not been able to write to him. I shall arrange to send somebody if the drought 4 continues. Whom should I send on the Reshabar's day? How about Mirabin? Blessings from BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/I. Also CW 8560. Courtesy, Narandas Gandhi. When on August 7, Rajagopalachari introduced in the Madras Legislative Council the Temple Entry Authorization and Indemnity Bill as passed by the Assembly, T.C. Srinivasa Iyengar, who expressed the view that it should not be left to the trustee to gauge public opinion, suggested that a representative commission might be set up to ascertain public opinion by means other than the ballot box. To addressee's daughter 3 Kaganlal Joshi 4 inches various parts of Kathiawar. Vide also threat of famine, February 8, 1939. 240. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 312. Message to the press classes conference when on or before August 19, 1939. 2. I received the invitation to attend the conference. I wish it all success. The Hindu, August 24, 1939. 313. Letter to N.S. Hardikar Sagaon, Warda, August 19, 1939. DEAR Dr. Hardikar, you are having unnecessary trouble. We have landed on evil times. But, if we keep straight, the clouds will pass. I adhere to the statement signed by me. I am sorry for the distortions in the extracts sent by you. My advice is not to retort. You should contradict falsehoods where necessary and insist upon truth even though for the time being you have to incur unpopularity. Yours sincerely, from a copy, N.S. Hardikar Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library 314. Letter to Iswar Saran Sagaon, Warda, August 19, 1939. DAR Munshiji, your letter is very interesting. I am glad you are making rapid progress. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi formed the original, CW 10200. Courtesy, Municipal Museum, Allahabad. 1. According to the source, the message was read out at the All India Press Classes National League Conference, held in Delhi on August 19, with Karan Singh Kane, Parliamentary Secretary to the Education Minister, United Provinces, in the chair. 2. Ibid. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 241. 315. Letter to N.S. Venkatakrishnan. Dear Friend 1. Sagaon, Warda, August 19, 1939. The portion you object to is inoffensive in terms of non-violence of the type the Congress has reached. Moreover, Congress governments have to represent both congressmen and non-congressmen. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. From a photostat, CW 10973. Courtesy, N.S. Venkatakrishnan. 316. Letter to I.M. Dadu Sagaon, Warda, August 19, 1939. My dear Dado, it has stirred me to find you leading the Satyagraha band. Manalu and Met have together given me a good account of you. It makes me glad to know that you are son of a valued client to a mine. You know that I am watching your movements as closely as I can. You have done well in sending me the relevant literature. There is just a ray of hope that we shall reach a settlement. But you will not expect anything heroic nor will ye promote great things. If you have to fight, it will be a fight for honor. You won't get anything very substantial. Too much has already been surrendered during these years. You are engaged in a very hard struggle. And if as a result of the present effort, a handful of you make the mission of your life to serve the cause there, you will gradually build up a prestige that will stand you in good stead. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi. From a photostat, CW 11346. Courtesy, E.S. Reddy. Also South Africa's freedom struggle, pages 305. 1. A Congress worker who had objected to the last paragraph of the Congress Working Committee's War Resolution of August, 1939, on the ground that it breathed violence and was repugnant to the non-violent creed of the Congress, vide Appendix Congress Working Committee Resolution, after July 18, 1939 to Mahant Mamuji Dadu. 242. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 317. Letter to Valabram Vidya Sagaon, Warda, August 19, 1939. Bhai Valabram, I have your letter. It will make me very happy indeed if Chandan 1 is completely cured. If you have the courage to treat Vijaya's two father 3, go and visit him even without being sent for and examine him. Vijaya should be in Varad. There has been no letter from her for some time. Blessings from BAPU Shri Valabram Vidya Mambini Pol, Devneshari Ahmedabad. From a copy of the Gujarati, CW 2907. Courtesy, Valabram Vidya 318. Letter to Amritnal T. Nanavadi, August 19, 1939. CHI. Amritnal, I have your letter. I think Vijaya is still in Varad. Again there has been no letter. I am forwarding the Vaid's letter to Varad, for she had not gone to Bombay at all. Naranpai had gone to Bombay before she left. Blessings from BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 10793. 1. Chandan Parikh, who married Satish Kalkar to Vijayaban Pankoli and Naranpai Patel. 3. A before vide also the preceding item. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 243. 319. Letter to Saraladevi Sarabhai. Dear Sister. Sagaon, Warda, August 19, 1939. I have already given you the blessing that your operation may be successful. I satisfy myself by seeking news of you from anyone who comes and knows you. You know how much I respect you. But this letter is to convey my good wishes to Ambal Pai. Your operation will certainly go off without any trouble. I am even praying that both of you should always be happy and go on doing public service. There's no need to answer this letter. Blessings from BPU. From the Gujarati original, CW. 11,148. Courtesy, Sarah Pai Foundation. 320. Sinners' wages. The following is the translation of the resolution adopted by the AISA at its meeting on the 15th in Warda. The AISA has for the past 4 years recognized the duty of making a progressive rise in the wages payable to the spinners. In the performance of this duty, the Maharashtra branch of the Sanj has paid the highest rate of all the branches. But the result of this experiment of the branch has been that Khadi has proved unable to bear the burden and the sales have considerably gone down. The rise in wages should not result in a diminution in the capacity of Khadi to provide work for the unemployed. It seems that in view of the existing circumstances it is necessary to postpone the insistence on giving spinners more than 3 annas for 8 hours spinning. There is much unemployment. There is a sufficient number of spinners eager to work for less than 1 anna for 8 hours spinning. Other people are ready to give them work at such low wages to the detriment of the principle laid down by the Sanj. Apart from the Sanj providing them also with work, there seems to be no other way of combating the evil. Thus there are 2 duties before the Sanj, one that of raising the spinners' wages to 8 annas for an 8-hour day, and the other of finding work for the unemployed sisters. There comes an interim period before reaching the simultaneous performance of the 2 duties. Moreover, there is a danger of famine overtaking some parts of the country. The spinning mill is being proved to be of the greatest help at such times. But 244. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Question arises whether it is necessary to make the scale of wages lower than even 3 annas. A third problem arises from the fact of the production of yarn in the schools conducted according to the Warda scheme of education. Taking all these things into consideration, the Sanj has come to the following conclusion. Generally the scale of 3 annas for 8 hours work of the fixed standard be not touched for the time being. But it should be open to any branch to rise higher than the scale, provided that it takes over the responsibility of sustaining its sales under the higher scale. In the event of the necessity being felt of lowering the wages of artisans in the famine areas, the decrease may be made with the previous permission of the Secretary. The Sanj should take over from the respective governments the sales of khadi prepared in famine areas and in schools conducted under the Warda scheme of education, provided that these governments bear the losses sustained in the disposal of such khadi. This is an important resolution. It marks a slowing down of speed with which I was goading the Sanj to rise to 8 annas wages for an 8-hour day for the spinners. I knew that the goal was not to be reached in one jump. I had, however, nursed the hope that every few months would show a progressive increase in the wages. But reports from the different branches and the partial failure of the experiment carried on under my nose by Sri Jajaji I under the guidance of Sri Vinoba with high hopes of going forward with rise, have opened my eyes to the stern and grim reality that this country is so terribly poor that it cannot afford to pay a wage of 8 annas per day of 8 hours to millions of women. Generally nowhere in rural areas do village laborers or artisans earn 8 annas for 8 hours work. Spinners could not earn 8 annas without all the other classes doing likewise. And the purchasing classes simply have not the money to pay an all-round wage of 8 annas per day unless conditions are radically altered. The crushing and unproductive military burden drains the country dry. Add to this the inordinately high salaries and correspondingly high pensions paid and spent abroad. There are other internal causes also for this non-poverty. But I must not stray from the purpose of this article. Be the cause or causes what they may, the painful fact has been brought home by khadi workers that in spite of all the will in the world the middle-class khadi buyer simply has not the money to buy khadi at the increased price necessitated by the rise in wages beyond the point. 1 Sri Krishnada's Jaju. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 245. Of 3 annas. They report that for the time being at any rate that is the saturation point. The resolution is a recognition of this painful fact. But even the scale of 3 annas cannot be sustained if the provincial governments do not come to the rescue. They can do so both through legislative and administrative effort. This they will only do if they will use the AISA, the AIDIA and the Hindustani Talimi Sanj as their own expert, voluntary and honorary agencies. I present them with the prospect of putting several lakhs of rupees into the pockets of the famishing villagers by providing them with employment during leisure hours. But no progress can be made if the manufacturers of the villagers do not become current coin. Sagaon, August 20, 1939 Harishan, August 26, 1939 321. Notes among criminal tribes. Sri H.S. Kajalji of the Karnataka branch of the AISA sends me beautiful slivers and equally good yarn prepared and spun by the women in the criminal tribe settlement near Bijapur and writes, the women are not criminal themselves, but they are the immediate dependents of the habitual criminals that are placed under certain restrictions in the settlement. The manager of the settlement asked the AISA Karnataka branch to try to introduce spinning in the settlement. As spinning was unknown to these women, they had no prejudices for any particular kind of spin in wheels or carding process. So we thought it in the best interest of the spinners to introduce Andhra methods of spinning and carding. We began on the 19th of July. 5 women are attending the class. They belong to the Bhat, Corvi and Waiters communities. They are paid 1 anna and 6 pies per day as stipend during the course of spinning. They can now spin 500 yards in 3 hours. The cotton used is diamond and the yarn spun is between 30 and 40 counts. We are continuing the class till the end of August, after which time we shall be providing them with cotton and purchasing yarn from them. If the experiment succeeds, we are introducing spinning in other criminal settlements also. Shri Dhruva, the backward class officer, Pune, is enthusiastic about it. Towards the end of August we are holding a competition in spinning. We are giving a sari as a present to all those who spin more than 300 yards of 30 counts yarn in 1 hour. As the women are quick and intelligent, it is possible that every one of the 5 spinners will get a sari. 246. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. This is a good beginning. If the provincial governments will take the fullest advantage of the 3 expert constructive bodies, viz., AISA, AIVIA and Hindustani Talimi Sanj, they will find the maximum amount of productive work with the minimum expenditure of money and energy. But of course they have to face the problem of the sale of goods manufactured through the activities of these 3 bodies. Such a question arises only in this unfortunate land. In other countries the state sees to it that the people use the goods that are manufactured by or under state supervision. The provincial governments have the opportunity, though to a limited extent, of putting things right. Sagaon, August 20, 1939 Harijan, August 26, 1939 322. Letter to Vijaya Pankoli Warda, August 20, 1939 CHI. Vijaya, it is very unkind of you not to write to me these days. I hope you received the letter sent yesterday. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 7112. Also CW. 4604. Courtesy, Vijayabanam Pankoli 323. Wanted purchasers. The following is taken from a letter from the Gandhi Ashram, Meerut. The AISA is giving work today to more than 3 lakhs of people. Its operations extend to 13,000 villages. 2,571 workers are engaged in this great nation-building activity. The quota of the United Provinces is no mean one. We have more than 40,000 spinners on our registers. The number of other artisans, weavers, washermen, carters, etc. is 4,780. Nearly 3,043 villages are covered by our activities, and 600 workers carry the message of Khadi to different parts of the province. It brings all the creative forces of the nation into play. We learn to combine, plan, coordinate and build. Pundit Jawaharlal Nehru has been reported to have said in the working committee that the spin wheel cannot fulfill all. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 247. Our needs of cloth today. I feel this statement underrates the possibility of the spinning wheel. I can say from our experience that we have not been able to touch even the fringe of the problem. Production can be multiplied 1,000 times within a very short period provided we have a ready market for the khadi we manufacture. I have omitted the portion containing an appeal for sales. I hope that their effort will meet with the success it deserves. But what I wish to consider here is the reason for the sales not keeping pace with the production. Propaganda undoubtedly has its place. But more than propaganda is wanted scientific research. There is no doubt that our people use on an average 15 yards of cloth per head per year. There is no doubt that this cloth costs the country a figure approaching 100 crores of rupees, meaning less than 3 rupees per head, counting India's population at 35 crores. It is easy enough to say that the sales can be effected if the state protects khadi. That khadi deserves protection is in my opinion a self-proved proposition one, but have the khadi workers who have the qualifications found out whether we have done all we could to command sales even without protection? There are 2 obstacles. Mill-made cloth is said to be much cheaper than khadi, and has a variety of color, design and finish which khadi does not possess. The second has been largely overcome, but more is perhaps required to be done. There must be a limit beyond which probably khadi cannot go. If there is, we must frankly confess it. But my fear is that sufficient research has not been made as to the prices. Professor Kumarappa has put forth startling claim for the spinning wheel. He has produced figures in support of it too, but the man in the street asks the questions, then why is khadi dearer than mill cloth? This question has to be satisfactorily answered. The obvious answers I would not consider to be satisfactory. The answers themselves have to be thoroughly examined and the way to overcome the difficulties discovered and pursue till khadi comes to occupy its natural supremacy. It is a shame that we who grow more cotton than we need should have to send it abroad for being turned into cloth for us. It is equally a shame for us that we who have in our villages unlimited unused labor, and can easily supply ourselves with village instruments of 1 Vide also notes, subtitle, Qadi as famine insurance and medium of instruction, letter to Javanji D. Desai, August 14, 1939. 2 Vide Mills v. Charka, July 8, 1939. 248. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Manufacturer should send our cotton to the mills of our cities for it to be manufactured into cloth for our use. We know the history of the shame, but we have not yet discovered the sure way to deal with the double shame beyond a patriotic appeal to the public. The latter have returned an encouraging response, but the recent resolution seems to show that we have reached the limit of the patronage. We may not be satisfied until Qadi becomes an article of universal wear. It may be that in the prosecution of our search we may find, as some suggest we shall, that Qadi can never become an economic proposition. We should then have no hesitation in making the admission, however it may hurt our pride and demolish the proposition we have hitherto advanced with so much confidence. But the admission cannot be made till we have made every search that is possible for a human being to make so as to yield an unequivocal answer to the questions propounded by me. Sagaon, August 21, 1939. Origin, August 26, 1939. 324. Notes: why only prohibition? A correspondent thus twits me, it was all very well for you to have insisted on prohibition. Do you suppose that the seta in the share market, the ink fabric, the dens of gambling, the races and the cinemas do less damage to the morals and the pockets of the people than the drink evil? I hear you have never gone to the cinema. Do go, if only once, and you will see things on the stage and among the spectators that will set you thinking. I assure you that the institutions I have mentioned demand your attention as much as the drink monster. This is the substance of a fairly long indictment in Gujarati. There are other things packed into letter, but I have given in my own words the relevant portions. I have no difficulty in agreeing with the correspondent that the evils named by him are serious and should be dealt with. But who will bell the cat? If I could have, I should have dealt with the lady long ago. I have my limitations. I have only recently shown one that I am not so one vide am I all-powerful. June 8, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 249. Powerful as some people imagine, the drink evil has been recognized as such by the people of this land. But the other evils are more or less fashionable. If I led an agitation against the share gambling, I should be in danger of losing some of my willing and regular donors. If I incited people against the races and the infernal gamble that goes on there, all the high personages from the viceroy downward would be up in arms against me. And those who patronize the race specials? If I led a raging campaign against the cinemas, I should lose caste among educationists and reformers. They have often sought to convert me by pleading that cinemas are a fine medium of education and that churches and reformers in the West give them their patronage in an ever-increasing measure. Therefore, if I treated these evils as I have treated the drink evil, and if I began to organize picketing in respect of them, I should lose caste, lose my Mahatmaship, and even lose my head, which of course has very little value at this time of my life. But as I do not wish to suffer the triple loss, I must allow my correspondent and others like him to think that I am shirking an obvious duty. I know the evils. I hope that greater reformers than I will deal with them. For me one step is enough. A fraud on Khadi, the secretary, AISA, Punjab branch, writes, I am sending per separate parcel an advertisement of Butala Qadi. They were our certified center till the end of 1937. Some suspicion then arose regarding the purity of yarn used by them. The matter was investigated and the Ahmedabad office decided that they must keep an AISA inspector for their center to watch that no mill yarn was used. They refused to abide by that decision, on which their certificate was cancelled. They are now exploiting our certificate that was given to them while they were working as a certified center. They do not say that their certificate has been cancelled since, but quote the old certificate, giving a false impression to the public that they have still got the patronage of Mahatma Gandhi, Shri Jamal Bajai and other leaders of esteem. I feel something might be done to remove this impression. I have omitted the advertisement. The action complained of in the letter is obviously a fraud on Qadi. It is probably an actionable wrong. Though the AISA has followed the policy of relying upon public opinion to protect Qadi against fraud, the wrongdoers should know that the AISA has taken no vow not to seek legal protection if it became necessary. I hope that the party making use of a cancelled certificate will wisely give up the practice, return the certificate to the association, and refrain from dealing in Qadi in contravention of the 250. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Rules of the AISA. The secretary of the branch should warn the wrongdoer against wrongful use of the cancelled certificate and report the result to the central office. Sagaon, August 21, 1939. Origin, August 26, 1939. 325. Letter to M. Mujib Sagaon, Warda, August 21, 1939. My dear Mujib, have you read the pamphlet issued by the Jamiat ul-Ulama? They sent a copy to the working committee. Rajan Babu read extracts from it. One of them attacked the Warda scheme by saying that it was wrong to say that non-violence was an integral part of Islam and that Islam taught equal respect for the known religions. He taught toleration. Another suggested that Hindustani was merely another word for Urdu. If you have not seen the pamphlet, please procure it, and if you have it, please send me your reaction to these extracts which I have quoted in my own words. I have not the original before me. What about your finances? How are you otherwise doing? Is there any effect being produced on the attendance at the Jamia? How is Zakir progressing? Love. BAPU from the original, CW. 1465. 1 Zakir Hussain. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 251. 326. Letter to Kandlar Sir Jagdish Prasad 1 Sagaon, Warda, August 21, 1939 DEAR Sir Jagdish, I know you have been putting up a good fight on behalf of the Indians and SAI have been staying their hand. But they are getting restive. They won't be satisfied with any patchwork settlement. I know, too, that nothing brave is to be expected from here. It is therefore doubly necessary not to prolong the agony. If you can, you should tell Rama Rao too to keep himself in touch with the passive resistors. As you know, there are two parties there. He should take the PRS into his confidence. They complain that he does not even recognize them. I can hardly believe this of Rama Rao. I'm making inquiry. But I thought you should know what I am getting from S.A. Yours sincerely, M.K. Gandhi from a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, National Archives of India 327. Letter to Mritmal T. Nanavati Sagaon, Warda, August 21, 1939 CHI. Amritmal, Kaka's letter is enclosed. Bear your burden well. Personally, I am of the opinion that he should stop traveling. I can stop him only by ordering him, but you can reason and plead with him. What he writes is perfectly true. The only amendment needed is that he has always been like a child and has not become childish through senility. You should write to Vijaya as you have been doing. She had suggested that you should write the full name of Naran Pai. There has been no letter from her. This suggests that she is in a fix. But she will be able to manage. I once Sir Jagdish Prasad wrote to Gandhiji on July 13 and 21, 1939. In the first letter, he suggested that the move by some Indians in South Africa to embark on passive resistance would be a grave mistake. In the second letter, he expressed gratitude to Gandhiji for asking Transvaal Indians to postpone passive resistance. To Sir Benigil Rama Rao, Agent General of India in South Africa. 252. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Am sure I shall get a letter from her in a day or two. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 10,794. Blessings from BAPU. 328. Letter to Senator Gandhi Sagaon, Warda, August 21, 1939 CHI. Senator, why should I write to you? Are you not included in Ja Issaquil? Very well then. I won't include Ja Issaquil in you. You will certainly benefit from all the service you are rendering. Kasumba is getting a new lease of life. Let us see what other exploits you claim now. Ja Issaquil should try to do only what he can there and rest content. 1 Blessings from BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/II 329. Letter to Manal and Sushila Gandhi Sagaon, Warda, August 21, 1939 CHI. Manal and Sushila, now you will have no occasion to complain about the absence of letters from me. But that will be because of the struggle. Remember that both of you have to sacrifice your all there. Once the struggle starts, it won't end soon. What will you do about the children? You must have thought about every contingency. If you cannot keep them there, then Sushila will perhaps have to keep out of the struggle and bring over the children here. Or, if she has the ability, she may single-handed run Indian opinion. Thus think out your plans beforehand. Here everything is alright. And, besides, what time can you get out to wonder about what is happening here? Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 49021 Vide also letter to Ja Issaquil Gandhi, July 31, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 253. 330. Letter to Jamnal Bajai Sagaon, August 21, 1939 CHI. Jamnal, what is to be done about what you say regarding the Punjab National Bank? I have already sent over the information regarding Nagpur Bank. 1 BAPU from the Gujarati original, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 331. Letter to Kishorelal G. Mashruwala. August 21, 1939. CHI. Kishorelal. Do you know anything about this? To what is this talk about printing the Vedas? And what contributions is he talking about? I hope you got my note of yesterday. Blessing from P.S. BAPU. Please credit the enclosed sheet to my account. As for particulars, you can mention that it is from Megan Rajani towards famine relief or some such cause. BAPU. Shri Kishorelal Pai. From the Gujarati original, Gandhi Nidhi file. Courtesy, Gandhi National Museum and Library. 1 from Bapu Smaran. Vide also draft telegram to Mulcry, August 18, 1939. 2. The references to a quarterly work report, dated August 20, 1939, from Tamala Vasavaya, a member of the Gandhi Seva Sanj, stating, inter alia, that he had spent 8 days outside one ashram where he lived in order to collect funds for the publication of the Vedas. The letters written at the back of the report. 3. Ibid. 254. Collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 332. Letter to PRLL. CHI. PRLL. August 21, 1939. Every day I want to have a talk with you, but I have not been able to do so. There must be some hidden fear behind it. Otherwise the wish would be fulfilled somehow. I cannot bear your fasting at all. It does disturb my work. You may be endowed with indefatigable energy, but the very knowledge that you are fasting prevents me from freely taking work from you. How nice it would be if you would forget about fasts, etc., and give greater importance to your duty towards me. The adjectives Devdas employs may be inapt, but there is some justification in what he says. I am tolerating your philosophy, but I do not understand it and I burn within. You can quench the fire if you so wish. That would bring peace to me. It would bring peace to Sushila and it would be good for her. Write a brief letter to Devdas. Blessings from BAPU. From the Gujarati original, PRL papers. Near Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladevi Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar. 333. Letter to Sushila Nayar. Stupid girl. Sagaon, Warda, August 21, 1939. I have been wanting to write to you every day but can find no time. Today I have sat down to write this after my morning meal, though it is hard today. I did not like your last 2 letters. They were hysterical. Why are you so restless? Why are you so much afraid of Devdas and the people here? Why should you tremble at the thought of coming here? What has happened to your knowledge of the Gita and all the talks we have had? On the one hand you are proclaiming to the world what you plan to do here, and on the other you have doubts about your continuing to stay here. What stupidity! Free yourself of it. Why are you dying before your death? Your description of your talk with Devdas is good. Your answers were also good. This dialogue has certainly done good. I hope you did not show any anger during the talk. The misunderstanding will be further cleared with more talks. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 255. There is an Agrawal Eye Hospital at Daryan. Go and see it. I hope you are well and you observe rules in the matter of food. There is always trouble from PRL in the shape of fasts and so on. You are mischievous. Young wrote to me only because you gave him the occasion. If you had said you could not wait till after August, he surely would not have written. When the needs of the patients there are mentioned, how can I refuse? You yourself could not have refused. Now I am waiting for the 16th. What should I do? We shall see about your hospital after your arrival here. Sharon has not come. Blessings from BAPU from the Hindi original, PRL papers. Near Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar 334. Note to Jamal BAJJ before August 22, 1939. 1. You must of course go. Seeing the ways of I can only advise that she should be married off as quickly as possible. She is not old enough in years, but physically and mentally she is quite mature. I doubt very much if she can restrain herself any more. Of course you must consider well before settling the marriage. You must then leave it to her. In the end she will do as her fate dictates. If a suitable young man comes along, do not wait too long. Consult again and again. Tell her of my distrust of her. Take her a letter from me if you wish. From a photostat of the Gujarati, CW. 10,990. Courtesy, Ramakrishna Bajai. 1 from the reference to who was betrothed on August 22, 1939. 256. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 335. Letter to Papatnal Chudgar. Sagaon, Warda, August 22, 1939. CHI. CHUDGAR 1, Sardar is in sole charge of everything. I will approve of whatever he decides, if all my approval is necessary. Blessings from Shri Papatnal Chudgar Barrister Raikot City Kathianwar. BAPU. From a photostat of the Gujarati, CW. 9831. Courtesy, Papatnal Chudgar. 336. Letter to Kishore G. Mashruwala, August 22, 1939. CHI. Kishore, I am writing to Lakshmidas. Point 2. Do not enter anything concerning Jamnalal in the account books. Leave it for the present. As I have not been able to digest what you say about forgiveness, try to convince me. If not now, whenever you have the time. I shall understand even if you write a few words. BPU from the Gujarati original, Gandhi Nidhi file. Courtesy, Gandhi National Museum and Library. 1 Barrister. Legal advisor of the Rao Rana of Sikar 2 illegible in the source. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 257. 337. Statement to the PRESS once again. August 23, 1939. I continue to receive letters, mostly abusive, about what may be called the Subhas Babu Resolution 2 of the Working Committee. I also saw a letter addressed to Rajendra Babu, which can hardly be surpassed in the use of filthy language. I have seen some criticisms about the War Resolution 3. I owe it to the public to make my position clear about both these resolutions. I must confess that the Subhas Babu Resolution was drafted by me. I can say that the members of the Working Committee would have shirked the duty of taking action if they could have. They knew that there would be a storm of opposition against their action. It was easier for them to have a colorless resolution than to have one which was no respect of persons. Not to take some action would have amounted to abdication of their primary function of preserving discipline among congressmen. Subhas Babu had invited action. He had gallantly suggested that if any action was to be taken, it should be taken against him as the prime mover. In my opinion, the action taken by the Working Committee was the mildest possible. There was no desire to be vindictive. Surely the word vindictiveness loses all force and meaning when the position of Subhas Babu is considered. He knew that he could not be hurt by the Working Committee. His popularity had put him above being affected by any action that the Working Committee might take. He had pitted himself against the Working Committee, if not Congress organization. The members of the Working Committee, therefore, had to perform their duty and leave the congressmen and the public to judge between themselves and Subhas Babu. It has been suggested that Subhas Babu has done what I would have done under similar circumstances. I cannot recall a single instance in my life of having done what Subhas Babu has done, that is, defied an organization to which I owed allegiance. I could understand rebellion after secession from such an organization. That was the meaning and secret of the non-one. This appeared under the title The Two Resolutions. The statement was also published in the Hindu, August 23, 1939, and the Hindustan Times, August 24, 1939. 2 Vide Congress Working Committee Resolution, November 8, 1939. 3 Vide Appendix Congress Working Committee Resolution, after July 18, 1939. 258. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. Violent Non-Cooperation of 1920. But I am not penning these lines so much to justify the action of the Working Committee as to appeal to Subhas Babu and his supporters to take the decision of the Working Committee in the right spirit and submit to it while it lasts. He has every right to appeal to the AICC against the decision. If he fails there, he can take the matter before the annual session of the Congress. All this can be done without bitterness and without imputing motives of the worst type to the members of the Working Committee. Why not be satisfied with the belief that the members have committed an error of judgment? I fancy that if a majority of the AICC members signify in writing their disapproval of the action of the Working Committee, the latter will gladly resign. By imputing motives whenever there are differences of opinion, congressmen pull down the structure that has been built up by the patient labor of half a century. Indeed, even if that motive is suspected, it is better to refrain from imputing it, unless it can be proved beyond doubt. It is necessary for the sake of healthy public education that leaders of public opinion should judge events and decisions on their merits. On the war resolution I had a conclusive defeat. I was invited to draft a resolution, and so was Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. I was proud of my draft, but my pride went before destruction. I saw that I could not carry my resolution unless I argued and pressed for it. But I had no such desire. We then listened to Jawaharlal's, and I at once admitted that it represented more truly than mine the country's opinion and even the Working Committee's as a whole. Mine was based upon out and out non-violence. If the Congress heartily believed in non-violence in its fullness even as a policy, this was its testing time. But congressmen, barring individual exceptions, do not believe in such non-violence. Those who do, believe that it is the right thing only for a fight against the government for wresting power. But the Congress has no non-violent message for the world. I would fain believe that the Congress had such a message. The conclusion to both the resolutions need not have been radically different. But the motive power being different, the same conclusion would bear a different meaning in a different setting. In the face of the violence going on in India itself and in the face of the fact that Congress governments have been obliged to fall back upon. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 259. Military and police accidents, a declaration to the world of non-violence would have seemed a mockery. It would have carried no weight in India or with the world. Yet, to be true to myself, I could not draft any other resolution than I did. The fate, to which I was party, of my resolution proved the wisdom of my withdrawal of official connection with the Congress. I attend the Working Committee meetings not to identify myself with its resolutions or even its general policy. I attend in the pursuit of my mission of non-violence. So long as they want my attendance, I go there to emphasize non-violence in their acts and through them in those of congressmen. We pursue the same goal. They all of them would go the whole length with me if they could, but they want to be true to themselves and to the country which they represent for the time being, even as I want to be true to myself. I know that the progress of non-violence is seemingly a terribly slow process one, but experience has taught me that it is the surest way to the common goal. There is deliverance neither for India nor for the world through clash of arms. Violence, even for vindication of justice, is almost played out. With that belief I am content to plow a lonely furrow, if it is to be my lot that I have no co-sharer in the out-and-out belief in non-violence. Origin, August 26, 1939. 338. Letter to Narahari D. Parksagaon, Warda, August 24, 1939 CHI. Narahari, I understand that Amshal Salam's Hanif too is under your charge and that he is learning carding. If the man is promising, then it is our duty to turn him into a fine craftsman. It will be a fine thing if he becomes a good craftsman and an expert. I should like him to be trained to learn all processes up to weaving. We have with us very few who are experts in all the processes. A lot of work can be done if we can give such training to 1 or 2 Muslims. Just as in Gadra I wanted that a cobbler or carpenter should take the chair, similarly I do. 1. The source, however, has progress. 2. A khadi worker of the Punjab. 260. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Believe that Hindu-Muslim unity can be achieved through ordinary Muslims. I would, therefore, be happy if persons like Hanif and Apper also chanced to come our way. However, you should be guided by your own experience and ability. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, SN. 91-15-339. Letter to Azimabad Sagaon, Warda, August 24, 1939 BJ Azimabad, I have your letter. I got the cuts, including the one about the late Nawab Khan. I don't think anything can be done from here about Nawab Khan. I was sorry to read the news about him. Vande Mataram from MK Gandhi from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 815-340. Letter to Rawajibhai and Patel Sagaon, Warda, August 24, 1939 CHI. Rawajibhai, I see that your Dana is becoming a very great one. We will be able to solve the problem of disposing of khadi only if we go deep into the matter and study it carefully. This will require collection of figures. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN 9010. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 261. 341. Letter to Sushila Nayar. Stupid girl. Sagaon, Warda, August 24, 1939. PRL has gone to Nagpur with Krishnadas to visit David. Prakash arrived yesterday. He has taken her also with him to show her the clinic, etc. I have got 2 patients here, Urda and Asha Devi, or whose sake I do feel the need of your presence. Durga is afraid she may have appendicitis and Asha Devi has been suffering from fever for the past 2 months. But what can you do about this? However, I am so perturbed that twice in my dreams I spoke to you about it, telling you that you had neglected your duty by staying on there. Had there not been work enough here? When I woke up I said to myself, after all, what could you have done? Young compelled you and you passed the responsibility on to me. I could take only one decision. The dream was the expression of my anxiety. Why so much anxiety? That shows inadequate practice of the Gita. You must be free of all worry and complete your work. Blessings from BAPU. From the Hindi original, PRL papers. Near Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. 342. Letter to Amritlal Nanavati before August 25, 1939, 1 CHI. Amritlal, I have your letter. You may come over whenever you can. There has again been no letter from Vijay, but I think she is in there. I enclose a postcard for her. There is some blank space in it. Utilize that for writing. I have forgotten the name of Naren Patel's father. Send it. If the father's name is not written, the letter miscarries. Blessings from BAPU1 from the reference to absence of any letter from Vijaya, and the enclosed postcard for her which had crossed her letter to Gandhiji. Vide letter to Vijayaban M. Pankoli, August 25, 1939. 262. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. P.S. Post the accompanying postcard after entering the complete address on it. From a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 10,792-343. Plea for voluntary federation. Imposed federation is likely to divide India more than it is today. It would be a great step if the British government were to declare that they would not impose their federal structure on India. The Viceroy seems to be acting in that fashion if he is not saying so. If my surmise is correct, I suggest that a clear declaration will add grace to his action and will probably pave the way for real federation and therefore real unity. That federation can naturally never be of the Government of India Act brand. Whatever it is, it must be a product of the free choice of all India. But before the political and legalized federation of free choice comes, there should be voluntary federation of parts to begin with, if not of the whole. This reflection arises from famine conditions today in parts of Lesser Gujarat and the whole of Kathiawar. I have received angry protests from correspondents drawing my attention to what they have termed the heartless policy of the Bombay government in prohibiting the movement of fodder and grain. I could not believe my correspondence. I knew that the Sardar was moving heaven and earth to cope with the distress both in Gujarat and Kathiawar. But in order to make assurance doubly sure, I wired to the Prime Minister. Immediately on the same day came the following answer: removal of fodder from 6 districts not permitted without the permission of collector, as the necessities of our province must be first considered. Excess will be permitted to be removed. The wire was followed by a letter enclosing a copy of the bill about to be introduced in the Bombay Assembly. It simply controls the movement and prices of grain and fodder during times of famine or scarcity. This is no policy of prohibition, but it is one of control over and regulation of the movement of fodder and grain so as to prevent hoarding in speculators' hands or disposal to the extent of starving the places where it is grown and stored. The Premier's letter contemplates collection of grain and fodder from available sources outside the province and its distribution in famine areas including Kathiawar. The Bombay measure I consider not only to be necessary but conducive to the interest as well of the whole of the states part of the province as of Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 263. The British part. I call it an act of voluntary feed ration. The reader must not quarrel with the stretch of the meaning of the word. This little act introduces the reader to what can become a big act of voluntary federation. I reproduced the other day a letter from a correspondent suggesting a federation of the Kathiawar states in many matters of common interest. The correspondent's ultimate aim was political federation. What I contemplate has nothing to do with politics. My present and ultimate aim here is purely humanitarian. If the Kathiawar states would voluntarily federate, say, for water, forests and roads, purely for saving life, there would be no danger of a water famine such as threatens the cluster of states. There are states rich enough who can provide water for the whole of Kathiawar. I know it cannot be done in a day, but the dog in the manger policy followed in Kathiawar has made impossible any scheme of big waterworks. Kathiawar has fairly good rivers and hills. There is no limit to the possibility of artesian wells. If only all the states will combine and the rich ones will use their riches for the common good, they will be saved the awful prospect of people and cattle having to die of thirst. I have faith that it is possible for Kathiawar to ensure a proper supply of water even in dry years. But no common waterworks will answer the purpose for all time unless there is a long-view scheme of afforestation. There are practically no forests in Kathiawar. The princes and the people have to combine to plant trees on an extensive scale. This cannot be done unless the states and the people regard the whole of Kathiawar as their joint and common land and have wisdom enough to desire to live on their land without the perpetual dread of having to die of thirst when the god of rain stops supplies. Sagaon, August 25, 1939. Origin, February 9, 1939. 344. Motor 5 Cart Grammar Diog Patrika for August examines the respective merits of motor vans and carts for village propaganda. Those who will read the whole argument should send for the Patrika. I give below the most. 1. By Confederation of Small States, August 14, 1939. 264. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Important part of the argument when we have been asked whether district boards and such other local bodies, who wish to set apart a certain amount of money for village work, will do well to invest in motor vans for propaganda work of various kinds in villages. The question is whether speeding up matters by the use of motor vans which can visit more than one village in a night will suit the purpose. In all our expenditure, especially when that expenditure is undertaken expressly for the benefit of the village people, it is necessary to see that the money spent goes back to the villager. District and local boards obtain their money from the people, and their purchases must be such as will help to circulate money among the people. What the villager needs above all is profitable employment. We steadily deprive him of employment by buying imported articles, and by way of compensation give him lectures, magic lantern shows and tin music all at his expense, and pat ourselves on the back that we are working for his welfare. Can anything be more absurd? Compare with this what happens if in the place of the motor van the much despised bullock cart were used. It can reach the most remote villages which a motor lorry cannot do. It costs only a fraction of the money required for van, so that many bullock carts can be bought, if necessary, to serve groups of villages in the district. The money spent on them goes to the village carpenter, blacksmith and cart driver. Not a pie of it need go out of the district. Rural work and motor vans appear, therefore, to go ill together. What is required is steady, constructive effort, not lightning speed and empty show. We would commend to local boards and public institutions genuinely interested in village welfare to start by using only village-made goods, to study the conditions which are steadily producing poverty in the villages, and concentrate on removing them one by one. When every side of village life needs intensive, well-considered effort, it seems a waste of public money to throw it away on methods which attempt to bring about village uplift overnight. It is to be hoped that those who interest themselves in village welfare will take to heart the obvious argument advanced in favor of the cart. It will be cruel to destroy the village economy through the very agency designed for village welfare. Sagaon, August 25, 1939. Origin, September 16, 1939. One only excerpts are reproduced here. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 265. 345. Letter to Shivji Dev Shankar Sagaon, Warda, August 25, 1939 Bhai Shivji, I got your letter. Since people attach excessive importance to my words, I write only what is absolutely necessary. Despite that if once in a while a mistake remains, should not people overlook it? Blessings from BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/III. 346. Letter to Vijayanam Pankoli. Sagaon, Warda, August 25, 1939. CHI. Vijaya, you must have received the letter I wrote to you before I got yours. I am here for the present. If, therefore, you can free yourself from there, come over immediately. I hope you are keeping good health. Narandhai must be improving. Here owing to the rains everything is fine. The fear of drought has disappeared. I hope everything is alright there too. Blessings from Shri Vijayansi Narandhai Vallabhai Patelvarad. BAPU. From a photo of the Gujarati, GS 7113. Also CW. 4605. Courtesy, Vijayanam Pankali. 347. Machine oil and Ghani oil. The village Ghani, the village Chakki, the village Lumantarka, and the village sugar cane crusher were once inseparable parts of the village. The AISA and the AIVIA are trying to. 266. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Revive some of them. We know fairly well how the Lumantarka can be revived. Coffee has become a science to be mastered in all its aspects. Mahatma Gandhi laid the foundation of that science. The village Chakki and the village sugarcane crusher have yet to discover their science men. But the Ghani has. Shri Jabarbhai Patel of Makanwadi is studying the Ghani in all its aspects with the zeal and precision of a scientist. He has made improvements which he claims have lessened the labor of both men and animals who work at the Ghani and have at the same time increased the output of oil. He has studied the oil market and the movement of seeds. The result is that he is today able to sell his oil at almost the bazaar rates and therefore commands a ready market. His oil is superior to the machine product which is, as a rule, adulterated and never fresh. But Shri Jabarbhai is not satisfied merely because he competes successfully with the local market in Warda. He has found out why the machine oil is at all cheaper than the Ghani oil. He gives 3 reasons, 2 of which are unavoidable. They are capital and the ability of the machine to extract the last drop of oil and that too in a shorter time than the Ghani. These advantages are neutralized by the commission. The owner of the mill has to pay to the middleman. But Shri Jabarbhai cannot cope with the 3rd reason, adulteration, unless he also takes to it. This naturally he will not do. He therefore suggests that adulteration should be dealt with by law. This can be done by enforcing the Anti-Adulteration Act if there is one or by enacting it and by licensing oil mills. Shri Jabarbhai has also examined the cause of the decline of the village Ghani. The most potent cause is the inability of the oilman to command a regular supply of seeds. The villages are practically denuded of seeds after the season. The oilman has no money to store the seeds, much less to buy them in the cities. Therefore he has disappeared or is fast disappearing. Lakhs of Ghanis are today lying idle, causing a tremendous waste of the country's resources. Surely it is the function of the state to resuscitate the existing Ghanis by conserving seeds in the places of their origin and making them available to the village oilmen at reasonable rates. The government loses nothing by giving this aid. It can be given, so Shri Jabarbhai contends, through cooperative societies or panchayats. If this is done, Shri Jabarbhai is of opinion, based on research, that Ghani oil can compete with the machine product and the villager can be spared the infliction of the adulterated oil he gets today. It should be borne in. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 267. Mind that the only fat the villager gets, when he gets any, is what the oil can give him. To ghee he is generally a stranger. Sagaon, August 26, 1939. Harijan, February 9, 1939. 348. A Maharaja's thread. I received some weeks ago an important letter from Patiala. It contained such grave statements attributed to the Maharaja Sahib of Patiala that I referred them to him for confirmation or otherwise. It is now more than 3 weeks since I wrote to him. But I have no reply. I therefore presume that the statements reported by my correspondent are substantially true. Here is the main part of the letter. The Patiala State Praja Manda launched Satyagraha against the Hidayat of 19,882, a lawless law curtailing the civil liberties of the people. On our advice, the satyagraha was suspended unconditionally. The publicity officer, Paciala, on behalf of HHS government, stated in a press communique dated 15 April that the government would repeal or withdraw the aforesaid hidayah within 3 to 4 weeks, and further stated that the government had constituted a committee to go into its provisions and submit an early report. But the announcement has remained up till now a dead letter. And instead, HH has by ILSCA's orders dated 25 May ordered the strict enforcement of the hidayat for a period of another 6 months. In view of this, no propaganda of any kind can be carried on by the Praja Mandal workers, the provisions of the hidayat being very wide and sweeping. The workers arrested in connection with this agitation are still in jail and others are being tried. Apart from this, there is at present another movement going on within the state, that is, between landlords and tenants. Some of the Praja Mandal workers were allowed an interview with HH on the 18th instant. During the interview, HH addressed them as follows: "My ancestors have won the state by the sword and I mean to keep it by the sword. I do not recognize any organization to represent my people or to speak on their behalf. I am their sole and only representative. No such organization such as Praja Mandal can be allowed to exist within the state." If 1 for the Maharaja's reply, which was received subsequently and which appeared along with this, vide appendix letter from Yadavendra Singh, September 9, 1939. Also for Gandhiji's note appended to these, vide remarks on a Maharaja's threat, December 9, 1939. 2 of Vikram calendar, corresponding to 1932 AD. 268. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. You want to do Congress work, get out of the state. The Congress can terrify the British government, but if it ever tries to interfere in my state it will find me a terrible resistor. I cannot tolerate any flag other than my own to be flown within my boundaries. You stop your Praja Mandal activities, otherwise I shall resort to such repression that your generations to come will not forget it. When I see some of my dear subjects drifting away into another fold, it touches the very core of my heart. I advise you to get out of the Mandal and stop all kind of agitation. Or else remember I am a military man. My talk is blunt and my bullet straight. It may be that my letter never reached the Maharaja Sahib, and that if it had, he would have disputed the correctness of my correspondent's letter. If any repudiation is received by me, I shall gladly publish it. But I must say that my correspondent is a responsible person. Assuming then that the Maharaja did make the remarks quoted, it is a serious thing for any prince, no matter how powerful he is, to use the threats the Maharaja is reported to have done. With due respect to him, I suggest that there is too much awakening among the people throughout India to be suppressed by threats and even corresponding action. The days of unadulterated autocracy are gone forever. It is possible perhaps by intense frightfulness to suppress the rising spirit of the people for some time. But I am quite sure that it cannot be suppressed for all time. I have no desire to eliminate the princes. Friends have complained to me that Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru has, however, made such a statement although the Congress has enunciated no such policy. I have not had the opportunity of asking him about the alleged remark. But assuming that he did make the statement, it can only mean that some princes are so acting as to bring about their own elimination. It is wrong to judge him by newspaper reports. His considered opinion is to be gathered from his statement on behalf of the Standing Committee of the All India States People's Conference. Therein he has even warned people against hasty action. He is much too loyal a congressman to contemplate any action in advance of known Congress policy. Therefore the fear and hatred of the Congress on the part of some princes are misplaced and are calculated to injure rather than help them. The Congress is not seeking to interfere directly in the affairs of any state. But the Congress does guide the state's people. They are part of the Congress organization. They derive strength and Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 269. Inspiration from their connection with the Congress. I do not know how this organic relationship can be avoided. To wish its termination is like an attempt to make children disown their parents. For better or for worse, it is well to recognize the fact that just as the vast mass of people of British India look up more to the Congress than to the government for the removal of their woes, even so do the people of the states look to the Congress for their deliverance. It is under the Congress advice and inspiration that the people of the states say that they want to grow to their full height under the aegis of their respective princes. I hope, therefore, that the Maharaja Sahib of Patiala and those princes who hold the opinion attributed to him will revise their views and welcome the movement of their people for liberty to grow to their full height and not regard the reformers in their states as their enemies. It will be well if they will seek Congress aid in the settlement of their people's demands. But they need not do so, if they distrust Congress friendship. It is enough if they will placate the advanced section of their people by granting substantial reforms. What is worse in my opinion, however, than the alleged threat of the Maharaja is the breach of the promise referred to in my correspondent's letter. There is no doubt so far as I can see that the promise of withdrawal of the Hidayat of 1988 was made. There is equally no doubt that the promise has been broken. It is a dangerous thing even for a rich and powerful prince to break his plighted word. Breach of a promise is no less an act of insolvency than a refusal to pay one's debt. I plead with the Maharaja Sahib to redeem the promise and hope that his councillors will advise him to do so. Sagaon, August 26, 1939. Harijan, September 16, 1939. 349. Telegram to Sri Prakasa. Delighted. Just like you on awaiting. Your. From a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. Sagaon, August 26, 1939. Letter. 1. The addressee had withdrawn his resignation from the Congress. Vide also telegram to Jawaharlal Nehru, August 18, 1939. 270. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 350. Letter to Mulkrai Sagaon, Warda, August 26, 1939. DEAR Lala Mulkrai, I had a wire from Sri Mukherjee about Punjab National. I have not replied as I have sent you the papers about the Nagpur Bank. There is now no question of banking the money elsewhere. I hope therefore that you have given effect to my instructions. 1. Yours sincerely, from a copy, PRL Papers. Courtesy, PRL. 351. Letter to Sushila Nayar. CHI. Sushila. Sagaon, Warda, August 26, 1939. Your letter is dated the 22nd. I wrote to you on the 24th. You must have received the letter. I am greatly rushed. Of course I find comfort in the thought that PRL writes to you every day. My health of course is all right. Prakash and PRL came from Nagpur yesterday. What Krishnadas has is not TB but Pyarya. Prakash gave me news of mother. Since you were with mother, has something been done about her teeth? What is the diagnosis? Does this mean additional responsibility for you? Should I also give it a thought? Mahadov reached here at 3 o'clock. Blessings from BAPU. From the Hindi original, PRLO Papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Dr. Sushila Nayar. 1 by draft of Telegram to Mulcry, August 18, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 271. 352. Notes: Bombay Corporation and Harjans. The following important resolutions were carried by the Bombay Municipal Corporation on 17th and 18th August respectively, that the attention of the Commissioner be invited to the absence of bathing and washing facilities for the municipal labor staff, particularly the Health Department sweepers and Drainage Department cleaners, after they finish their work on the streets, and he be requested to report as to whether it would not be desirable to construct a number of special bathrooms and washing places near their center of work so that they can wash and clean themselves after finishing their day's duties and return home tidy and refreshed. That the attention of the Commissioner be invited to the fact that the dress used by the municipal sweepers and similar other menial staff gets extremely dirty as a result of their condition of work, and that the continuous use of such dress by this class of employees even during off-duty hours presents a very shabby appearance and is harmful to their health, and he be requested to report whether it would not be desirable to provide these employees with working suits which they may put on just before starting their work and take out at the end of their duty. The resolution should have been carried long ago. Both the points covered by the resolutions are important as well for the employees as the citizens. Sanitation of a big city like Bombay is dependent largely upon the efficiency of those who are employed to attend to it. And yet all over India they are the least looked after. I needed a Congress majority in the corporation to pass these necessary resolutions. Let us hope that the Commissioner will report favorably without delay. There can be no objection to the reforms in principle. The objection, so as I can see, can only be on the score of finance. But in matters such as the sanitary welfare of the city, financial objection can have little weight. Assuming that the report is favorable and not delayed, there will still be another stage to be gone through before the reforms become accomplished facts, for the necessary sanction of the corporation will be required. I hope the mover and the seconder of the resolutions will, therefore, not rest till they see washing places and working dresses provided for the sweepers, cleaners and the other members of the labor staff. Sagaon, August 27, 1939. Harijan, September 9, 1939. 272. The Collected Works of Mahatma Gandhi. 353. Statement to the PRESS1 Sagaon, August 27, 1939, to a sister from London wired on the 24th instant, please act. World awaiting lead. Another wire from another sister in London received today says, urge you consider immediate expression of your unshakable faith and reason not forced to rulers and all peoples. I have been hesitating to say anything on the impending world crisis which affects the welfare not of a few nations but of the whole of mankind. I have felt that my word can have no effect on those on whom depends the decision whether there is to be war or peace. I know that many in the West believe that my word does carry weight. I wish I shared their belief. Not having such belief, I have been praying in secret that God may spare us the calamity of war. But I have no hesitation in declaring my faith and reason, which is another word for non-violence, rather than the arbitrament of war for the settlement of disputes or redress of wrongs. I cannot emphasize my belief more forcibly than by saying that I personally would not purchase my own country's freedom by violence even if such a thing were a possibility. My faith in the wise saying that what is gained by the sword will also be lost by the sword is imperishable. How I wish Herr Hitler would respond to the appeal of the President of the United States and allow his claim to be investigated by arbitrators in whose choice he will have as effective a voice as the disputants. Origin, February 9, 1939. 1. This appeared under Notes, subtitle, The Impending Crisis. The statement was also published in The Hindu, August 29, 1939. 2. By the following item. The source, however, has August 28. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 273. 354. Letter to C.F. Andrews Segan, Warda, August 27, 1939. My dear Charlie, your illness disturbs me. I think this a draft telegram to Mulcry, August 18, 1939, and letter to Mulcry, August 26, 1939. 296. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 382. Letter to V.A. Sundaram Sagaon Ashram, Warda, August 31, 1939. My dear Sundaram, it is a great thing that Sir Radhakrishnan has become Vice-Chancellor 1. I hope you all will insist on Malaviyaji taking rest to love to you both. BAPU from a photostat, GN. 3185-383. Letter to Padam Thanu Pillai Sagaon, Warda, August 31, 1939. My dear Thanu Pillai, I wish you had given me more time, but I suppose you could not. I do not like the Dewan's reply. I think that you should make your own position clear. You should see that the State Congress does not propose to do anything in secret. Whilst, therefore, its decisions will be its own and it will not bring any outsider inside the state, it will, whenever necessary, seek the advice and guidance of persons outside Travancore. You would also make it clear that whilst any scheme that might be hammered into shape by mutual consultation will be lowly worked by the Congress, the end in view in working the scheme will always be to make an advance, even through the scheme, towards responsible government. If these two positions are in any way left in doubt, negotiation should be dropped and you should do such work, constructive and other, as is possible to do. In all your talks and writings, offensive and high-flown language should be scrupulously eschewed. And in season and out of season, one of the Banaras Hindu University 2 made in Mohan Malavia resigned from the Vice-Chancellorship on August 29, on health grounds. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 297. You should reiterate the two conditions above made. They should be held good for all time. You should cease to think of the prisoners. The fact of their being in jail is their unique contribution, provided that they appreciate the fact that being in jail as model prisoners is part of their struggle. I hope the forthcoming meeting will be successful and that those who gather together at Hyangulam will more and more appreciate the efficacy of self-imposed restraint and quiet, silent, persistent constructive work, however small it may appear to be. One yours, BAPU from a photostat, CW. 10201. Courtesy, Government of Kerala. Also Padam Thanu Pillai Papers. Courtesy, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library 384. Letter to Manoban S. Masharwala Sagaon Ashram, Warda, August 31, 1939. CHI. Minuti, your time for delivery is nearing. Where do you intend to go? What about Raikot? Write to me and give me all details. Do you keep good health? What do you eat? Ba is sitting by my side. She sends her blessing to you all. Blessings from BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, CW. 2671. Courtesy, Manoban S. Masharwala. When this paragraph was published in the Hindu, July 9, 1939. 298. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 385. Letter to Purushottam Patadia. Sagaon Ashram, Warda, August 31, 1939. By Purushottam, I got your letter. You must have received the wire I sent to you. Sardar also has made some arrangement. You must have got the required fodder. I don't think you need any more. Vandamadaram from Dr. Purushottam Amarshit Patadia Wadwan Camp Kathianwar. M.K. Gandhi. From the Gujarati original, CW. 2687. Courtesy, Dr. P. A. Patadia. 386. Letter to Amritmal V. Thakur Sagaon Ashram, Warda, August 31, 1939. BAPA. Before you write to me about your doings, I mostly get to know about them. Whatever may be the case with others, we have benefited by the Congress Raj. Harjan work has progressed fairly well. If they mean to, they can do a lot more. Shintil has sent me Var's letter. Instead of writing in Harjan, I am directly dealing with Kurwan in order that the work may be done more expeditiously. Barv will meet me on the 7th. Won't you take some rest? BAPU from a photostat of the Gujarati, GN. 1184. 1 B. Jeker, Premier of Bombay. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 299. 387. Letter to John Suklil Gandhi Sagaon, Warda, September 1, 1939. CHI. John Suklil, I got you wire. It was a deliverance for Kasamba. Even if she had lived on, she would have remained ill all the time. Thanks to the doctor's hard efforts, she lived a little longer. She took from you what you owed her and went her way. None of the girls should weep. Blessings from BAPU from a microfilm of the Gujarati, MMU/III. 388. Letter to Mithuradas Trikanji. Sagaon Ashram. CHI. Mithuradas. Warda, September 1, 1939. Give my condolences to the relatives of the late Lakshmidas Tersi. I only have sweet memories of his company. I had once written to him. I had also received a reply. Blessings from Sheth Mithuradas Trikanji. BAPU. 74 Lakeshwar Road, Bombay. From the Gujarati original, Parallel Papers. Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. Courtesy, Beladelli Nayar and Dr. Sushila Nayar. 389. That unbecoming demonstration. The first I heard of the Black Flag demonstration against Subhas Babu on his visit to Patna was through a courteous letter received from the Secretary of the Bengali Association of Bankipur. 1 I then saw a 1 Vide letter to A. Gupta, August 29, 1939. 300. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Notice of it in the press. To make myself sure of what had happened, I wired to Shri PR Das for an authentic and up-to-date account. He replied from Dambad saying he was away from the scene and knew nothing. The newspapers reported that there was stone throwing and hurling of shoes resulting in injuries to Swami Sahajanand and others. Allowing for exaggeration, if any, there seems to be little doubt that there was a hostile demonstration of an unseemly nature which brought no credit to the Congress. I have read Rajendra Babu's eloquent statement on the unhappy incident. It is so true and so heart-stirring that it admits of no addition or embellishment. I endorse every word of that noble pronouncement. It is reproduced below this article. 1. The demonstrators showed an unworthy intolerance. Subhas Babu has a perfect right to agitate against the action 2 of the working committee and canvass public opinion against it. The disciplinary action frees him from any liability for restraint save what every congressman, pledged to the credit article of the Constitution, is bound to put on himself. That action should save him from any further demonstration of public displeasure. And those who disapprove of the action of the working committee are certainly entitled to join any demonstration in favor of Subhas Babu. Unless this simple rule is observed, we shall never evolve democracy. In my opinion, the black flag demonstrators have rendered a service to the cause of freedom. It is to be hoped that the Patna demonstration will prove to be the last of such acts by congressmen. The question may be asked, how are those who endorse the action of the working committee and disapprove of Subhas Babu's propaganda to show their disapproval? Certainly not through black flags and disturbing of meetings in honor of Subhas Babu. They can express their disapproval by holding counter meetings, not at the same time as the others but either before or after them. These meetings, both for and against, should be regarded as a means of educating public opinion. Such education requires calm surroundings. Black flags, noisy slogans, and hurling of stones and shoes have no place in educative and instructive propaganda. 1. The statement is not reproduced here. 2. Vide Congress Working Committee Resolution, November 8, 1939. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 301. Apropos of the ugly demonstration, I must refer to a complaint I have received that some Congress committees have threatened action against those congressmen who may take part in receptions to Subhas Babu. I hope that the complaint has no foundation in fact. Such action will betray intolerance and may even be a sign of vindictiveness. Congressmen who dislike the working committee's action are bound to take part in receptions to Subhas Babu. It is impossible to gag them by threats of disciplinary measures. Such action loses its value if it is resorted to on the slightest pretext. If it is true, as it is true, that no organization can do without such powers, it is equally true that no organization that makes free use of such powers has any right to exist. It cannot. It has then obviously lost the public backing. Sagaon, September 2, 1939. Harijan, September 9, 1939. 390. Telegram to Rajendra Prasad. Rajendra Prasad Ramgarh Hazarba. Wardagan, September 2, 1939. Your wire leaving for Simla tonight. Perhaps better hold meeting 1 after from Simla venue according your Viceroy's hearing health. Invitation. From me. BAPU from the original Rajendra Prasad papers. Courtesy, National Archives of India. 1. The references to an emergency meeting of the Congress Working Committee. It was ultimately held at Warda from September 8 to 15. 302. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. 391. Telegram to Lord Linlithgow. Sorry, terrible news too. 4th. Morning. Taking. Earliest. Warden, September 2, 1939. Train arriving Simla. From a microfilm, Lord Linlithgow papers. Courtesy, National Archives of India. 392. Notes textbooks. The craze for ever-changing textbooks is hardly a healthy sign from the educational standpoint. If textbooks are treated as a vehicle for education, the living word of the teacher has very little value. A teacher who teaches from textbooks does not impart originality to his pupils. He himself becomes a slave of textbooks and has no opportunity or occasion to be original. It, therefore, seems that, the less textbooks there are the better it is for the teacher and his pupils. Textbooks seem to have become an article of commerce. Authors and publishers who make writing and publishing a means of making money are interested in frequent change of textbooks. In many cases, teachers and examiners are themselves authors of textbooks. It is naturally to their interest to have their books sold. The selection board is again naturally composed of such people. And so the vicious circle becomes complete. And it becomes very difficult for parents to find money for new books every year. It is a pathetic sight to see boys and girls going to school loaded with books which they are ill able to carry. The whole system requires to be thoroughly examined. The commercial spirit needs to be entirely eliminated and the question approached solely in the interest of the scholars. It will then probably be found that 75% of the textbooks will have to be consigned to the scrap heap. If I had my way, I would have books largely as aids to teachers rather than for the scholars. Such textbooks as are found to be absolutely necessary for the scholars should circulate among them for a number of years so that the cost can be easily. 2. Germany invaded Poland on September 1 and war was consequently declared by England and France on September 3. Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 303. Born by middle-class families. The first step in this direction is perhaps for the state to own and organize the printing and publishing of textbooks. This will act as an automatic check on their unnecessary multiplication. Divided loyalty. Shri Appa Patwardhan writes, the Bombay government spend a large sum in helping weavers. They have appointed a marketing officer and salesman. They give loans. Yet the weavers cannot compete with mills and in my opinion the expenses incurred do not bear fruit. Moreover, the weavers use foreign yarn as well. Side by side with this fruitless help, the government renders them help to Khadi also. I do not know how far this divided loyalty is justified. I have always held the opinion that help to the weavers who use foreign or Indian mill yarn is a waste of money and effort. Experience has not changed the view. nor does it change because in certain provinces the Congress rules. I hold this view because the disappearance of the weaver of mill yarn is a question of time only. In the nature of things it cannot be otherwise. The weaver's only hope lies in a universal revival of hand spinning. Hand spinning and hand weaving are interdependent, never hand weaving and mill spinning. I have, therefore, suggested that if hand spinning cannot immediately supply the weaver's requirements, they should be induced to introduce hand spinning, carding, etc., in their own families if they will not become spinners themselves. Now that in several provinces the Congress rules, the saving of the weaver becomes easier. Thus the government can encourage spinning on a wide scale, guarantee the loss in khadi sales as the state guarantees the foreign railway companies. It is the primary duty of the state to guarantee employment of his choice to everyone in need of it. This includes the weavers also. If during the transition stage it is found impossible to guarantee weaving for every weaver, the state has to find him some other employment, profitable alike to the state and the individual. It should be borne in mind that the possibilities of hand spinning have not yet been explored by any government. I am of opinion that such investigation will yield startlingly encouraging results. My argument undoubtedly assumes the elimination of all mills from consigned ration. No industry, indigenous or foreign, can be allowed to increase in employment and thus harm the true interest of the community as a whole. 304. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Ways of famine relief. Though the most terrible distress that was feared has been averted by the falling of rains, however belated, some distress is bound to continue for a few months, and it will be unwise for relief agencies to go to sleep. What is more, time is now more propitious for devising measures for making permanent provisions for preventing distress caused by scarcity of water. I have already made some cardinal suggestions in this direction. The Secretary of the Saurashtra Seva Committee sends me a business-like report of the elaborate steps taken by that body for enlisting helpers and providing relief. I need not detain the reader over them. He also suggests preventive methods. As these are still seasonable, I give below the substance, the original being in Gujarati. 1. The states should refrain from auctioning their stock of grass, but they should store it as a precaution against dry year. The store should be replaced when fresh store becomes available. There is now danger of the sacks being destroyed by incendiaries. The states should have no difficulty in protecting them. They may even allow private collectors to deposit their stores in such areas. 2. The existing banks should be renovated and flood water should be banked. 3. In the places where cattle are moved during famine times, measures should be taken to ensure proper water supply for the cattle. 4. There should be control over the cultivation of money crops to the detriment of the crops. Thus people nowadays sow ground nuts in the place of most valuable fodder and food crops, that is, jawari and bajri. 5. Existing forests should be preserved, indiscriminate cutting of trees should be made punishable, and people should be encouraged to plant trees according to plan. 6. The management of pinned apples should be put on the sound basis and they should become efficient famine insurance agencies for cattle. They should become castration depots. 7. The state should encourage khadi as a famine insurance measure. All these suggestions seem to be sound and deserve the collective consideration of the states and the people of Kathiawar. In this Volume 76, 31 May, 1939-15 October, 1939. 305. Humanitarian Project. All canons should combine in spite of political differences and struggles. Sacrificial spinning. And Andhra Shri Shankar the banker sends me a letter he has received from the Andhra branch of the AISA. I take the following from it. On seeing Mahatmaji's noted Harjan dated July 22, 1939, when we conceived the idea of performing sacrificial spinning sutra yena on the lines followed by SJT. Narandas Gandhi of Raika Rashtriya Shala. Accordingly we sent an appeal on July 29, 1939, to local Krishna Patrick Latu of the Andhra Patrick 3 for publication, calling for applications for khadi lovers who would participate in the sutra yena performed under the auspices of the Andhra branch in connection with the ensuing Gandhi Jayanti. All participants are requested to offer 14,7200 yards of self-spun yarn or 70 coppers Rs1-1-6 in terms of his present age. We find a ready response to our call. Till now we have received 500 applications. Many applicants offer 14,000 yards of yarn or Rs1-1-6 inches cash. But some poor sinners offer only 7,000 yards of yarn and we accept their offer in consideration of their poverty, though they fall short of the minimum fixed in our appeal. Now we are going to issue a special appeal to the spinners in the Andhra Pradesh to contribute 7,000 yards, nearly one warp, as a birthday gift to Mahatmaji on his 71st birthday. In our appeal all AISA workers were requested to give yarn contributions only. In our central stores and central office sacrificial spinning has been going on for the last 15 days since August 2, 1939. Some have been spinning on tabi and some others on the improved charka. The workers are asked to improve and know the quality and quantity of their yarn. We have requested the Andhra Provincial Congress Committee to help us in enlisting volunteers for Sutra Yena and see that all members of Congress committees participate in it. In compliance with our request they issued a circular to all Congress members who enroll themselves as volunteers for Sutra Yena and help khadi movement to the best of their ability. We hope to enlist at least 1,000 volunteers before Gandhi Jayanti. I have letters from other quarters also showing that Sri Narandas Gandhi's example has caught on. I hope that the organizers are carrying out strictest economy and organizing sacrificial spinning. They may not, for instance, move the yarn spun from place to place resulting in the cost of postage being incurred. Yarn should be collected by appointed agents so that there can be hand-to-hand. 1-5 notes, December 7, 1939. 2 Telugu weekly published from Masulapet and 3 Telugu daily founded by K. Nageswara Rao and published from Madras. 306. The collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. Delivery. If an authentic account is kept and published, it should be accepted as completion of the Yena. Those who intend to account to Narandas Gandhi for their spinning need only send him certificates of their spinning. I suggest too that as far as possible yarn should be locally woven. It is against the spirit of the khadi movement to concentrate weaving in fixed places. As spinning has to be universal in every home, weaving should be universal in every village. On the train to SIMLA, September 3, 1939 Harujan, September 9, 1939. 393. Case for inquiry. I published some time ago facts relating to Nalathar Harjan's one true case attached some time ago the note from his diary of the no less serious ill treatment of the Harjans of Penpot and Sherry.